Chapter 1. In the beastly world of fiction, my husband is the arch-villain. The man's heavy breathing and unpleasant odor jolted Rong Yao awake in an instant. As her eyes fluttered open, she was met with the sight of a muscular man, bare-chested and intoxicated with desire, leaning over her. Rong Yao's eyes widened in shock. The man possessed striking features, handsome, with chiseled angles, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His appearance rivaled that of the young heartthrobs in the entertainment industry. Yet, what left her speechless was the pair of horns protruding from his forehead. Overcome by sudden astonishment, Rong Yao momentarily froze. In that fleeting moment, the man pressed down on her, prompting her instinctive defenses to kick in. Years of training had honed her reflexes to react faster than her thoughts, and her legs shot out to strike beneath him. The man, caught in a frenzy, let out a muffled groan from the unexpected blow, his back arching in pain, his handsome face contorted, though his eyes remained murky. Seizing the opportunity, Rong Yao flipped the man off her. Before she could rise, the door was violently kicked open with a resounding crash. The delicate yet furious female voice pierced the air. "Rong Yao, you shameless wretch." Rong Yao was taken aback. How had she, a 30-year-old woman who had yet to experience her first kiss, become the embodiment of shamelessness? At the threshold stood a strikingly beautiful young girl, her vibrant black hair streaked with 2 strands of orange, reminiscent of a female version of Yanghua. Behind her loomed a robust young man, equally handsome, his expression filled with indignation and adorned with a pair of horns atop his head. Rong Yao's lips twitched. Was this a bovine demon king? At that moment, the young man spoke. "Xiao Jin, stop wasting time with this wretch. Drag her out." The girl blushed at his words, casting a shy glance at him. "Brother, don't worry, I won't let Yunzhe come harm." Rong Yao was left in a state of bewilderment, nearly exclaiming, "What on earth are you talking about? Could they not consider her presence as an outsider?" "Wait a moment, Yunzhe. Xiao Jin, why did those names sound so familiar?" Before Rong Yao could collect her thoughts, the pair advanced to forcibly remove her. "You needn't trouble yourselves, I can leave on my own," she hastily declared. The girl with the unconventional hair color frowned, her expression laced with sarcasm as she regarded Rong Yao, clearly skeptical of her assertion. Just as she reached out to forcibly eject Rong Yao, to everyone's surprise, Rong Yao stood up and strode confidently toward the door. In her mind, she mused that although the man was not unattractive, she had no interest in someone so odious. The likes of this Xiao Jin could keep him for herself. Once outside, mere seconds passed before the sounds of amorous antics from within the room reached her ears. Rong Yao was left speechless. 15 minutes later, she found herself standing at the entrance of a small courtyard, a tattered bundle being unceremoniously thrown out by the horned man, landing at her feet, and spilling its contents in an assortment of ragged clothing. With a face twisted in disdain, the man sneered, "Get lost. You are not one of us, the Rong family. There is no place for you here. Never let me see you again. If I do, I shall not hesitate to strike you. Sibling bond be damned. You, a useless wretch, could not withstand even one of my punches." Upon finishing his words, the man shot her a glare, and with a resounding bang, slammed the gate of the courtyard shut, leaving Rong Yao outside to gather dust. Rong Yao remained momentarily stunned. After several seconds, she finally regained her composure and realized her predicament. She found herself within the pages of a novel she had recently read, one set in a world of beasts. The reason this particular story had left such a profound impression on her was that the malevolent female antagonist shared her name, Rong Yao. In this narrative, the male lead was Xiao Yunzhe, a member of the Dragon Clan, while the female protagonist was Rong Jin, a golden koi blessed with fortune. The original character had grown up in the Rong family alongside Xiao Yunzhe, their bond akin to childhood sweethearts, until Rong Jin was discovered and she became the family's disgrace. An imposter, consumed by jealousy, she concocted various schemes to sabotage Rong Jin, only to have her efforts thwarted by Rong Jin's innate luck. Not only did the original character's schemes backfire, but they also garnered the disdain of all the beastmen around her, in a desperate attempt to win Xiao Yunzhe's affection. The original character resorted to purchasing aphrodisiac herbs for him, oblivious to the fact that the Dragon Clan was robust and immune to such influences, capable of discerning the true nature of the herbs immediately. Furious, Xiao Yunzhe forced the original character to consume the very herbs, subsequently casting her aside to his inept brother, Xiao Mohan. The original character ended up entangled with Xiao Mohan and bore several offspring. She harbored deep disdain for both Xiao Mohan and the children born of their union, often treating them with the same cruelty as a stepmother. Rong Yao pressed her temples, a dark cloud of irritation forming as she recalled that Xiao Mohan and her offspring were the supervillains of the tale, their descent into malevolence sparked by her actions. Regardless, since she now occupied the original character's body, she could temporarily overlook Xiao Mohan. However, the children were an extension of her being, and she could not abandon them. With this thought in mind, Rong Yao picked up the tattered bundle on the ground, secured it upon her back, and set off to locate the children, following the narrative's direction. This was a world of beastmen, where they congregated in villages, several of which formed larger settlements. The Rong family was prominent in Daohua village, residing in a spacious estate that surpassed even the village chief's home, marking them as one of the village's elite families. In stark contrast, Xiao Mohan and the children lived on the village's outskirts, in the most desolate area, a place shunned by others due to its inconvenience and the frequent attacks from frenzied magical beasts and beastmen from neighboring settlements. Those with the means had already relocated within the protective walls of Daohua village. Guided by the original character's memories, Rong Yao spent over half an hour traversing to the vicinity where the children resided. Suddenly, she was struck by the sound of laughter and taunt from a group of young beastmen. Intermingled with their jeers were the faint, familiar sounds of suppressed sobs. As an elite member of a rescue team in her past life, Rong Yao was instantly alert and rushed toward the source of the noise. Pushing aside the dense foliage, the sight before her ignited a fierce anger within her. She beheld 6 or 7 young beastmen shoving a small child, resembling a human of barely 3 years, into a muddy pit, then gleefully hurling mud upon the child while erupting into raucous laughter. Though the child fell into the muddy pit, he resolutely rose to his feet, his face adorned with determination. He shielded another boy of similar age with his small frame, preventing the mud from splattering onto him. A mocking voice emerged from a nearby orc youth. Ha ha ha! Worthless is worthless. Your father is a fool, your mother a fool, and you 2 brothers are even more so. At 3 years old, you still cannot transform. It is only right that we teach you a lesson. It would be one thing if you 2 were useless, but your sister is still an egg. How utterly laughable. Tomorrow, we shall steal her away and roast her for supper. Little worthless ones do not deserve to dwell in our village. We will demand the village chief expel your entire family. And your mother, so promiscuous, returning to the Rong family to seek out brother, Yun's abandoned by you. A child without a mother cannot survive to adulthood. If I were you, I would jump into the mud pit and cover my face with filth. Ha ha ha. Various insults echoed in the ears of the 2 toddlers, their faces smeared with mud. The expression of the smaller child darkened, his eyes blazing with fury, resembling a furious little beast eager to tear apart the orc youth before him. Like a cannonball, he charged at the group of orc boys. Yet before he could unleash his tiny fists, he was met with a kick to the stomach from a horned orc youth, sending his frail body crashing back into the mire. Despite the pain coursing through him, the little boy pressed his thin lips together in silence, not uttering a sound, while the other boy hurried over to help him up. The horned youth smirked. Worthless is worthless. You think you can strike me with your untransformed body? Dream on. Blame your mother for birthing you with such a feeble constitution. Brothers, let's teach these ungrateful little brats a lesson. As the horned youth finished his taunt, the surrounding orc boys laughed sinisterly and prepared to pummel the 2 frail children. Just as a horned boy's fist was about to descend upon the small child, a sudden gust of wind swept in from behind. Chapter 2. Her Little Ones. In the next moment, the horned boy was sent tumbling to the ground with a heavy thud. The onlookers were startled by this unexpected turn of events, halting their brawl and turning their attention to the fallen horned youth. There stood a young woman beside him, petite in stature, with delicate features and a slender physique, devoid of any Orcish traits. Her countenance was stern as she fixed her gaze upon the horned boy sprawled on the ground. The horned boy, the strongest among the half-grown orcs, could hardly fathom that he had been toppled by the widely regarded weakling. Rong Yao Akati must have been her surprise attack that caused him to lose his balance. Reluctantly, the horned boy scrambled to his feet and charged at Rong Yao again, this time brandishing his sharp antlers. If those pointed horns were to pierce her slender frame, it could spell disaster for her. The other orc boys ceased their fighting, standing aside to watch the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, the 2 small boys in the muddy pit widened their eyes, fixated on the diminutive figure of the woman before them. They could scarcely have anticipated that their mother, who loathed them so intensely that she wished they had never been born, would appear at this moment. The boy at the forefront pressed his lips together tightly. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward, intending to assist, but was abruptly restrained by the arm by the boy. Behind him, in a hushed tone, the boy cautioned, "Elder brother, have you forgotten how she treats us on a daily basis?" The boy in front clenched his small fists and ultimately heeded the advice, halting his advance, though his gaze remained fixed on Rong Yao. At the moment Rong Yao made her move, she sensed the frailty of this body. However, her past experiences in the rescue team, coupled with her police academy training, provided her with the necessary expertise to compensate for her lack of strength. The horned boy, despite his brute force, displayed no technique in his attack, and she quickly discerned how to counter him as the sharp horns of the boy charged towards her. It seemed that in the next instant, the onlookers would witness her being grievously injured. In a critical moment, Rong Yao deftly sidestepped, crouched down, and not only evaded the charge but also struck the horned boy's waist, altering his trajectory and accelerating his momentum, causing him to crash into a nearby tree. The impact sent dozens of leaves cascading from the tree, and the horned boy, unable to control his speed, collided violently with the trunk, leaving him dazed and disoriented. With one horn broken, collapsing to the ground. The watching beastly youths were utterly taken aback by this unexpected outcome moments ago. The horned boy had appeared to hold the upper hand, yet in the blink of an eye, he had crashed into the tree. Rong Yao fixed her stern gaze upon the remaining beastly youths, crouched down to pick up a stone from the ground, tossing it lightly in her hand before preparing to hurl it at them, coldly remarking, "Why are you still here? Are you waiting for me to teach you a lesson one by one?" Perhaps spurred by the fate of the horned boy and intimidated by Rong Yao's glare, the timid, beastly youths scattered in disarray, with two of them hastily lifting the horned boy to carry him away. The ram-horned boy, as he fled, shouted threats. "You wretched harlot! You've harmed the Horned Mountain. I will inform his parents, and your family should brace for retribution." Upon hearing the horned boy's words, Rong Yao furrowed her brow, but chose not to engage further. She tossed the stone aside and turned her attention to the two small cubs still stuck in the muddy pit. Having driven away their tormentors, the two little ones looked at her not with admiration or surprise, but rather with increasing fear. Rong Yao frowned slightly, softening her expression as she extended her hand towards them. The elder of the two, named Xiao Xianjing, and the younger, Xiao Xianhan, although differing in size, were triplets with their sister Xiao Xingxing. The small figure shielding his brother was the elder brother Xiao Xianjing. Like Rong Yao, they bore no beastly characteristics, appearing as ordinary human children. As Rong Yao reached out to them, instead of reciprocating with their little hands, they instinctively recoiled, with Xiao Xianjing tightening his protective stance around his brother Xiao Xianhan. Rong Yao's expression stiffened for a moment as she recalled how the original owner had treated her three little ones with both strikes and harsh words. It was only natural for the two little ones to regard her with such wariness. Although the cubs were still quite young, their display of bared teeth and growls posed no real threat. Instead, it exuded an endearing fierceness. She did not pressure them to change their perception of her immediately. Noticing their immobility, she took a couple of steps forward and stepped directly into a muddy pit, lifting each cub out with one hand. Despite their small stature, the two little creatures felt surprisingly light in her grasp. Upon closer inspection, she noticed their exposed bellies, where each rib was distinctly visible, and their tiny faces accentuated by dark, expressive eyes, a clear indication of malnutrition. Suddenly pulled from the muck by their mother, Xianjing and Xianhan instinctively began to struggle in fear. Xianjing exclaimed, "Don't hit Xianhan. If you must punish someone, punish me. I'm the one who brought Xianhan out." Rong Yao realized then that the cubs were afraid she would strike them. Once she placed them aside, Xianjing immediately shielded Xianhan behind him, raising his chin defiantly, yet with an unwillingness to yield, while Xianhan peeked out from behind. His brother, observing cautiously, feeling somewhat helpless, Rong Yao understood that the two little ones could not immediately lower their guard, and their instinctive reaction to her sudden touch was understandable. Thus, she refrained from further contact and said, "Let's go home for now." With that, she stepped forward, leading the way. The cubs, seeing that their mother was not scolding or striking them as usual, cautiously followed after a brief hesitation. Typically, young beastmen would cling to their mothers at all times, with some yearning to be held and carried. Yet her two little ones, barely over 3 years old, not only refrained from requesting to be held, but also hesitated to come near her. Rong Yao sighed inwardly, lamenting how the original owner had failed to recognize the bond with her own flesh and blood. It was no wonder the cubs had grown to resent her. Before long, she arrived at the original owner's dwelling on the outskirts of Rice Flower Village. Although she was already familiar with the novel's descriptions, witnessing it firsthand caused her lips to twitch uncontrollably. This was hardly a place for habitation. It resembled a refuse heap, far worse than any scrapyard from her past life. And no wonder the original owner despised her surroundings compared to the grand estate of the Rong family. This was a stark contrast. In front of her stood merely two dilapidated thatched huts, one of which had a roof that had partially collapsed, leaving it half exposed to the elements. Scattered around were numerous disorganized items, clearly discarded by others, Yet these were treasures that the cubs had painstakingly salvaged. Though they were broken, they served significant purposes for the little ones when needed. It was precisely because the two cubs scavenged for discarded items that they were bullied and mocked by the village's beastmen children. Rong Yao glanced back, reassured to see the two little ones standing nearby, not having fallen behind. Upon seeing the chaotic home before her, Rong Yao did not feel disdain. Instead, her heart ached for the little ones who had to endure such a life. The original owner had truly failed in her role as a mother. Upon entering the thatched cottage, Rong Yao's forehead creased with dismay. The interior was even more chaotic than the exterior. Chapter 3. The big pot and the small pot mother is not a villain. In stark contrast, the tattered garments within her backpack had somehow become the finest possessions in this household. The cottage, consisting of merely 2 rooms, was not only filthy and disordered, but also reeked of an indescribable stench, likely due to the accumulation of refuse collected over time. For anyone to continue residing here, a thorough cleaning was imperative. Rong Yao, known for her decisive nature, resolved to take immediate action. She set down her burden and stepped into the room with the leaky roof. First, tidy up this room. Once that is accomplished, proceed to repair the damaged ceiling. Otherwise, if it rains unexpectedly, this room will become uninhabitable. As I entered the room and was about to bend down to clear the debris, the two little ones, who had been silently observing from the courtyard, suddenly changed their expressions dramatically. Like cannonballs, they dashed into the room, their frail bodies spreading their arms to block my path. Shenjing stared at me with a gaze filled with sorrow and indignation, proclaiming, "You cannot sell our sister. She is still so young. Even if you were to sell her to the black market, she would fetch no decent price." Meanwhile, Xianhan gazed at me with pleading eyes, saying, "Please do not sell our sister. We will take care of her from now on. We will find food for her and promise not to trouble you." Rong Yu was momentarily taken aback by the actions of the two little ones. After hearing their words, she quickly regained her composure. She merely intended to tidy up the room, yet the two children mistakenly believed she was searching for their sister, Xiao Xingxing, with the intention of selling her. This misunderstanding stemmed from the original owner's behavior. She had, on numerous occasions, warned the little ones that should they disobey, they would be sold off. Although they were all rather ineffectual, selling them on the black market could still yield some money or provisions, especially for the youngest, Xiao Xingxing, who was still an egg. There was a chance that she could be purchased by certain types of beastmen for sustenance, which was a rather unsettling thought. However, the mere idea that Xiao Xingxing remained an egg, even after 3 years, left Rong Yao in disbelief. What a peculiar world this was. Regardless, even if she were merely an egg, she was still her child, and Rong Yao vowed to care for her diligently, resolutely ensuring that she would never suffer the fate of becoming a villain. It seemed that the egg, Xiao Xingxing, was hidden within this dilapidated hut. Rong Yao lowered her gaze to glance at the two little ones before her. She soon noticed Xianjing, unable to suppress his concern, casting a fleeting look toward a corner. A subtle smile crept upon her lips as she bent down unexpectedly to stroke the heads of the two children. "Rest assured, I have no intention of selling Little Star," she assured them. After speaking, Rong Yao disregarded their reactions and proceeded directly toward the corner that Xianjing had just glanced at. What Rong Yao was unaware of was that, as she turned around, her two little ones displayed expressions of despondency. This time, the two youngsters did not stand apart but rather followed closely in her wake, fearful that their mother might do something to their sister. Upon reaching the corner of the thatched cottage, Rong Yu swiftly cleared away the accumulated debris, and before long, she discovered a white egg, roughly the size of a watermelon, resting there. The egg was immaculate and lustrous, adorned with a band of golden ripples at its apex, resembling a crown perched atop it, utterly delightful. It seemed as though the egg sensed the presence of someone outside, for it emitted a sound, a rather adorable, childlike voice. Was it the return of the eldest and second brother? The two little ones standing behind Rong Yao hurriedly reassured, "Little Star, do not be afraid. Your elder brothers are right beside you. Yes, she has returned." Rong Yao slightly tilted her head, realizing that the two little ones harbored a profound disdain for her. To the extent that they no longer referred to her as mother, to them, she was merely an inconsequential figure. Upon hearing her brother's words, Dandan's golden ripples quivered slightly. And then Rong Yao was greeted by the jubilant, cherubic voice of a child. "Mother, mother, you have returned. Little Star longs for you. Mother, hold me. Little Star loves you the most." Rong Yao had assumed that the three little ones harbored no affection for their original mother. Yet she was taken aback by the youngest sister's unexpected demeanor. For a brief moment, she stood there, astonished, and moments later, her first thought was how to cradle the little one, still encased in its egg. Little Star, not receiving a response from her mother, seemed to have a multitude of question marks etched upon her entire egg-shaped head. Mother? Mother? Have you left? In the next instant, little star felt herself being lifted into the air. Through the pristine shell, she sensed a pair of warm hands embracing her, their comforting warmth enveloping her. As she nestled against a soft, warm chest, she felt an overwhelming joy that could almost lift her spirit to the skies. She murmured, "Mother's scent is so delightful. Little Star will forever adore her. Please don't abandon Little Star. I promise to eat less and never become a burden to you." Rong Yao lowered her gaze to the small egg cradled in her arms. The pristine white shell seemed to emanate a gentle radiance. Such an adorable egg. How could she ever bring herself to abandon it? Moreover, this precious egg was her offspring. She reached out to caress the smooth, warm surface of the egg, reassuring her little star that mother would never forsake her beloved child. Rong Yao cast a glance around. The thatched cottage was a disarray of filth and neglect, unfit for little Xingxing to remain any longer. She cradled the tiny star in her arms and stepped outside, with the two cubs closely trailing behind her, their wary eyes fixed upon her as though fearing she might abscond with little Xingxing and vanish without a trace. Upon exiting the cottage, she found a relatively clean area paved with stone slabs on the porch. From her bundle, she retrieved an old garment to lay upon the stones, and with utmost care, she placed the still encased Xingxing upon the fabric. She turned to the two cubs and instructed, "Take good care of your sister. I shall tidy up the house and return shortly to prepare a meal for you." Xianjing was on the verge of mentioning that there was nothing to eat at home, rendering any cooking impossible, but Xianhan discreetly pulled him back, silencing him. Observing the woman briskly return to the cottage, it seemed she truly intended to tidy up, as their family was in dire straits, devoid of food and possessing little to lure this woman into any schemes. As soon as Rong Yao departed, Xianjing and Xianhan gathered around their sister, Egyi, earnestly attempting to impart wisdom. "Little Star, she is a villain. How she has treated us in the past, have you truly forgotten?" Xianhan nodded vigorously in agreement with his elder brother's words. "Little Star, Father has always said that we must harbor no ill will but remain vigilant against those who do. She is a wicked person, and you are still young. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by her." In light of her brother's admonitions, Little Star's demeanor dimmed, and she responded with a hint of grievance, "Big pot, second pot. You do not like Mother, but I do. Mother has shown no malice towards me. She genuinely cares for me." The brothers exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows in concern. Little Star possessed a unique ability to perceive the emotions of those around her. She could instinctively discern who harbored ill intentions. However, could their mother, who had loathed them since birth, truly change? It was a well-known adage that one's nature is difficult to alter. They feared she might be putting on an act, waiting for the moment they unconditionally trusted her before seizing the opportunity to betray them. Yet, to their astonishment, she had even managed to deceive Little Star's extraordinary capability this time. The weight of responsibility upon their slender shoulders felt increasingly burdensome. They were resolute in their duty to protect their sister, ensuring that she would not fall victim to the deception of that wicked woman. Rong Yao was unaware of the conversation taking place among the three little ones in the corridor. It was already afternoon, and she needed to hasten her preparations, for she would be spending the night here with the three children, necessitating a swift and thorough tidying up. Rong Yao's movements were swift. Within the span of an hour, she had cleared all the refuse from the two thatched cottages, retaining only a few useful pieces of burlap. Upon completing this thorough cleanup, Rong Yao discovered to her dismay that not a single wild fruit could be found within the cottages. She pondered anxiously, what would her little ones eat? Rong Yao bit her lip, her eyes gently closing as her consciousness delved deep, soon revealing a diminutive personal space before her. Chapter 4. The water spring discovered in the space. This space had accompanied Rong Yao throughout her previous life. Upon her arrival, she noticed the red heart-shaped birthmark on her wrist, signifying its presence. Her space, a mere 3 square meters in size, served solely as a storage area, akin to carrying an oversized backpack brimming with supplies for emergencies. Within this space lay a plethora of food she had prepared earlier, as she had not dined that evening and intended to retrieve some provisions for immediate use. However, as her consciousness entered the space, Rong Yao's brow furrowed in concern. The space had transformed. The once modest area was now enveloped in a thick, ethereal white mist. Fortunately, the supplies she had previously stored remained piled nearby. Otherwise, she might have doubted the very identity of her own space. Cautiously, she extended her consciousness to touch the white mist, soon realizing that the walls of her space had vanished, replaced by this fog. Within the mist, there appeared to be an invisible barrier, obstructing her path. Despite the transformations rendering the space nearly unrecognizable, its dimensions remained largely unchanged. Perhaps due to her probing of the white mist, a square button materialized before her, inscribed with the words check-in. The expression on Rong Yao's face was peculiar, and she instinctively pressed the button to check in, before she could fully comprehend the situation. The white mist in the space swiftly converged and then dispersed in less than 2 seconds. In the next moment, she discovered a small spring of water had appeared before her. This spring was less than a square meter in size, with water continually seeping from the spring itself and falling into the diminutive pool below. The spring exuded a refreshing mist that tempted one to scoop up a handful and savor its taste. Rong Yao stood there, momentarily taken aback. Had she truly stumbled upon a spring of clarity? Regardless, it seemed that her once ordinary space had undergone a transformation due to her literary journey, and at present, this change appeared to be favorably inclined. She resolved to delve deeper into the intricacies of her space later. For now, the 3 little creatures outside awaited her nourishment. The young ones were already malnourished. She could not allow them to suffer further hunger. With this thought in mind, Rong Yao hastily retrieved some steak she had previously stored in her space, unwrapped it, and at that moment, she found herself parched. To ascertain the purity of the spring water within her realm, she filled a ceramic jar with the water. As her consciousness withdrew from the space, she found herself holding several pieces of steak, a jar of spring water, and a small packet of seasoning for the steak. Rong Yao lifted the ceramic jar filled with spring water and took a sip herself. The water was refreshingly sweet, gliding down her throat and into her stomach, instantly quenching her thirst. Not only that, but the fatigue that had weighed heavily upon her seemed to dissipate almost entirely, leaving her invigorated and revitalized, while her once hungry stomach felt considerably less ravenous. Noticing the transformation within her body, Rong Yao raised an eyebrow. With the jar in hand, she stood up and made her way outside, laughing as she said, "It's getting late. Mother is preparing dinner for you." Upon reaching the corridor, it was the little star, Xiao Xingxing, who first cheered, the adorable egg with a ring of golden patterns shaking joyfully. Xiao Xingxing adored the meals prepared by their mother. Xianjing and Xianhan, their backs turned to Rong Yao, exchanged glances, their mouths twitching. There was nothing at home to cook with. How could this woman possibly deceive them? Xianjing promptly whispered to shatter his sister's illusions, "Xiao Xingxing, don't listen to that woman's nonsense. We have absolutely nothing at home. But do not fret, my brothers will go find you something to eat soon." Despite still being an egg, Xiao Xingxing needed sustenance, and her appetite was far from small. As Rong Yao approached, Xianjing immediately fell silent. Upon hearing the words of the little cubs, Rong Yao's lips curled into a faint smile as she promptly instructed the two, Xianjing and Xianhan, to fetch some firewood and prepare a meal. At the sound of Rong Yao's request, the 2 frail cubs immediately turned their heads to her, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had never anticipated that this woman would actually produce food. And not just any food, but meat. They had lost count of the days since they last tasted meat. The last time was when their father was in good health. Recently, they had survived solely on the wild fruits they foraged from the nearby woods. Unlike other beastmen, they had been born different. Even at over 3 years old, they could not transform into their half-beast forms, let alone into their beast forms. Lacking the sharp claws and robust bodies of wild beasts, they were unable to hunt for prey, and the absence of various meats during their growth had rendered them exceedingly frail. Xianhan exchanged a glance with his brother, and without much hesitation, the 2 cubs scurried to the corner of the yard where various refuse was piled up to gather firewood. Although their family was impoverished, the woods were abundant with firewood. The 2 cubs swiftly gathered a small pile and placed it beside Rong Yao. She, in turn, was equally industrious, having been a professional rescue worker in her past life. She was well-versed in survival skills acquired through rigorous training in the wilderness. While the cubs collected the firewood, she constructed a makeshift stove. Utilizing the spiritual spring water from her space, she washed the steak thoroughly, then placed a flat stone over the fire to heat it, using it as a pan for frying the steak. Once the stone was sufficiently heated, she used the fat trimmed from the steak to grease its surface, before sequentially placing 4 pieces of steak upon it. As the heat grilled the meat, the aroma of sizzling fat wafted through the air, causing the long-starved cubs to involuntarily sniff in delight. Even Xianjing and Xianhan, who had been somewhat wary of Rong Yao, could not resist casting their eyes upon the grilling steaks. Rong Yao discerned the expressions of the little ones, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. She had yet to add the seasonings. Only after the spices were incorporated would the true aroma emerge. Yet, before long, Xianjing furrowed his brows. Recognizing that this woman possessed the same useless physique, incapable of even catching a single rabbit on ordinary days. How could there be meat today? Was it possible that the meat was deliberately procured to set a trap for them? His small fists clenched instinctively, confirming that this woman had indeed become more malicious. Xian Han, noticing his brother's expression, cast a glance at the woman grilling meat nearby. The little one's demeanor not only remained tense but grew increasingly wary of Rong Yao. As Rong Yao grilled the meat, she attentively observed the few little ones nearby, quickly noticing the changes in the two closest to her. Could it be that the two small creatures were questioning the origin of the meat in her hand? It was indeed challenging for her to disclose that it was retrieved from her space. After some contemplation, she remarked, "Do not overthink." This was brought back from the Rong family. Despite her reassurance, the expressions on the two little ones' faces remained unchanged, still laden with apprehension. Rong Yao, never mind. Let the two little ones think as they please. What truly matters is that the meat has reached our mouths and our bellies are no longer hungry. Rong Yao has always believed in indulging herself when it comes to food. In her previous life, even while working in the wilderness, she ensured that the ingredients she carried were of the highest quality, and these several pieces of steak were no exception. As the steaks neared perfection on the grill, Rong Yao sprinkled an array of seasonings evenly over them, then flipped them over to continue the process. The moment the seasonings made contact with the sizzling fat and were kissed by the intense heat, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, captivating the senses in waves. The three little ones, accustomed to a modest intake of meat, had never encountered such a commanding fragrance. Chapter 5. The meat prepared by Mother, the most delicious in Diaohua village. Little Star was instantly enchanted by the alluring scent, exclaiming, "Mother, it smells so wonderful." Despite their inherent wariness towards Rong Yao, the two little ones had never experienced such an exquisite aroma throughout their lives. It surpassed even the delightful smells that emanated from the village chief's kitchen. As they gazed at the meat resting on the stone slab, glistening with juices that oozed forth with the slightest pressure, it appeared incredibly tender and succulent. Rong Yao reached out to caress the shell of the little star, reassuringly saying, "Do not fret, it will be ready soon. You are still young and should consume well-cooked meat." Although the delectable roasted meat lay tantalizingly before them, Xinjing and Xian Han could not help but salivate at the enticing aroma. Yet, the two little ones remained tight-lipped, pursing their lips in silence. This woman seemed to be deliberately tempting them with the promise of meat, once it was cooked. She would undoubtedly demand them to acquiesce to numerous conditions before allowing them a taste. As Rong Yao observed that the meat was nearly roasted to perfection, she carefully removed the stone slab from the fire pit. With a stone knife previously used by the original owner, she sliced the fragrant steak into delectable strips and chunks, dividing it into 4 portions. Once she had finished portioning the steak, she noticed the two little ones standing nearby, still in a state of astonishment as they gazed at her. Intrigued, she called out to them, urging, "The meat is ready, come and enjoy." Freshly roasted meat is the most delicious. Once it cools down, it will lose its exquisite flavor. Upon hearing Rong Yao's invitation, both Xianjing and Xian Han displayed evident surprise in their eyes. Was this woman genuinely offering them meat? Such aromatic meat was truly meant for them? It seemed implausible. Every time there was something delectable, this woman would secretly indulge herself first. Even when she did offer them something, it was typically the leftover scraps, which was considered a luxury in itself. More often than not, she left them hungry, providing no food at all. Little Star chimed in, quickly, "Big pot and little pot. Eat up. It must be delicious." Rong Yao thrust 2 pairs of chopsticks into Xianjing and Xian Han's hands, urging them to eat quickly. With a sense of skepticism, Xianjing reached for the meat with his chopsticks, but Xian Han, standing behind his brother, tugged at his sleeve. What if this woman has added something to the meat? Wouldn't that mean we have fallen into her trap? The sudden kindness of this woman, offering them barbecued meat, was indeed highly suspect. Upon feeling his brother's pull, Xianjing grasped the implication, his outstretched hand freezing in midair. Rong Yao cast a glance at them and instantly discerned the concerns of the two little ones. She did not betray any displeasure on her countenance. Instead, she deftly picked up a piece of steak and savored it with her eyes closed, relishing each bite. It had been quite some time since she last grilled steak, yet to her surprise, her culinary skills had not diminished. The flavor was delightful, succulent, and aromatic, with an irresistible richness permeating the air. Xianjing and Xian Han observed Rong Yao as she prepared the meat. Since the woman had begun to eat, it seemed there was no cause for alarm. The aroma of the meat was simply too enticing, with Rong Yao's tasting. Xianjing and Xian Han could no longer resist the pangs of hunger and greed that stirred within them. They swiftly seized a piece and placed it in their mouths. As they chewed, the flavor of the steak erupted in their mouths, the impact far more intense than the mere sin had suggested, having rarely indulged in such exquisite fare. The two little ones found themselves overwhelmed by the tender, juicy steak, feeling as though they had encountered a culinary masterpiece, wishing to savor it a while longer before swallowing. As Rong Yao observed the cherished manner in which they consumed their meal, she quickly interjected, "It's quite all right, indulge yourselves. There's plenty more, certainly enough to satiate your appetites." The two little ones glanced up at Rong Yao, a flicker of something passing through their eyes before they promptly lowered their gaze. Nearby, the eager Dandan couldn't resist shaking slightly, inquiring of her brothers, "Is the food from the big pot and the second pot delicious?" Xianjing and Xianhan understood that their sister was hungry. Xianjing promptly intended to offer his portion to the still unhatched Xiao Xingxing, only to be halted by Rong Yao. "You eat your share. There is a portion set aside for little Xingxing." With that, Rong Yao brought over the previously allocated share and placed it right beside Dandan. "Xiao Xingxing, do hurry and eat. Let us see how delightful the meat prepared by mother is today." As she spoke, Rong Yao gently caressed the smooth shell of Xiao Xingxing. Xiao Xingxing particularly relished her mother's touch, and the golden halo on her shell seemed to glow even brighter under Rong Yao's caress. Xiao Xingxing absorbed nutrients through her shell, and before long, the food beside her had diminished by nearly half. This was the first time for the little one to experience such delectable meat, causing her entire shell to tremble in astonishment. Soon, Rong Yao was met with Xiao Xingxing's unabashed praise. "The meat made by mother is so delicious. The best in Daohua village." Even Rong Yao, a modern individual, found immense joy in Xiao Xingxing's affirmation. "Thank you for the compliments, little Xingxing. Next time, mother shall prepare even more delicious food for you." Hooray! Little Xingxing loves mother the most. Dandan joyfully wiggled a bit. However, it proved challenging for Xiao Xingxing, who absorbed food through her shell, to regulate her intake. In her excitement, she quickly absorbed an entire plate of meat, akin to Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit. It had barely savored the flavors. Consequently, the entire egg was left in a state of astonishment. Xianjing and Xianhan, witnessing their sister's predicament, recognized that she was still hungry and prepared to share some of their portions with her. Yet, before they could act, that woman had already taken the initiative, dividing her own plate of meat in half and placing it beside Xiao Xingxing. "Since little Xingxing enjoys it, do eat plenty, so you may grow up strong and healthy." Xiao Xingxing sensed the presence of more food nearby but did not immediately absorb it. Instead, she stated, "Little Xingxing is full, mother can eat. Little Xingxing is no longer hungry. This energy will suffice for me." Rong Yao felt a warmth in her heart, despite being merely an egg. The little star was remarkably perceptive. It was astonishing that the original owner had abandoned them like this. "Come, eat up, my dear. There is still more for you." In the future, she vowed to ensure the little star had enough to eat at every meal, sensing her mother's genuine desire for her to indulge in more meat. The little star joyfully began to feast. This time, she cautiously controlled her absorption of the eggshell, savoring each morsel like a destitute child who had unexpectedly received a sweet treat, delicately licking it as if it were a precious delicacy. Observing her three little ones thoroughly satisfied, Rong Yao felt her previously taut nerves gradually relax, her lips curving into a gentle smile. However, she soon noticed the peculiar little actions of Xianjing and Xianhan beside her, causing her brow to furrow in concern. Chapter 6. In the Dead of Night. Where are the two little ones headed? These two little rascals were not only eating, but also hiding a portion of the steak, having stashed away half of it. Were they afraid that if they consumed this meal, there would be none left for the next? Perhaps they intended to save some for an emergency when the next meal was scarce? Yet, given the warm climate, by the time the next meal arrived, the food would surely spoil, posing a risk to their health if consumed. Rong Yao's gaze flickered momentarily before she resolved to feign ignorance, curious to observe what the two little ones intended to do with the hidden food. After relishing a delightful meal, she gathered the utensils and proceeded to the nearby pond to cleanse them. The three little ones remained behind, feeling an unprecedented sense of fullness and satisfaction. They would willingly set aside some of their prejudice against that woman if they could enjoy such ample meals daily. With a hint of guilt, Xianhan turned to his elder brother. "Brother, do you think that woman noticed our actions?" Xianjing shook his head, pausing to reassure his younger sibling. "I doubt it. If she had, given her temperament, do you think she would have remained silent?" Xianhan sighed in relief. "Then shall we wait for her to fall asleep tonight before we venture out?" Xianjing nodded in agreement. Nearby, Dandan listened intently to her brother's exchange, suddenly realizing their intentions. "Big brother, second brother, you were going to..." Before she could finish, Xianjing placed a finger to his lips, hushing her. "Little star, you must not disclose this to that woman. Dan swayed slightly, reluctantly conceding, "All right then, Little Star will he big brother and second brother. Little Star is the best," Xianjing exclaimed, affectionately patting his sister's eggshell. Upon returning from cleaning the utensils, Rong Yao assigned a task to Xianjing and Xianhan, instructing them to fetch some water from the pond to wash themselves and their sister, Little Star. The two little ones had previously been bullied by a group of beastly boys in a muddy pit, leaving them caked in dirt, their features hardly discernible. Little Star, too, needed a wash, as she had been hidden in a refuse pile by the two boys and had absorbed food with her eggshell, which was now sullied and required cleaning. The two little ones stood silently, observing her. Though they neither agreed nor declined, Rong Yao was aware they were listening. She gently stroked Little Star's eggshell and continued tidying up the thatched hut. With only a few hours left in the afternoon, she aimed to clean the dwellings, prepare beds for rest, and fashion some wearable garments for the little ones. The tattered cloth they wore was no longer suitable. Opening the original owner's bundle, she found a limited selection of clothing, all old, but fortunately, the original owner was petite, making it easy to alter two pieces to fit. As she engaged in these tasks, Rong Yao discreetly glanced towards the corridor. The two little ones, though sullen, had begun to undertake the chores she had assigned. They were not very strong, but they diligently transported water from the pond in small buckets, pouring it into a wooden basin. After filling it halfway, they first cleaned Little Star, followed by Xianhan, with the eldest, Xianjing, washing last. After 2 or 3 rounds of washing, the three little ones finally regained their original appearance. As Rong Yao picked up the freshly mended garments and made her way to the corridor, she noticed the two little ones attempting to don their soiled clothes. Swiftly, she urged them to set aside the dirty attire and distributed the garments she held. The original clothes were beyond repair, and thus she suggested they wear these for the time being. Noticing the reluctance in their eyes to part with their tattered outfits, Rong Yao seized the worn clothes and placed them aside. Seeing their longing gazes fixed on the ragged fabric, she assured them, "Once I have washed and mended them, you may wear them again next time." Her words seemed to reassure the two, and they donned the clothes she provided. Once clad in the new attire, Rong Yao realized it was somewhat oversized. She had not anticipated their slender frames, yet it was undoubtedly an improvement over their previous filthy rags. With their clean clothes and freshly washed faces, she now discerned just how adorable the little ones were. Although the trio were triplets, each possessed distinct appearances and personalities. The eldest, Xianjing, exuded a calm and reserved demeanor, often wearing a serious expression that made one wish to pinch his chubby cheeks. The second, Xianjing, had a fair and charming visage, his large eyes sparkling with curiosity. When he gazed at someone, it felt as though his heart melted in the process. Both brothers sported slightly curly hair, with delicate features, and bore a closer resemblance to their father than to their original mother. After dressing the two little ones, Rong Yao surprisingly produced a small straw hat adorned with colorful fabric flowers, gently placing it atop Dan's head. "This is for the Little Star," she said with a smile. Dan, clearly delighted, could not contain his excitement and wiggled a bit, softly exclaiming, "Mother, does the Little Star have clothes too? She has never worn anything since she was born as an egg." Rong Yao gently lifted the Little Star and, under the concerned gazes of the two cubs, spun around with the tiny one in her arms. As the Little Star hatched, their mother prepared an array of exquisite dresses for her, allowing the Little Star to change outfits daily. Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, the Little Star's shell shimmered with delight. "Really? Mother is the best." Once Rong Yao completed her twirl, the two cubs carefully set the Little Star down, secretly sighing with relief. They exchanged glances before lowering their eyes to the new garments adorning their bodies. The two pieces they wore were repurposed from the woman's old clothes, which she had once cherished dearly, having brought them from the Rong family. She had never permitted them to touch even a single piece. So it was perplexing that she would now allow her treasured attire to be altered for their use. Their father had once remarked that if someone suddenly treated you exceptionally well, they likely had ulterior motives. The swift change in this woman's demeanor and her newfound kindness raised suspicions. They must remain vigilant and not be swayed by her sweet words. As night fell, the temperature dropped swiftly, and by midnight, it would likely become even colder. Fortunately, Rong Yao had efficiently tidied up the thatched cottage and prepared a bed, providing at least a secure place to sleep. The cottage consisted of 2 rooms. Previously, the original occupant had slept alone in one, while the 3 cubs were relegated to the dilapidated room with a broken roof, neglected and uncared for. Now that it was under her care, Rong Yao could not bear to be so harsh towards her 3 precious cubs. The room with the damaged roof was certainly uninhabitable. Rong Yao resolved to sleep with her 3 little ones, leaving the dilapidated hut unoccupied. She first placed the little star at the innermost corner and then called in the other 2 cubs. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the steak she had for lunch was washed with the essence of the spiritual spring, but even after several hours, she found herself not particularly hungry. In the evening, Rong Yao prepared a small pot of porridge for the cubs, and each had a modest bowl to satisfy their dinner. It seemed that due to the porridge's lack of concealment, the 2 cubs refrained from hoarding food this time. Rong Yao allowed her 3 little ones to sleep in the bed while she herself rested on the outer side. The little star, fussing about wanting to be held by their mother, was gently dissuaded by the 2 older brothers. As Rong Yao prepared to embrace the 2 little ones for sleep, she was taken aback when her arm extended towards them. The tiny bodies of the 2 infants immediately tensed, radiating an aura of wariness. Rong Yao sensed the changes in the 2 little ones and sighed softly, slightly distancing herself from them. Only then did they gradually relax their bodies. It seemed that alleviating their wariness towards her would not be an endeavor accomplished in a short span of time. After half an hour, Rong Yao finally noticed the rhythmic rise and fall of the 3 little ones' breaths, and she too closed her eyes in the darkness. In the middle of the night, she was suddenly awakened by a rustling sound beside her. Quietly opening her eyes, she beheld the 2 little ones gently climbing out of bed and making their way towards the door. Rong Yao furrowed her brows, pondering the whereabouts of the 2 helpless little ones at such a late hour. Once the 2 children ventured outside, Rong Yao quietly rose to follow them. Chapter 7. The Unconscious Villain, She, my husband. Rong Yao, possessing extensive wilderness survival skills and impressive agility, adeptly trailed behind the 2 little ones without drawing their attention. After half an hour, the duo arrived at the entrance of a cave. Together, they cleared away the thorns obstructing the cave's mouth and ventured inside. Rong Yao, following closely behind, felt an increasing sense of curiosity. What purpose could the 2 little ones have for entering a cave in the wild? After all, what if a ferocious magical beast lurked within? The 2 children were remarkably mature for their age. It seemed unlikely they would sneak away to this cave in the dead of night without a valid reason. Rong Yao quietly followed them into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a narrow path. After walking for about 5 minutes, she suddenly spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Swiftly advancing a few steps, she concealed herself in a secluded corner. Once hidden, Rong Yao cautiously peeked toward the source of illumination, and the sight nearly made her gasp in alarm. Lying beside the 2 children was a man clad in dark garments. His forehead bore an otherworldly red flame tattoo, and he was strikingly handsome, with well-defined features and a tall, lean stature. However, his face was as pale as parchment, and his disheveled black hair sprawled across the stone bed beneath him, lending him an air of chaotic, morbid beauty. The 2 children knelt beside the man, their faces etched with worry and urgency. Xianjing anxiously implored, "Father, please wake up. We brought you something to eat." Xianhan clutched the man's arm, gently shaking him. "Father, the roasted meat is delicious. If you eat, you will regain your strength." Yet, no matter how fervently they called, the man lying on the stone bed remained motionless, as if devoid of life. The astute Xianhan began to panic. "Brother, what should we do now? Father seems even weaker than before. He can't even awaken. Just a few minutes older than his younger sibling." Xianjing was equally at a loss, his small face clouded with despair. He pressed his lips together, reassuringly stating, "Father will be all right. We will stay here with him until he wakes up." The 2 children placed the food they had hidden beside the man, then quietly sat on the stone bed, keeping vigil over their unconscious father. Observing from the shadows, Rong Yao now realized that the man on the stone bed was none other than the notorious antagonist Xiao Mohan, the father of her children. In the original narrative, the protagonist was expelled by the Rong family and did not immediately return to Xiao Mohan and their children. Hence there was no description of his current state. However, from what she observed now, it seemed Xiao Mohan's condition was dire, since the events of the original story had yet to unfold, and the children had not yet become antagonists. It was likely that Xiao Mohan held no deep-seated prejudice against her at this moment. If she were to save Xiao Mohan now, perhaps in the future, they could coexist peacefully, especially since they had 3 children together. If her relationship with Xiao Mohan grew too strained, the children would undoubtedly suffer caught in the middle. After waiting for a while, the state of Xiao Mohan on the stone bed showed no signs of improvement, and the 2 children grew increasingly anxious. Rong Yao emerged from the shadows of the cave, no longer concealing her presence. Upon hearing the footsteps, the 2 young ones turned their heads and were instantly struck with a mix of astonishment and fear upon seeing her. In an instinctive gesture, they attempted to shield the frail figure of Xiao Mohan behind them. Xianjing, filled with trepidation, stammered, "What? What are you doing here? With a resigned smile, Rong Yao remarked, I followed you two little rascals out into the night because I was concerned. Xianjing puffed out his cheeks in indignation. You were following us. Xianhan, equally wary, cast a glance at Rong Yao, his tone softening considerably as he pleaded, Please do not harm our father. He no longer resides at home. But once he recovers, he will assist us in hunting and provide you with food and supplies. Whatever you desire, our father will procure it for you. Upon hearing Xianhan's words, Rong Yao furrowed her brow, realizing that the original owner not only harbored disdain for Xiao Mohan but had also exploited him. It seemed that Xiao Mohan had endured the original owner's manipulation solely for the sake of the little ones. No wonder, after acquiring his own power, he harbored such animosity towards the original owner. Rong Yao calmed her racing heart, feeling grateful that many events from the original narrative had yet to unfold, leaving room for redemption. As Rong Yao took a few steps forward, the two little ones stood resolutely in front of Xiao Mohan, seemingly intent on shielding him entirely. However, their diminutive forms were hardly sufficient to obstruct her. She gracefully bypassed them and reached Xiao Mohan's side, extending her hand to gauge his breath. Yet, Xianjing and Xianhan swiftly seized her arm, gripping it tightly, determined to prevent any contact with Xiao Mohan. In contrast to when she had held little Xingxing earlier, the two tiny creatures displayed an unprecedented level of resistance. Although they were small and lacked strength, their fervent defiance left her concerned about inadvertently causing them harm. Rong Yao temporarily set aside her concern for Xiao Mohan's condition, gently soothing the two little ones, Xianjing and Xianhan. Release me. I merely wish to ascertain your father's current state and harbor no intentions of causing him harm. Observe, I bear no weapons upon my person. And you are well aware of my constitution. I am incapable of transforming into a beast. Your father, being of the Jiao lineage, possesses formidable strength. Common weapons in an untransformed body cannot inflict harm upon him. With a moment's reflection, it became evident that Rong Yao's reasoning held merit. Though Xiao Mohan was of the Jiao clan and had been born as a Xianxi, yet to evolve into a true Jiao, rendering him somewhat of an underachiever with a lower bloodline. He remained sturdier than Rong Yao and the two little ones combined, not easily vanquished by her. Despite the little ones' understanding of the truth in her words, their gazes remained skeptical. Although they released their grip on Rong Yao, their eyes remained fixed upon her, ready to defend their father at all costs should she make any untoward move. Rong Yao tentatively checked Xiao Mohan's breath and, upon confirming it was steady, released a sigh of relief. As long as he was still alive, that was all that mattered. She then extended her hand to assess the temperature of his forehead and the condition of his pupils. After her examination, Rong Yao's brow furrowed in concern. Xiao Mohan had inexplicably developed a high fever, his cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue while his lips appeared pale and chapped. It was imperative that she lower his temperature, for if the fever persisted, the potential harm to his body could be severe. With a serious expression, Rong Yao instructed the two little ones, Xianjing and Xianhan. You shall stay here and keep your father company while I venture out to fetch some water to cool him down. Allowing this fever to persist is not a solution. Without waiting for their response, she hurried towards the entrance of the cave. Unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain, she pondered where she might find water. Given the presence of the two children, she hesitated to retrieve anything from her spatial storage in their sight, seeking an opportunity to discreetly evade them and procure the water to alleviate Xiao Mohan's fever. Xianjing and Xianhan watched as Rong Yao swiftly disappeared, feeling somewhat bewildered. Xianhan, with a hint of worry, turned to his brother and asked, Do you think she is merely using this as an excuse to leave, and like before, she may not return? Xianjing, wearing a serious expression reminiscent of Xiao Mohan, pursed his lips in silence. Yet, Xianhan understood that his brother shared the same concern. As time ticked away, Xiao Mohan's discomfort was evident, his brow furrowed in pain as the fever took its toll. The two little ones felt as though time crawled, each second stretching into an eternity. Despite their reluctance to place hope in that woman, their gazes instinctively drifted towards the cave entrance. With each passing moment, their hopes gradually waned. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed at the cave's entrance. Chapter 8. The villain still relies on her unbeknownst to the two little ones. Their eyes brightened at the sound of the approaching footsteps. Moments later, Rong Yao entered the cave, carrying a water pouch and a cloth. She quickly approached the stone bed, pouring water from the pouch to soak the cloth. After several repetitions of wiping his forehead, cheeks, and palms, she finally placed the damp cloth upon his brow. After a quarter of an hour, although Xiao Mohan's cheeks remained flushed, the tension in his brow began to ease, indicating that this rudimentary method of cooling was indeed effective. It was still the middle of the night, and their humble abode was nearly a 20-minute trek away, making the round trip inconvenient. With little Xingxing at home, Rong Yao felt uneasy leaving her alone. Thus, she soon decided to bring Xiao Mohan back to their cottage for care. She conferred with Xian Jing and Xian Han. Your father seems to be unwell, and remaining here is not a viable option. I worry for little Xingxing being alone at home. Why not bring your father back with us tonight so we can take care of him together? What do you think? Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, Xian Jing and Xian Han gazed at her with wide, incredulous eyes. Was this woman unwell? It was she who had initially expressed disdain for their father, refusing to allow him to reside at home, which compelled him to seek refuge in an abandoned cave. During each episode of his bloodline frenzy, he had to endure suffering alone in that desolate place. Now, astonishingly, she intended to bring him back. The two young ones harbored growing doubts about Rong Yao's intentions, instinctively questioning whether there was a hidden agenda behind her actions. However, glancing down at their frail father, they felt an undeniable concern about leaving him alone in the cave at such a vulnerable time. They were unable to transform into their beastly forms, and their strength paled in comparison to that of this woman. Thus, they found themselves reliant on her assistance. After careful consideration, the two young ones nodded in agreement. Xianjing assured her, "Rest assured, as long as you help us bring our father back, we will take good care of him and will not trouble you in any way. Our father is an exceptional hunter. Once he regains his strength, he will provide us with an abundance of game to see us through the winter." Rong Yao is amusing. Even the little one knows how to entice her. However, Xiao Mohan's condition does not seem to improve easily. If he is brought back, she will have to support him for the time being. Regardless of whether Xian Jing and Xian Han agreed or not, Rong Yao reached out to tousle the hair of the two little ones before immediately commencing her preparations. Within the cave lay several branches and sticks, presumably gathered by Xiao Mo Han during his previous stay here, which now proved to be quite useful. Rong Yao gathered some sturdy vines near the entrance of the cave and proceeded to teach the two little ones how to fashion a simple stretcher. After estimating Xiao Mo Han's height and weight, she reflected that the former version of herself would have had the confidence to carry him. However, in her current weakened state as a regressed beastman, she lacked the assurance to bear him alone and thus resorted to the makeshift stretcher to transport him back to the cottage. Initially, the two little ones regarded Rong Yao with skepticism, but once she gently placed Xiao Mo Han on the stretcher and effortlessly pulled the end equipped with a pulley, their eyes lit up with realization. They discovered that it was indeed possible to utilize clever ingenuity to carry an adult beastman. With this newfound method, they imagined that as they grew older, they too would be able to take their father on adventures. Remarkably, in that moment, the wariness and resistance that Xian Jing and Xian Han had harbored towards Rong Yao began to dissipate. Rong Yao, with great effort, pulled the stretcher, while her two little ones attentively assisted her by guarding the stretcher and promptly reminding her to adjust the position of the rollers. After 2 arduous hours, they finally brought Xiao Mohan back to their humble abode. Fearful of disturbing the little star, Rong Yao allowed Xian Jing and Xian Han to carry her sister to rest on the bed. This makeshift bed was quite spacious, comfortably accommodating 4 or 5 individuals. However, when Xiao Mohan unexpectedly returned, he occupied a significant portion of the bed all by himself. It would be best to hasten the repairs on the adjacent thatched cottage, ensuring she could sleep apart from him. As Xiao Mohan reclined on the bed, Rong Yao seized the opportunity to scrutinize the man before her. He possessed a high nose and deep-set eyes, his rugged features accentuated by a flame tattoo on his brow that lent him an air of alluring mischief. Judging solely by his appearance, he was undeniably more to her taste than the protagonists in her novels. Furthermore, he emitted a subtle fragrance reminiscent of bamboo leaves, pleasant and refreshing, unlike the scent of the male lead, Xiaoyanzhe, which she found off-putting. Despite the jolts encountered during their journey, Xiao Mohan showed no signs of awakening. Instead, his fever had intensified, surpassing its previous severity. It was now the latter half of the night, and the 3 little ones were still quite young. It would not be appropriate to keep them awake. Rong Yao instructed Xian Jing and Xian Han to put the little star to sleep while she tended to the unconscious Xiao Mohan. However, the 2 children, fearful that Rong Yao might harm their father while they slumbered, steadfastly remained by his side, vigilantly watching her every move. Rong Yao cast a fleeting glance at the 2 little cubs and instantly discerned their thoughts. She chose not to intervene, allowing them to remain by Xiao Mohan's side. Clad in tattered garments of deep indigo, Xiao Mohan's attire was marred by dirt and grime. The bed had only just been tidied, and it was imperative that he did not continue to lie there idly. Rong Yao contemplated for a moment before deciding to remove Xiao Mohan's garments. Over the past few days, she had found the time to wash his soiled clothes, and perhaps even mend them. The humble cottage was adequately warm. And with the presence of animal skin blankets, Xiao Mohan would not suffer from the cold. Resolute in her decision, Rong Yao began to undress Xiao Mohan. While the two little ones observed her actions with peculiar expressions, although Xin Jing attempted to intervene, he was ultimately restrained by his younger brother. In the end, Rong Yao graciously spared Xiao Mohan some modesty by leaving him with a pair of undergarments. As she gazed at the bare-chested man on the bed, Rong Yao couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. She had not anticipated that despite Xiao Mohan's slender appearance when dressed, he revealed a tall and graceful physique beneath his clothing, with well-defined muscles that were neither exaggerated nor unpleasing to the eye. Indeed, his stature rivaled that of modern male models. Rong Yao cast a fleeting glance, too hesitant to look further, and swiftly draped the fur blanket over Xiao Mohan. She stepped outside to fetch water and employed physical methods to lower his temperature anew. Repeatedly, she wiped his palms and armpits with a damp cloth, applying another cool compress to his forehead. The two little ones, having traversed such a distance that night, could no longer endure and succumbed to slumber at her side. Rong Yao gently patted their heads and covered them with a blanket, vigilantly keeping watch alone. After half an hour of efforts to cool Xiao Mohan, she realized, to her dismay, that his body temperature had not only failed to decrease but had, in fact, risen slightly. This situation could not persist. As Rong Yao pressed her lips together, memories of the spiritual spring water in her space flooded her mind. She carefully extracted a portion, pouring it into a basin while filling a water pouch with the remainder. With the water infused with the essence of the spiritual spring, she moistened a cloth to cool Xiao Mohan. This time, she attended not only to his armpits and palms but also to his groin and the soles of his feet. In the human body, cooling the groin and the soles is, in fact, more effective than cooling the palms and armpits. However, these two areas are often regarded as too delicate to address, as the damp cloth made contact with Xiao Mohan's groin. Rong Yao, were it not for the fact that Xiao Mohan was currently ensnared in a painful slumber, she might have suspected him of mischief directed at her. After tending to him, she hastily draped a fur blanket over him, choosing to avert her gaze. Subsequently, she brought a water pouch filled with the essence of the spiritual spring close to Xiao Mohan's pale lips, administering a small amount of the precious liquid to him. With this completed, Rong Yao let out a sigh of relief, closely observing Xiao Mohan's condition. If this proved ineffective, she resolved to offer him a fever-reducing pill stored in her spatial realm. Uncertain whether such a remedy would be effective for a beastman as it was for humans in her previous life. Fortunately, thanks to the spiritual spring water, Xiao Mohan's fever gradually subsided. Kneeling by the bedside, Rong Yao pondered. Could it be that the spiritual spring water possessed not only basic satiating properties but also rudimentary healing abilities? As night deepened, with Xiao Mohan's fever abated, fatigue overcame Rong Yao, and she succumbed to sleep at the edge of the bed. In the modest thatched cottage, the family of 5 drifted into a sweet slumber, enveloped in a gentle and serene atmosphere. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Rong Yao, the man lying beside her stirred slightly, his fingers moving ever so subtly. Chapter 9. What a delight! As dawn broke the next day, Rong Yao slowly awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the strikingly handsome man, Xiao Mohan, still lost in slumber. A moment of surprise washed over her as she recollected that this was the very man she had brought back last night. Lifting her gaze to the bed, she noticed that the two little ones had already awakened, sitting upright and gazing at her with wide eyes, clearly keeping vigil over their father. Rong Yao knelt beside the bed, having spent the night in a restless slumber, and immediately felt the ache coursing through her body. Rising to her feet, she stretched languidly, secretly resolving to repair the thatched cottage next door today, for at the very least, she wished to lie down comfortably at night. After days of sleeping propped against the edge of the bed, she feared she might become utterly incapacitated. Testing the temperature of Xiao Mohan's forehead, she noted that while it was slightly elevated compared to the average beast man, it had significantly diminished from the feverish heat of the previous night. Placing a damp cloth on Xiao Mohan's brow, Rong Yao reached out and gently scooped up a small star, affectionately cradling it in her arms. Resting her forehead against the golden patterns of the little star, she whispered, "Has the little star awakened?" The little star replied innocently, "Mother, I have been awake for quite some time, but I did not wish to disturb you and father while you were sleeping." Rong Yao cradled the egg in her arms, and little star was ever so well behaved. The mother prepared delectable treats for her and took her out to bask in the sunlight. As she spoke, the two young ones watched as Rong Yao carried their sister, little star, outside. Xianjing promptly instructed his younger brother, Xianhan, to follow and keep watch. Meanwhile, he reached out to feel his father's skin, and upon realizing that the high fever from the previous night had subsided, Xianjing let out a long sigh of relief. His delicate face bore a frown as he pondered the perplexing change in the woman who had once despised their father so vehemently, even refusing to allow him to reside in their home. How could she suddenly show such compassion, helping to cool him down and personally bringing him back? Father had always said that one should not expect free favors from the heavens. Kindness from others often harbors ulterior motives. He would not be easily deceived by that woman. Little Star remained an egg, and in this world of beastmen, young ones still encased in their shells were required to bask in the sun for a while each day. Rong Yao spread a soft beast skin blanket in the corridor, placing the little star upon it, allowing her to bask comfortably in the sunlight. She then approached the dilapidated hut, feigning the act of retrieving items from her bundle, when in truth, the items were drawn from her spatial storage. Mornings were ill-suited for overly greasy fare, and moreover, there was an ailing individual within the hut who required nourishing sustenance. After a moment's contemplation, Rong Yao resolved to prepare a simple congee with lean meat. While milk, eggs, and bread are indeed suitable for breakfast, she remained uncertain of their existence in this world. Thus, it was prudent to refrain from introducing these two clever little ones for the time being. Rong Yao gathered a handful of rice and a small piece of meat, meticulously washing them before making her way to the earthen stove where she had prepared the meal yesterday. Just as she set the porridge to boil, Xianhan hurried over, carefully placing a few eggs beside her, and then stood quietly to the side. Rong Yao cast a fleeting glance downward, observing 5 eggs that were roughly the size of chicken eggs, yet their hue was decidedly darker, akin to the color of the earth. These were eggs laid by a unique breed of poultry native to the beastly realm, possessing nutritional value comparable to modern chicken eggs. If that were the case, then the eggs in her space could also be utilized. Xianhan, from where did these eggs originate? Rong Yao inquired, hoping to avoid the unsettling revelation that they might have been procured through dubious means. Xianhan lifted his gaze to meet Rong Yao's, replying, "These were gathered by father during his hunting expeditions. Now that he has returned, we cannot solely rely on your provisions. Brother instructed me to bring these for breakfast." As Rong Yao picked up an egg for a meticulous examination, her peripheral vision caught sight of Xianhan's face, which was etched with reluctance and sorrow. Rong Yao gently tapped the egg against the earthen stove beside her, preparing to catch the egg liquid in a ceramic pot. To her astonishment, she discovered that this particular egg was, in fact, already cooked. As the shell cracked open, it emitted an odd and rancid odor. Rong Yao inquired with a tight-lipped expression, "Is this egg cooked?" Xianhan nodded affirmatively. "Of course. How could one consume it if it weren't? This is something my brother and I have cherished for quite some time. It is truly delectable. If it weren't for Father's return, we would not have revealed it." The implication was clear. Had Xiao Emohan not returned, the two little ones would not have presented this foul-smelling egg to her. Thus, she was inadvertently benefiting from Xiao Emohan's presence. Xianhan's words were laced with admiration for Xiao Emohan. Yet, Rong Yao found herself unable to betray her conscience by consuming the two little ones' foul egg, which had presumably been left to mature for days on end. She simply could not bring herself to do it. The two little ones, often scorned by others, had developed a sensitive disposition. As Rong Yao contemplated how to dissuade her two little ones from wanting the egg, it seemed that Xianhan had discerned something from her expression in an instant. His chubby, soft face suddenly turned serious as he crouched down, gathering the eggs with his clothing, and snatched the half-opened stinky egg from Rong Yao's hands. With a stern visage, he declared, "Since you disdain it, then don't eat it. Father and I will consume it, and we shan't touch the breakfast you made." After uttering this, Xianhan hurried back to their room, clutching the eggs. Rong Yao remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the sensitivity of her young children's emotions. With a sigh, she realized that the mess left by the original owner of this body still required tidying. Nearby, the little star, basking in the sun, immediately sensed her mother's slight despondency and rushed to comfort her. "Mother, please do not be sad. The food you prepare is the best in the world. If they refuse to eat, I can finish one egg all by myself. Not a drop will be left." With the cheerful presence of little Xing, Rong Yao was soon amused, gently caressing the eggshell of her little star, and joyfully decided to offer her an extra meal. She fetched a bowl of pure milk and discreetly mixed in a dash of spiritual spring water, placing it beside little Xing. "You must be hungry, dear. Drink the milk first. The porridge will take a while longer to prepare." Little Xing, attuned to her mother's emotions, sensed that all that was offered was for her benefit. Without a second thought, she began to sip the milk beside her. After taking a small gulp, She shook her entire egg in astonishment. "Mother, this milk is delicious. I love it. If little Xing enjoys it, then every morning, Mother shall prepare a bowl for her." Thus, the delightful little egg, adorned with golden stripes, happily drank the milk while swaying, clearly overjoyed. After more than half an hour, the lean meat porridge simmered in the clay pot had released its rice oil, achieving the perfect consistency, and a unique fragrance wafted from the pot, enveloping the entire vicinity of the thatched cottage. This indicated that the lean meat porridge was ready and had been expertly cooked. Rong Yao entered the thatched cottage, cradling a bowl of lean meat porridge, and brought in the little star. As she lifted the lid from the earthenware pot containing the porridge, an irresistible aroma wafted through the entire cottage, permeating every corner and ensnaring anyone within its reach. As Rong Yao lifted the lid, she exaggeratedly inhaled, exclaiming, "How delightful!" Even though she held a foul-smelling egg in her hand, the two little ones had resolutely decided not to consume the food prepared by this woman that morning. Yet, they could not help but swallow in anticipation. Chapter 10. The eggshell of the little star now bore an additional ring of golden patterns. Rong Yao cast a glance at the two little ones and smiled, saying, "Xianjing, Xianhan, come over and have some porridge." The brothers exchanged glances, then shook their heads as they turned to Rong Yao. Xianjing pursed his lips and replied solemnly, "No need. We are fine with eggs. 5 eggs are sufficient for us." Aware that the two boys were too proud to accept her offer, Rong Yao did not press the matter. "Then I shall set the porridge aside to cool. You may help yourselves whenever you wish." After ladling a bowl of porridge for each boy, she prepared another for herself and little Xing. Each boy held 2 fragrant eggs in hand, yet their gazes irresistibly drifted toward the steaming bowl of porridge, its rich aroma wafting through the air. The enticing scent of the meat porridge made the eggs in their hands seem less appealing, despite having been their most cherished food. This woman must be doing this on purpose. Rong Yao first attended to Xing, ensuring she had her breakfast, before savoring a bowl of steaming porridge herself. The porridge prepared this morning was exceptionally delightful. The tender shreds of meat melded harmoniously with the rice, cooked to perfection. Perhaps it was the infusion of spring water during the cooking process that enhanced its flavor, rendering it even more delectable than any porridge Rong Yao had previously made. Even she, with her discerning palate, found herself at a loss for words after just one sip, while Xing, having enjoyed her porridge, merrily hummed a tune nearby. The little ones' bellies grumbled eagerly, reluctant to succumb immediately to the culinary allure of Rong Yao's offerings. They could scarcely believe that the porridge could surpass the eggs they had painstakingly stored. Rong Yao and Xing were enjoying their congee, while the two little ones were peeling eggs on the other side. As soon as they cracked open the eggs, an odd odor wafted through the air. To their astonishment, the eggs transformed into a gray hue once the shells were removed. The two little ones cautiously brought the eggs to their noses, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of nausea that made them want to retch. However, with Rong Yao present, they momentarily suppressed their disgust, mustering their willpower to endure the unpleasantness. Out of the corner of Rong Yao's eye, she caught sight of their antics and suppressed a laugh. Xianjing attempted several times to place the egg into his mouth, yet ultimately could not muster the courage to do so. With a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, Rong Yao reminded Xianjing, "Xianhan, your father has not eaten since last night. Did you not say that you would bring your father along to share in the meal?" Xianjing and Xianhan exchanged glances, feeling that this woman seemed to have grown more astute than before. Her words left them momentarily speechless. The two young ones were not only clever but also astute enough to realize that the eggs in their possession had been left out for too long and had gone bad. Though their own health was robust enough to endure the rotten eggs without dire consequences, their father's weakened state, exacerbated by his current turmoil, could worsen if he consumed spoiled food. They could not bear the thought of endangering their father's well-being. Moreover, food was a precious commodity, even in the black market. These eggs were not easily obtained. The two young ones, accustomed to their impoverished circumstances, felt a pang of reluctance to discard them. With this in mind, Xianjing clenched his teeth and declared, "There are only a few eggs here. My brother and I could easily consume them ourselves. How could we bring them to our father? Besides, he is still unconscious. These eggs are quite a choking hazard. What if he chokes on them?" With that, he hastily stuffed a peeled egg into his mouth, believing that if he finished those foul eggs, their father would be spared from suffering. Seeing Xianjing quickly devour the rotten egg, Rong Yao was taken aback. She hastily set down her bowl and rushed to his side, pulling him into the corridor with a furrowed brow. "Quick, spit it out. Those eggs are spoiled. Consuming them will make you ill." Xianjing gazed defiantly at Rong Yao, his eyes glistening with a layer of poignant emotion. his lips pressed tightly together as if he were struggling to swallow the egg. With remarkable skill, Rong Yao managed to prompt Zai to swallow the egg. She swiftly tapped Xianjing's back with a deft motion, causing him to inadvertently expel the egg from his mouth. It fell to the ground, rendering it unsuitable for retrieval. Rong Yao handed him water, urging him to rinse his mouth. Observing the filthy, muddy egg on the ground, he recalled the unpleasant taste it had left in his mouth. He certainly could not bear to consume it again. Fortunately, he had not truly swallowed it. After several thorough rinses, he finally managed to suppress the nauseating flavor. Although he found the woman beside him irritating, one must concede that her culinary skills were exceptional. He had never tasted such delectable food in his life. As he reminisced about the flavor of the lean pork congee, his mouth began to involuntarily salivate. When he saw the little one expel the problematic egg, Rong Yao breathed a sigh of relief. She swiftly gathered the remaining spoiled eggs from the two little ones and said to them, "I shall keep these eggs for now, treating them as a loan. In a couple of days, I shall return to you fresh ones." This time, Xianjing and Xianhan regarded Rong Yao without further resistance. Rong Yao had finished her breakfast and was seated by the bedside, gently feeding the unconscious Xiao Mohan a bowl of porridge. Although he was in a state of coma, Xiao Mohan cooperated remarkably well, and soon the bowl was emptied. While tending to him, Rong Yao's peripheral vision caught sight of 2 bowls of lean meat porridge set upon a wooden stool at the entrance of the thatched cottage, intended for the 2 little ones. However, the 2 youngsters sat nearby, gazing at the porridge with stubborn reluctance to eat. The little star, unable to restrain herself, chimed in with a sweet voice, "Big pot, second pot, aren't you hungry? Today's porridge made by mother is absolutely delicious." Xianjing and Xianhan, the 2 little ones, nearly huffed in response. Little star, her head full of questions, waited for a moment, but when her brothers remained silent, she declared, "If you won't drink it, then little star will. I'm still hungry. Mother, Big pot and second pot said they want to give both bowls of porridge to little star." No sooner had she spoken than Xianjing and Xianhan sprang to their feet, quickly seizing the 2 bowls in their hands. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, the allure of the delectable food proved irresistible, prompting them to indulge in the meat porridge. The aroma that had tantalized them earlier was now even more enticing. Especially for Xianjing, having tasted the flavor of rotten eggs, the fresh meat porridge felt like the epitome of culinary delight. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, how fragrant." If little star were not an egg at that moment, she would surely be waving her tiny fists beside her brothers, accusing them of their contradictory behavior. Seeing the 2 little ones relish their porridge with such gusto lightened Rong Yao's expression. Xiao Mohan remained unaware of the reasons behind his frail condition. Intermittently suffering from fevers, Rong Yao changed the damp cloth on his forehead and enlisted the help of the 2 little ones to keep watch over him, while she busied herself tidying the thatched cottage. Repairing the roof would not be an immediate task, so she temporarily covered the damaged area with branches and dry grass, making do for a few days before she could gather better materials for a meticulous restoration. The 3 little ones were still quite young, with one being merely an egg, so they could not offer much assistance. After a long day of labor, Rong Yao finally managed to cover the hole in the roof and laid down a simple bedding arrangement, ensuring she had a place to lie down and rest at night. For lunch, she prepared meat sauce rice for the 3 little ones, and in the evening, she grilled fragrant lamb skewers. Aware of the benefits of the spiritual spring water for their health, Rong Yao used it for cooking and drinking. While Xiao Mohan remained in a coma, he could only consume liquid food. Thus, Rong Yao, in her quest to test the effects of the spiritual spring water, ensured that he received the most of it. After 2 days, Xiao Mohan's weakened body showed evident signs of improvement, with the high fever no longer recurring, yet he remained inexplicably unconscious. On the 3rd day at dawn, as Rong Yao prepared water to wash Xiao Mohan, she turned to pour it out when she noticed his eyelashes fluttering. After pouring the water, she intended to take Little Star outside for some sunlight, only to suddenly discover a golden wave pattern encircling Little Star's eggshell. Chapter 11. The awakening of the villainous husband. She hastily called for Xianjing and Xianhan to come and see. Rong Yao had also perused the original text and understood that in this world, a single additional line on the shell of a little star egg signifies the advancement of the offspring's potential. Although this may seem inconsequential at present, once the little star emerges from its shell, its potential and rate of advancement will far surpass that of ordinary beast men, which bodes exceptionally well for the little star. Xianjing and Xianhan hurried over, and upon witnessing the transformation of their sister's little star egg, their eyes brimmed with disbelief. Aside from those beast men born from eggs, Any other race that mutated into egg-born beastmen was generally considered a regression. The potential and strength of regressed beastmen were widely acknowledged as feeble. And in the case of the little star, it was even more pronounced, seemingly inferior to Xian Jing and Xian Han. Regressed egg-born beastmen often struggled to survive due to their physical constitution, making the health of a little star like this one a rarity. Given that their parents consisted of one regressed beastman and one ineffectual member of the Jiao clan, it was hardly surprising what kind of offspring they would produce. Yet now, the little star had unexpectedly evolved. And astonishingly, this transformation occurred while still within the egg. Such an event had never been witnessed in the entirety of Rice Flower Village or even the entire gathering place. Regardless, this was indeed a momentous occasion for the little star. It signified that upon hatching, she would possess boundless potential, perhaps even evolving other unique abilities. Although the little star had previously exhibited some special abilities, she was far too frail, known only to Xiao Mohan and her two brothers. Even the original host, or the present Rong Yao, were oblivious, let alone others. In this beastly world, every powerful beastman possessed their own unique abilities. And advancement entailed the enhancement and transcendence of personal strength and special skills. For instance, Elder Xiangfu of Rice Flower Village had the special ability of rain. However, his ability had never advanced. Once activated, it merely allowed him to summon a light drizzle over a few square meters for a brief moment. Yet, possessing such a special ability earned him respect and status among his peers, as exemplified by Xiangfu's ascent to the role of elder in Rice Flower Village, securing a certain standing for the Xiong clan within the community. Rong Yao joyfully praised the little star, exclaiming how remarkable it was to have developed 2 layers of golden patterns. The little star, however, remained oblivious to this transformation, still merely a fragile egg, unable to perceive any changes to her shell. Upon hearing her mother's words, she immediately responded in a sweet, innocent tone, attributing her newfound prowess to her mother's diligent care, declaring her utmost affection for Rong Yao. Normally, her 2 brothers would frown at such overt displays of affection. Yet this time, hand in hand, they stood by her side, embracing her words without any disdain, even sharing in her joy. To their surprise, the little star had ascended. They couldn't help but wonder if they too would experience such a moment. Their aspirations were modest, as long as they could transform into their beast forms. They could at least hold their own against the young beastmen of Rice Flower Village, ensuring they would no longer be bullied. Rong Yao felt a sense of comfort and ease from the sweet praises of Little Star, realizing that although this little girl was still in her egg, her words were remarkably endearing, truly like a cozy garment against the chill. Little Star consistently supported her unconditionally, making her the recipient of the most special treatment, with various offerings, including the precious spiritual spring water, of which Little Star consumed the most. The rapid advancement of Little Star within the egg might be related to the spiritual spring water. Many beastmen never achieve a breakthrough in their lifetime. Nonetheless, this was a cause for immense joy. Rong Yao joyfully lifted Little Star into the air, twirling around with delight, embodying the role of a mother, particularly because their little star was so understanding and diligent. Meanwhile, in the corner on a modest bed, Xiao Mohan's brow furrowed increasingly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and nose. Although his eyes were closed, the pupils beneath his eyelids darted restlessly, and his hands clenched tightly by his sides, knuckles whitening, as if he were enduring excruciating torment in his dreams. Suddenly, Xiao Mohan's eyes flew open, revealing lingering terror and despair within their depths. He stared, bewildered, at his surroundings, the familiar scene appearing as if time had reversed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Rong Yao holding Little Star, and fury surged within him, nearly causing his gaze to shatter. Chapter 12. Rebirth. To mend a lonely heart in his previous life. It was at this very moment that the malicious woman held Little Star in her arms, laughing maniacally. Just when he believed she was playing with Little Star, her expression twisted into one of malevolence, and she violently threw Little Star to the ground, shattering the egg shell. Little Star, having suffered the premature destruction of her shell and the brutal impact, was left with severe ailments and deficiencies, forever unable to grow, ultimately passing away at the tender age of 10. This tragedy remained the deepest sorrow in the hearts of Xiao Mohan and his 2 little ones. Now, in this new life, witnessing Rong Yao about to harm Little Star ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. In his past life, he felt he had failed as a father to Little Star, and in this life, he vowed to protect his precious child with all his might. In this moment, Xiao Mohan disregarded his own pain and weakness. The eruption of emotion ignited his potential, He abruptly rose from the bed and swiftly approached Rong Yao. With a swift motion, he seized the still embryonic star from her grasp, cradling it securely. In the next breath, he extended his long leg and delivered a merciless kick towards Rong Yao. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Even Rong Yao, a seasoned member of a rescue team in her past life, could scarcely react. She managed to slightly shift her body to evade a fatal blow, yet that forceful kick still struck her, sending her uncontrollably hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. The dilapidated hut, already fragile, bore the brunt of her fall, creating a gaping hole and showering her with debris, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. This incident unfolded in a mere instant. Aside from Xiao Mohan's labored breaths, no one else seemed to comprehend what had transpired. Xiao Mohan's gaze, icy and unyielding, fixated on the woman now sprawled amidst the ruins. His slitted eyes conveyed a depth that belied the fury and coldness swirling within. His features, sculpted to perfection, appeared rigid. In the wake of that moment, he felt as if all strength had drained from him, his body weak and barely able to stand. Yet, he clung tightly to the little star in his arms, resolute in protecting her from any harm. In that moment of desperation, he had exhausted the last vestiges of his strength and could not muster the energy to strike Rong Yao again, leaving him on high alert. Wary of her presence among the debris, the three little ones were bewildered, unable to fathom the abruptness of the situation. Father had suddenly awakened, snatched away the younger sister, and even struck their mother. Though Xian Jing and Xian Han had always unwaveringly sided with their father, they could not deny that he was in the wrong this time. Strangely, despite knowing their father had erred, a sense of unease filled their hearts. It was the little star, tightly held in her father's embrace, who first reacted. She squirmed vigorously in his grasp, sensitive to emotions and the surrounding commotion, realizing she had been cradled by her mother just moments ago. "Mother, mother, how are you? I want my mother," she cried, her voice laced with concern. Xiao Mohan cast a fleeting glance at his daughter, a mix of anger and frustration surging within him. That wicked woman had clearly intended to cast her down. How could his daughter still yearn for her? He was taken aback by how quickly she had been deceived. In a low, husky voice, he comforted the little star. "Listen closely, my dear. Father is here with you. I will find you something delicious to eat." The little star had always consumed more than her brothers in the egg. In her previous life, she had relished various delicacies, her innocent nature shining through. Whenever the little star feels unwell or unhappy, Xiao Mohan would always comfort her. As long as it is food, she would be easily appeased. For the little darling is not picky at all. However, after savoring the delectable dishes prepared by Rong Yao, the little star is no longer the innocent child she once was. Her expectations for food have significantly elevated. She cannot be easily soothed by a mere promise from her father, as none of the foods he has promised can compare to the deliciousness crafted by her mother. She still longs for her mother. She does not want her mother to be hurt. The golden ripples on the little star's eggshell quivered slightly, failing to be calmed by her father's reassurances. With a sense of grievance, she whimpered softly, refusing to eat anything he offered, insisting instead on her mother. "Mother, where are you? Does it hurt? Let me blow it for you." Having fallen hard, Rong Yao struggled to emerge from the rubble, feeling every part of her body ache. Her knees and elbows were scraped, but thankfully, her bones seemed intact. Xiao Mohan's sudden attack had diminished her affection for him to its lowest point. Any sympathy she had harbored had evaporated completely. Ignoring her disheveled appearance, she stood coldly opposite Xiao Mohan, locking eyes with him. The man before her had long, dark hair cascading down his shoulders, and his features were chiseled and strikingly handsome. The flame-shaped mark on his forehead exuded an otherworldly allure typical of beast men. He should have appeared imposing, yet at that moment, Xiao Mohan was clad only in exceedingly short trousers, his long and slender limbs bared, revealing a well-defined six-pack that detracted from his imposing presence. Seeing Xiao Mohan in such a state, Rong Yao's anger diminished somewhat. She raised an eyebrow, brazenly surveying him from top to bottom. Sensing her unabashed gaze, Xiao Mohan's brows furrowed tighter, heightening his guard against her. Following her gaze, he glanced at himself and was suddenly taken aback by his own appearance. He realized that upon waking, he had found himself amidst the events of his previous life, leaving him no time to prepare, let alone ensure he was properly dressed. Having feasted her eyes sufficiently, Rong Yao let out a cold snort. "Since you have awakened and possess the strength to cast me aside, you clearly require no further assistance from me. Henceforth, you shall attend to your own sustenance." With this remark directed at Xiao Mohan, Rong Yao immediately softened her expression, slightly bending at the waist to address the little star nestled in Xiao Mohan's arms. "Mother will tend to her injuries for a while. I shall return to keep you company shortly." For now, little star, play with your brothers. Sensing the unusual atmosphere within the humble abode and recognizing her mother's direct address, the little star eagerly responded, "Mother, please hurry. Once I emerge from my cocoon, I will help you feel better, so you won't hurt anymore." Rong Yao smiled faintly, braving her disheveled appearance as she stepped out of the thatched cottage and made her way to a nearby pond to tend to her wounds. Had it not been for the three little ones by her side, she would have been oblivious to the depths of Xiao Mohan's character. She might have resorted to a tit-for-tat approach. No longer would she embody the original's timid disposition, fearful of the strong while bullying the weak. She felt a pang of sympathy for the three little ones, yet none for Xiao Mohan, a fully grown male, and a creature whose true form was that of a diminished dragon. Did he truly require the compassion of an orc who could not even transform into a beast? Rong Yao decisively left, refraining from any form of retaliation, which left Xiao Mohan momentarily stunned. He felt as though, upon returning to life, everything around him remained unchanged. Yet simultaneously, everything felt transformed. Chapter 13. Father is feverish again. Xiao Mohan stared blankly at the departing woman, his handsome features marred by a deepening frown. At that moment, Xianjing and Xianhan hurried over, looking up with concern. "Father, how are you?" Though the two little ones had not involved themselves in their parents' grievances, they had been keenly observing. Despite Xiao Mohan's attempts to maintain composure, the children sensed something was amiss, and naturally, their concern gravitated more towards their father. Once that exceedingly unpleasant woman had left, Xiao Mohan finally lowered his guard. Yet, as the tension within him abruptly slackened, he felt as if he had lost all strength. Nearly collapsing to the ground, the two little ones, still too young to support him, were fortunate that a bed was nearby, preventing him from making direct contact with the floor and incurring further injury, even in extreme agony, as he fell onto the bed. Xiao Mohan did not forget to protect the little star he cradled. He entrusted the little star to the two children, disguising his pain with the words, "Father is fine." However, before his sentence could fully settle, the little star indignantly exclaimed, "Big pot, second pot, father is lying. He is clearly in great pain and feels terrible." Caught off guard by his daughter's revelation, Xiao Mohan could only manage a bitter smile. Yet, he bore no resentment towards the little star. Instead, he forced himself to reach out and caress her shell. No matter the torment he endured, as long as the little star was safe, he would willingly suffer 100-fold. The children, now even more concerned for their father due to their sister's words, drew closer. Xianjing placed her small hand on his robust arm, her voice laced with worry. "Father, where does it hurt? What herbs do you need? Xianhan and I can go find them right now." Xiao Mohan mustered the strength to shift his body, exerting considerable effort to reposition himself on the humble bed. Xianhan immediately took their old clothing and fashioned a makeshift pillow for their father's back, ensuring he could recline more comfortably. Xiao Mohan gently patted the heads of his children, then shook his head. "No need. Herbs won't help, father. My body will heal itself. It just requires time. You simply need to stay by my side." This declaration was difficult for him to articulate, as it was evident that his condition had worsened. Mere words had brought beads of sweat to his forehead. Had he not been striving to suppress his agony in front of the three little ones? The pain within him would have surely compelled him to cry out. The recent blow had already left the feeble Xiao Mohan utterly drained, and now, an even more intense backlash surged upon him like a torrent, overwhelming him completely. At this moment, every part of his body ached. Even his internal organs throbbed with excruciating pain. Yet, this suffering paradoxically sharpened his mind. Xiao Mohan found himself bitterly smiling within. He had indeed been reborn, rescued little Xingxing. Yet he had also returned to the most vulnerable stage of his bloodline frenzy. Born into the Jiao clan, he was a regressed version of it, rather than being a Jiao. He was a degenerated serpent, a Xian snake. The Xian snake was a lesser beast man. If one were born as a Xian snake, it would be unremarkable, as progress could still be made. However, Xiao Mohan was a Xian snake descended from a regressed Jiao lineage, and such regressions suffered annually from the torment of bloodline frenzy. Many degenerated beastmen did not survive, their suffering during the bloodline frenzy proving too unbearable. It had been a long time since a regressed bloodline had appeared in his clan. And suddenly, Xiao Mohan emerged, leading to scorn and rejection from his kin towards his parents. Consequently, his parents harbored no affection for him. As soon as he grew a little, they ceased to care about his survival, until his mother became pregnant again, giving birth to his brother, Xiao Yunzi. Xiao Yunzi was born a true Jiao, possessing remarkable talent, quickly earning respect and pride for his parents among the Jiao children of the Xiao family. With the arrival of Xiao Yunzi, their attention towards Xiao Mohan diminished even further. Without parental care, Each year during his bloodline frenzy was a battle for survival for Xiao Mohan. He vividly recalled that this very phase marked his final bloodline frenzy. If he could endure this period of weakness, he would ascend to become a Jiao once more, reclaiming his rightful place among the Jiao clan. Having lived through his previous life, he understood that a regressed bloodline was not inherently a curse, especially in cases like Rong Yao and the two little ones, who also bore such a lineage. However, he could not reveal these thoughts to that malicious woman. The memories of her wrongdoings against him and the little ones were still vivid. In this life, he would undoubtedly protect the little ones, ensuring that her schemes would never succeed. A fierce determination flickered in Xiao Mohan's eyes, unnoticed by the three little ones beside him. Xianhan, being more observant than his brother, sensed something amiss in their father's expression. He gently touched the exposed skin of his father, only to retract his small hand in shock. Father was hotter than ever. This could not continue. He would surely suffer harm. Swiftly, Xianhan darted out to fetch water and a cloth. Recalling how that woman had once used a damp cloth to cool down their father. "Father, let me wipe your forehead. It will bring you much comfort," Xianhan said, his little hands already wringing out the wet cloth. Xianjing noticed their father's rising fever and immediately chimed in. Xiao Mohan, in discomfort, slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who taught you this?" The two little ones gazed up with their dark eyes, lips pressed together, until the eldest, Xianjing, finally replied, "It was she who taught us. We saw her do it. After using the damp cloth, your high fever subsided quickly." A little star, alongside a solitary egg, felt utterly helpless. Upon hearing the elder and younger siblings mention their mother, she quickly echoed, "Indeed, mother is formidable and exceptionally kind." Upon overhearing the children's words, Xiao Mohan momentarily disregarded his own pain, his expression turning grave. At that moment, the two little ones had begun to emulate Rong Yao, attempting to cool their father down. They diligently wiped his palms and armpits with a damp cloth, and soon after, Xianhan proceeded towards their father's waist. Given that Xiao Mohan was dressed lightly, it made it quite convenient for cleaning. In the next instant, the little one, armed with the wet cloth, began to wipe their father's groin area. Instantly, Xiao Mohan's face darkened. He pulled the child away, a faint blush unexpectedly appearing on his pale visage as he struggled to articulate. "Did that woman attend to you in such a manner as well?" Startled by his father's sudden action, Xianhan nodded in confusion. "Yes, that is how she did it." Upon hearing the child's words, Xiao Mohan's countenance grew even darker and redder. He glanced down to find himself clad in nothing but a pair of undergarments, his adult physique unmistakably on display. The thought of that woman's mocking gaze as she departed added to his embarrassment. "You needn't assist. I shall manage on my own. Where are my garments?" Xiao Mohan took a fresh cloth from the child's hands, and under Xuanhan's guidance, he dampened it and placed it upon his forehead. The slight chill provided a modicum of relief from the fever that had gripped his brow, bringing a touch of clarity to his mind. "Father, your clothes are torn." She removed them to wash them. "She said they must be mended before you can wear them," Xianjing reported candidly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mohan's expression stiffened. Did this mean he would be without clothes for the next few days? Silently, he pulled the nearby animal skin blanket over himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, memories of his past life began to resurface. He had distinctly been in a cave, enduring the agonies of bloodline madness. How had he awakened here? Chapter 14. Can you save father? Xiao Mohan inquired of the two little ones what had transpired. Xianjing and Xianhan, taken aback by the question, lowered their heads in shame, recounting how they had ventured out in the dead of night to bring food to their father, only to be followed by that woman who had discovered their father's hiding place. Xianjing expressed her guilt. "Father, it is all my fault. I insisted on bringing my brother to see you in the middle of the night." Xiao Mohan sighed and gently ruffled the heads of the two little ones. "This matter does not concern you. If she sought me out, she would have found another way, even without your assistance." Xianhan looked up at his father, his lips pursed, wanting to convey that in the cave, that woman's method had indeed alleviated their father's fever, temporarily saving his life. However, considering how harshly that woman treated their father compared to them, he bit his lip, rendered speechless. What if that woman had deceived them? Wouldn't his words then mislead his father's judgment? Xiao Mohan possessed an intimate understanding of his two little ones. A mere glance at Xuanhan's expression revealed the unspoken words yearning to escape his lips. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he softened his demeanor and gently inquired, "What is it that you wish to share with your father?" Xuanhan's eyes momentarily flickered, and after a brief pause, he shook his head. Xiao Mohan was momentarily taken aback. Never had he witnessed Xianhan so conflicted. Although Xianjing, the elder, exhibited a sense of responsibility and maturity, it was often Xianon who made the decisions during their shared moments. Despite his seemingly docile presence behind his brother, this little fellow, appearing so endearing and harmless, was, in truth, quite shrewd. Since Xianhan chose to remain silent, Xiao Mohan did not press him further. He allowed the little ones to rest nearby while he leaned against the headboard, lost in contemplation. A nagging sensation lingered within him. He felt that Rong Yao, in this life, bore subtle differences from her previous incarnation. In her past life, she harbored an intense loathing for him, wishing never to lay eyes upon him again. Her disdain for him surpassed even that directed towards the children. How could she possibly have brought him back from the cave? It appeared she had even alleviated the fever accompanying his bloodline's frenzied transformation. Such actions seemed utterly incongruous with the woman who had been so obsessively enamored with his brother. Xiaoyunzi. He pondered the reasons behind her startling transformation since his rebirth. Was it possible that she too had encountered some fortuitous event? Could her experience parallel his own? If that were the case, the plight of the four of them could become perilous, indicating that her intentions were far more sinister. Her actions could only signify a deeper scheme, a deception crafted to achieve her own ends. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Mohan's already pale countenance grew increasingly grim. He clenched his jaw, a glint of malice flashing in his deep-set eyes. If fate had granted him a second chance, then those who had inflicted harm upon him and his children in the past must pay dearly for their transgressions. Even if the perpetrator was the children's own mother, he would not hesitate. Yet, in an instant, frustration and anger washed over him. Why, having been bestowed such an opportunity, had the heavens played such a cruel jest? Returning him to his most vulnerable state, he silently clenched his fists, vowing to endure, as long as he could survive this final period of frenzy. He would find a way to ascend to the true form of a dragon within 6 months, thereby securing the safety of his children from all harm. Soon, however, his thoughts became muddled as the agony from his bloodline's transformation began to erode his consciousness, causing him to writhe in torment, yearning to roll on the ground in despair. If not for the presence of his little ones beside him, he would have succumbed to his suffering without a care. During each bout of bloodline frenzy, Xiao Mohan would retreat to a secluded cave, enduring the pain and solitude, unwilling to allow his children to witness his torment. Thus, they had never seen their father in such a state of distress. Instantly, the two little ones gathered around him, softly calling out, "Father, Father, what is wrong? Where does it hurt?" Xianhan incessantly pressed a damp cloth against their father's forehead, attempting to cool him down using the method that Rong Yao had once employed. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Mohan's skin was as hot as an iron, far more so than any previous contact with the two little ones. Yet the remedy that had proven effective in Rong Yao's hands was utterly futile at this juncture. Not only was it ineffective, but their father's temperature continued to rise, his skin reddening as if it might soon be scorched by the intense heat. Concerned, the little star, positioned not far from their father, exclaimed, "Big pot, second pot. I can feel that father is in immense pain, so much so that he wishes to perish. We must seek mother at once. She surely has a solution." Xianjing and Xianhan exchanged glances. In that moment, despite their lingering disdain for that woman, they were willing to seek her assistance for their father's sake. If that woman could indeed save their father, they resolved to diminish their animosity towards her, even if only by the width of a fingernail. Meanwhile, Rong Yao, tending to her wounds by the stream, remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the thatched cottage. The space was filled with various medicinal ointments. Although Xiao Mohan's kick seemed forceful, most of the impact had been deftly absorbed by her agility. The few injuries she sustained were merely abrasions from colliding with the wall of the cottage, and after disinfection and application of ointment, they were of little concern. To expedite her recovery, Rong Yao made a point to drink a generous cup of spirit spring water. As the refreshing liquid coursed down her throat, a wave of coolness enveloped her, swiftly alleviating the pain from her abrasions. Reflecting on the moment she faced Xiao Mohan, she noted how the two little ones had merely stood by in silence, not uttering a single word. With a resigned shake of her head, she acknowledged that their prejudice against the original owner of this body was quite profound. Otherwise, they would have inquired about her well-being. Gaining their trust would indeed require more than a day or two, yet Rong Yao remained optimistic. She believed that with persistent sincerity in her dealings with him, the two little ones would eventually reciprocate with genuine affection. After all, due to her body, the little ones were born with a frail constitution, inferior even to ordinary beastmen. However, the discrepancy between Xiao Mohan and his depiction in the original narrative was no longer of concern to Rong Yao. If Xiao Mohan behaved well, She would treat him as a favor for the little ones. If not, she would simply regard him as inconsequential. In this world, individuals with two legs were scarce, while beastmen of all varieties were abundant. Lost in her thoughts, she soon heard familiar footsteps approaching, those of the two little ones. As the sound drew closer, it slowed. And when they were merely a few paces away, they hesitated. Noticing that the two little ones remained stationary and silent, Rong Yao turned to face them. Xian Jing. Xian Han, what brings you to seek mother? Xian Han glanced at his brother, and Xian Jing, feeling a tinge of shame, lifted his gaze towards Rong Yao and stammered. See, could you possibly save father? Chapter 15. The most formidable useless orc. Rong Yao gazed at the two small figures before her, their eyes brimming with both trepidation and anticipation. A faint sting emanated from the abrasion on her elbow, prompting her to unconsciously touch it. The two little ones followed her movement with their gaze. It was evident that the woman bore injuries on her elbows, knees, and shoulders, particularly her elbows, which were wrapped in cloth. A subtle crimson stain bled through the pristine fabric, revealing that she had recently suffered a grievous kick from her father. Yet, instead of offering her assistance or uttering a word of support, they had feigned ignorance, their hearts secretly reveling in her plight. Now, in their hour of need, they shamelessly implored her to aid the very person who had just harmed her. The prematurely mature children had never felt such a pang of guilt towards this woman as they did at that moment. Thus, upon witnessing her injuries, they hesitated to repeat their earlier request. After a pause, when no response came from Rong Yao, they bore no resentment towards her. Her choice to save their father was an act of virtue amidst grievance, while withholding assistance was the expected course of action. Were they in her position, they would have likely clashed with their father, never considering the notion of rescuing someone who had inflicted pain upon them. With somber expressions, the two little ones turned to leave. Since their plea had fallen on deaf ears as dutiful children, they could not simply stand by and watch their father suffer. Elder Lu, renowned for his medical skills in Rice Flower Village, was notoriously exorbitant in his fees. Though they lacked silver, they possessed their very lives. And they would willingly sacrifice themselves to Elder Lu if it meant alleviating their father's suffering. Upon noticing that the two little ones had waited for a while without receiving her response, Rong Yao turned around with a look of disappointment. She furrowed her brows and called out to the two small creatures, Xian Jing and Xian Han. Where are you off to? Xian Jing clenched his tiny fists, glanced at Rong Yao, and, pursing his lips, replied earnestly, We are planning to invite Elder Lu to come and see father. Rong Yao, she is well acquainted with the original text, having read a substantial portion of it. She understands the true nature of Elder Lu from Dawa Village. Not to mention, this Elder Lu is indeed the grandfather of the young man she encountered with antlers. His medical skills are rather mediocre, yet his consultation fees are exorbitantly high. If the two little ones were to recklessly seek help from Elder Lu, they would surely suffer dearly. For that unscrupulous Elder Lu would not extend his aid without a price. Although her two little ones are obstinate and wary of her, she cannot bear to lift a finger against them, let alone allow others the chance to bully them or force them into submission. Despite her aversion towards Xiao Moan, for the sake of her two little ones, she must momentarily suppress her dissatisfaction towards him. Although she is not a professional physician, as a member of a wilderness rescue team, she possesses a broad range of knowledge. Even if she cannot fully act as a doctor, she can certainly serve as a competent assistant. Furthermore, she has some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and can prescribe basic remedies, which makes her far more reliable than that so-called Elder Lu. With a sigh of resignation, Rong Yao waved gently at the two little ones and said softly, Come. Let us go and see your father. The two youngsters could hardly believe that this woman would acquiesce. Their dull, gloomy eyes seemed to be infused with a sudden glimmer of hope, instantly transforming into radiant orbs of light. Upon witnessing the transformation of the two little ones, any lingering reluctance in Rong Yao's heart dissipated instantly. She cherished the sight of their faces illuminated with hope and joy, disliking the constant vigilance that clouded their expressions. As they spoke with utmost caution, ever attuned to the reactions of others, seizing the moment while the two youngsters were still in a state of bewilderment, Rong Yao bent down and swiftly planted a kiss on each of their cheeks. The soft, delicate skin suddenly felt a warm and tender sensation. And upon realizing that this woman had audaciously kissed them, both children's cheeks erupted into a deep crimson hue. Ignoring the expressions of the two little ones, Rong Yao took one by each hand and led them toward the room where Xiao Mohan resided. Her spirit suddenly lifted. The two children exchanged glances, and in unison, they turned their gazes toward Rong Yao. Their small, empty hands could not resist touching the spot where this woman had just stolen a kiss. as if that kiss had not merely graced their tender cheeks, but had instead imprinted itself upon their very hearts. Throughout their lives, this woman had only ever shown disdain towards them, often wishing to keep a great distance even within the same room. She had never held their hands, let alone bestowed a kiss. It turned out that being kissed by their mother felt like this, and perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. Upon entering the room, the little star recognized Rong Yao's footsteps and joyfully exclaimed, "Mother, mother, I've been waiting for you. Father is feeling very unwell." Rong Yao gently caressed the smooth shell of the little star, which obediently remained by her side. Rong Yao stood by the bedside, assessing Xiao and Mohan's condition. The two little ones eagerly relayed the news that their father's fever had worsened significantly. Casting a glance at the wooden basin beside her, Rong Yao realized that the children had undoubtedly resorted to the method she had previously used to lower Xiao and Mohan's temperature, which likely proved ineffective, prompting their concern and search for her assistance. She had employed the spirit spring water from her space, while the children had merely used ordinary water, which, of course, would yield no results. Observing Xiao and Mohan's furrowed brows, pallid complexion, and persistent high fever, Rong Yao feared that his condition was more serious than merely a fever. She reached out to take his pulse, then examined his tongue and eyes. Ultimately, she resolved to utilize the spirit spring water alongside some medicinal pills stored in her space that were meant to treat internal injuries, to temporarily curb Xiao and Mohan's illness. Should this prove effective, she would cease the medication and instead employ acupuncture, as the limited amount of medicinal pills from her space would suffice. But if Xiao and Mohan were to awaken and detect any discrepancies, it could lead to complications. Moreover, administering medication would serve to mask the effects of the spirit spring water. The two little ones were astute and would undoubtedly grow suspicious if only spirit spring water were given to Xiao and Mohan. Having made her decision, Rong Yao instructed the two little ones to care for their unconscious father while she stepped out to prepare some simple pills. Half an hour later, she returned, equipped with a water pouch and several medicinal pills, prying open Xiao and Mohan's mouth to deliver the medication with the spirit spring water. She then diligently wiped his exposed skin with the spirit spring water, employing a duel approach. The three little ones remained by Rong Yao's side, observing Xiao and Mohan's condition alongside her. An hour later, the once agonized Xiao and Mohan's expression relaxed, and his high fever gradually subsided, his breathing becoming normal and steady as he lay in a state of unconsciousness. Little Xingxing exclaimed in disbelief, "Father is fine. He feels so comfortable now." Xianjing and Xianhan exchanged glances with Rong Yao, their clear eyes wide with astonishment. Just moments ago, their father had been suffering immensely, yet he now appeared to have returned to his former self. This woman was truly remarkable. Even as a seemingly diminished beastman, she was the most formidable among them. If she could continue to care for them in this manner, the two brothers would not hesitate to call her mother. Chapter 16. Hunting with the little ones. Rong Yao herself was astonished by Xiao and Mohan's remarkable recuperative abilities. Were this the condition of an ordinary person, it would take at least an entire night to regain his present state. Although the spirit spring water possesses self-healing properties, her experience with it, alongside several little ones, revealed its limitations. Such rapid recovery was improbable. However, the repeated bouts of high fever that Xiao and Mohan had endured, each more severe than the last, caused Rong Yao to furrow her brow once more. It appeared that the manifestation of Xiao and Mohan's bloodline frenzy persisted for no less than half a month. It was truly difficult to fathom how he had managed to endure such trials alone each year in the past. Glancing outside, she noted that evening had already descended. Today, due to Xiao and Mohan's sudden awakening and subsequent injury, followed by Rong Yao's efforts to heal him, time had slipped away, and lunch had been delayed. The little ones were likely feeling quite hungry by now. Rong Yao instructed the two little ones to tend to Xiao Mohan in the thatched cottage while she prepared to check a few traps she had set nearby, hoping to catch some game. It would not do to rely solely on the provisions stored within her spatial realm. Prolonged dependence might arouse suspicion in the little ones. Should she manage to frequently catch wild game, the sudden appearance of items from her space would find a plausible explanation, for she had already utilized the excuse of bringing supplies from the Rong family several times. Just as she turned to leave the cottage, a familiar, hurried footstep echoed behind her. Moments later, Xianjing stood beside her, gazing up with his large, grape-like eyes, lips pressed together in silence. Rong Yao raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Xianhan, who was cradling the little star by the bedside. It seemed that these two little ones had divided their roles, one to care for their father and brother, and the other to keep a watchful eye on her. "Does Xianjing intend to accompany me?" Rong Yao inquired. Xianjing nodded affirmatively. "I shall assist you in carrying the prey." In the minds of the two little ones, it was quite improbable that Rong Yao would manage to catch any game. The creatures surrounding Daohua village were frequently hunted by the beastmen residing within, leading to a scarcity of prey. The villagers were robust, particularly the families of Elder Bear and Elder Lion, whose male beastmen excelled in the art of hunting. As a result, the local rabbits had grown wise, evading capture with increasing cunning. Had Rong Yao possessed true hunting prowess? Would she have previously exploited her father and the others, compelling them to venture out in search of food? However, today she had not remained idle. She had saved her father, prompting him to decide to accompany her in the quest for sustenance. Should she fail to procure any game, he would later guide her to a grove several miles away, where he and his brother had previously discovered wild fruit trees. Now was the season for the fruits ripening. Although the taste was rather mediocre, it was sustenance nonetheless, far better than returning empty-handed. Rong Yao was oblivious to Xianjing's true feelings. When the little one expressed a desire to accompany her outside, she paid no mind to whether the child intended to monitor her actions. Grasping Xianjing's hand, she ventured forth. Upon departing the thatched cottage, Rong Yao retrieved a long stick that leaned against the wall. One end of the stick was sharpened. Should they encounter a formidable beast, this makeshift weapon could offer them a measure of protection. In the absence of wild creatures, the stick could also serve as a hiking pole or a yoke. This stick, crafted by Rong Yao over the past few days, bore a certain roughness. She intended to explore the black market near Daohua village in search of more suitable weapons in a few days. If none were found, she would have to resort to the supplies in her spatial inventory. When her hand suddenly clasped around his, Xianjing involuntarily shuddered, stealing a glance at their joined hands. The softness of the woman's grip radiated warmth, traveling through his arm and connecting with his heart. He lowered his gaze, his delicate lashes fluttering. Throughout his life, this woman had never once held his hand as they walked. Xianjing's other hand instinctively tightened into a fist, the small child striving to project an air of resolve. This woman had shown them cruelty for over 3 years, subjecting them and their father to untold suffering. Could he easily forget the past? He must not succumb to the sweet allure of this woman. He had long since made a pact with his brother to remain cautious and not place his trust in her lightly. The precocious little child was lost in such a complex web of emotions. Who could fathom the depths of his thoughts? In recent days, Rong Yao has not wasted her time. Since she is determined to raise a few cubs well, she must create a nurturing environment for them. After tidying up the thatched cottage, she seized the opportunity to explore the vicinity, covering a radius of several kilometers. With the memories of the original owner and some descriptions from books, it was not difficult. Soon, she discovered numerous traces of wild creatures nearby. A single porcupine could be exchanged in the black market for a cartload of goods, while the mountain chicken and hare not only offered delectable meat, but also their feathers could be fashioned into hats and clothing. Even the seemingly unremarkable hedgehog could provide a savory stew for the cubs. In this world, the beastmen, due to their formidable strength, primarily relied on brute force for hunting, seldom employing cunning or intelligence to set traps. The wild animals had grown accustomed to being hunted and would flee at the slightest rustle, making close proximity nearly impossible. However, the art of trap-making was entirely different. It required no hunting at all, merely the foresight to prepare and periodically check the traps. As a member of a wilderness rescue team, Rong Yao possessed at least 100 types of traps, whether for large game or small. Given the limited time, she opted to craft a modest number of small game traps, placing about 10 in the vicinity of her home, as larger traps necessitated more preparation and were more cumbersome to construct. As Rong Yao strolled through the forest, holding Xianjing's small hand, she startled several rabbits, causing even the frogs and toads to leap away in haste. Yet, Rong Yao showed no inclination to pursue them. Xianjing's lips twitched as he fixated on a distant gray rabbit, then glanced at Rong Yao's profile. After a brief walk, he noticed beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her breath coming in labored gasps. He mused to himself, with her level of capability, how could she possibly hope to catch game? It would be more feasible for his father to do so. However, Xianjing soon found himself regretting such thoughts. As they continued on their path, it became evident that this woman had no intention of hunting any prey, even when a pheasant fluttered past them. She barely spared it a glance. Furrowing his delicate brows, he contemplated speaking up but ultimately refrained. She led him directly to a particular spot before parting the underbrush. In the next moment, Xianjing's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight hidden within the thicket. There, nestled among the grass, were 3 rabbits, 2 adults and 1 juvenile. As if sensing their presence, the three gray rabbits struggled to flee, but alas, their feet were ensnared by some unseen obstacle, rendering them unable to escape. With a smile gracing her lips, Rong Yao effortlessly liberated 3 rabbits from their trap. Noticing one that appeared particularly small, resembling a juvenile rabbit, she casually tossed it aside, releasing the tiniest of the trio. After the arduous effort of capturing the 3 rabbits, she had relinquished one, much to Xianjing's dismay, who instinctively reached out to retrieve it, only to realize he was too late. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Are you foolish? After such difficulty in catching those rabbits, why let one go?" Their family of 5, with little Xingxing still in the egg and possessing a unique physiology, had an appetite surpassing that of an adult orc. Thus, these 3 rabbits were scarcely enough for a single meal. Chapter 17. A feast awaits, so many wild rabbits and mountain chickens. Rong Yao turned to Xianjing, handing him the remaining 2 rabbits and explaining that one rabbit is still young. If we let it go for a couple of months, it will grow and produce more little rabbits. Neither hunting nor logging should be done to the point of depletion. This way, we will always have rabbits to eat. It was the first time someone had imparted such wisdom to Xianjing, and he was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the woman's words. Indeed, her reasoning held merit. The bear and lion tribes of Dawa village had suffered a similar fate due to their relentless hunting in the vicinity, leaving ordinary beast men with scarce prey. Had they exercised restraint by releasing pregnant or juvenile animals, how could it have been so difficult to find game in the abundant forests surrounding Dawa village? Yet, they were not like the bear and lion tribes. They lacked their formidable physique and strength, not to mention their innate hunting prowess. They were deemed worthless by others, incapable even of transforming into beasts. Typically, the mere chance of stumbling upon wild fruits was regarded as a divine blessing. Their frailty made it challenging even to satiate their hunger. Did they truly need to consider releasing a rabbit when a single missing one could spell starvation for the family? Should they still act with kindness? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xianjing inadvertently voiced his questions to Rong Yao. Once the words escaped his lips, he froze, suddenly aware that he had momentarily forgotten the woman's previous cruelty towards him. The exhilaration of catching the rabbits had clouded his judgment, causing him to regard her as a true kin and express his doubts so freely. Surely, she would mock him for his navet. Xianjing felt a mix of regret and apprehension, lowering his gaze and daring not to observe the shifting expressions on Rong Yao's face. Rong Yao could hardly fathom that Xianjing would utter such words. She was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the child believed these 3 rabbits were a stroke of luck they had stumbled upon. This was precisely why he cherished them so dearly, wishing for the entire family to be well fed and to savor the taste of meat. For the sake of his family, he did not wish to show compassion towards the rabbits, hence his strong reaction. As the saying goes, when the granaries are full, one knows courtesy. When clothing and food are sufficient, one knows honor. Indeed, it holds true. Having grown up in a harsh environment, how could they possibly cultivate a sense of empathy? Rong Yao pondered deeply, crouching down to gently rest her hand on Xianjing's small shoulder, meeting his gaze at eye level. Xianjing, this rabbit did not just happen to be found by us. I captured it. I have set numerous traps like this one, and soon we shall discover more rabbits. We need not concern ourselves with this one that has escaped. Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, Xianjing furrowed his small brow, clearly unconvinced. He perceived this as merely the woman's excuse for letting the little rabbit go. If capturing rabbits were so simple, then why were there still so many beastmen in Dawa village going hungry? He said nothing, yet gripped the 2 rabbits in his hands even tighter. The remaining 2 must not be allowed to fall into the hands of this wasteful woman. They were the sustenance for his younger siblings today. As Rong Yao observed Xianjing's expression, it was evident that the young lad harbored doubts. She chose not to provide any further explanations, knowing that once he witnessed the outcomes in other traps, skepticism would inevitably fade. Half an hour later, Xianjing stood astonished at the sight of 6 rabbits and 3 pheasants ensnared by a makeshift vine rope. This tally did not even account for the few female rabbits and chicks they had released. He was utterly taken aback by the realization that hunting could be conducted in such a manner. By crafting traps and patiently awaiting their prey, they could simply collect the rewards of their labor without resorting to sheer brute force, thus enabling a life abundant in meat. How had he never considered this approach before? At last, Xianjing came to believe the truth in the woman's prior assertions. With an ample supply of succulent wild rabbits and pheasants, he felt indifferent about the one that had been set free. As long as the population of wild rabbits and pheasants remained sustainable, they would enjoy a continuous bounty. They would surely thrive until adulthood. In the future, when his father fell ill, there would be no need to compel him to venture out in search of food, for they could procure their own sustenance. Rong Yao gently patted Xianjing's head, observing the joyful curve of his lips that he could not suppress. She inquired, "Have you mastered the method of trap-making that I taught you today?" Xianjing promptly nodded, affirming that he had learned it all and eagerly added, "Once we return, I shall teach my younger brother." Rong Yao nodded in satisfaction, realizing that all three of her little ones were remarkably clever, even the smallest among them. Often, she found that when she merely spoke about something in their presence, they would remember it and execute it quite adeptly. The impact of the hunting trap had profoundly affected Xianjing today. He was deeply engrossed in it, and Rong Yao refrained from dampening his spirits, choosing instead to share in his joy. In truth, the mechanics of the trap were quite simple. It was merely that the orcs who had hunted before had directed their efforts in a singular way, overlooking these subtle techniques. The trap was situated nearby, and it was certain that orcs would eventually pass by and discover it. Once discovered, any astute orc would replicate it, and it would not be long before such a method of hunting became widely known in Rice Flower Village. At that point, it would become increasingly challenging to capture sufficient game using this technique, as prey would also adapt. The initial use of such methods was the easiest, and it would only become more difficult with time. She was curious to see how her two little ones would respond when that time came. Not wanting to dwell on such thoughts, she decided that since they had procured so much game, it was best to return home and prepare dinner. Rong Yao prepared to roast 3 rabbits and stew a pot of mountain chicken mushroom soup, intending to gather the mushrooms on the way back. The remaining rabbits and 2 mountain chickens would be slaughtered and processed into smoked rabbit and smoked chicken for preservation and convenience. The rabbit skins and chicken feathers could also be kept for an opportunity to barter in the black market. Upon arriving at the courtyard entrance, she spotted Xianhan anxiously peering out from the door of the thatched cottage. As soon as he caught sight of Rong Yao, he rushed over. He was genuinely worried about his brother being with this woman. What if she had ulterior motives and intended to sell him? As they departed, Xianhan silently prayed that it did not matter if they found food, as long as his brother returned safely. However, when he reached his brother and this woman, his eyes widened in astonishment. He questioned whether he had a problem with his vision. This woman and his brother had returned with an astonishing number of wild rabbits and mountain chickens. Surely, this could not be a dream. Even their father, at his most successful, had only ever brought back 3 wild rabbits. How had she accomplished this? Could it be that they had been exchanged for the siblings in the black market? Would a group of strong beastmen soon burst into their home and forcibly take them away? Xianhan's thoughts were a chaotic jumble, yet his body remained frozen in place. Chapter 18. Mother possesses many skills. When Xianjing saw his brother approaching, he quickly waved at him with a smile. "Xianhan, come help carry the catch." At his brother's call, Xianhan snapped back to reality, hastening to his brother's side. He scrutinized his brother for a couple of seconds, failing to detect any emotion other than pure delight in his eyes, which allowed him to relax slightly. He promptly took 2 plump wild rabbits from his brother's hands. As he carried the rabbits towards the courtyard, Xianhan felt somewhat dazed. He could not resist stealing glances at the woman beside him, laden with numerous rabbits and mountain chickens. Had she truly hunted these? Since when had she possessed such prowess? Why had the siblings never known of this? Although Xianhan was clever, he was merely 3 years old. No matter how composed a little one could be, how much thought could he truly gather? When Rong Yao noticed his gaze, she beamed at him and playfully winked, causing the little fellow to instantly turn his head away in embarrassment. In her heart, Rong Yao mused, "What? Do you not trust me, little one? Your mother possesses a myriad of skills." Upon returning home, the sun had already begun its descent. With just over an hour remaining until dusk, Rong Yao needed to hasten her preparations for the wild game. She set aside 3 rabbits and a plump mountain chicken, deciding to store the rest of her catch for processing in the morning. As she heated water for skinning and plucking, Rong Yao worked with remarkable efficiency. Had the original owner ever cooked for Xiao and Mohan and the little ones, they would not have been oblivious to her culinary prowess. Thus, she found herself in the peculiar position of having to justify her skills. Perhaps it was the collective hunger that prompted Xianjing and Xianhan to assist her, as they busily passed her this and that. On the makeshift earthen stove in the courtyard, the mountain chicken simmered, while Rong Yao added the freshly washed wild mushrooms to the broth. In a moment, an enticing aroma wafted from the clay pot, the essence of chicken melding with the mushrooms, creating a harmonious blend that surpassed mere addition. The rich fragrance of the wild mushroom chicken soup was so intoxicating that it tempted even the little stars nestled within the thatched cottage to inquire repeatedly. Xianjing and Xianhan, assisting nearby, could not suppress their salivation, for in their lives thus far, they had never witnessed a mountain chicken prepared in such a manner. Enhanced with mushrooms commonly found in the forest. The combination of these two ingredients, when simmered together, produced an alluring scent that wafted through the air. One could only wonder what the taste of this soup would be like. It must surely be delectable enough to tantalize the very tongue. Upon witnessing the longing glances directed at her, Rong Yao smiled and said, "Once the soup is ready, I shall serve you a taste." The two little ones, clearly taken aback by her words, exchanged glances without responding to Rong Yao, yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within their hearts. Rong Yao skillfully suspended two plump mountain rabbits from a branch, placing them over the fire to roast, diligently basting them with oil as they cooked. This method ensured even heat distribution, resulting in tender, succulent meat that was less prone to charring. Meanwhile, she deftly disassembled the remaining rabbit with a sharp knife, separating the flesh from the bones, and cutting the meat into uniformly sized chunks. These pieces were then threaded onto bamboo skewers, interspersed with mushrooms between each morsel of rabbit. In no time, she had prepared over 20 skewers of rabbit and mushroom, which roasted more quickly than the whole rabbits. The two young ones watched in awe as this woman busied herself, captivated by the unfamiliar dishes of mountain chicken mushroom soup and grilled rabbit skewers. Eager to taste even before they were fully cooked, their stomachs grumbled in anticipation. With a knowing smile, Rong Yao quickened her pace, sprinkling 5-spice powder and barbecue seasoning over the skewers she had been grilling. The aroma wafting from the skewers was already enticing, but as she added the powdered seasonings, it seemed as if by magic, the fragrance intensified, evolving into a more alluring and robust scent than before. Rong Yao delicately placed the 10 skewers of rabbit meat, freshly grilled to perfection, onto a plate and tenderly offered them to the two little ones, saying, "Please enjoy. The aroma of freshly grilled rabbit skewers is simply irresistible." The enticing fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping them in its allure. The rabbit meat, charred to a delightful crisp, combined with the rich essence of mushrooms and animal fat, created an exquisite aroma that tantalized their taste buds. The small rabbit skewers beckoned irresistibly to the two little ones. As they gazed at the plate, Xianjing, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly snatched a skewer and brought it to his lips. Regardless of any uncertainties regarding its safety, the moment it touched his palate, the flavor erupted in a delightful explosion. The bold aroma and savory taste overwhelmed his senses. The rabbit meat was succulent and flavorful, devoid of any gamey or tough qualities. The exterior was crisp, while the interior remained tender, with the mushroom juices bursting forth with each bite. Xianjing found himself finishing the skewer in no time. And even as the last morsel disappeared, he was still in a state of astonishment. He refrained from allowing his younger brother to take one immediately, waiting until he had savored the entire skewer before, after a brief pause, presenting the plate to his brother. In a hushed voice, he encouraged, "It's absolutely fine. Go ahead and indulge. It surpasses my expectations." Xianhan's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly grabbed a skewer and popped it into his mouth. His large, expressive eyes sparkled with delight at the exquisite taste as he chewed enthusiastically, clearly reveling in the experience of savoring such delectable skewers for the very first time. Utterly captivated by their delightful flavor, seeing the two little ones relishing their food, Rong Yao decided to take it for herself. The flavor was delightful, however. The time was insufficient. If only there were ample time to marinate the prepared rabbit meat before roasting, it would undoubtedly taste even better. Nevertheless, the progress demonstrated by the two little ones in her presence was commendable. Previously, they required her to sample the food first to ascertain its safety before they would dare to eat it themselves. Now, Xianjing was even willing to taste it for his younger brother first. With unwavering confidence, Rong Yao believed that through her patient and sincere nurturing, the little ones would eventually thrive under her care. The two young creatures did not solely focus on their own appetites. She initially provided them with 10 skewers of rabbit meat. Each skewer was modest in size, yet the orc cubs possessed a greater appetite than modern human infants, effortlessly consuming all 10 skewers. However, the two little ones only devoured 2 skewers each before generously delivering the remaining 6 skewers to the thatched cottage for Xiao Mohan and little Xingxing. Upon her return, Rong Yao busily attended to her prey, preparing dinner for the little ones. She had yet to step inside and check on Xiao Mohan, unaware if he had regained consciousness. However, even if he had awakened, the 6 skewers of rabbit meat would likely serve merely as a snack for him, since they were intended for the little ones. She decided to offer them to him nonetheless. Moreover, there was also the little star, whose appetite surpassed that of the two little ones combined, despite being the smallest. She would inevitably require half of the meal. With this in mind, only 3 skewers remained for Xiao Mohan. The corners of Rong Yao's mouth involuntarily curled upward, just as the little ones were delivering skewers of meat to Xiao Mohan and Little Star. A boastful voice suddenly echoed from the entrance while Rong Yao was roasting rabbit meat in the yard. "You worthless wretch, how dare you roast rabbit meat here? We have lost 3 rabbits from our home. Did you steal them?" Chapter 19. The mountain rabbits missing from our home. Unexpectedly, as dusk approached, Rong Yao found herself visited by guests at her home, situated on the outskirts of Daohua village rather than within its confines. By this hour, one would have anticipated that all the orcs residing in the village would have returned to their abodes, setting aside the mountain rabbit she had been roasting. She turned her gaze towards the entrance of the courtyard. There, a group of individuals made their entrance, led by a robust middle-aged orc couple, both adorned with horns. Following closely behind them were 2 adolescent boys. One bore a broken deer antler atop his head, while the other showcased a pair of goat horns. Rong Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. These 2 young men were the very ones who had bullied her cub that day. The middle-aged couple of Deer Clan orcs standing in front of her were likely the parents of the antlered youth whom she had reprimanded. It was the father of the antlered boy who had just spoken. Rong Yao rose to her feet, casting a glance toward the individuals at the entrance of the courtyard, remaining silent. As a regressed beastman, she was shorter in stature compared to the imposing physique of ordinary beastmen. Having hastily prepared a meal for the young ones, she inadvertently splattered some dark ash onto her attire, rendering her appearance frail and disheveled. In stark contrast to the robust deer tribe beastman before her, she appeared even more fragile. The appearance of Rong Yao instilled a newfound confidence in the couple from the deer tribe. Although they lacked the extraordinary abilities of higher-tier beastmen, their robust physiques and formidable strength rendered them the backbone of Riceflower Village, far superior to the inept beastman before them. Initially, the couple intended to confront Rong Yao and her offspring to avenge their own child, whose antlers had been broken by her, leaving him without his natural weapon for the foreseeable future. Without antlers, a deer tribe beastman would struggle to find a mate in the future. Naturally, the couple was infuriated and sought to reclaim their honor. However, upon nearing Rong Yao's home, they were enveloped by an irresistible aroma that beckoned them closer. To their astonishment, this delectable scent emanated from the culinary endeavors of the very beast woman they had deemed worthless. Standing at the entrance, they beheld a golden, succulent rabbit roasting over the fire, and the couple could hardly contain their drooling. Even the roasted meats from the village chief's home paled in comparison to the enticing dish prepared by this seemingly lowly woman. They were left to wonder what exquisite flavor awaited them with the first bite of such rabbit meat. Thus, they resolved to slander Rong Yao, confident that this regressed beast woman, incapable of anything, possessed a strength that was pitiably inferior to their own. They would first teach her and her offspring a lesson, and then seize the rabbit she had so skillfully prepared, ensuring she understood their superiority. In the future, should they cross paths in Riceflower Village, they would make it known that she ought to steer clear, lest they confront her again. The formidable couple from the deer tribe approached Rong Yao, while Lushan, standing proudly and resentfully behind his parents, cast a scornful glance at her. Beside him, the horned youth bore an expression of glee at their misfortune. There was not a trace of fear upon Rong Yao's face. She raised her head and cast a calm glance at the deer couple before her, who towered over her by more than a head. In a frigid tone, she declared, "The rabbit is mine to claim. It bears no connection to you." As soon as Rong Yao's words escaped her lips, the couple from the deer clan paused momentarily, only to erupt into hearty laughter. The middle-aged man from the deer clan exclaimed, "You wretched girl, what are you saying? You caught a rabbit? Pray, do not make us lose our dignity as beastmen. The mountain hare is far too cunning. You, a mere waste, cannot even outrun them. How could you possibly catch one? This is sheer boasting without a shred of evidence." The young lad with antlers and his companion with horns joined in the raucous laughter. This incompetent not only lacked strength but also dared to brag, seemingly oblivious to the risk of her fabrications being exposed. What a jest, even among her own kin. It was not a common feat to capture a mountain hare daily. Typically, a few clansmen would collaborate, and even then, it could take an entire day to catch a single hare. Especially in recent years, as mountain hares have grown increasingly astute, one might not even capture 3 in a month. Yet she claimed to have caught 3? Surely, the village chief would not believe such an outrageous tale. It is no wonder the Rong family harbored disdain for her. Upon the return of the true daughter of the Rong family, she was promptly cast out. Rong Yao remained unfazed by the scornful remarks of the middle-aged man from the deer clan. Her deep apricot eyes fixed intently on him, her voice growing increasingly frigid. "The rabbits are mine, unequivocally mine. No one shall covet my possessions. The middle-aged woman of the deer clan scoffed. You claim they are yours? Do the rabbits bear your mark? These few rabbits are clearly lost from our household, stolen by you. Upon uttering this, she commanded her son, Lushan. These rabbits belong to our family. Quickly retrieve them. This wretched woman has pilfered our food, and we shall teach her a lesson today. Lushan eagerly complied, while the boy with the ram's horns, who had long coveted the roasted rabbit skewers, joined him in heading towards the earthen stove to fetch the grilled meat. Meanwhile, the two little ones, who had been dividing the rabbit skewers between their father and Little Star in the thatched cottage, heard the commotion and rushed to the window to investigate. Xiao Mohan had awakened shortly after Rong Yao began roasting the meat in the yard. The domineering aroma of the rabbit skewers invaded his senses, provoking a relentless salivation. Yet, the thought that the skewers were prepared by that malicious woman ignited a rebellious spirit within him. He possessed dignity. In his previous life, he had vowed to personally eliminate this wicked woman without mercy. Now, with a chance at rebirth, and still unaware of the woman's true nature, he would not easily partake of her offerings. He was not particularly hungry and could withstand the temptation. However, Little Star was different. She naturally harbored an affection for her mother and possessed the unique ability to sense people's emotions. Just moments ago, her brothers had extolled the deliciousness of the rabbit skewers. And had she not still been an egg, she would have dashed to her mother to request a taste. Noticing her father remained silent, she chirped, "Father, Little Star wants to try the rabbit skewers." Xiao Mohan, somewhat distracted, placed the plate of rabbit skewers beside her. In an instant, Little Star devoured the entire plate with delight. She sighed contentedly and exclaimed, "So delicious. These rabbit skewers are even better than the previous roasted meat. Mother is truly wonderful." Xiao Mohan wiped Little Star's eggshell with a damp cloth, caressing the smooth surface of her shell. A wave of concern washed over him. His daughter was so innocent that just a few skewers had ensnared her heart. What if that wicked woman sold her? Suddenly, Xiao Mohan noticed something amiss with the two little ones standing by the window. His brow furrowed as the flame patterns on his forehead seemed to come alive. Xianjing. Xianhan, what is happening? Xianhan rushed over. Anxiety etched on his face. Father, the Lushan family has come, claiming the rabbits caught by that woman are theirs and demanding their return. They intend to teach her a lesson. Xiao Mohan's expression darkened slightly. Upon hearing her brother's words, Little Star immediately exclaimed in distress, "The Lushan family is so formidable. Father, you must help Mother." Standing by the window, Xianjing observed as Lushan and the young man from Yangzhou attempted to seize their rabbit meat. Lushan's parents stepped forward, ready to chastise Rong Yao. Unbeknownst to him, his small fists had clenched tightly at his sides, and with a determined expression on his face, Xianjing was about to rush out to offer assistance. However, just as he reached the doorway, he was halted by Xiao Mohan's stern and icy voice, commanding him not to proceed. Chapter 20. Father, you deceive me. Xianjing's petite form froze in place at his father's sharp rebuke, rendering him immobile. Confused, he turned back to look at his father, instinctively seeking answers from the man he admired most. Seeing Xianjing pause and gaze at him, Xiao Mohan felt a slight relief in his heart. Softening his expression, he inquired, "My dear Xianjing, do you believe you can defeat Lushan or his parents?" Taken aback by his father's question, Xianjing's face fell, the indignation and urgency within him deflating like a punctured balloon. His father's words rang true. He was merely a regressed beastman, incapable of even half-transformation. And at just over 3 years old, should he rush out now, he would only complicate matters for that woman, making her predicament worse. Xiao Mohan lifted the beast blanket and strode over to Xianjing, gently ruffling his hair in a comforting manner. "Xianjing, you are still young. There is no need to rush. When you grow older, you will surpass all the beastmen in Rice Flower Village. At that time, you can save whomever you wish and vanquish those you desire." As he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Xiao Mohan's eyes. It was not impossible for a regressed beastman to become more formidable than an ordinary beastman. The journey, however, was fraught with difficulties. In his past life, his two children endured countless hardships in their quest for strength, only to ultimately fall short. Eventually, he discovered the right path, but alas, his children had already been left in tatters, tragically perishing at the hands of their foes. In this life, he would not allow them to easily find themselves in peril. Standing nearby, Xianhan glanced up at his father, his cherubic face slightly furrowed in concern. He sensed that his father's words held deeper meaning. It seemed that his father's reluctance to allow his brother to assist that woman stemmed not merely from their physical frailty, but also from other undisclosed reasons. Though puzzled, Xianhan chose to keep his thoughts to himself. In the conflict between his father and that woman, he would undoubtedly side with his father. Having come to understand his own limitations, Xianjing suppressed his desire to avoid further complicating the woman's troubles. Yet, witnessing her being reprimanded by the Lu Shan family filled him with sorrow. After struggling with his emotions, he finally looked up at his tall and imposing father and asked, "Father, could you perhaps assist her? Regardless of her past, she did save you today." Xiao Mohan was taken aback at his child's plea for that malicious woman. A flicker of unease coursed through him as he contemplated the trust that his child, Zai Zai, placed in Rong Yao. Peering through the window at the slender, delicate figure in the courtyard, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was certain that she was no longer the same as in his past life. Yet he could not fathom the reasons behind such a transformation. What if her fate mirrored his own? Did that mean this woman had become even more cunning, concealing her true intentions more effectively? Was she deliberately lingering near him and the children, waiting to exploit them? At this moment, he found himself engulfed in uncertainty. This opportunity to begin anew was rare, and he was resolute in preventing himself and Zai Zai from repeating the tragic conclusion of their previous existence. Thus, he would tread cautiously, no longer easily placing his trust in anyone. For him, the safety of his children was paramount. A dangerous glimmer flashed in Xiao Mohan's deep-set eyes, and he swayed weakly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Xianjing, it is not that your father is unwilling to assist. Rather, he is presently powerless." As Xiao Mohan staggered, Xianjing sensed his father's instability. Being small in stature, he could only grasp his father's slender leg, attempting to steady him with his diminutive frame. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his father's handsome visage was ashen and gaunt, devoid of any trace of color on his lips. Memories of his father's previous bloodline frenzy flooded his mind. Recalling how his skin felt as though it was ablaze, and the agony he endured was palpable. Overwhelmed by guilt, the little one felt remorseful. Given his father's condition, how could he expect him to assist? Was he not merely imposing upon his father? Having raised them alone, both as a father and mother, how could he bear to pressure him further? Bowing his head in shame, Xianjing murmured, "Father, I am sorry. I failed to consider everything." Xiao Mohan crouched down, enveloping Xuanjing's small form in his embrace. "It is all right. Your father understands your concerns. How about this? If that woman suffers a devastating defeat, I shall transform into my beast form to scare away the Lu Mountain family." The willingness of his father to agree, despite his frail state, deeply moved Xianjing, who immediately wrapped his arms around his father's neck, his eyes glistening with tears. The guilt swelled within him, vowing that once he grew stronger, he would diligently protect his father and drive away all evildoers. Transforming into his beast form in such a weakened state was perilous for Xiao Mohan, for the transformation inherently drained his strength. Given his current exhaustion, there was a significant risk he might not revert to human form afterward. And the diminished beast form would not withstand the agonies of bloodline frenzy, potentially leading to a catastrophic demise. Xianon stood on the opposite side of his father, silent. Yet his naturally smiling eyes blinked in disbelief, as he harbored doubts that his father would truly resort to his beast form for the sake of that woman. Within the humble thatched cottage, the bond between father and son was profound and warm, yet the innocent voice of a little star shattered this serene atmosphere. "Father, you are deceiving Lang." At this proclamation, Xiao Mohan froze, turning to gaze at his daughter, who remained a mere egg. Unfazed, the little star retorted indignantly, "Father, you are lying. You are clearly well enough to help mother." The father refuses to assist the mother, prompting the little star to insist that her mother should withhold delicious food from him. Xiao Mohan muses, no matter how skilled that woman is in the culinary arts, what exquisite dishes can she truly create? Surely, those few small meat skewers cannot be the pinnacle of her talent. Those diminutive skewers are hardly sufficient to even dislodge food stuck between his teeth. It is merely the case that the young ones, having yet to experience the finer delicacies of life, find them delectable. Although his previous life was fraught with challenges, he had savored better fare, which, while not the absolute finest, certainly surpassed the coarse sustenance available in the rice flour village. Amused yet resigned, Xiao Mohan reassures the little star, "Very well. She shall not prepare food for father. Instead, father will seek out his own sustenance and return with an abundance of treats for you." Observing that her threats are utterly ineffective before her father, the little star huffs in frustration, choosing to ignore him. "If father will not aid mother, once I emerge from my shell and grow, I shall protect her myself. I will ensure that these villains never trouble her again." Rong Yao stood upright before the dwelling of Lu Shan, engaging in a brief discourse with Lu Shan's parents. Meanwhile, she noticed the unsettling silence emanating from the humble thatched cottage behind her. The two little ones had ventured inside to deliver food, had Xiao Mohan not awakened. They would not have lingered there for so long, as they would have likely emerged by now. The two youngsters were far more acquainted with the horned boy and Lu Shan than she was. The continued absence of the little ones and the lack of any sound from the thatched house could only signify that Xiao Mohan had indeed roused himself, choosing not to assist, while also forbidding the little ones from intervening. As Rong Yao's lips curled slightly, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Shan and the boy with the goat horns heading towards the earthen stove, while Lu Shan's parents stood protectively in front of him, preventing her from interfering with their son's actions. Lu Shan's mother cast a disdainful glance at Rong Yao, who barely reached her chin, and with a swift motion, launched a punch directly at Rong Yao's chest. Although the strength of the deer clan was not comparable to that of the tiger and leopard beast men, it was not to be underestimated, especially as Lu Shan's parents were in their prime, at the peak of their beastly state. As Lu Shan's mother's formidable fist was about to collide with Rong Yao's chest, Xianjing, who was perched by the window, instinctively gripped the windowsill tightly. Her small mouth pressed into a worried line. In stark contrast, Xiao Mohan, standing behind the child, observed the petite woman in the courtyard with a scrutinizing gaze. A dangerous glimmer flashed in his deep phoenix eyes, devoid of any concern. Rather, there was a hint of mockery lurking beneath. He felt no trepidation and even harbored a subtle hope that the malicious woman outside would receive a lesson from others, a fitting retribution for the mistreatment he and the child had endured at her hands. Such arrogance ought not to go unchecked. Standing beside his father, Xianhan's gaze towards the woman outside was far more complex than his brother's. Since a few days prior, the woman had changed, yet Xianhan, who often pondered deeply, could not ascertain whether this transformation was for better or worse. His brother had readily trusted the woman, but he could not afford that luxury. He needed to safeguard his brother and sister against any potential pitfalls. Should this woman easily concede before Lu Shan's parents today, in his heart, even if she had indeed changed, she would never be worthy of being called his mother. Just as Lu Shan's mother's fist was about to strike Rong Yao's chest, she suddenly bent backward at the waist and, with remarkable agility, twisted her body, narrowly evading the punch. The blow missed her entirely, not even brushing against her garment. However, Lu Shan's mother's momentum was too great. Unable to halt her force, she ended up slamming her fist into a tree trunk, as thick as a thigh, beside Rong Yao. Leaves cascaded from the branches, and the impact left a 1 centimeter deep imprint on the tree trunk, showcasing the tremendous power behind her strike. Initially, Lu Shan's father had believed that his wife could easily handle the so-called worthless Rong Yao without his intervention, thinking it sufficient to merely maintain order from the sidelines. Little did he expect Rong Yao to be so nimble, effortlessly dodging his wife's punch. In an instant, Lu Shan's father was engulfed in fury. Through the window of the thatched cottage, the father and son observed the scene outside, their expressions markedly different, yet all three bore signs of astonishment. Xianjing's small mouth was slightly agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that the woman could so effortlessly evade the fist of Lu Shan's mother. This was not comparable to battling Lu Shan, who was merely a half-grown beastman, untrained and lacking enhanced abilities, and could only bully those like him, a regressed beastman. In Daohua village, conversely, Lu Shan's parents had been sent to the gathering place for training by the village chief, mastering numerous combat techniques and serving as one of the mainstays of the village's patrol. Yet, even with this advantage, the woman managed to evade their attacks, suggesting that she was not as inept as previously portrayed by others. A flicker of delight and surprise coursed through Xianjing's mind. What child does not yearn for their parents to be powerful and exceptional? Xianhan also exhibited astonishment. The woman had indeed eluded the blow from Lu Shan's mother. She showed no fear of battle. However, he wondered how long she could endure, for the true strength of the Lu Shan family resided not in his mother, but in his father. In that moment, Xianhan fervently wished for his mother to be even stronger, capable of overcoming Lu Shan's parents. He too desired to feel pride for this woman. Meanwhile, Xiao Mohan's deep-set eyes narrowed, an aura of danger seemingly ready to erupt. Something was amiss. This malicious woman had not possessed such abilities in her previous life. What had transpired to bring about this change? Rong Yao sensed the piercing gaze from the thatched hut behind her, yet at that moment, she lacked the energy to concern herself with it. After Lu Shan's mother missed her punch, she noticed Lu Shan and the horned youth reaching for the food meant for her and her offspring by the earthen stove. With a swift motion of her right hand, she hurled several stones in their direction, stones she had opportunely collected from the ground when Lu Shan's family arrived. Despite Lu Shan's father being remarkably quick, he managed to intercept only 2 small stones. The remaining 3 struck Lu Shan and the horned youth with precision. 2 stones hit the youth's hands, while the last one collided with Lu Shan's nose. The stones, sharp and swift as arrows, elicited screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig from both boys. Their hands, which had been reaching for the rabbit meat, recoiled in pain, and they grimaced, shaking their hands vigorously. As Lu Shan and the horned youth paused to assess their injuries, Lu Shan emitted a terrified shriek. My hand. To his horror, he discovered a large gash on the back of his extended right hand, blood streaming from the wound, rendering it a gruesome sight. The horned youth, too, bore significant injury. But upon glancing at Lu Shan's nose, he pointed in astonishment and fear, exclaiming, Lu Shan, your nose is crooked. Chapter 22. Just wait. We will summon the village chief to seek justice. Lu Shan hastily touched his nose, confirming the horned youth's words. Indeed, it was askew. Until that moment, he had felt no discomfort, but the realization brought an acute pain that overshadowed the throbbing in his hand. Looking down, he saw his bloodied hand, having touched his nose. The thought of his antler having already been broken, now compounded by a disfigured nose, overwhelmed him with unbearable anguish, and he wept uncontrollably. Father, mother, that wretched woman is bullying me again. You must avenge me. Kill her. The reckless venom in the young boy's words seemed utterly devoid of consequence. As if in his eyes, Rong Yao and her young were mere ants, easily crushed. In truth, this beastly world operated under the law of the strongest. Lu Shan's father, taken aback that despite intercepting half the stones, his son had still been injured, resolved to show no mercy. He would not hesitate to kill this woman if need be. Stepping forward with determination, Lu Shan's father kicked towards Rong Yao. Towering and robust, his muscular chest strained against his burlap attire. The force of his kick generated a gust of wind, indicating he possessed strength 2 to 3 times greater than Lu Shan's mother. Should this kick land on Rong Yao, it would not be akin to the failed punch from Lu Shan's mother. A frail, devolved beastman could very well have their internal organs shattered, with no hope of survival. Upon discovering the strength of Deer Mountain's father, Rong Yao's expression transformed into one of earnestness. She meticulously observed the manner in which he executed his moves, promptly assessing the direction in which the power in his legs was being transmitted. As he extended his leg, she deftly sidestepped and lowered herself, mirroring his action to strike at his lower body. It was evident that Deer Mountain's father possessed far greater combat experience than his mother. He quickly realized that her evasion would render his kick a miss. Understanding the potential consequences of his own momentum, he hesitated to pull back some of his force, aware that an unchecked kick could cause him to lose balance and injure himself. Thus, he attempted to retract his energy, preparing to counter with a punch directed at Rong Yao. However, before he could regain his footing, he was taken aback as the seemingly ineffectual beastwoman crouched low, her slender legs extending towards him with unexpected strength, targeting his vulnerable lower half. At that moment, he was at his most unsteady, and his face paled in realization. Yet it was too late. The leg he had not retracted was swept by her, sending him uncontrollably backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust that left him covered in grime. With a single move, Rong Yao effortlessly brought down the formidable father of Lu Shan, who fell in a most disgraceful manner. Even more so than the punch that Lu Shan's mother had thrown but missed, Rong Yao brushed off the dust clinging to her hands, casting a cold glance at the fallen father of Lu Shan. The orcs here appeared strong and robust, yet they bore numerous shortcomings. Although they possessed great strength, they acted with a blunt directness, relying solely on brute force to attack. Despite her physical prowess being inferior to theirs, she was equipped with martial arts skills and countless tactics. These orcs were no match for her. In confronting Lu Shan's father, she had merely employed the simplest 2 self-defense techniques from modern times. She had yet to showcase her other skills, such as the 5 animal play, military boxing, or Tai Chi here. Rong Yao realized that Lu Shan's family posed no significant threat. However, in this world of orcs, where every being seemed so immensely powerful, it was untenable for her and her offspring to remain so weak. The orcs they encountered were mere minions, should they cross paths with a more formidable orc. Even one lacking martial skills could overpower them with sheer strength. It was imperative to expedite her physical training plan. Lu Shan's father could hardly fathom that a robust orc like himself could be bested by a devolved creature, and in such a humiliating manner. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, he disregarded his wife and son, scrambling to his feet to launch another attack on Rong Yao. Having trained in the gathering grounds and serving as the patrol leader of Rice Flower Village, he had decent reflexes and learning abilities. Now aware of Rong Yao's agility, he hastened his attacks, hoping to strike her down before she could react. Alas, with each movement of his limbs, his straightforward techniques were entirely transparent to Rong Yao. If she could evade the intricate leg techniques of Xiao Mo Han, how could she be threatened by the basic attacks of Lu Shan's father? The petite and slender woman seemed to possess a premonitory ability, deftly dodging his fists and feet before they landed, and swiftly countering his vulnerable areas. In the small courtyard, dust swirled as the muffled groans and cries of pain from Lu Shan's father echoed. Before long, the burly orc was left battered and bruised, his pride utterly shattered. Observing the scene, Lu Shan momentarily forgot the pain in his hands and nose, incredulous as he watched his father being bested by Rong Yao. How could this wretched being, a devolved orc incapable of even partial transformation, defeat his father? In an instant, the towering image of his father crumbled within Lu Shan's mind. Having fought countless battles, even against low-level magical beasts, Lu Shan's father had never experienced such a humiliating defeat. Every one of his movements seemed transparent before this woman. She always countered his attacks with perfect timing, turning the tide against him. This left him increasingly constrained, and, inevitably, he suffered further at her hands. As Rong Yao lifted her leg to sweep towards him, Lu Shan's father instinctively refrained from counterattacking, raising his hands instead to shield his face. Frustrated, he shouted towards his wife, "What are you staring at? Hurry and help me." This is a tale of an individual who, unable to prevail alone, seeks the assistance of their spouse. Unfortunately, Lu Shan's mother proves to be far more astute than his father. Upon witnessing the failed punch aimed at her, she quickly discerns the peculiarities surrounding Rong Yao, realizing that her husband, despite his superior strength, is no match for this woman. She wisely opts to withdraw rather than become a mere offering. Just as Lu Shan's father is engulfed in fury, he finds himself propelled by a kick from Rong Yao, crashing to the ground once more, stirring up a cloud of dust. He spits out the dirt that has lodged in his mouth. Acutely aware of the pain radiating throughout his body, Lu Shan's mother hastens to support her husband, her eyes darting to the roasted rabbit meat resting on the earthen stove. Deliberately, she exclaims, "You wretched creature. Not only have you stolen our rabbit without acknowledgement, but you also dare to pilfer the village chief's secret barbecue recipe." In all of Daohua village, who is unaware that only the chief's family can produce such delectable roasted meat. Just wait. We shall seek the village chief's intervention. Chapter 23. The Notorious Trickster. Little Star. The village chief of Daohua village hails from the Ape clan, being one of the most esteemed families alongside the Rong family. Chief Yuan Feng's wife possesses a barbecue recipe, said to have been inherited from her maternal family at the gathering site. Over the years, she has profited significantly from this recipe, selling various roasted meats in the black market, allowing the Yuan family to construct a grand residence and ascend to one of the most powerful beastman families in Daohua village. This barbecue recipe is intricately tied to the interests of the Yuan family. Should Rong Yao's roasted meat surpass that of Madame Yuan, the Yuan family's black market business would inevitably suffer. The Yuan family, having built their fortune on this enterprise, views any infringement upon their interests as a declaration of enmity. They reign supreme in Daohua village. Even if the Rong family intervenes, it is likely that Rong Yao and her offspring will face considerable tribulation. Moreover, Rong Yao is merely the wrongly adopted daughter of the Rong family, a regressed beastman with little utility. It remains uncertain whether the Rong family would extend their assistance. Upon hearing Lu Shan's mother's words, Rong Yao's expression does not shift to the fear and dismay that Lu Shan's mother anticipated. Instead, she maintains her composure, even exhibiting a hint of amusement, a smile that appears to mock the Lu Shan family in their eyes. Rong Yao coldly addressed Lu Shan's mother. "Since you are so certain that the village chief's family will come looking for trouble, why do you not leave now? Are you waiting for me to silence you?" As she spoke, Rong Yao clenched her fists, poised as if she were ready to deliver another beating to the Lu Shan family. Lu Shan's mother, visibly frightened, tugged at Lu Shan's father, retreating hastily. The couple leaned on each other to stand, while Lu Shan and the boy with the goat horns had already hidden behind their parents. Before Rong Yao could make another move, the Lu Shan family scurried away from her courtyard, tails between their legs. As they departed, Lu Shan's mother cast a venomous glare at Rong Yao. Meeting the hateful gaze of Lu Shan's mother, Rong Yao's expression remained unchanged, as if the Lu Shan family were of no consequence to her. Just as the Lu Shan family exited the courtyard, two little ones dashed out from the thatched cottage. They halted beside Rong Yao, with Xian Jing eagerly scrutinizing her from head to toe. Upon noticing that the woman bore only a bit of dust and no signs of injury, he felt a slight sense of relief. As long as she was unharmed, It would be better than suffering from the new wounds compounded with the old ones inflicted by his father today. Xianhan, with his large, bright eyes, also observed Rong Yao intently, then remarked, "What will you do if Lu Shan's parents really go to inform the village chief?" The Yuan family, to whom the village chief belongs, is a prominent clan in Daohua village, not as easily dealt with as Lu Shan's parents. Rong Yao raised an eyebrow, utterly unprepared for the question posed by the little ones. She turned and crouched down to meet their gaze, gently stroking their soft hair. Observing the two children in their current state, she felt reassured that her efforts over the past few days had borne fruit. They had not truly disregarded their biological mother. Before they transformed into the antagonists of a story, they had, like any normal children, yearned for maternal love. If this were not the case, they would not have hurried out to check on her well-being the moment they departed from the Lu Mountain family. As long as they retained that innocence and longing in their hearts, Rong Yao believed they could grow into formidable orc warriors. Rong Yao did not respond directly to Xianhan's inquiry. Instead, she posed a counter-question, asking how he believed she should handle the village chief's difficulties. Under the gaze of her sincere and gentle eyes, Xianhan, who typically maintained a deeper level of vigilance than his brother, found himself instinctively devising solutions for Rong Yao. It felt as though being needed by her was a source of happiness and pride. After a moment of contemplation, Xianhan finally replied, "If the village chief approaches, it is your formula that he values most. If you are willing to engage in a transaction with him, then the chief's clan shall not pose a problem." Rong Yao was delighted that Xianhan could think on her behalf. She had not anticipated that the child would prove to be even more astute than she had imagined. Xianhan was indeed correct. Irrespective of whether the village chief would believe the words of Lu Shan's parents, even if he did, she possessed numerous advantages to negotiate with him. The Yuan family, which had been established in Daohua village for many years, would not easily tarnish their reputation over a single incident. They would undoubtedly handle such matters with utmost caution, and as long as they exercised prudence, her opportunities for negotiation would multiply. The words of Lu Shan's mother were merely a means to intimidate the naive original owner of the identity. Thus, she decided to heed Xianhan's counsel. Rong Yao responded to him with a smile. Xianhan was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the notion that this woman would heed his advice, and even more so, that she would happily embrace it. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, seeing the dazed expression on Zai Zai's face, which lacked a touch of cleverness and was instead infused with a hint of adorably naive charm. Rong Yao couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Xianhan's hair. "All right. The rabbit meat is nearly roasted. Come over to enjoy the grilled rabbit, along with the mountain chicken and mushroom soup." Rong Yao was the first to rise and walk towards the earthen stove. Due to the interruptions from the Lu family, the rabbit meat was not yet fully roasted and required some time over the flames to be reheated. Xianjing tugged at his brother, and the two little ones immediately followed suit. Xianhan regained his senses, wishing to retract his earlier words to this woman. He intended to express that his considerations were not comprehensive, and that he needed to deliberate further on how to deal with the village chief. Yet, upon meeting the woman's smiling gaze, the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. The little fellow remained unaware, still hoping to occupy a significant place in his mother's heart, aspiring to be the son she needed and cherished. As the flames by the earthen stove were rekindled, the rabbit meat, already nearly cooked, quickly reached a fragrant char. The aroma of grease and spices danced in the air, soon wafting through the windows of the thatched cottage, disrupting the thoughts of Xiao Mo Han, who stood by the window. Previously, when Rong Yao was roasting rabbit and brewing chicken soup, he had been unconscious and had not truly savored such delicious scents. Now, enveloped by the enticing aroma, his mouth involuntarily watered. His contemplations were abruptly interrupted by the allure of the food, and his stomach protested impatiently. Xiao Mo Han shot a fierce glare at Rong Yao, who was grilling meat with the two little ones. This woman truly was not as simplistic as in his past life. He wondered where she had acquired such skills and techniques, for even he had never witnessed anything like them. Fearing that if he lingered by the window any longer, he would be compelled to confront that wicked woman for some meat, he turned and returned to the bedside, feigning that he had not risen at all. Perhaps when that woman came in later, she would find him still asleep and leave some food beside him, allowing him to enjoy the roasted meat without employing other means. What a delightful thought. Xiao Mo Han indeed harbored disdain and hatred towards Rong Yao. Yet he was not foolish enough to spurn delectable food. It seemed the present Xiao Mo Han had long forgotten his previous dismissive attitude towards the meals crafted by Rong Yao. The little star lying nearby saw through her father's thoughts and, still miffed that he had not assisted her mother, huffed. Father doesn't he like the roasted meat mother makes? Don't worry, little star has a great appetite and will finish all the meat, leaving none for you. Xiaomo Han. When did his sweet little star become such a burden? Chapter 24. Tonight, I will sleep with mother. The wild chicken and mushroom soup was ready, and the rabbit meat was perfectly roasted. Not only the two little ones, but also Rong Yao herself felt ravenous. She retrieved 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, ladling out 3 bowls of chicken soup with chicken and mushrooms. She handed 2 bowls to Xianjing and Xianhan, then tore off the hind legs of a roasted rabbit, placing them on a dish to present to them. Eat quickly, but be careful, it's hot, Rong Yao urged gently. The delectable dishes before them emitted an enticing aroma, perpetually tantalizing the taste buds of the 2 little ones. Yet, Xianjing and Xianhan refrained from diving into the feast immediately. Xianjing glanced towards the direction of the thatched cottage. He intended to mention that their father and little star had yet to dine. However, upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the woman before him, he found the words stuck in his throat. Instead, he altered his statement to, "Sister has not yet eaten." Rong Yao nodded, indicating her understanding. "You may eat first. There is plenty of chicken soup remaining. Save 2 rabbit legs for me later. That will suffice for Xiao Xingxing." With such words from the woman, even though Xianjing and Xianhan were concerned about their father, they felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections. The 2 children lifted their bowls and took a sip of the mountain chicken and mushroom soup. The exquisite and fragrant flavor instantly enveloped their palates, so delightful that they widened their eyes, reluctant to swallow. Despite the simplicity of the ingredients, why did the chicken soup taste so extraordinarily delicious? Xianhan stole a glance at the woman beside him and suddenly thought that if she were willing, she could easily sustain their family by selling mountain chicken and mushroom soup in the black market. This endeavor seemed far more promising than their father's daily hunting trips, which often ended in disappointment. Rong Yao reminded her 2 little ones not to focus solely on the soup, but also to remember to consume the meat. Xianjing and Xianhan each seized a roasted rabbit leg and took a hearty bite. The flavor of the whole roasted rabbit was distinct from that of rabbit skewers. The outer layer was perfectly charred while the inner meat remained tender and delectable. The juxtaposition of the crispy exterior and the succulent interior created a delightful symphony of textures in their mouths, enhanced by the unique barbecue seasoning. Each bite was a pleasure that resonated deep within. Though the taste of the roasted rabbit was delightful, it was regrettable that rabbit meat is relatively low in fat. In truth, roasted mountain chicken would prove even more delicious. Given how much the 2 little ones relished the roasted rabbit, they would undoubtedly enjoy the mountain chicken even more next time. Observing the 2 little ones savoring their meal with such relish, Rong Yao found her own appetite awakened. She tore off a piece of the rabbit's foreleg and savored it, followed by a bowl of chicken soup enriched with mushrooms. Soon, she felt quite full. Although the 2 little ones had arrived at the meal quite hungry, they exhibited admirable restraint, refraining from overindulging despite the food's delectable nature. The trio managed to consume an entire roasted rabbit, each enjoying the chicken and mushroom dish alongside the chicken soup. There remained another roasted mountain rabbit, a dozen or so rabbit skewers, and half a ceramic pot of chicken soup. This chicken soup would be particularly beneficial for the weakened Xiao Moan. Yet his earlier indifference made Rong Yao reluctant to offer him any. However, little Xingxing had barely eaten at all. Rong Yao instructed the 2 little ones to assist in bringing the rabbit meat into the thatched cottage while she followed closely behind, carrying a ceramic pot filled with chicken soup. The aroma of the food was pleasant in the courtyard, but once inside the house, the fragrance became even more pronounced. As soon as Rong Yao entered the room, she beheld Xiao Han lying on a modest bed with his eyes closed. Had it not been for the dirt on the soles of his feet, she might have been led to believe that he had not awakened at all during this period. Rong Yao's lips curled slightly. Since Xiao Han was feigning sleep, there was no need for her to rouse him, thus avoiding any potential awkwardness. She approached the bedside, gently placing the still-encased little star on the table by the window. She set down the chicken soup and the torn rabbit meat beside the eggshell, ensuring that the little one could properly nourish herself. The little star, able to detect the unique scent emanating from Rong Yao, eagerly inquired as her mother cradled her. "Mother, did you sustain any injuries just now? Did you drive away the bad people?" Even the little star, still nestled within her shell, was aware of the events that had transpired. Surely Xiao Han was not oblivious to them as well. Rong Yao gently caressed the smooth eggshell of the little star and said tenderly, "Mother has not been harmed. All the villains have been chased away by me. Do not worry, little star, mother will protect you." The little star responded obediently with a couple of affirmations and began to absorb the food around her. After devouring the roasted rabbit meat and chicken soup, The little star exuberantly exclaimed, "Wow, mother, what kind of soup is this? It is utterly delightful. So fresh it could make one's tongue fall off. And this meat is simply exquisite. It is wonderfully fragrant. A single bite releases such juiciness. The taste is 100 times better than that of the village chiefess. I am utterly blissful. I must finish every morsel of the food mother has provided." Rong Yao. This little rascal possesses a remarkable talent for sweet talking. The little one, who clearly hasn't even moved her lips, is already spinning tales. If memory serves her right, none of the three little ones have ever tasted the village chief's food, leaving Rong Yao both amused and exasperated. Xiao Mohan. Feigning unconsciousness on the bed, he now wonders if he can still rise to compete with his daughter for food. The little star absorbs everything so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a roasted rabbit has vanished, along with 2 bowls of chicken soup. The eggshell, already smooth and glossy, has taken on an even more lustrous sheen. Rong Yao, concerned that she might overindulge, swiftly removed the remaining chicken soup and delicately wiped the little one's eggshell with a damp cloth. The little one cooperatively let out a satisfied burp. "Mother, the little star is full now." Rong Yao let out a sigh of relief. The little star was still young and nestled within the egg. She truly had no idea how to handle any digestive discomfort it might experience. Setting the remaining chicken soup aside, she gently lifted the little star once more, intending to place it back in bed. To her surprise, the little one immediately exclaimed, "Mother, tonight the little star wishes to sleep with you, not with father." Rong Yao was momentarily taken aback. Over the past few days, she had tidied up the adjacent thatched cottage, aside from the roof, which was temporarily covered with makeshift materials. Every other corner was immaculate. She had already spent 2 nights there, and it would surely be fine for little star to sleep with her. Thus, Rong Yao promptly agreed, saying, "All right, little star can sleep with mother tonight." Little star erupted in joyous cheers. Xiao Mohan, in a state of urgency, wished to open his eyes and prevent this, yet he found it inappropriate to awaken at that moment. Should he do so, all the lies he had spun before would be laid bare. He wrestled internally with his turmoil, ultimately deciding to feign sleep. He resolved to remain vigilant for any sounds from the neighboring room when that malicious woman took little star to sleep. In the dead of night, he would stealthily check on them several times, with his watchful eye. Even if this woman harbored ill intentions, she would be thwarted. Unbeknownst to Xiao Mohan, when Rong Yao agreed to let little star sleep with her, the 2 little ones standing nearby gazed at their sister with a sense of envy that they themselves had not recognized. After tending to little star's meal, Rong Yao paid no mind to Xiao Mohan, choosing instead to take the remaining chicken soup back to her quarters for safekeeping. The next morning, she could use it to prepare porridge. In this beastly world, crops like rice and wheat had begun to emerge, albeit with low yields. On the black market, rice and flour were more expensive than meat, particularly flour, due to its more intricate processing methods. In the typical household of a beastman, the main sustenance consisted of various wild meats, with rice merely served as an accompaniment, primarily in the form of porridge, as cooking plain rice was deemed a luxury. Even when preparing porridge, only a modest handful of rice was used, with the dish predominantly consisting of meat and assorted wild vegetables. Leaving the 2 little ones and Xiao Mohan to sleep, Rong Yao took little star to the adjacent room. Sated, little star soon fell asleep, lulled by the fragrant scent of her mother, drifting into dreams within mere minutes. Rong Yao draped a fur blanket over the little one, reclining on the humble bed as her consciousness gradually sank into her own realm. Chapter 25, signing for 7 consecutive days, bestowing a planting space. Since her last venture into the space, where she had acquired a spring of spiritual water, Rong Yao had been so occupied that she scarcely found the time to return and scrutinize it closely. Now, upon entering, she noticed that the surroundings of the space were still enveloped in a white mist. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but it seemed to her that the space appeared somewhat larger than during her previous visit. The supplies that had been stored within were haphazardly piled in a corner. Apart from the small portion she had taken out, nothing was missing. The spring of spiritual water she had obtained during her last visit remained at the center of the space, bubbling gently with tiny effervescences, showing little alteration. Rong Yao meticulously categorized and organized the scattered supplies, then proceeded to examine the surroundings of the space. She walked around the perimeter, where white mist enveloped the area. And upon reaching the barrier formed by the mist, she discovered an invisible obstruction preventing her passage, just as she had experienced when she first entered. After searching for a rope, she carefully measured the dimensions of her current space and was astonished to find that it had indeed expanded, roughly doubling in size. Could it be that this space had gradually transformed since her arrival in this narrative? Reaching the center of the space, she scooped a handful of the spiritual spring water and took a sip. Its sweetness and clarity surpassed any mountain spring water she had ever tasted in her past life. Reflecting on the changes in the starry eggshell and Xiao Mohan's body, Rong Yao gained a clearer understanding of the water's significance. The spiritual spring water was a reward she received upon signing into the space. Remembering the sign-in button from earlier, she quickly glanced at the white mist surrounding her. Whether the space sensed her thoughts or not, the mist above her began to coalesce, soon revealing a sign-in button. This time, not only did it display the current day's reward, but it also showcased the rewards for the subsequent 6 days, 7 days in total. The prospect of receiving such a beneficial reward as the spiritual spring water on her first sign-in filled Rong Yao with anticipation. Eagerly, she pressed the sign-in button. And as she did, the white mist converged, delivering an object into her palm. Weighing it, she found it light, approximately half a pound. As the mist gradually dispersed, the true nature of the object was unveiled, a small burlap sack, which she opened to reveal round, snow-white rice. Today, a sign-in had granted her a small bag of rice. She wondered if the rice produced in this space would surpass the quality of what she had previously known. Although this reward seemed somewhat lackluster compared to her first, Rong Yao felt no disappointment. After all, this space was merely a supplementary tool for her to thrive and ensure the well-being of her charges. She would primarily rely on her own efforts. Quickly adjusting her mindset, she set the small bag of rice aside and gazed at the remaining sign-in button shrouded in mist. The second button indicated tomorrow's sign-in, but upon touching it, nothing changed, suggesting that she could only sign in once per day. Typically, the rewards for signing in would be revealed only after the act, yet these buttons ahead of time disclosed the final day's reward. The last day's sign-in reward for the 7-day period was the opening of a planting area. Those 6 brief words instantly captivated Rong Yao's attention. What? A planting area? Did this signify that if she consistently signed in for 7 consecutive days, she would gain access to a space suitable for cultivation? Upon reflecting on the space novels read in a past life, where the female protagonists freely cultivated crops in vast expanses, witnessing their rapid growth leading to an abundance of resources worth billions, tears of longing unwittingly welled up in her eyes. Having once experienced obtaining a spiritual spring through a sign-in, Rong Yao promptly resolved to consistently check into the space every day for the next 7 days without fail. However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had she missed out on any treasures during her absence from the space in these past few days? Regret washed over her as she realized that she had been too preoccupied with her chaotic life to spare a glance into the space. Just as she was about to retrieve the rice she had drawn from the sign-in, a sudden sharpness seized her expression. She sensed a peculiar disturbance outside the space. With urgency, she withdrew her consciousness from the space and returned to her physical form. The night sky outside was adorned with a radiant moon and twinkling stars, and the silvery moonlight streamed through the cracks of the windows and doors, illuminating a small corner of the darkness within her humble abode. Rong Yao discreetly opened her eyes to glance towards the door and the window, and there, a tall shadow loomed by the entrance, instilling an involuntary shiver within her. This silhouette, this figure, could only belong to Xiao Mohan. Rong Yao's eyes narrowed slightly before she closed them again, gradually relaxing her body. Yet, she did not entirely let her guard down. Her right hand, concealed beneath the animal skin blanket, clutched a sharp dagger that she had prepared earlier. Tonight, she intended to discover what Xiao Mohan was secretly plotting by entering her chamber. Ever since Rong Yao had taken little Xingxing to the adjacent room to sleep, he had been on high alert, attentive to any sounds from next door. More than an hour had passed since then, apart from some noise when the malicious woman entered. She had only exchanged a few insincere words with little Xingxing before silence enveloped the straw hut. Initially, the 2 little ones lying beside her had been nibbling at each other's ears, but they too had succumbed to slumber. Xiao Mohan quietly turned over, casting a sidelong glance at the little ones. He beheld their rosy faces and relaxed brows, deeply engrossed in sweet dreams. Unlike before, when that wretched woman had neglected the little ones, subjecting them to beatings and scoldings, even forcing them to forage for food. He was not permitted to reside in the household. Each time he returned, he had to bring ample provisions to appease her. Only then would she grant the little ones a meager morsel. Thus, the food they consumed was often nothing more than her leftovers or items she deemed unpalatable, leaving them perpetually hungry, often alternating between starvation and gluttony. The 2 little ones would frequently save their food for little Xingxing, resulting in their emaciated frames, scarcely possessing any flesh and sometimes lacking the energy even to walk. Yet, within just a few days, the little fellow's cheeks began to plump. And they no longer fantasized about delectable treats before sleep. Their complexions had improved noticeably. He could sense that the hostility within them had diminished compared to before. Xiao Mohan clenched his fists tightly, his handsome face reflecting an increasingly intricate array of emotions. At this moment, even he could not ascertain the true intentions of that wicked woman, but the notion that she had undergone a genuine transformation was utterly implausible. A leopard cannot change its spots. The inherent nature of a person is not so easily altered, and having endured numerous hardships in his previous life, Xiao Mohan was far from naive. Suddenly, the grumbling of his stomach interrupted Xiao Mohan's dark musings. His expression faltered, his body stiffening in response. Humans are like iron, and food is like steel. One cannot function properly on an empty stomach. He wondered if little Xingxing was being tormented by that venomous woman next door. And it seemed there was still half a jar of chicken soup left from dinner. Chapter 26. Does father wish to sleep with mother? Having tucked the two little ones snugly under their blankets, Xiao Mohan quietly rose and exited the room. He tread softly, approaching the door of the adjacent room. The humble thatched cottage lacked a proper door, instead obscured by a bamboo curtain. In the winter, this curtain would be replaced with a wooden board. The bamboo curtain was sparse, allowing the moonlight to filter through into the cottage. Standing at the threshold, anyone with slightly better eyesight could discern the interior scene. The tall figure of Xiao Mohan stood outside the curtain, casting a shadow that obstructed some of the moonlight. His deep gaze eagerly searched the room for the little star. Upon spotting a round, serene egg nestled in the bed, covered with a blanket, the tension in his heart eased somewhat. It seemed the little star was safe. Perhaps this woman possessed some semblance of conscience. It appeared that the little star's protection was not in vain. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Xiao Mohan lifted the bamboo curtain and entered the room. This chamber mirrored his own in simplicity, furnished only with a rudimentary bed. In a few strides, he reached the bedside. Adjusting to the darkness, aided by the sliver of moonlight seeping in, his vision became remarkably clear. He gazed down at the sleeping face of the woman beside him. Under the night's veil, he was all too familiar with this visage. In his previous life, it was this very face that had brought endless suffering to him and the little ones. Even until the end of his life, this face remained a haunting nightmare. Memories surged like a tsunami, distorting the calm expression that once adorned Xiao Mohan's countenance. In that moment, hatred surged within him, a tide that could not be contained. A flash of ferocity momentarily crossed his dark eyes, and with a twisted expression, he raised his hand to strangle Rong Yao's delicate neck. Though appearing to be in a deep slumber, Rong Yao instantly sensed the looming threat, her body tensing like a taut bow, ready to spring into action. Should Xiao Mohan's hand touch her neck, the dagger in her grasp would not miss its mark. She was no fool to be slaughtered like a lamb. Having already shown leniency to the two little ones yesterday, if Xiao Mohan persisted in this manner, you should not blame her for being merciless. Without Xiao Mohan, she could thrive in the beastly world alongside her children. At the critical moment, just as Xiao Mohan's large hand was about to encircle Rong Yao's slender neck, the voice of the little star suddenly rang out, "Daddy, don't kill mommy." The murderous intent in Xiao Mohan's eyes faltered. The poised Rong Yao was equally taken aback. Memories collided in Xiao Mohan's mind. In his past life, as the little star lay on the brink of death, he had brought the wicked woman before her to fulfill the child's last wish. The little star had mustered a sweet smile, calling her mommy. Yet, the heartless woman merely scoffed, refusing even to glance at the little star. Fury ignited within Xiao Mohan. She was the little star's biological mother, the source of her suffering. Yet she offered not a shred of maternal affection or warmth. Why was this woman so cruel? He drew the long sword in his hand, poised to strike her down. Just as he unsheathed the blade, before he could direct it at the vile woman, little star cried out in distress, pleading, "Father, do not kill mother." In that moment, little star expressed further sentiments. She declared that her life was a gift from her mother, and even if her mother wished to reclaim it, she bore no resentment. All she desired was that in the next life, should she still be her mother's child, her mother would glance at her once more. She promised to be exceptionally well-behaved, even more so than in this life. Ultimately, little star's life was extinguished before that wicked woman, and when he held a funeral for her, the woman never showed her face again. After the funeral, he discovered that she had fled. With bitterness, he lamented that in little star's next incarnation, no matter which orc family she was reborn into, she must never again be the daughter of that woman. She was unworthy, because of little star's words. Xiao Mohan's outstretched hand froze in midair, unable to move. He gazed at the egg nestled within, his expression a complex tapestry of affection, concern, and fury. How could such a clever and gentle daughter fall victim to this cruel woman? This had been the case in both lives. How could he possibly find peace? As a seasoned antagonist reborn through the trials of life, Xiao Mohan suppressed the deep-seated hatred he felt towards Rong Yao, his voice low and magnetic as he asked, "Little star, have you awakened?" After glancing at Rong Yao, who still lay with her eyes closed and unmoving, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate she remained asleep. Otherwise, the situation would be difficult to explain. It did not matter how she affected him. But he could not allow her to involve Little Star. After he posed his question, Little Star pouted and gently made a soft sound before rolling about in her egg. Leaning against Rong Yao. After a moment, she drowsily exclaimed, "Ah, father, why are you here? Do you wish to sleep with mother?" In the eyes of the children, it was natural for parents to sleep together in the rice flower village, which couple did not share a bed. It was indeed strange for Xiao Mohan and Rong Yao to sleep apart. Thus, it seemed entirely normal for him to come at night to seek his mother's company. Xiao Mohan thought, what nonsense is this little one speaking? After all he had endured in his previous life, how could he still harbor any affection for that woman? Let alone hope? Not killing her immediately was already a concession for Little Star's sake. Furrowing his elegant brows, he chose not to respond to her peculiar question, but instead asked, "Little Star, what did you just say?" Xiao Mohan harbored no desire for the little ones to experience rebirth like him. It would be far too cruel for them. However, the words of the little starlet sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. The little star, adorned with an aura of innocence, pondered her father's peculiar behavior. Why did he voice such strange inquiries when he could simply sleep beside her mother? She whispered softly, mindful of not disturbing her slumbering mother, who was lost in dreams of delectable delights. At that moment, Xiao Mohan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. The little star's naive demeanor did not suggest she was reborn. For now, he resolved to spare the wicked woman from his ire, and would judge her future actions accordingly. As his gaze swept across the room, it landed on a clay pot nestled in the corner. He approached it quietly, only for the little star to notice his movements. With a pout, she inquired, "Father, weren't you not hungry? Why are you fetching food?" Xiao Mohan's lips twitched slightly. This little one was becoming increasingly troublesome. He explained that he feared the warmth of the night would spoil the chicken soup if left indoors, hence his decision to take it outside. As he made his way toward the door, the little star softly asked, "Will you return to sleep with mother?" Xiao Mohan replied, "No, I must tend to your two brothers next door." Once he had stepped out, the little star murmured to herself, "Father is deceiving me. Big brother and second brother hardly need his care. They would take care of him instead. He simply longs for the chicken soup mother makes, and he cannot fool me." Xiao Mohan, emerging from the room shared with Song Rong Yao and the little star, released a quiet sigh of relief. Yet, as he recalled the intoxicating scent wafting from the wicked woman he had just passed, his expression darkened once more. Chapter 27. The lethal allure that scent was unique to the beast men, typically undetectable, but during their mating season, it became palpable, creating an irresistible attraction. As a descendant of the devolved Jiazu, Xiao Mohan faced a dual torment each year when the beastmen entered their mating season, coinciding with his own bloodline's frenzy. Initially, the bond forged between him and Rong Yao was largely influenced by his period of bloodline frenzy and estrus. Otherwise, had it not been for Rong Yao being under the influence of a drug, he would have maintained a considerable degree of self-control and would not have fathered 3 offspring with her. At this juncture, it is essential to mention the 2 offspring and their regressive beastman nature. Although they cannot fully transform into beasts, their condition mitigates the effects of the estrus pheromones that typically overwhelm ordinary beastmen. Unlike their counterparts, they remain unaffected by the pheromonal control that usually ensnares both parties during their mating cycle. Xiao Mohan clenched his fists, grinding his molars in frustration. When he had reluctantly engaged with Rong Yao, he found her scent disagreeable, even repulsive. Why, upon his rebirth, did this vile woman's essence transform into something so irresistibly alluring? His handsome face contorted in vexation. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to cast these thoughts aside, unwilling to succumb to the temptation of her scent once more. After all, she was the very woman he longed to eliminate. Xiao Mohan carried a ceramic jar filled with chicken soup to the center of the courtyard. Leaning closer to the jar, he inhaled its aroma, although the soup had cooled. Its savory fragrance lingered, prompting his stomach to rumble in anticipation. That wicked woman likely did not foresee his midnight foray for chicken soup, so it should be safe to consume. The soup had been discreetly procured, and a hint of anxiety accompanied him as he neglected to heat it before drinking. Sitting in the moonlit yard, he swiftly consumed every last drop of the half jar of soup. Cautiously, Xiao Mohan discarded the chicken bones outside the courtyard and promptly cleaned the jar before retreating to his room. He had previously misjudged one aspect. Her culinary skills were indeed commendable. At least this mountain chicken soup was unlike any he had ever tasted, had it been served warm. Its flavor would surely have been even more exquisite. In that moment, curiosity piqued within him regarding the flavor of the rabbit that wicked woman had roasted. He had once thought that little star was exaggerating, but now it seemed the little one genuinely praised the taste of the roasted rabbit. Rong Yao was aware that Xiao Mohan had taken the remaining half jar of chicken soup, and she couldn't help but pout her lips. Initially, she had believed that Xiao Mohan was a person of ambition, resolutely refusing to consume the food she prepared. Yet, it seemed that even the most determined could falter in the face of culinary delights. If it weren't for her concern for the little star beside her, Rong Yao would have pursued Xiao Mohan to confront him directly. Oh well, it was just half a jar of chicken soup. Next time, she would prepare something even more delectable to entice Xiao Mohan. Not long after Xiao Mohan departed, Rong Yao opened her eyes. Hearing the little star utter the words about not wanting his father to harm his mother, she felt an undeniable sense of unease. She turned onto her side to face the little star, gently touching the warm eggshell, and inquired with concern, "Did you have a nightmare, little star?" The little star, who was struggling to fall asleep, was pleasantly surprised to find his mother awake. He joyfully rolled into Rong Yao's embrace, assuring her that he had slept soundly and had not experienced any nightmares. "Mother, don't worry," he added. "Did you hear me talking just now?" Rong Yao cradled the entire egg of Little Star in her embrace and nodded gently. Little Star, filled with happiness, let out a couple of joyful sounds. She found her mother's scent utterly delightful and wished to remain nestled in her mother's arms, longing to be her mother's cherished child. Little Star's grandmother remarked, "It was your father who just arrived." Little Star had been conversing with him, her voice so soft that she did not realize it had disturbed her mother. When her father came, he intended to share a moment of rest with her mother, but upon being discovered by Little Star, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and quietly stepped outside, taking the chicken soup along with him. "Rong Yao, Xiao Mohan, are you aware that your daughter has completely betrayed you?" Rong Yao found herself in a state of both amusement and exasperation. The little star before her always exhibited sincerity. The tiny creature had not spoken an untruth. The fact that she had not mentioned that particular phrase indicated that she herself was unaware of having uttered it moments ago. Rong Yao did not contest the words of the little star. She gently caressed the shell of the little star, realizing that it was still early. Mother cradled the little star in her arms, recounting tales that would soon lull the little star to sleep. Instantly, the top of the little star's shell shimmered with golden ripples, a manifestation of its delight. It was the first time Mother had ever shared a story with the little star. Curiosity swelled within her about the enchanting tales Mother might weave, and she resolved to boast about it to the big pot and the second pot the following day. Lowering her gaze to the two golden lines adorning the apex of the little star's shell, a bold thought suddenly struck Rong Yao. Could that earlier statement signify a newly awakened special ability of the little star? Though uncertain of the nature of this ability, it was evidently imbued with a sense of forewarning. Rong Yao suddenly felt a surge of joy. If that were indeed the case, then Little Star would have gained an additional means of survival, which was undoubtedly a piece of delightful news for her. Rong Yao gently caressed the shell of the little star and began to softly narrate the tale of the ugly duckling. The following morning, she rose and first took the little star outside to bask in the sunlight. The two little ones had also awakened, standing in the corridor and conversing with their sister. The little star proudly boasted about the story their mother had shared with her the previous night. Xianjing and Xianhan were taken aback, having never realized that the woman possessed the ability to tell stories, let alone that she recounted tales unheard by the young beasts of the entire rice flower village. They suddenly felt a yearning to slumber beside her, eager to listen to her enchanting stories at night. Rong Yao discovered the ceramic pot, which had contained chicken soup, beside the earthen stove in the courtyard. The pot was spotless. Not a trace of chicken remained, nor even a single drop of soup. Rong Yao intentionally raised her voice, muttering to herself, "Did I forget to bring the chicken soup into the house last night, allowing that little beast to drink it all?" Strangely, there wasn't even a single chicken bone in sight. Inside the house, Xiao Mohan, who had consumed nearly a jar of chicken soup, wore a rather dark expression. This vile woman, who was she calling a little beast? Was it merely for drinking her half jar of chicken soup? How petty. Once his bloodline frenzy subsided, he would catch 10 wild chickens and toss them before her. Xianjing and Xianhan exchanged glances. It seemed they had caught a whiff of chicken soup on their father's clothes last night. Only little Xingxing appeared oblivious to her mother's words, continuing to sweetly recount the stories their mother had shared with her the previous night. Rong Yao said nothing further, washing the earthenware pot anew. She retrieved the rice acquired from last night's signing and took out half of the mountain chicken caught in the trap yesterday. After plucking and cooking it, she shredded the chicken meat into strips and mixed it into the rice porridge boiled in spring water. Finally, she chopped the wild scallions gathered the day before, adding them to the porridge once it was ready, resulting in a delectable chicken porridge. After finishing breakfast, Rong Yao prepared to take the two little ones to the black market near Rice Flower Village. The home was humble and lacking in many essentials, so it was an opportune moment to exchange the wild rabbits and mountain chickens she had caught for some necessary items, while also exploring what the black market had to offer. She could then retrieve something from her space to facilitate her explanations. Chapter 28. The bustling Beastman Black Market. While preparing breakfast, Rong Yao processed the remaining 3 rabbits and 2 mountain chickens. Since there was no time to smoke the rabbit and chicken meat, she opted to roast them over the fire instead, which would be more convenient for selling at the black market. The roasted rabbits and chickens would be ready in an hour, just as the sun fully rose, allowing her to head to the market without delay. As she roasted the rabbits and chickens, she kept an eye on the chicken porridge, while the 2 little ones assisted her by gathering the rabbit skins and chicken feathers. Xianjing observed as this woman poured a small bag of rice into the earthenware pot, noting that the cloth bag had been emptied entirely, with not a single grain remaining. This rice was undoubtedly brought back from the Rong family, and they had only enjoyed lean meat porridge once before. With the remaining rice used up this morning, he wondered what they would eat next. Previously, he had not wanted to consider her needs at all, but in recent days, she had lent them a helping hand, prompting him to also think of her welfare. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up, urging, "Rice is precious. It's all right for us to eat less." Rong Yao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the empty burlap sack beside her, and instantly comprehended the little one's thoughts. She reached out, smiling as she ruffled Xianjing and Xianhan's hair. "It's all right. You are still young and in need of nourishment. You must eat. Going hungry will not help you grow tall and strong. The rice has been consumed, but I shall venture to the black market shortly to procure more. Look, we have these rabbits and pheasants. Surely we can exchange them for some rice? Not only will I bring back rice, but I shall also acquire flour. Soon, I will prepare delicious meat buns for you." Xianjing and Xianhan were momentarily speechless at the woman's words. This was the first time she had ever spoken such sentiments in their presence. Previously, she would always send them off to fetch food, chiding them for their ineffectiveness and lamenting their dependency. Yet now, she was offering to buy them food, and not just rice, but the more precious flour. The 2 little ones could hardly believe their ears. In the entirety of Rice Flower Village, only a few affluent families could afford flour, and they had never tasted it in their lives. It was truly difficult to imagine what the meat buns described by Rong Yao might taste like. But that did not hinder their imagination. As the elder brother, Xianjing pondered more than Xianhan, recalling the traps they had set together with this woman yesterday. He realized that as long as those traps remained, they would have a continuous supply of rabbits and pheasants, ensuring they would not have to worry about meat in the future. The few wild rabbits and pheasants they had now could fetch a decent price in the black market. The rabbits and pheasants were soon roasted to perfection, and Rong Yao wrapped them in large leaves she had gathered nearby, placing them into her backpack. Afterwards, she served the little ones a porridge made with chicken shreds. The gluttonous little star, unable to resist, managed to finish the entire remaining pot of chicken porridge by himself. With a sense of resignation, Rong Yao gently caressed the shell of the little star, placing it beside Xiao Mohan. She also left some spiritual spring water for him, should he struggle to lower his high fever. Standing by Xiao Mohan's bedside, Rong Yao conveyed her instructions to Xianjing and Xianhan, who nodded in silent acknowledgement, indicating they had absorbed her words. In truth, her utterances were directed towards the man lying in bed, for she was already aware that he had regained consciousness. Once her instructions were complete, Rong Yao shouldered her basket and stepped out towards the black market. Not long after Rong Yao departed from the courtyard, the man on the bed opened his eyes. The small star, resembling an egg, nestled beside his father, seemed entirely unperturbed by the fact that he had awakened at this hour. Only the 2 little ones exhibited mild surprise. Xianjing lamented, "Father, she just stepped out to the black market, saying she wouldn't return until noon." Xiao Mohan nodded solemnly, rising from the bed. He noticed Xianjing and Xianhan scratching their heads, uncertain of their father's intentions. Xiao Mohan strolled around the courtyard, especially scrutinizing the area near the earthen stove. only to find it utterly devoid of anything but an empty jar. Earlier, while still in bed, he distinctly caught a whiff of delectable food and heard the children discussing their meal of shredded chicken congee. Surely, there couldn't be nothing left? The two little ones trailing behind Xiao Mohan observed his actions, and after a brief moment, it dawned on them what their father was doing. Was he perhaps searching for food? Xianjing and Xianhan exchanged glances, lowering their heads, unsure of how to approach their father. Xiao Mohan cleared his throat. Mustering the courage to inquire, Xianjing, Xianhan, did you have breakfast this morning? Xianjing glanced at his brother and replied, Father, we have already eaten. Oh, what did you have? Are you hungry now? We had shredded chicken congee, made by that woman. It was quite delicious. We ate our fill and are not hungry at the moment. Indeed, that wicked woman had prepared a meal, deliberately withholding it from him. He had not eaten since yesterday and felt a pang of hunger. Was there any of the shredded chicken congee left from breakfast? This was the first time Xiao Mohan had broached such a subject with the children, and he could feel his handsome face flush uncontrollably. Xianjing and Xianhan were taken aback, never expecting their father to say such a thing. They were no fools. The mountain chicken and mushroom soup from the previous night had been consumed entirely by their father, who was clearly fabricating an excuse. Xianhan's lips twitched. Was their father simply craving food? He had ruthlessly quelled the cravings within his father's belly, having devoured all the remnants of the delicious chicken congee that morning. Xiao Mohan sighed. Indeed, it seems my little daughter is the one who has put me in this predicament. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he expressed his disappointment. Well, never mind. A single meal without food is something I can endure. Xianjing and Xianhan. Father had just mentioned that he had not eaten since yesterday. Unbeknownst to Rong Yao, who was heading towards the black market with her burden, this minor incident had transpired at home. The black market, situated near the pavilion 5 miles outside Rice Flower Village, convenes every 3 days, attracting orc traders from neighboring settlements to engage in barter and commerce. The market is safeguarded by patrolling orc sentinels, ensuring its security. To enter the black market, one must present an orc copper coin. After a thorough search, Rong Yao finally unearthed 2 coins from the bundle she had inherited from the previous owner. One of the coins was notably worn down, a testament to the length of time it had been cherished. Before long, Rong Yao arrived at the vicinity of the black market. The scene was bustling with a throng of various semi-bestial orcs, all engaged in trade, burdened with baskets, shouldering loads, and dragging children. As they haggled with the merchants within the market, with a smile, Rong Yao hurriedly shouldered her basket and made her way forward. Upon reaching the entrance of the black market, she was intercepted by 2 orc soldiers clad in leather armor. One of them extended a large hand towards her. Noticing that the orcs entering the market nearby had each paid a copper coin to gain entry, she produced a coin and placed it in the soldier's palm. The soldier cast a brief glance at her before withdrawing the staff that barred her way, allowing her to step into the market. The black market surrounding the village was surprisingly bustling, filled with a steady stream of orcs, most of whom donned simple garments made of coarse linen, bearing their wares on their shoulders or backs. The streets of the market lacked formal shops but were lined with an array of small stalls, resembling a vibrant rural fair. The variety of goods was quite extensive, though most items were crafted rather crudely. Soon, Rong Yao's eyes lit up as she spotted something she desperately needed. Chapter 29. Stalls in the black market. Before her was a modest stall run by an elderly female monkeykin, showcasing an assortment of garments made from burlap in various sizes. Though the craftsmanship and designs were simplistic, they were precisely what Rong Yao required at that moment. The clothing of her 2 young ones was no longer wearable, and for the past few days, they had been donning garments altered from the original owner's attire. At just over 3 years old, the children, like the original owner, were de-evolved orcs. Thus, even the smallest alterations to the original clothes did not fit them well. Moreover, Xiao Mohan's attire was in tatters and likewise needed replacement. Despite her lack of fondness for him, he was the father of her children, and the original owner had owed him much. She considered this a means of repaying that debt. Rong Yao approached to inquire about the price of the linen on the stall. The elderly woman glanced at her and extended 2 fingers, indicating that the smaller pieces were priced at 2 copper coins each, while the larger ones would cost 3 copper coins each. Rong Yao was uncertain whether the price was exorbitant, as she was a novice in the black market. She continued to inquire, Madam, is it possible to exchange items? The elderly woman from the monkey tribe, who sold the ceremonial garments, shook her head and replied, I only accept orc copper coins here. If you possess items, you must sell them first to obtain copper coins before returning to make a purchase. Rong Yao chose not to inquire further. She rose and made her way to a nearby stall. Soon, Other beasts approached the old woman's stall, and her responses remained unchanged from before. Rong Yao discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that the elderly woman was not scrutinizing her choice of dishes. It appeared that the price of the goods sold in the black market was indeed approximately this amount. Rong Yao spent half an hour wandering through the entirety of the black market. Although this modest black market pales in comparison to modern commercial streets, it offers a variety of basic necessities for daily living, albeit in a more rudimentary form. The largest stall, situated at the heart of the market, specializes in grilled meat. This particular stall is the only one adorned with a constructed awning, providing shelter from the sun and rain alike, thus claiming a significant portion of prime real estate within the black market. Beneath the awning, a few rudimentary tables and benches are arranged for patrons to sit and rest. Consequently, this grilled meat stall enjoys the most prosperous business, frequented by well-dressed orcs. As the young orcs trail behind the adult ones, they cannot help but steal glances at the tantalizing grilled meat, their mouths watering in anticipation. Rong Yao approached to inquire about the price of the grilled meat. The vendor replied that it was 1 copper coin per piece. Rong Yao observed the meager portion of roasted meat purchased by the nearby orc, roughly the size of half a palm. Such a scant offering seemed utterly insufficient. A fully grown orc would likely require 4 or 5 pieces to feel even a modicum of satiety. Yet, despite this, the stall's business thrived, standing as the most prosperous in the entire black market. The reason was simple. This stall served the most delectable roasted meat in the whole of the market. Unfortunately, the exorbitant prices rendered it unattainable for Rong Yao, who lacked the funds to indulge in a single piece. She meandered from the entrance to the far end of the black market, ultimately discovering a vacant spot suitable for her own stall. The 2 establishments selling pre-prepared garments only accepted copper coins, compelling Rong Yao to first sell the roasted rabbit and mountain chicken she had brought along. Following the example of others, she spread a coarse cloth upon the ground and retrieved the expertly roasted wild rabbit and mountain chicken from her backpack. At home, she had meticulously portioned the plump rabbit and chicken, dividing each into 2 servings, half a rabbit for 2 copper coins and half a chicken for 3. These prices, while not entirely fair, were deemed reasonable in light of the market's offerings. She set aside some scraps of the roasted rabbit and chicken for passers-by to sample, and placed the rabbit fur and chicken feathers in a corner, anticipating that some customers might find them useful. There was no need for Rong Yao to call out to potential buyers the moment the roasted rabbit and chicken were unveiled. Their enticing aroma wafted through the far end of the black market. The stall owner selling straw sandals could hardly contain himself, glancing at the golden roasted chicken presented by Rong Yao, and could not resist inquiring, "Dear sister, how much do you sell this roasted chicken for?" Rong Yao cast a glance at the stall owner, a hefty orc from the pig clan, whose corpulent figure was particularly accentuated by his round belly, suggesting that he had indulged in numerous delicacies in his daily life. Rong Yao pointed at the roasted rabbit and roasted chicken before her. The half rabbit was priced at 2 copper coins, while the half chicken cost 3 copper coins. The orc vendor from the pig tribe nearby brightened up and said, "My dear sister, let us negotiate. I currently possess only 2 copper coins. How about this? I will offer you these 2 coins along with 3 pairs of grass shoes in exchange for half a roasted chicken. The craftsmanship of my grass shoes is exceptional. I usually sell 2 pairs for 1 copper coin, so consider the extra pair a gift from me." Rong Yao cast a glance at the stall of the orc shoemaker. Although the footwear was crafted from woven grass, it was evident that the material differed significantly from that of her own world. This grass was a sturdier, more durable, and softer plant native to the orc realm. The shoes appeared solid and resilient, truly justifying the price set by the vendor. "May I choose any 3 pairs of grass sandals?" Rong Yao inquired. "Certainly. Here. The price remains the same regardless of size. As long as you agree, feel free to select as you wish," the vendor replied. Thus, Rong Yao wrapped half of a roasted chicken in a leaf and handed it to the stall owner, who promptly strung together the 3 pairs of sandals she had chosen and presented them to her, additionally offering her 2 copper coins. Rong Yao placed a large and 2 small pairs of grass shoes into her backpack, carefully wrapping up her copper coins. Upon turning around, she noticed the pig tribe vendor beside her was already devouring the roasted chicken she had sold him. As the roasted chicken was handed to him, an even more tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. This mountain chicken, with its golden brown exterior, offered a delectable crunch on the outside and a tender juiciness within, so exquisite that it could make one forget their own tongue in sheer delight. Clearly, the pig tribe vendor was a connoisseur. More than half of the copper coins he earned were typically lavished upon the largest barbecue stall in the black market. Yet today, he found that the mountain chicken roasted by this unexpectedly talented young lady was far superior to anything offered by that stall. In fact, it was not merely better, but exponentially so, and at such a reasonable price, half a chicken for just 3 copper coins. If this roasted chicken were to be sold at the barbecue stall, it would undoubtedly fetch no less than 10 copper coins. After tasting a piece, the pig tribe vendor was unable to restrain himself, continuing to indulge in the chicken. The surrounding vendors, familiar with his reputation, noted his rapturous state and could hardly contain their curiosity. "Zhuzong, what are you eating? Where did you get it? Don't forget to let us have a taste," they inquired eagerly. Zhuzong briefly lifted his gaze to acknowledge the questioner, gesturing towards Rong Yao's stall. "This is from that young lady's stand. She doesn't have much, so if you wish to partake, hurry and buy before it's all gone." Consequently, a few more inquisitive patrons approached Rong Yao's modest stall. However, not all were affluent beastmen. Upon learning the prices, 2 or 3 decided to withdraw. Not everyone was willing to spend the majority of their hard-earned copper coins on food like Zhuzong. Yet, 3 beastmen ultimately decided to purchase from Rong Yao. 2 pooled their resources to buy half a roasted chicken, while another spent 2 copper coins on half a roasted mountain rabbit. The influx of customers drawn in by the pig tribe vendor quickly dissipated, as the black market was not frequented by many at the day's end, leaving the area around the stall desolate once more. Having finished half of his roasted chicken, Zhuzong's gaze fixated longingly on the roasted rabbit at Rong Yao's stall. Were it not for the lackluster sales of grass shoes that day, he would surely have treated himself to another half of the roasted mountain rabbit. As Rong Yao observed his gluttonous demeanor, she recalled that the recent surge in business was largely attributed to this pig tribe vendor. She promptly tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to him, saying, "Here, brother, do give it a taste. I shall return to set up my stall again and hope you will kindly assist with my business." Zhuzong was taken aback by Rong Yao's generous offering of a rabbit leg, although he initially hesitated to accept it. He found himself unable to resist the allure of the delectable morsel and ultimately relented. With a goofy grin, he replied, "Next time at the black market, I will secure a prime spot for you, little sister." As he took a hearty bite of the rabbit leg, he was momentarily stunned. The flavor of the roasted rabbit was distinctly different from that of roasted chicken. While the meat was not as tender as chicken, it possessed a delightful chewiness and a richer aroma. With each bite, he found himself increasingly partial to the taste of roasted rabbit. Just as he was savoring the moment, a throng of beastmen suddenly approached Rong Yao's stall in haste. Chapter 30. The booming stall. Upon witnessing the commotion, Rong Yao was taken aback. As the group of orcs approached the stall, they began to chatter excitedly. "Sister, bring me half a roasted chicken," shouted one. "Vendor, half a roasted rabbit for me." One of each, roasted chicken and rabbit. The sudden influx of customers left Rong Yao momentarily bewildered. It was only when she spotted familiar faces among the crowd, those who had just purchased roasted chicken and rabbit, that she grasped the situation. This throng of patrons, eager for their roasted delicacies, must have been brought by previous customers, including several young orcs. It turned out that the orcs who had earlier bought roasted rabbits shared them with their children at home. The children, upon tasting the delightful fare, became enamored with it. While playing with their friends, they divided the small portions, but alas, half a roasted rabbit was hardly sufficient for those hungry youngsters. Consequently, the children eagerly pleaded with their parents to return for more roasted chicken and rabbit. In terms of value, the offerings from this modest stall were far more economical than those from the meat vendors. Half a roasted chicken or rabbit could satisfy 3 or 4 little ones at home. Today, Rong Yao had prepared only a modest amount, and in the blink of an eye, the remaining roasted rabbits and chickens were sold out. Several orcs, arriving late, found themselves disappointed with their missed opportunity. To express her gratitude towards these patrons who supported her business, Rong Yao generously offered them the samples of roasted rabbit and chicken she had prepared earlier. Initially, the orcs felt indifferent about not purchasing any. However, after savoring a bite, a wave of regret washed over them. Who would have thought that the black market would boast roasted chicken and rabbit even more delectable than those from a typical barbecue stall? Before departing, the orcs insisted that Rong Yao prepare a larger quantity for the next black market event, ensuring they would secure their share. One orc, noticing the well-treated rabbit fur and mountain chicken feathers at Rong Yao's stall, decided to purchase them, acquiring 6 rabbit skins and a quantity of chicken feathers for a total of 8 copper coins, which was the standard price in the black market. As her stall was emptied, Rong Yao tidied up her belongings and thanked the pig tribe vendor before setting off to acquire the hemp clothing she had previously admired. During this market outing, she sold 3 roasted rabbits and 2 roasted chickens, half of which were sampled by the pig tribe vendor and customers. Including the rabbit skins and chicken feathers, she earned a total of 29 copper coins along with 3 pairs of straw sandals. This was a substantial sum for an orc. 29 copper coins could sufficiently feed a family of orcs for an entire week if spent on rice at the black market. As Rong Yao had just departed from the bustling market, a slender and graceful figure emerged from a nearby corner. This individual was none other than Rong Jin. Rong Jin gazed at the silhouette of Rong Yao, burdened by her basket, a peculiar and grave expression flickering across her eyes. Ever since Rong Yao had been expelled from the Rong family by her brother, she had not returned. Initially, it was presumed that she would either fend for herself in the world or return to torment her children. However, encountering her in the black market was entirely unexpected. This reunion with Rong Yao imparted a wholly different impression upon Rong Jin. Just moments ago, it seemed she had been peddling her wares in the black market. Yet, it was difficult for Rong Jin to fathom what a seemingly ineffectual beastman could possibly sell in such a venue. As Rong Jin was lost in thought, hurried footsteps approached from behind, and then a deep, resonant voice broke the silence. "Jiner, what are you staring at?" Rong Jin hurriedly shook her head, regaining her composure as she looked up at the tall and handsome man behind her. With a sweet smile, she asked, "Brother Yunza, what brings you to the black market as well?" "Brother Rong was concerned for your safety alone in such a place, so I came," Xiao Yunza replied, gazing at Rong Jin with affectionate eyes. Rong Jin's delicate visage instantly flushed crimson. Truly, her elder brother was being overly protective. "I am no mere cub, and my unique abilities have reached a stable state. In Dawa village, few female beastmen could pose a challenge to me. It is merely a visit to the black market. Nothing untoward shall occur." Xiao Yunza gently caressed Rong Jin's hair, expressing his concern. "No matter how capable you are, I remain uneasy with you venturing out alone." Upon hearing his words, Rong Jin's heart swelled with sweetness. Before long, she led Xiao Yunza away from the direction in which Rong Yao had departed. However, prior to their departure, she spent 10 copper coins in the hands of an adult beastman to purchase half a roasted chicken. Xiao Yunza, wary of Rong Jin consuming something of dubious origin, took the half chicken from her and said, "Allow me to taste it first. If it poses no issue, then you may partake." As a member of the dragon clan, he was virtually impervious to toxins. Even if the chicken were laced with poison, it would hardly affect him. Rong Jin wished to intervene, yet Xiao Yunza had already torn off a piece and placed it in his mouth. He moved his lips slightly and soon exclaimed in delight, tearing off another piece to savor. Indeed, Jiner was akin to a lucky koi. Even a mere half of a roasted chicken he purchased was utterly delectable, surpassing even the flavors from the village chief's barbecue stall. Having confirmed its exquisite taste, Xiao Yunza returned the roasted chicken to Rong Jin. Rong Jin was rather indifferent to Xiao Yunza's recent compliments. She tore off a piece of roasted chicken and placed it in her mouth, instantly savoring the delectable aroma of the crispy skin and the tender meat that spread across her palate. Regardless of her reluctance to admit it, the roasted chicken was indeed as delicious as Xiao Yunza had claimed. However, the pleasure of indulging in such a delightful dish did not bring her joy. Rather, a shadow of discontent flickered in her eyes. This roasted chicken had been purchased by someone else at the hands of Rong Yao. When had she acquired such remarkable culinary skills? In the past, at the Rong household, she had been accustomed to a life of ease, rarely stepping into the kitchen, let alone cooking. Observing Rong Jin's sudden shift in mood, Xiao Yunza inquired with genuine concern, "What troubles you, Jiner? If something is amiss, please share it with me, and I shall assist you." Rong Jin offered the roasted chicken to Xiao Yunza, shaking her head gently. "Brother Yunza, I'm perfectly fine. I simply lost my appetite all of a sudden and do not wish to eat." Xiao Yunza accepted the roasted chicken, feeling that such a delectable treat would be a pity to waste. Throughout the journey back to the Rong residence, he surprisingly consumed nearly half of the chicken. Had it not been for the fact that this half chicken was purchased by Rong Jin from a passerby in the black market, he would have genuinely considered returning to acquire several more to share with his family. Rong Jin observed, with growing dismay, that Xiao Yunza had devoured the roasted chicken meant for Rong Yao. Her already troubled mood deepened, and upon returning to the Rong residence, she skipped dinner altogether and retreated to her room to sleep. Meanwhile, Rong Yao, having strolled through the black market, successfully acquired 3 pieces of varying sizes of hemp garments for the expenditure of 7 copper coins. Subsequently, she purchased a few cooking utensils, costing 4 copper coins. Passing by a barbecue stall in the black market, she spent a copper coin on a small piece of grilled meat. At a nearby stall, she acquired 2 diminutive bows and wooden swords intended for younglings, totaling an expenditure of 15 copper coins. Thus, her freshly acquired sum of 29 copper coins dwindled to a mere 2, and with an additional copper coin left by the original owner, Rong Yao found herself once again devoid of funds. She perused the stalls selling rice, flour, and seasonings in the black market, but, finding the quality subpar, refrained from making any purchases, opting instead to feed the little ones with the rice and flour stored in her space, which she deemed safer. Once her shopping was complete, Rong Yao wasted no time and hurried home with her laden basket. Upon exiting the black market, she took a bite of the grilled meat purchased from the stall, only to furrow her brow in discontent. She finally understood why the pig clan vendor had devoured her roasted chicken with such fervor. The barbecue stall in the black market was indeed rather mediocre in flavor. Rong Yao decided not to further torment her mouth and stomach, carefully rewrapping the piece of roasted meat and stowing it back into her backpack. The wild rabbit and roasted chicken at home had been sold in the black market today, leaving her with no stored meat. Having set the traps for a night and half a day, there should be some game waiting inside. This return journey offered the perfect opportunity to check the traps. If there were any prey, she could bring it back with her. As she walked home, halfway through her journey, Rong Yao suddenly heard the sounds of weeping and cries for help. Chapter 31. A midway rescue. As Rong Yao furrowed her brow slightly, she followed the direction of the cries for help. The modern rescue team member could not remain indifferent upon hearing such pleas. Naturally, she steeled herself, remaining vigilant in case the call for aid was a ruse. Approaching swiftly, she found herself amidst a dense thicket. Gently parting the underbrush, she soon spotted 2 elderly centaur orcs, their silver hair gleaming, lying beneath a nearby tree, appearing to be an elderly couple. Beside them sat a young centaur orc girl, approximately 6 or 7 years of age, whose sobs and cries had echoed in the air. The 2 elderly orcs lay unconscious at the base of the tree, next to a crooked unicycle, its contents strewn across the ground, mere scraps of hay and firewood, of little value. Faced with such a sight, Rong Yao refrained from rushing in immediately. She concealed herself in the shadows for over a moment, observing carefully and finding no signs of danger. She finally rose to approach the young centaur girl. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the girl lifted her tear-filled eyes, only to see a slender woman before her. The glimmer of hope that once shone in her gaze dimmed at the realization that such a frail figure could not possibly assist in bringing her grandparents home. Nevertheless, there was still someone willing to help. Perhaps she could ask this woman to summon others for aid. Rong Yao hastened to the side of the young girl from the Ma clan and inquired, "My dear child, what has transpired?" The Ma clan girl, seeing that Rong Yao bore no ill intentions, promptly recounted the entire sequence of events. Her name was Jigua, hailing from Yinshan village, adjacent to Dawa village. That very morning, she had set off with her grandparents to the black market, intending to sell firewood and fodder to procure some household essentials. To her dismay, as they neared the vicinity, they were ambushed by a robust couple from the Liu clan. She vividly recalled that one of the assailants was a young male from the Liu clan, notably missing a horn. The Liu couple seized their food and coins, inflicting injuries upon Jigua's grandparents before arrogantly departing. At a loss for what to do, she could only cry for help. However, upon encountering a few orcs from Dawa village, she shared her plight, only to discover that upon learning it was a Liu couple involved, they hastily fled. Unwilling to offer her assistance, Rong Yao furrowed her brow slightly. The boy of the deer tribe, missing a horn, could only belong to the family of Deer Mountain. Remembering how she had reprimanded the Deer Mountain family yesterday, she felt compelled to act when the innocent girl from the horse tribe had fallen victim today. Gently, she patted Jigua's head and reassured her, "Do not worry. I possess some medical knowledge and will first attend to your grandparents." Jigua could hardly fathom that this seemingly frail beast woman before her was skilled in healing arts. Overwhelmed with both excitement and gratitude, she reflected that although there were elders in the village who could heal, summoning an elder to their home for treatment required a significant amount of copper coins. With only her grandparents and herself to rely on, they could not afford such expenses. Rong Yao approached the grandparents of Jigua, gently placing her hand upon their pulse while examining the pupils and tongue of the 2 elderly members of the horse tribe. She meticulously scrutinized their limbs and then reassured Jigua, the horse tribe girl, saying, "There is no cause for alarm. Your grandparents are not in life-threatening danger. They have merely fainted due to physical weakness. Your grandmother has sustained a sprained leg and will require bed rest, while the other injuries are minor and only necessitate careful nourishment." In truth, the most pressing issue for the elderly couple is malnutrition compounded by low blood sugar. As long as they receive adequate sustenance, their robust beastly constitution will enable them to recover swiftly. Casting a glance at the horse tribe girl with her brittle, yellowing hair, it was evident that this family found it challenging to procure quality food. Jigua immediately exhaled in relief, grateful that her grandparents were not gravely harmed. Rong Yao feigned retrieving a silver needle from the backpack behind her, subsequently stimulating the acupoints on the elderly couple's bodies. At this juncture, as the couple gradually regained consciousness, she deemed it prudent to awaken them, offering them some sustenance before contemplating their safe return. After employing the silver needle to activate the acupoints, Rong Yao instructed Jigua to tend to her grandparents while she sought suitable branches nearby to stabilize her grandmother's injured leg. Subsequently, she righted the nearby unicycle and laid some fodder atop it. Once these tasks were accomplished, the elderly couple from the Ma tribe began to awaken in succession. Upon seeing her grandparents stir, Jigua immediately rushed to their side. As soon as the couple regained consciousness, they began searching for their granddaughter. And upon realizing she was close at hand, a wave of relief washed over them. Jigua recounted to her grandparents how Rong Yao had rescued them. The grandfather of the Ma tribe, named Jishan, expressed profound gratitude upon hearing his granddaughter's words. He promptly took his partner's hand, intending to rise and bow in thanks to Rong Yao. Rong Yao held them down, saying, "No need for thanks, it's merely a favor. You should sit down and rest well while I repair your unicycle and return you home." After speaking, Rong Yao fetched a bamboo cup and poured some water, subsequently sharing the roasted meat she had purchased from the market with the elderly couple and Jigua. The piece of meat was modest in size, yet sufficient to stave off their hunger temporarily. Uncertain whether the Lu family would return to check on the well-being of the elderly couple from the horse tribe, Rong Yao resolved it would be best to escort them home promptly. Fortunately, Jigua's grandfather had only sustained minor injuries, which did not hinder his ability to walk. Rong Yao assisted Jigua's grandmother onto the unicycle, allowing her to sit upon the hay. As for the scattered fodder and dry twigs strewn across the ground, they were certainly beyond salvaging. Along the journey, Rong Yao and Jigua's grandfather took turns pushing the unicycle, ultimately taking an hour and a half to escort Jigua's family back to their home. Nestled at the rear of Yinshan village, Jigua's abode, though modest in size, boasted a far sturdier wall than that of Rong Yao's residence. However, the interior was stark and bare. Only the elderly couple and their 7-year-old granddaughter Jigua inhabited the space. And aside from a full water jar, there was no food to be found. The elderly couple had painstakingly gathered over 30 copper coins from months of collecting firewood and fodder, intending to procure some meat and rice from the black market, only to be robbed by the Lu family before they could reach their destination. Now, with Jigua's grandmother injured and in need of recuperation, the burden of the household fell entirely upon Jigua's grandfather. Before departing, Rong Yao, unable to bear the thought of their plight, discreetly slipped a bag of rice into Jigua's hands, instructing her to keep it hidden from anyone but her family. The little girl, with tears streaming down her cheeks, accompanied Rong Yao until she reached the village's edge before running back home. Upon her return, she found her grandfather sitting in a daze on the doorstep, pondering their dire situation. While the elderly couple could endure hunger, what about the child? Jigua quickly approached her grandfather, presenting him with the bag of rice that Rong Yao had gifted her. Jishan, the elder of the Ma clan, squeezed the bag and immediately discerned its contents. He opened it with disbelief, revealing a dazzling array of white rice within. This small bag, if rationed wisely, could sustain the 3 of them for 7 or 8 days. With this time, he could venture out to gather firewood and forage for fodder, providing sustenance for his granddaughter and wife. With a grave expression, Jishan inquired, "Jigua, where did this come from?" Jigua replied truthfully, "Grandfather, it was given to us by the sister who saved us." Jishan caressed his granddaughter's gaunt cheek, saying, "Jigua, as members of the Ma clan, we must remember and repay kindness. Once your grandmother recovers, I will take you to visit our benefactor." Jigua nodded vigorously in agreement. Rong Yao glanced up at the sun, having rescued Jigua's family, which had cost her over an hour. At this rate, she would not return until the afternoon. On her way back, she suddenly felt that the name Jigua was strangely familiar, as if she had heard it before. Yet she could not recall when. Eager to reunite with her little ones, she dismissed the thought and collected the traps she had set the previous day, yielding a total of 8 plump mountain hares and 4 game hens. By the time she approached her home, she was more than 3 hours behind her initial estimate, leaving her anxious about how her little ones were faring. Chapter 32. Father, is Mother going to abandon us again? After Rong Yao departed, The two little ones dutifully tended to their father and younger sister at home, perhaps due to the absence of chicken congee in the morning. Xiao Mohan began to burn with fever again before noon, his bloodline in turmoil, leaning against the headboard as his body temperature soared. His vision and thoughts grew increasingly sluggish. Xianjing and Xianhan were gazing intently at the doorway when it was only the gentle reminder from the little star in the room that alerted them to their father's distress. The two little ones swiftly dashed into the room, and Xianjing, using the spiritual spring water left by Rong Yao, dampened a cloth to wipe their father, only to be evaded by Xiao Mohan. In a somewhat weakened voice, he addressed the little ones. Xianjing, there is no need to exert yourself. It's futile. Previously, when Rong Yao helped Xiao Mohan cool down, he had been in a state of unconsciousness and was unaware of whether the method was effective. Yet, throughout his life, every time his bloodline flared, he endured high fever and agony, having leaped into frigid lake waters countless times, soaking himself in the icy depths, only to find minimal relief. Emerging from the water, his body would feel even hotter. If the winter lake offered no solace, could a mere damp cloth provide any comfort? Xiao Mohan persisted in his aversion, and the two little ones, hesitant to defy their father, exchanged glances. Xianhan signaled to his brother that they would wait until their father could no longer bear the discomfort before using the damp cloth. By then, their father would be too weakened to resist. Though time passed slowly, noon eventually arrived. Yet, the tranquil house and courtyard remained devoid of any footsteps. The little star, nestled beside their father, inquired sweetly, "Big pot, second pot, has Tea Mother returned yet?" Just as Xianjing was about to shake his head. He remembered that the little star was still in the egg. He quickly reassured, "Little star, don't fret. It's only just noon. Perhaps that woman walks slowly and is still on her way. Let us wait a little longer, and she will be back." "Oh, I understand. Big pot. You must tell little star when mother returns." In the throes of agonizing transformation, Xiao Mohan slightly opened his elongated, phoenix-like eyes to glance at his offspring. His gaze then shifted toward the entrance, where a flicker of sarcasm and derision danced in his eyes. Although his little ones clung to a shred of hope, he was acutely aware that the malicious woman would not return. At this very moment, she was likely entrenched at the Rong residence, unwilling to depart. The children's anticipation was destined to be in vain. As noon approached, the children remained hopeful, eagerly awaiting Rong Yao's return, yearning for her to bring something from the black market. Every few minutes, Xianjing or Xianhan would dart to the courtyard entrance to check. However, as time passed, noon slipped away, and the once zenith sun began its descent in the west, yet the awaited figure still did not appear. Unable to contain himself, Xianjing settled on the porch, fixated on the gate. Though Xianhan remained silent, his ears were perpetually attuned to the sounds within the courtyard. Witnessing the transformation of his children from hopeful anticipation to profound disappointment, Xiao Mohan tightened his bloodless lips. He wished to tell them to cease their waiting. But facing his young ones, the words eluded him. Perhaps they should endure a little longer, after all. That wicked woman was indeed cruel-hearted and must allow them to comprehend the truth. A cold smirk graced Xiao Mohan's lips. As noon passed and the afternoon waned, the figure the children longed for remained an elusive dream. The once bright gleam in Xianjing's eyes had dulled to despair. Disheartened, he rose from the porch and returned to his father's side. Upon witnessing his brother's expression, Xianhan understood that the woman had not yet returned, and his once cherubic face fell into dejection. It became evident that all their previous hopes had been mere fabrications spun by her. Look, she had left without a word, casting them aside. When they next encountered her, he would assuredly never forgive her. With tear-filled, earnest eyes, Xianjing turned to his father, murmuring, "Father, does she not want us anymore? She must have gone back to the Rong family and never visited the black market, right?" Xiao Mohan, observing the unmistakable disappointment etched on his children's faces, felt an ache in his heart. He opened his arms, embracing both children, gently patting their backs. "Xianjing, Xianhan, fear not, you still have your father." Although Xiao Mohan refrained from mentioning Rong Yao, the implications of his words were clear, inadvertently adding salt to their wounds. Nearby, the little star, unable to endure the sorrowful exchange, interjected, "Big brother, second brother, do not heed father's words. Mother would never deceive us. She promised to return. And she will." Perhaps she was delayed by unforeseen circumstances. "What could possibly take half a day?" came the reply, tinged with disillusionment. Xiao Mohan felt a pang of sympathy for his little daughter. Hearing her words, he helplessly yet tenderly stroked her fragile shell. "Do not fear, little star, from now on. Your father will care for you. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall procure for you." Little star, Xiao Mohan, a robust man, cradled 3 children in his arms. Resembling a forsaken woman abandoned by her husband, quietly weeping as she held her little ones close. Rong Yao, anxious about her little ones awaiting her return, quickened her pace, traversing the distance to her home in half the usual time. Fortunately, with the aid of her spatial abilities, she was able to temporarily stow away the heavier items. Otherwise, her speed would not have been so remarkable. As she neared her abode, she retrieved the items she would need and placed them into the bamboo basket she carried. Subsequently, taking the rabbit and mountain chicken in hand, after ensuring she had not overlooked anything, she hastened towards her home. Upon entering the courtyard, a profound silence enveloped her, devoid of any sign of her little ones. A sudden jolt of unease surged through Rong Yao. Could something have happened to them? Or perhaps Xiao Mohan had taken advantage of her absence to surreptitiously relocate the children. Rong Yao hurried towards the thatched cottage, and upon reaching the doorway, she beheld Xiao Mohan cradling 2 little ones, uttering words of affection about their father coming to nurture them. Rong Yao stood in a state of bewilderment, her hands too astonished to lift the fallen rabbit and pheasant, both tumbling to the ground. What was Xiao Mohan attempting? Did he intend to abscond with the little ones? Upon hearing the thud of something heavy dropping behind them, the little ones turned curiously, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Rong Yao, burdened with her numerous packages, appearing disheveled at the doorway. The woman had returned, despite her disarray and dust-covered appearance. There was an inexplicable allure about her that made her seem even more beautiful in their eyes than before. Even Xiao Mohan, typically stern with furrowed brows, exhibited a fleeting look of surprise upon witnessing Rong Yao in such a state. What was happening? Hadn't she returned to the Yang family? Yet here she was, accompanied by an array of belongings. It was the youngest, Little Star, who first reacted with glee, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, you're back. Little Star missed you so much." Prompted by her exuberance, Xianjing and Xianhan quickly broke free from their father's embrace and rushed to Rong Yao's side. It was apparent that the spark that had dimmed in their eyes was rekindled in that moment. Chapter 33. Truly, they are my offspring. However, Xiao Mohan's handsome features were marred by a furrowed brow, his astonished gaze scrutinizing Rong Yao, momentarily disregarding the fever that had befallen him. As Rong Yao recalled the words that Xiao Mohan had just directed towards the children, a surge of anger washed over her. She defiantly shot him a glance and reached out to embrace the approaching Xianjing and Xianhan. The 2 children, noticing the wild rabbits and pheasants scattered nearby, looked up at Rong Yao and inquired, "Were you delayed because you went to check the traps on your way back?" Upon hearing their question, Xiao Mohan's gaze fell upon the wild rabbits and pheasants on the ground. Previously, Xianjing and Xianhan had mentioned that a certain woman had taught them how to trap these creatures, a claim he had initially dismissed. He had assumed it was merely a stroke of luck on her part, believing that the wild rabbits and pheasants in the surrounding woods were not so easily captured. Yet today, she had returned with an even greater bounty than before, compelling him to reconsider the veracity of the children's earlier statements. In that moment, he felt a twinge of inadequacy, as his own best record was merely 3 captured wild rabbits in one outing. Realizing that the children must have been anxiously awaiting her return, Rong Yao felt a pang of guilt. Though they were still quite young, she had no intention of concealing the truth from them. The delay was not without reason. On her way back from the black market, she had rescued an elderly couple from the horse clan and a young girl, escorting them home, which accounted for her tardiness. "It was my fault," she acknowledged. "If such a situation arises again, I will ensure that one of you returns home to inform the others first." Rong Yao articulated her reasoning, leaving not only the 2 little ones but also Xiao Xingxing and Xiao Mohan momentarily speechless. In their eyes, the original character was selfish and self-centered, always prioritizing her own interests without a thought for others. She neglected her own offspring, resorting only to scolding and punishment, let alone caring for unrelated beastmen. The reason she repeatedly sought to return to the Rong family was not out of affection for her foster parents, but rather a reluctance to part with the advantageous circumstances they provided. It was astonishing that such a person would, on her way home, choose to rescue a family of strangers. At that moment, even the uniquely gifted Xiao Xingxing found it hard to believe. Yet, from Rong Yao's sincere expression and her clear, unclouded gaze, they could discern no hint of deceit. Xianjing and Xianhan exchanged glances, choosing not to comment on Rong Yao's statement. Regardless of the circumstances, she had returned, not abandoning her siblings, and had brought back such a bounty of wild rabbits and mountain chickens. Xianhan, ever astute, deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "With so many rabbits and chickens, will we be able to finish them all tonight? Should we begin preparing them now?" Rong Yao found the atmosphere in the room rather peculiar, particularly in regard to their apparent indifference towards the circumstances of the orc clan. Did they truly not care at all? Nonetheless, she reasoned that it was merely a trivial task she had undertaken to assist. And given her disdain for the Lushan family, it was hardly of great significance. There was no need to elaborate on it with the little ones. Rong Yao regained her senses and gently caressed Xianhan's soft hair. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that the clothing on the two little ones was askew, ill-fitting. Don't rush. My dear little rabbits and mountain chickens, let me show you what I procured for you from the black market. With that, Rong Yao unfastened the bamboo backpack that rested on her shoulders. The modestly sized basket was filled to the brim, and she began to extract its contents one by one. The first items she presented were outfits for the children. She handed a tiny garment to both Xianjing and Xianhan, urging to try them on and see if they fit. If not, I can make some adjustments. Before the two little ones could fully absorb the surprise, Rong Yao placed 2 pairs of tiny shoes before them. The children were still barefoot, their small, rosy toes exposed, and the delicate digits bore unsightly calluses, the result of walking unshod each day. Upon seeing the shoes, the children were struck with astonishment. They had never owned a pair of shoes before. They had only ever seen other young beastmen wearing them. The sudden possession of their own footwear left them in disbelief. Xiao Mohan observed Rong Yao's actions from the side with a cold gaze, scoffing inwardly at the woman's attempts to win over his offspring. Yet, in reality, he did not intervene. Regardless of his sentiments, the children's lives were exceedingly harsh at this moment. He was experiencing a regression of his bloodline and was in a frenzy phase, having yet to ascend and lacking the capacity to provide a better life for the little ones. Even if this woman was intentionally deceiving them, he had no desire to obstruct her as long as it meant slightly improving their quality of life. Xianjing and Xianhan touched the new garments in their hands. Although the fabric was not of fine quality, merely the common hemp worn by beast men, it represented the finest attire they had ever encountered. They had never felt such softness or newness in clothing before. Seeing them motionless, Rong Yao gently urged, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and try it on." Only then did the two little ones glance at Rong Yao with their sparkling eyes, pursing their tiny lips as they began to change their clothes with utmost care. Without needing Rong Yao's assistance, they independently removed their oversized old garments and carefully donned the new attire, slipping into fresh trousers. The two little ones, resembling Xiao Mohan to a greater extent, appeared even more tidy and adorable in their new outfits. Having enjoyed ample nourishment in recent days, their small faces had plumped up slightly, becoming chubby and utterly charming. Rong Yao gazed upon the scene with immense satisfaction. Such ordinary garments appeared remarkably charming on the little ones. If she were to acquire finer fabrics and tailor exquisite outfits for them, they would bear no distinction from the scions of affluent families. She pondered whether, in the future, she might procure superior materials from the black market, envisioning herself personally crafting splendid new attire for the children. As Xianjing and Xianhan donned their new clothes for the first time, a sense of unease washed over them. They exchanged anxious glances with Rong Yao, awaiting her assessment, fearful that their appearance might displease her and that she would refrain from buying them new garments again. Rong Yao could not help but caress the tender little faces of the two infants, exclaiming, "How beautiful! They fit so well. Truly, they are my offspring. They look splendid in anything." Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, the little ones instantly broke into smiles. However, Xiao Mohan, leaning against the headboard, felt an urge to roll his eyes. This woman certainly had a penchant for embellishing her own image. Did she not realize that the infant's charming looks were largely attributable to him as well? Rong Yao urged the two little ones to put on their tiny shoes. Xianjing glanced down at the shoes he had for the first time and, feeling reluctant, said, "We are accustomed to going barefoot. Let us wear the shoes only when necessary, lest they go to waste." Rong Yao quickly shook her head, stating that she purchased the shoes for them to wear. "You are so young, and your delicate little feet may be harmed by the unknown elements in the forest. What if something pricks your foot?" She reassured them. "Do not worry. If the shoes become damaged, I shall procure new ones for you." With that, she firmly assisted the two little ones in putting on their shoes. Xianjing and Xianhan, adorned in their new footwear, ambled around the room and corridor a couple of times, though their feet felt somewhat constrained. The absence of the discomfort that had once plagued them was delightful. No longer did they need to constantly watch their steps when venturing outside, nor endure the agony of swollen feet at night. Rong Yao gazed at the perfectly fitting shoes adorning the little one's feet, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that the craftsmanship of the elder brother from the pig clan was indeed exceptional. Beside her, The little star twinkled with joy for her two brothers. Marveling at how splendid the new clothes and shoes of the first and second pots were, Rong Yao gently caressed the shell of the little star, eagerly anticipating the moment when the little star would emerge and she would craft a delicate dress for it to wear. Truly, thank you, dear mother. While the little ones were distracted, Rong Yao discreetly retrieved garments and shoes evidently meant for an adult orc. Chapter 34. Has this malicious woman lost her mind? Although Xiao Mohan had been observing Rong Yao intently, he had never contemplated that these clothes were intended for him. He merely assumed that Rong Yao had purchased them for herself. This wicked woman was, after all, a refined egotist. If she was willing to spend money on clothes for the little ones, surely she would be even more inclined to indulge herself. Just as he harbored such sarcastic thoughts, he heard Rong Yao's voice. Xiao Mohan, when I moved you back, I accidentally damaged your clothes. This outfit is a compensatory gift for you. Could it truly be for him? Had this malicious woman truly lost her mind, or did she harbor ulterior motives? Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, Xiao Mohan's gaze shifted towards her, revealing a newfound wariness and scrutiny. Rong Yao's lips twitched. Were it not for the presence of the little ones, she would have certainly shot Xiao Mohan a disdainful glare. Was it not a source of embarrassment for him to traipse about in nothing but his undergarments? Did he truly believe that his physique was so exceptional that he could afford to flaunt it without reservation? Unbeknownst to Rong Yao, male beastmen often regarded donning mere shorts as a trivial matter. Some beastmen, engaged in hunting and combat, required their transformation to conserve clothing. Thus, it was common for them to venture out clad solely in shorts, particularly in gathering places where the number of formidable beastmen far surpassed that of Rice Flower Village. Little Xing Xing, sensing her father's silence, worried that her mother might be displeased. She quickly reassured, Mother, Father must be overjoyed with his new clothes. So much so that he cannot find the words. If it were not for the expression on Xiao Mohan's face, Rong Yao would have readily believed in the words of the little star. Xian Jing and Xian Han also discerned that their father's prejudice against Rong Yao ran deeper than theirs. Xian Jing promptly interjected, inquiring about what remained in the backpack. Rong Yao withdrew her gaze from Xiao Mohan, then retrieved a long, slender object wrapped in burlap from the side of her backpack. The two little ones watched her actions with keen curiosity. With a smile, Rong Yao unfurled the burlap that enveloped the contents, revealing two small bows and two wooden swords within a short span of time. Although diminutive in size, the bows and swords were crafted with exceptional quality, intended for the younglings. The vendor had meticulously polished the wooden bows and swords to ensure their smoothness, thus preventing any injuries to the little ones. Upon glimpsing the treasures nestled within the burlap, the eyes of the two cubs widened in astonishment. Such exquisite bows and swords were a rarity they had only ever witnessed in the possession of the village chief's offspring. And even the likes of the youths from Deer Mountain and Goat Horn had never laid eyes on them. The male cubs, inherently drawn to strength, found these items far more appealing than mere clothing or shoes. Rong Yao inquired whether they held affection for Xian Jing and Xian Han. The two simultaneously nodded, their deep, dark eyes brimming with longing. Rong Yao's lips curled into a faint smile as she gracefully presented two delicate bows and arrows along with a wooden sword to the brothers, Xian Jing and Xian Han. The brothers were taken aback by her unexpected generosity, momentarily stunned before eagerly accepting the gifts, their hands reluctant to part from them. Xian Jing, still in disbelief, inquired, Are you truly giving these to us? Rong Yao nodded affirmatively. Who else could I possibly give my affection to but you few? In that moment, the two little ones felt a surge of gratitude for being born to this woman. Even if they bore the marks of a diminished lineage, they accepted it willingly. As long as this woman continued to treat them with such warmth, it seemed that nothing else truly mattered. Upon witnessing their enthusiasm, Rong Yao added, Since you all enjoy it so much, starting tomorrow morning, I shall teach you archery. Xian Jing and Xian Han exchanged surprised glances with Rong Yao. You can shoot arrows? Rong Yao lifted her delicate chin, declaring with certainty, Of course, if you don't believe me, you shall witness it tomorrow morning. During her initial training sessions with the rescue team, she excelled in both shooting and archery, achieving the highest scores. The instructor, impressed by her prowess, even extended an invitation for her to join a professional shooting team. However, her aspirations lay elsewhere, and she graciously declined. In an effort to persuade her to stay, the instructor gifted her a membership card to the shooting range, where she often trained alone. Meanwhile, Xiao Mohan narrowed his deep, phoenix-like eyes, reflecting on the fact that in her previous life, this malicious woman possessed no such skills. Was it that she simply chose not to display them? Or had she deliberately concealed her talents? Tomorrow morning, he too would go to witness her archery skills. Ignoring their thoughts, Rong Yao retrieved 2 small cloth bags from the backpack. The larger bag, upon opening, revealed over 3 pounds of rice, while the smaller bag contained just over a pound of flour. These supplies had been taken from her space during their journey. She had limited her collection to avoid raising suspicion, ensuring there was enough to sustain the little ones for a few days. She also signed in for the day, receiving a small handful of seasonings, perfectly suited for the smoked and grilled dishes she intended to prepare. This rice and flour will be used to make noodles for you tonight, Rong Yao announced. However, the joy on Xian Han's face was quickly replaced by concern. Gazing at the flour he had dreamt of, his expression turned serious. He pressed his lips together and, after a moment of hesitation, could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Where did you get these things? If they belong to someone else, we shouldn't take them. Return them, please. We don't want any noodles. Xian Han's inquiry struck a chord with Xiao Mohan, who had initially been astonished by the quantity of goods Rong Yao had brought back but soon fell into doubt. Now, he too began to worry. The contents of that backpack must have cost at least several dozen copper coins, which was no trivial amount for them. As the little one voiced his concerns, Xiao Mohan chose to remain silent, opting to serve as a mere backdrop to the unfolding scene. Rong Yao was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the reason behind Xian Han's sudden utterance. The little one was concerned about the questionable origins of these items. She knelt down, supporting Xian Han's frail little frame, and earnestly explained, "You must have seen the roasted rabbits and chickens I brought out this morning, haven't you? Those delicacies are quite sought after in the black market, fetching a substantial amount of copper coins. Otherwise, how could I afford to procure these for you? Next time I visit the black market, I will take you along to assist." Reflecting on the unparalleled flavors of the roasted rabbits and chickens that Rong Yao had prepared, it dawned on them that if sold in the black market, they could indeed command an impressive price. The likelihood of this was considerable. This woman surely was not deceiving them. Moreover, with the Rong family having reclaimed their biological daughter, there was little reason for such indulgence or generosity. With this clarification, the 2 little ones and Xiao Mohan were finally at ease. Rong Yao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that she would need to exercise greater caution when retrieving items from the space next time. Despite their diminutive stature, the 2 little ones were not easily deceived. Moreover, there was a formidable antagonist lurking nearby, watching intently. After sharing the spoils from the black market with the little ones, Rong Yao set about her tasks. She needed to prepare the rabbit and the pheasant, with 5 days remaining until the next visit to the black market. The game she brought back today required butchering and smoking for preservation, to be sold collectively on the market day. Given the impracticality of casually using yeast and other ingredients, Rong Yao resolved to make noodles for the little ones. Noodles do not require fermentation, only resting the dough, which was a simpler endeavor. That evening, Rong Yao and the little ones savored their first bowl of noodles in this beastly world. The broth was made from the pheasant, rich and flavorful, while the noodles were delightfully soft yet chewy, making it impossible to stop after just one bite. Uncertain whether Xiao Mohan was still harboring his stubbornness, he did not join them for dinner that night. After Rong Yao finished the noodles with her 3 little ones, the sky had darkened completely. She tidied up and placed the remaining food in the room before taking the little star to bed. She anticipated a night of sweet, blissful dreams, however, unbeknownst to her. A thunderous clap shattered the silence at midnight, and a torrential downpour began to cascade down. The room where Rong Yao and Little Star resided instantly transformed into a sieve. Outside, a torrential downpour fell, while inside, a gentle rain drizzled. Chapter 35. The 2 little ones suddenly found themselves in a bit of a panic. Rong Yao was roused from her slumber by the resounding clap of thunder. As her eyes fluttered open, she beheld the makeshift roof, hastily mended with branches and straw, being swept away by a fierce gust of wind. The large gaping hole in the roof was once again exposed, and torrents of rain cascaded down, instantly soaking half of the thatched cottage. The remaining sheltered portion was in no better condition. It had long been neglected and, while it could barely fend off a light drizzle, it now succumbed to the onslaught of the tempest, with rainwater dripping through. If she were alone, she might have endured the tempest, perhaps conjuring a temporary tent from her spatial realm. However, she was not alone. Little Xingxing was by her side. The delicate creature could not withstand being drenched, nor could it bear the chill. Just as this thought crossed her mind, little Xingxing awakened, expressing her fear. "Mother, mother, little Xingxing is scared." Rong Yao hurriedly wrapped the little star in a blanket, cradling her in her arms, softly coaxing, "Do not be afraid, my dear. Mother is holding you." Enveloped in her mother's warmth, the little star felt a soothing comfort. However, she was acutely aware of the changes outside. As raindrops intermittently fell upon her, dampening both the bed and her mother, the little star gently suggested, "Mother, let us sleep in the adjacent room with Father. The roof there is sturdy and will not leak." At this suggestion, Rong Yao paused, suddenly recalling that the original owner had always occupied the better room during rainy nights, compelling the three little ones to endure the leaky one. Regardless of the downpour, the original owner would never permit the three to enter her room. Consequently, each morning after a night of rain, Xianjing and Xianhan would awaken drenched, having shielded the little star from the rain with their bodies. When thunder erupted, the two sleeping siblings were instantly roused. They had always dreaded such stormy nights, for once the rain began, their room transformed into a veritable deluge, rendering it uninhabitable. Moreover, as the elder brother, they felt compelled to protect their sister, sacrificing their own rest to ensure she remained dry. This harrowing experience had instilled in them an instinctive response to thunderstorms. Initially believing tonight's storm to be merely a dry thunder, they were surprised when the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour following the first clap of thunder. Accompanied by the roaring thunder, the rain intensified, becoming a deluge. The two siblings could no longer find solace in sleep. Contemplating the situation next door, Xianjing furrowed his brow and whispered to his brother, "Xianhan, do you think the adjacent room has begun to leak?" Xianhan nodded. Given the ferocity of the rain, it was certain that water had already infiltrated. The roof had only been superficially covered, and with the strong winds, it was likely that whatever meager protection had been provided had been torn away. The rain had been falling for some time, and based on their previous experiences, it was feared that the neighboring room was now entirely soaked. With this thought, Xianjing promptly rose from his bed to check on the situation next door, worried for the little star and, to some extent, for that woman as well. However, before he could descend from the bed, his brother grasped his arm, urging, "Elder brother, wait." Xianjing frowned, "But the little star is still next door. She will be fine for a little while. Let that woman experience the anguish we once endured," his brother replied. Xianhan's face was grim. Countless nights, they huddled with their sister in the torrential rain, cold and famished, with no one to turn to for help, enduring until dawn when the rain subsided. They would then search desperately for dry twigs and grass to ignite a fire, warming their bodies and drying their clothes. That woman merely leaned against the doorway, watching them as they struggled, their frail bodies moving in a frantic dance, her lips curled in a contemptuous smirk. Xianhan could never forget that scene. On one occasion, his brother, having been soaked for too long, finally managed to dry his clothes, only to succumb to a high fever. He knelt before that woman, tears streaming down his face, pleading with her to fetch medicine for his brother from the elder's house. She remained unmoved, cruelly remarking that she had never wished to bear them, and if they lacked the strength to survive, it would be better for them to perish sooner rather than later. Ultimately, his brother barely pulled through, his body left weak for a fortnight. From that moment on, the brothers resolved never to seek her assistance again. Was it not time for her to experience the suffering they had endured countless times? Upon hearing his brother's words, Xianjing abruptly halted in his tracks. He cast a glance back at his brother, pressing his lips tightly together before settling down beside him once more. He patted his brother's shoulder, intent on saying something. But upon meeting his brother's dark, expressive eyes, the words eluded him. That instance of being caught in the rain and falling ill had frightened his brother deeply. Xianjing sat quietly with his brother in the corner of the bed, listening intently to the increasingly loud rumblings of thunder and the relentless downpour, while also remaining vigilant to any sounds from the neighboring room. Unbeknownst to them, their father, Xiao Mohan, was suffering from a high fever, succumbing to a frenzy of bloodline transformation. A quarter of an hour passed, yet Xianjing and Xianhan still heard nothing from next door. The two boys began to feel a sense of unease. Given that woman's usual temperament, they expected her to erupt in loud complaints at the slightest hint of rain, cursing this and that. However, since they had awakened, the rain had only intensified, and the silence from the other side was perplexing. Could it be that the noise was drowned out by the rain? The brothers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting curiosity and concern. What if something had happened to that woman and the little star in the neighboring room? Or had she secretly fled with the little star in the dead of night? Which would explain the absence of any sound. The two little ones, disregarding everything else, swiftly leapt out of bed, shoes forgotten, and dashed towards the door. They flung it open, heedless of the howling wind and torrential rain, rushing into the adjacent room. The door to that room stood ajar, revealing a scene reminiscent of a flooded land. It was no longer a habitable space, but rather akin to the puddles outside, desolate and unwelcoming. The previously repaired roof had long since been torn away, and while rain poured outside, it drizzled within, evoking memories of countless rainy nights, chilling, damp, and agonizing. Xuanhan's gaze swept across the room. Even among the regressed beast-men like Xianjing and Xianhan, their vision surpassed that of humans, allowing them to discern some shapes in the dimness of night, though not as clearly as those with true night vision abilities. The room was devoid of any dry spots. And notably absent was the presence of that woman. Even the sheets from the rudimentary bed were missing, along with the bundle she had brought. Had she truly slipped away in secret? A heavy dread settled in Xuanhan's heart as his eyes fixated on a corner, prompting him to rush towards it. Xianjing followed closely behind, discovering in the corner a round object swaddled in a beast blanket. Who else could it be but Little Star? Chapter 36. Unbearably ugly, however. Apart from Little Star, there was no sign of that woman. Xianjing scanned the small room again, ascertaining that there was nowhere for someone to hide. Before scooping Little Star into his arms, Xianhan, shielding Little Star from the rain, inquired, "How is Little Star? Did you get wet? With such heavy rain? Why didn't you call for your brother's help?" At that moment, cradling Little Star, Xianjing noticed that despite being left in a rain-soaked room, her shell remained completely dry. And even the blanket enveloping her was untouched by moisture, radiating a comforting warmth. Stunned, he then heard Little Star's anxious voice, "Mother is still outside." Little Star must wait for her to return. Outside? The two little ones exchanged glances, a complex blend of emotions flickering in their eyes, surprise mingled with concern. The surprise stemmed from the realization that the woman had not departed, while the worry arose from the tempestuous weather and her decision to venture out. Xianan hastily asked, "Little Star, what happened? Why did she go out?" Little Star, feeling wronged, replied, "Mother feared that the wild rabbits and mountain chickens she was processing tonight would get soaked, and she worried that the firewood collected by the big pot and the second pot would become wet, so she went out in the rain to secure those things. Little Star wanted to go too, but Mother wouldn't take me." Upon hearing this, Xianjing and Xianhan were momentarily taken aback, then anger surged within them. Is this woman out of her mind? What if she gets struck by lightning for those trivial things? Truly troublesome. Though the two little ones spoke casually, they quickly whisked the small star away from the leaky house and placed it beside Xiao Mohan. Without a second thought for the torrential rain outside, they dashed towards the earthen stove in the courtyard. Beside the stove stood a humble shed, intended to provide shelter from the wind and rain, housing the firewood accumulated by their brothers. This evening, it bore the fragrant rabbit and chicken smoked by Rong Yao. Yet the structure was so rudimentary that it could scarcely withstand the deluge. As the two little ones approached, drenched by the downpour, Rong Yao heard their commotion. Swiftly, she transported the majority of the smoked chicken, rabbit, and firewood into her space, covering what remained with straw and old animal hides, ensuring that when the little ones arrived, they would find nothing amiss. In that short distance, Xianjing and Xianhan had already become thoroughly soaked, not to mention Rong Yao, who had been there longer. Once they reached her, Xianjing and Xianhan glanced at Rong Yao, drenched from head to toe, their eyes flickering momentarily. He took her hand and urged her towards the thatched cottage, saying, "Come with us to escape the rain. There is no need to worry about this now." A smile involuntarily graced Rong Yao's lips. Her little ones had learned to express concern for her. Yet, she remarked, "But what about the smoked rabbits and chickens? If they get drenched tonight, they will quickly become moldy and inedible." Xianhan, filled with frustration, acknowledged that although this woman had improved, she had also become rather foolish. In comparison to your life, these matters are trivial. Once the rain ceases tomorrow, my brother and I will venture out to procure more wild rabbits and mountain chickens for you." Rong Yao feigned a reluctant agreement, and then accompanied the two little ones back to the thatched cottage. As they reached the eaves, she was about to enter the rain-leaking room where Xiao Xingxing was, but was pulled back by the two children. Xianjing stated, "We have already brought Xiao Xingxing here. That room is leaking. It is uninhabitable. Tonight, we shall stay together." Since the children had invited her to reside with them, Xiao Mohan had no objections. Elated, Rong Yao followed the two little ones into the intact room. Upon entering, Xianjing and Xianhan skillfully ignited the brazier. Instantly, the small room was filled with the warm, orange glow of fire, creating a cozy atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the cold, tempestuous weather outside. With the light, visibility improved. And it was only then that Xianjing and Xianhan took a closer look at Rong Yao in her current state. She was already slender and delicate, typically maintaining a clean and tidy appearance. Though she had once indulged in vanity, Having recently abandoned her makeup, she still retained a fresh and unadorned beauty. At this moment, however, the woman appeared disheveled. Her long black hair, soaked by the rain, clung to her face and neck, her garments drenched and dripping, and her shoes caked in mud. Yet, she smiled foolishly at them, a sight that was truly hard to behold. As the little ones gazed at Rong Yao, she too observed them. Their condition was hardly better than hers. Their tiny feet were grimy, and their short, soft hair clung to their heads and cheeks like drenched little chicks. With their slender arms and legs speckled with bits of grass, they indeed resembled a true mother and her children. Xianhan pursed his lips and retrieved a wooden basin from a corner of the room, filled with more than half a basin of water, placing it before Rong Yao. He lowered his head and feigned a cold demeanor, saying, "Look at you. You're filthy. Hurry and wash up, or else when you go to bed, even father will be disgusted by you." Rong Yao could not help but burst into laughter at the antics of the little rascal, who indeed possessed a tough exterior yet a tender heart. She playfully tousled Xuanhan's damp hair, making it even more disheveled. Xianhan quickly recoiled, then vigorously tugged at his unruly locks. Rong Yao ceased her playful banter and, seizing a basin of water, began to cleanse herself. Realizing that her damp garments were no longer suitable for wear, she removed her outer clothing, setting it aside to dry, and donned only a cotton wrap and short undergarments. Her fair and slender waist was exposed, devoid of any excess flesh. After days of exercise, the faintest hint of a defined abdomen emerged, both healthy and alluring. Although the room was filled with people, it comprised either her husband or her children, thus her attire was not inappropriate in this moment of urgency. After rinsing her feet with the water, Rong Yao fetched a fresh basin and called her two children over. Xianjing and Xianhan approached her with a hint of trepidation, and Rong Yao instructed them to raise their hands. With deftness, she helped them remove their wet clothes, subsequently wiping their faces and cleaning their bodies and feet. It was the first time the two children allowed this woman to handle them so freely, and they were in close proximity to her for the first time. They agreed with their sister, the little star, that this woman exuded a delightful fragrance, warm and enticing. Having been caught in the rain, Rong Yao discreetly heated some spring water, which she and her children drank, knowing that the water possessed basic healing properties and would likely help prevent any chills. She instructed her children to snuggle under the blankets, and as she stood up, she suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Why, after being in here for so long, conversing and tending to the children, had Xiao Mohan not uttered a single word? Given his demeanor over the past few days, he would typically wear a scornful expression and mock her. Contemplating further, it struck her as odd that it was the two children who had ventured out to check on her, even if Xiao Mohan had chosen not to emerge. He should have intervened to prevent them from doing so. With this realization, Rong Yao hurriedly approached the bed to ascertain Xiao Mohan's condition. Upon glancing down at the strikingly handsome man lying there, she was taken aback. Chapter 37. The Kiss of Pine Resin. Xiao Mohan was in a state of unconsciousness. His sword-like brows furrowed, and the fiery pattern on his forehead glowed a vivid red, seemingly radiating heat. Rong Yao reached out to assess the temperature of his forehead, but withdrew her hand the moment she made contact. Her lips twitched. This was far from the temperature of a normal person. Were it not for Xiao Mohan being a beast man, he would have surely succumbed to the heat by now. How long would this bloodline frenzy persist? If he continued to burn like this, it would surely disturb the rest of the little ones. As she prepared the spiritual spring water, she inquired of Xianjing and Xianhan, "What is wrong with your father? Is he running a fever again? Wasn't he fine during the day?" Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, Xianjing responded with a sigh of resignation. "Father began to run a fever during the day. We attempted to apply a damp cloth to reduce his temperature, but he refused, dismissing that method as ineffective. Consequently, he endured the discomfort, and to our dismay, it escalated to such a severe state by nightfall." Rong Yao, perhaps Xiao Mohan believes that the wooden basin she left behind merely contains ordinary water. He must have employed such a method before, albeit to no avail. She couldn't possibly stand idly by and witness Xiao Mohan succumb to a high fever, especially in front of the little ones. In her heart, Rong Yao cursed the troublesome Xiao Mohan countless times, yet in reality, she resigned herself to the situation and quietly retrieved the spiritual spring water to cool him down. Fortunately, the clothes she had previously purchased for Xiao Mohan remained untouched, leaving him clad only in a pair of shorts, which made it easier for her to administer physical cooling. After the cooling process, Xiao Mohan's temperature still showed little improvement. Rong Yao then took a fever-reducing pill from her spatial storage and mixed it into the spiritual spring water before administering it to him. Half an hour later, The fiery patterns on Xiao Mo Han's forehead had dulled, and his temperature had significantly decreased. Rong Yao gently patted the two little ones, urging them to refrain from staying up late and to retire to sleep promptly. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, having left the floor damp and dirty upon their entrance, rendering it quite inconvenient to clean. Sleeping on the floor tonight seemed unreliable as well. Xiao Mo Han, still recovering from his illness and harboring a dislike for her, was unlikely to pose any trouble. Little Xingxing rolled into Rong Yao's embrace, requesting to be held by his mother as he drifted off to sleep. Thus, Rong Yao nestled little Xingxing in the center, with Xiao Mo Han on her left and little Xingxing along with the two little ones on her right. This arrangement allowed her to keep a watchful eye on Xiao Mo Han during the latter half of the night, ensuring that the two little ones would not be disturbed and lose their precious sleep, as restless beast cubs would hinder their growth. After tossing and turning for half the night, they finally managed to settle down for a proper rest. The room was graced by the flickering glow of a half-extinguished brazier, with the entire family cozily huddled together on a large bed, radiating warmth. Before long, both Rong Yao and the three little ones succumbed to the embrace of slumber. As the night wore on, the rain outside gradually subsided, dwindling to a gentle patter. Suddenly, Rong Yao found herself enveloped by strong, powerful arms while in deep sleep. She struggled a few times, but the grip remained steadfast, prompting her to give in with a few resigned hums. Instead of loosening, those arms tightened their hold, pulling her even closer until their bodies were nearly fused. Initially, Rong Yao resisted a couple more times. Yet soon she ceased her struggles and nestled against the broad chest behind her. In her sleep, she instinctively draped the bee-skin blanket over the little ones. And as the night grew colder, the warmth emanating from behind became an irresistible comfort, drawing her in closer. Xiao Mo Han, feeling a haze of warmth enveloping him, was unaware of when it happened, but a refreshing coolness suddenly washed over him, and he eagerly embraced this soothing sensation. As he held on to this refreshing embrace, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. This coolness was not only refreshing but also soft and comfortable, as if tailored specifically for him. He longed to merge this delightful essence into his very being, unwilling to part with it even for a moment. The fever that had gripped him seemed to dissipate, gradually clearing his mind. Yet soon, another intoxicating scent captivated his senses, stirring his awareness while igniting a surge of desire within him. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Mo Han found himself overwhelmed by a wave of passion. The allure of this sensation was akin to a fatal temptation, controlling and taming him. As the night faded, the torrential rain ceased, and the morning light streamed through the window's crevice. The two little ones awoke early, turning to gaze at their parents, who were entwined in each other's arms, lost in sweet slumber. A mixture of joy and shyness filled their hearts. Could it be that they were soon to have a younger brother or sister? Xian Jing and Xian Han, understanding and considerate, took little Xingxing outside to bask in the sunlight. Rong Yao was roused from her slumber by the stifling heat. Initially, she felt a chill enveloping her entire body, yearning to curl up and sleep indefinitely. However, she soon became aware of a source of warmth behind her, and without realizing it, she gravitated towards it, embracing the source as she drifted back into slumber, which made her feel delightfully cozy. Yet, before long, this source of warmth seemed to intensify, radiating heat that caused her to break into a sweat. When the heat became unbearable, she finally emerged from her dreams, only to find herself staring at a man-ass bare chest. What on earth? After a moment of confusion, Rong Yao suddenly realized that the source of warmth embracing her as she slept was not a comforting presence, but rather the detestable arch-nemesis, Xiao Mo Han. She anxiously glanced around and discovered that the little ones were no longer in the room, which brought her a sense of relief. She pushed against the smooth yet powerful muscles of his chest with all her might, but no matter how hard she tried, it felt as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Rong Yao lifted her gaze to Xiao Mo Han's face. The man's features were sharply defined, resembling a masterfully crafted masterpiece by Yua, with every aspect exquisite and unparalleled. Yet, he appeared ensnared in a dream, eyes closed, surrendering himself to an indulgent slumber. As Rong Yao's complexion flushed slightly, it was evident that their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. After all, they were still clad in their undergarments. In the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically, the rosy hue of her face intensifying as if enveloped in a crimson mist, extending down to her neck. Sensing the change in the man's demeanor beside her, Rong Yao could no longer contain herself, feeling both embarrassed and furious. Xiao Mo Han, you lecher. Wake up. Immersed in the intoxicating aura surrounding him, Xiao Mo Han was roused from his stupor by Rong Yao's exclamation. Slowly, he opened his deep, enchanting eyes, still disoriented from his slumber. Upon noticing the woman before him, he instinctively leaned in to kiss Rong Yao. Rong Yao. Rong Yao's eyes widened, her heart pounding like a drum. Xiao Mohan's lips, exquisitely sculpted, exuded a refreshing pine fragrance. Rong Yao found herself firmly ensnared in his embrace, powerless against his strength. In the next moment, those fragrant lips pressed against hers. Chapter 38. This malicious woman covets him. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Was Xiao Mohan out of his mind to kiss her so forcefully? Just as his cool, slender lips sought to deepen the kiss, Rong Yao swiftly turned her head to evade him, and with her right hand, she pinched his arm with considerable force. Perhaps her grip was too fierce, for the pain jolted Xiao Mohan back to his senses. His hazy gaze sharpened in an instant, and upon noticing Rong Yao's flushed lips and accusatory eyes, he was struck with a start. What had just transpired? As Xiao Mohan spoke, he realized his voice was hoarse from the lingering intimacy, and he immediately pressed his lips tightly together. Rong Yao was almost driven to laughter by the absurdity of the situation. Just moments ago, he had forcefully kissed her, and despite her desperate attempts to push him away, she had been unable to do so. Now, he was inquiring about what had transpired. Was he truly unaware of his own actions just moments before? Rong Yao, weary of replying to Xiao Mohan's insipid declarations, thought to herself, "You still cannot let go of me. Haven't you had enough?" Surprised to discover such a side of him, she expressed her disdain. Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, Xiao Mohan finally grasped the situation. He cast his gaze downward, taking note of their attire, and his previously pale complexion instantly flushed crimson. He found himself shirtless due to a lack of clothing, yet how could this woman be clad only in her undergarments, exposing her arms and legs? They had been in such close proximity, their skin almost touching. In a sudden motion, Xiao Mohan released Rong Yao, who seized the opportunity to roll away on the bed, distancing herself from him. As Rong Yao rolled gracefully, the natural fragrance emanating from her body swirled through the air, drifting towards Xiao Mohan. He froze, every fiber of his being ensnared by the scent that held a fatal allure for him, reigniting the fervor that had only just begun to subside. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. He understood the recent events. It appeared that during the frenzy of his bloodline awakening, he had entered a peculiar phase, rendering him susceptible to the feminine scent of Rong Yao, which had clouded his senses and led him to unwittingly draw closer to this venomous woman. Rong Yao remained oblivious to the irresistible allure her scent held for Xiao Mohan. Upon witnessing him reclined, the position accentuating his chiseled pectorals and abdominal muscles, she promptly averted her gaze. She moved to the spot where she had left her clothes the previous night, seized them, and with her back turned to Xiao Mohan, swiftly began to don her attire. Rong Yao was utterly unaware that at this very moment, Xiao Mohan was engaged in a fierce struggle against the very essence of her presence that lingered in the air. His body instinctively yearned for submission, yet his rational mind vehemently resisted this primal urge. In a mere moment, a fine sheen of sweat enveloped him. Suddenly, his instincts triumphed over reason, and he lifted his gaze towards Rong Yao's silhouette. Those eyes, once imbued with a chilling coldness, now seemed to blaze with an unquenchable fire of possessiveness, rendering Xiao Mohan akin to a malevolent deity emerging from the depths of hell. The woman's back was fair, her waist slender, and her long, straight thighs evoked a curiosity about the sensation of encircling such a delicate form around his lean waist. Just as he was about to reach out and grasp that fragile waist tightly, his reason reasserted itself, regaining control over his thoughts and body. Xiao Mohan forced himself to lower his head, resolutely avoiding the sight of that venomous woman. Clad in so little, how could she still be in his room? On his bed? This wicked woman was nothing but a brazen temptress, seeking to ensnare him while his blood surged with desire, leading him to perdition. Such a hint of femininity was insignificant to him. He was determined to endure. However, as Rong Yao lingered longer in the room, the intoxicating scent seemed to accumulate wildly, causing his nose to bleed from the effort of restraint. Just as he felt on the verge of succumbing to her allure, he finally shouted, "Get out!" Rong Yao, having just donned her clothes, paused in surprise. She cast a glance back at the bowed Xiao Mohan, furrowing her brows and scoffing coldly. "I don't need you to chase me away. I have no desire to be alone with you either." With that, she gathered her belongings and exited the room. What was wrong with this man? In bed, he appeared to want to consume her entirely, yet once out of bed, he transformed into an impenetrable iceberg, pushing her away with an icy demeanor. Rong Yao could not help but harbor doubts regarding the mental state of the future archvillain, Xiao Mohan. This venomous woman had finally departed, taking with her the source of the intoxicating aroma that had permeated the room, causing the air to grow less dense around Rong Yao. Xiao Han, who had nearly succumbed to her influence, suddenly felt a resurgence of consciousness, leaning against the headboard and gasping for breath. He had often dismissed the elders' tales of high-ranking beastmen being captives to their mate's scents as mere jest. Yet he never anticipated that one day he would find himself in such a predicament. Was this a manifestation of cosmic retribution? As the essence left by Rong Yao gradually dissipated, Xiao Han regained his clarity and rationality. Pressing his forehead, he reflected on the events of the previous night. However, ensnared by the torment of bloodline frenzy, his mind had remained a blank slate, memories confined within the relentless fever. Could it be that this woman had deliberately sought to seduce him? And what of the offspring? Moreover, in his past life, he had harbored such disdain for the malicious woman's scent. How had his feelings transformed in this incarnation? Xiao Han clenched his fists, resolved that during this tumultuous period of bloodline frenzy, he would maintain a considerable distance from her and avoid any close encounters. Casting a glance at the garments and shoes Rong Yao had purchased for him the day prior, he noted that with the fever abated, he was now able to rise and move about without difficulty. With clothing at his disposal, he could not very well venture out in his current state. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lifted the beast skin blanket and donned the attire. The coarse, ordinary linen fit him as though it had been tailored specifically for him. To his surprise, the inexpensive garments seemed to transform into something exquisite when worn by him, evoking the image of a reclusive nobleman. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that the garments chosen by that wicked woman would suit him so well. He couldn't help but smirk inwardly, suspecting that the venomous female must have scrutinized his physique numerous times in secret to have chosen such a fitting ensemble. Truly, she was a vulgar and shameless creature. As Rong Yao exited the room, she had no time to ponder the thoughts of Xiao Han within. She needed to assess the condition of the house that had leaked during last night's rain. With such unpredictable moods as Xiao Han's, she certainly did not wish to share a room with him any longer. It was imperative to repair the leaking house promptly. Upon her emergence, several little ones gathered around her. Rong Yao gently ruffled Xianjing and Xianhan's hair, then took the little star into her embrace. What brings you up so early? Xianjing raised the small bow and arrow in his hand. We got up to practice archery. As Rong Yao smiled, she promised to join them shortly. Practicing shooting aimlessly without a target is not feasible. Although it appears simple, it conceals numerous intricacies. She led the little ones to inspect the rain-damaged room. After a night of tempestuous winds and torrential rain, the already dilapidated roof had suffered even greater devastation, with half of it now exposing the sky, while the remaining portion resembled a sieve. To effectuate a proper repair, it was essential to procure suitable timber and materials, which could only be acquired from the black market, as neither the vicinity nor her own domain contained such supplies. In former times, the original owner would have sought assistance from the Rong family, yet now, Rong Yao had no desire to maintain any connection with them. To gather the necessary materials and expedite the roof's repair, it seemed her only option was to diligently hunt rabbits and pheasants in the coming days, selling them at the next black market to exchange for supplies. This, however, meant she would have to endure sharing a room with Xiao Han for several more days. The mere thought of this caused the corners of Rong Yao's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Chapter 39. The villain who bows low for a meal with the two little ones. She began to clear out the room, temporarily placing the damp items outside to dry, and subsequently tidied up around the earthen stove. Last night's heavy rain had nearly collapsed the stove, but fortunately, it was merely a makeshift structure that could be easily rebuilt. The dry firewood and smoked rabbits and chickens had fortunately survived Rong Yao's salvage efforts, with a good amount of firewood still usable. After dispersing the little ones, Rong Yao retrieved all the smoked chicken, smoked rabbit, and firewood previously stored in her space, arranging them meticulously. Following a heavy downpour last night, there were still several areas in the courtyard that required tidying up. For breakfast, Rong Yao planned to keep it simple, opting for chicken soup with dumplings. Fortunately, there was leftover mountain chicken soup and flour from the previous night. The amount of flour taken out was insufficient to make noodles. Instead, the dumplings were more straightforward and would incur no waste whatsoever. The dumplings cooked swiftly, and just as the delightful aroma wafted from the small earthen stove, Xiao Han unexpectedly emerged from his room, making his way towards the stove. Rong Yao, how fortuitous that Xiao Han has arrived. Rong Yao cast a glance in the direction of Xiao Han, only to find that the exuberance he displayed earlier in the morning had vanished. Instead, He exuded an air of chilling aloofness that seemed to ward off any approach. His attire, however, suited him impeccably, though Xiao Mohan's disposition was far from charming. It must be acknowledged that his striking appearance and well-proportioned physique rendered him a natural in the realm of fashion. Even garments procured from the black market appeared far more appealing when draped upon his frame. In terms of looks, the original owner's forced submission was not entirely a loss. After appreciating the handsome man, Rong Yao averted her gaze and shared the prepared dumpling soup with the little ones. Xiao Mohan, of course, noticed the gaze that had briefly settled upon him, and he feigned a cough. However, internally, he scoffed at the notion that this malicious woman had taken a liking to his handsome features while maintaining a facade of seriousness. How utterly vulgar. Having not eaten all day yesterday, he was drawn to the enticing aroma of food wafting from the courtyard. Before he realized it, he found himself standing in the courtyard. Ultimately, he could not resist the cravings of his empty stomach and approached the earthen stove. Choosing to sit beside the two little ones, wary of the feminine scent emanating from Rong Yao. Once seated, he remained silent, his expression cold as he stared at her. Rong Yao allowed him to gaze upon her without any objection. In her previous experiences with the rescue team, she had interacted with a myriad of individuals, surely. She was not intimidated by the peculiarities of Xiao Mohan. If he desired something to eat, yet remained silent, how could anyone discern his cravings? To covet another's provisions, one must learn to humble oneself, uttering a kind word. Otherwise, on what grounds could one expect to receive, merely due to one's handsome visage, regardless of his piercing gaze? Rong Yao continued to eat and drink as if Xiao Mohan were non-existent. Wasn't he known for his stubborn temperament and inability to articulate his thoughts? Let him endure hunger. Xiao Mohan thought to himself. Was she not coveting his charm? Why then was she so resolute and unyielding? An air of frustration enveloped him, leaving him unable to extricate himself from the predicament. Embarrassed to extend his hand, he remained seated, a handsome visage frozen in place. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, and despite the salivation flooding his mouth, he could only swallow discreetly. Little Xing Xing was quite the glutton. Devouring her meal with remarkable speed, she had nearly finished her first bowl and urged Rong Yao to serve her a second. Ultimately, it was Xin Jing and Xin Han, unable to bear the sight, who took pity on their father. Xin Jing thrust his bowl into their father's hands, declaring, "Father, you eat. I am already full." Rong Yao cast a glance at the two little ones. Xin Jing was still gazing longingly at the pot, salivating at the prospect of tasting the noodles for the first time. Both children were particularly fond of them, and it was unlikely they would be satiated any time soon. Xiao Mohan cradled his son's bowl, intending to return it to him, yet felt an inexplicable reluctance to do so. In a tender display of maternal affection, Rong Yao prepared a fresh bowl for Xin Jing, filled to the brim, and gently handed it to him. "This bowl is for you, my dear, while the other belongs to your father. You must eat well. A growing cub cannot thrive on an empty stomach." Xin Jing eagerly accepted the offering, exclaiming, "Then I shall eat more, grow strong, and assist you with your tasks." Observing her son's newfound enthusiasm, Xiao Mohan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she began to savor the contents of her child's bowl. Rong Yao, is this the extent of the villain's ambitions, all for a mere meal? It is truly disheartening. The simple dumpling soup, made by mixing flour with water and incorporating it into chicken broth, is adorned with fragments of verdant wild vegetables, the identity of which remains unknown. Yet it imparts a uniquely refreshing flavor to the entire dish. The scattered emerald hues are enough to whet one's appetite. The dumplings, tender and slightly chewy, melt in the mouth. The broth, rich and thick, contains shreds of chicken, exuding an enticing aroma and exquisite taste. Though its appearance may be unremarkable, Xiao Mohan finds it far superior to the lavish feast he once partook in during his previous life. At this moment, he harbors a fleeting doubt. Could it be that since his reincarnation, he has yet to savor anything truly delectable, leading to his unexpected fondness for the culinary creations of this seemingly malicious woman? In no time, the bowl of dumpling soup was devoured by Xiao Mohan. And as he relished the final morsel, a pang of reluctance washed over him. He pondered why the bowl could not be larger, allowing for a greater serving. For an adult beastman like him, this portion felt somewhat insufficient, with a small amount of chicken broth and a few dumplings remaining in the pot. Just as he was about to shamelessly serve himself, he heard his little daughter inquire, "Mother, little Star is still a bit hungry. Is there more?" Thus, he witnessed this woman pour the entire remaining contents into little Star's bowl, who eagerly absorbed it with satisfaction. Xiao Mohan, at this moment, He genuinely questioned whether this intact little being beside him was truly the delicate daughter who could never finish a bowl of rice in his past life. After breakfast, Xiao Mohan returned to his room with a stern expression. The bloodline frenzy would persist for another 10 days or so, and he needed to conserve his energy to withstand the agony of this transformation, maintaining his final clarity. Otherwise, if he diverted his energy elsewhere, he risked being engulfed by the darkness of the frenzy, losing consciousness and potentially meeting a tragic end. However, to Rong Yao, this merely appeared as a carefree glutton, unconcerned after a hearty meal. Given the debts incurred by the original owner, Rong Yao refrained from voicing her thoughts for the time being. The two little ones assisted Rong Yao in tidying the stove, and she instructed them to take their bows and arrows before leading them out for training. Rong Yao did not wander far, merely meandering nearby with her two little ones, taking the opportunity to inspect the traps she had previously set. She first led the little ones in running and practicing stances. While they were engaged in their training, she skillfully chopped a wild bamboo nearby, crafting a dozen bamboo arrows, which she distributed to Xian Jing and Xian Han, instructing them to stow them in the small quivers strapped to their backs. As they walked along the path, an unexpected rustling from the nearby bushes caught Rong Yao's attention. With a smile, she extended her hand toward Xian Jing, who promptly placed the bow and arrows into her grasp. With grace, she knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and with a swift whoosh, the arrow was released. Chapter 40. Capturing a Big One. The two little ones watched as she appeared to casually loose the arrow, their minds not contemplating that this woman could actually hit anything. In Dawa village, many beastmen ventured out daily with bows and short knives for hunting. If the game were so easily struck, there would scarcely be any wild rabbits or pheasants left in the vicinity. Rong Yao cast a glance at the two little ones and swiftly discerned their thoughts. With a smile, she said to them, Xian Jing, Xian Han, please go and see if I hit anything. The brothers exchanged glances. Although they held little hope for Rong Yao's archery skills, they were reluctant to dampen her spirits. As soon as Rong Yao's voice fell, they responded with an affirmative and dashed towards the thicket from which the arrows had just flown. The underbrush was low, allowing the two little ones to easily burrow inside. Rong Yao stood nearby, her gaze unwavering upon them. Should any danger arise, she would be the first to rush to their aid. Suddenly, the two little ones emitted sounds of astonishment from within the thicket, and then Xian Jing and Xian Han emerged, each holding a mountain chicken. The two birds had been pierced by the same arrow. A remarkable feat indeed. The arrow that struck the mountain chickens was merely an ordinary bamboo arrow, identical to those in the quiver behind them. It could not possibly have been shot by anyone other than this remarkable woman. The two mountain chickens, still warm, could not have been pre-prepared by her. Thus, the truth was undeniable. Her archery skills were indeed exceptional. She had struck with effortless precision. Xian Jing and Xian Han presented the two mountain chickens to Rong Yao, their eyes gleaming with uncontainable admiration. They suddenly realized that this woman was not at all inferior to their father. If they could possess her level of archery, their family would never have to worry about going hungry again. Rong Yao took the mountain chicken, removed the bamboo arrow, and carefully replaced it in Xian Jing's quiver before tossing the mountain chicken back into the backpack behind her. She turned to the two little ones and said, "Study diligently. In the future, your archery will surpass mine." This world was one of beasts, where once the beastmen advanced, they would possess numerous extraordinary abilities. If they could merge these special powers with archery, their prowess would rival that of modern firearms, perhaps even surpassing them. Thus, the potential of the two little ones was immense. Clearly taken aback by Rong Yao's praise and encouragement, the two children felt their eyes shine with determination. What this woman said was true. As long as they applied themselves earnestly, even as devolved beastmen, they could carve out a place for themselves in Daohua village. If this woman could achieve such feats, then surely, as boys, they could too. As they practiced while checking traps, Rong Yao soon realized that the two little ones were learning with even greater seriousness than before. They listened intently to every word she uttered, demonstrating an ability to draw connections and expand their understanding. Rong Yao discovered that the two little ones learned at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. The skills she imparted were grasped by them after merely a single explanation, and they were able to apply them proficiently. She felt a slight astonishment, for the speed at which they absorbed knowledge could be deemed extraordinary even in modern times. How could the original owner neglect the cultivation of such astute sons, instead fixating her thoughts on Xiaoyunzi? Consequently, the little ones approached their learning with utmost seriousness, and Rong Yao, in turn, taught with increasing diligence and joy. After more than half an hour, the two children had already mastered archery to a commendable degree, albeit their small stature limited their strength. Rong Yao could not help but affectionately pat Xianjing and Xianhan on the head. All right, that will be all for today. One must strike a balance between learning and relaxation. Relentless studying will only lead to becoming a bookworm. The two little ones nodded obediently. Rong Yao had privately prepared to teach the two little ones the five-animal play the following morning. The movements and techniques of the five-animal play are simple, making it easy for even a 3-year-old child to grasp. Not only does it enhance physical fitness, but it also lays a foundation for martial arts, making it particularly suitable for beginners like the two little ones. Once their physical condition improves, learning various techniques will become significantly more effective. At that moment, the trio arrived near the trap that Rong Yao had set the day before. This particular trap had required considerable effort from her and was the largest she had recently constructed. It was intended for experimentation. If a small trap could catch wild rabbits and pheasants, could a larger trap ensnare bigger game? Perhaps a wild boar, deer, or roe deer. Cautious of the potential for large prey, Rong Yao raised her index finger to hush the little ones, signaling them to tread lightly while she shielded them behind her. She then carefully parted the bushes beside the trap and stealthily peered in the direction of the trap. To her astonishment, a flash of brownish gray darted through the underbrush. It was a wild boar. Judging by its size, it appeared to be quite substantial. Rong Yao could hardly contain her racing heart. Despite her extensive experience in wilderness survival, she had little practice in capturing wild boars. Should she succeed in ensnaring this wild boar, her little ones would have a feast of pork. While they were not lacking in wild rabbits and mountain chickens, the fat content of these two types of game was rather meager, lacking the nourishment that wild boar could provide. Moreover, every part of the wild boar is invaluable. Possessing this creature could very well ensure their survival through the frigid winter ahead. Rong Yao carefully retreated with the two little ones to a safe distance before speaking. I just witnessed a wild boar ensnared in a trap, yet it is still alive. If it struggles with great determination, it may very well break free from its confines. Stand behind me shortly and refrain from wandering off. Being gored by a wild boar is no trivial matter. The two little ones, upon hearing Rong Yao's words, widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom the presence of a wild boar. Rong Yao nodded, confirming the location. The two little ones felt their hearts race with excitement. They had previously believed that traps were only capable of ensnaring small prey such as wild rabbits and pheasants, never imagining they could capture a large beast like a wild boar. Even the most skilled hunters in Rice Flower Village could only manage to catch one or two of such sizable game in a year, and that was contingent upon luck. Remarkably, this woman had guided them in trap-making for just a few days, and yet they had already caught a wild boar. With this pick, they would not have to worry throughout the winter, and their father could recuperate at home, comfortably enduring the tumultuous period of bloodline frenzy. Rong Yao took the bow and arrows from Xianhan's hands, then softened her footsteps, allowing the little ones to follow closely behind her. After searching several locations, she finally identified the most advantageous spot. She gradually lowered herself into the grass, knocking the arrows onto the bowstring. This time, she did not draw just one arrow, but rather unleashed a trio of arrows simultaneously. The air was pierced by 3 distinct sounds as the arrows sliced through the atmosphere, hurtling directly towards the wild boar ensnared in the trap. In the next moment, the creature let out a harrowing cry before collapsing with a resounding thud. As all 3 arrows struck true into its neck, both Xianjing and Xianhan were left in stunned silence. They had never anticipated that arrows could be shot in such a manner, and each one found its mark. Once they realized the lethal precision of the shots, Rong Yao's serious expression finally relaxed, and an exuberant smile illuminated her face, making her shine like the sun in the sky. Chapter 41. A man must use his strength when necessary. Upon confirming that the wild boar had succumbed, Rong Yao beckoned the 2 little ones to approach. The 2 younglings squatted beside the wild boar, prodding it with their tiny hands. It was only at that moment that Xianjing dared to ascertain that this woman had indeed captured a wild boar. Rong Yao surveyed the wild boar, glancing left and right. This creature bore some differences from the wild boars of the modern era. It possessed 2 elongated tusks, and the bristles on its hide stood erect like needles, firm and formidable. The entire beast weighed nearly 300 pounds, truly a behemoth. The nearby trap had been significantly damaged by the boar. Had Rong Yao not arrived in time, this robust animal would have surely broken free and fled. With the boar in her possession, Rong Yao lost interest in examining the other traps. She fashioned a makeshift stretcher and wheels with her 2 little ones, preparing to transport the wild boar back swiftly. Fortunately, their dwelling was not far from this location. making the return with the unconscious Xiao Mo Han considerably easier than the last endeavor. Nevertheless, when Rong Yao and her 2 children finally brought the boar back to the courtyard, all 3 were drenched in sweat. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Mo Han emerged, cradling little Xing Xing, and was taken aback. His eyes flickered with a swirl of dark hues before he fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Rong Yao, questioning the origin of this creature. After Rong Yao set down the wild boar, she placed the 4 mountain chickens and 2 rabbits she had carried on her shoulders aside. Upon hearing Xiao Mohan's inquiry, she casually replied, "I caught them." Xiao Mohan found it hard to believe her words. While he could accept that this woman might have caught a few rabbits or mountain chickens, the notion that a petite, regressed beastman could possibly take down such a large wild boar was beyond his comprehension. His gaze instinctively turned towards the little ones, silently seeking their affirmation. To his surprise, they nodded in agreement, their sincere eyes conveying that Rong Yao spoke the truth. Xiao Mohan felt an unexpected sense of enchantment enveloping the world around him. Rong Yao could hardly tolerate the disdainful and distrustful gaze of Xiao Mohan. After all, it was she who was sustaining him. How could he remain idle? Have you finished enjoying the spectacle? If so, come and lend a hand. I am not adept at slaughtering pigs. Xiao Mohan thought to himself. Why did this malicious woman's haughty demeanor irk him so? Initially reluctant to assist, he could not bear the sight of the little ones gazing at the wild boar with such eager eyes. It had been far too long since they had savored pork. Before his rebirth, he had never hunted a wild boar for them. While he could not capture one, he was certainly skilled in the art of butchery. In that moment, Xiao Mohan felt as though he was ensnared by this wicked woman. With a thin line of determination set upon his lips, he approached Rong Yao, handed her the little star he had cradled, and then seized a knife from nearby to commence his task. Rong Yao held the little star tightly, retreating to a safe distance, fearing that the gruesome sight of slaughter would traumatize the innocent creature, thus shielding the eggshell with her sleeve. Although the 2 little ones wished to assist, their small stature rendered them ineffective. Before they could offer any help, Xiao Mohan had ushered them aside, instructing them merely to observe. With remarkable strength, he hoisted the 300-pound wild boar onto the large tree in the courtyard, and as he skillfully eviscerated it, it became evident that he possessed considerable experience. His movements were remarkably fluid. The 2 little ones, watching their father, who appeared so refined even amidst the act of slaughter, hesitated, whispering, "Father, is it permissible to kill a pig while still in the throes of bloodline frenzy?" As Rong Yao admired the sight of Xiao Mohan slaughtering the pig, she responded to Zai Zai's query, assuring him, "It is merely the act of slaughtering a pig. Should your father develop a high fever, I possess a remedy. Moreover, once the pig is prepared, it can provide nourishment for your father. A hearty meal will surely bolster his health, enabling him to withstand the turmoil of bloodline mania." Though Zai Zai found her words somewhat peculiar, they seemed to hold a semblance of logic. Despite the agony his father experienced during this bout of bloodline mania, it had progressed remarkably well, and his complexion appeared much improved compared to before. Thus, it seemed that engaging in such physical labor should pose no issue. In her heart, Rong Yao pondered that even if connections existed, the spiritual spring water could still alleviate the situation. It was unreasonable to allow Xiao Mohan to take advantage without contributing. When the opportunity arose, it should indeed be utilized. Thus, while Xiao Mohan slaughtered a pig in the courtyard, Rong Yao busied herself with preparing wild rabbits and mountain chickens, their 3 little ones assisting their parents by passing tools. Though words were scarce, an air of harmony enveloped the scene. Xiao Mohan exhibited commendable skills in butchering. After dispatching the wild boar, he meticulously disassembled it, following the grain of the meat and the structure of the bones. He separated the 4 legs, the head, and the ribs, setting them aside, while the remaining portions comprised various cuts of meat and entrails. Once these tasks were completed, Xiao Mohan was drenched in sweat. Although butchering did not require excessive strength, maneuvering a 300-pound pig was quite laborious. Each time he lifted a leg, he felt as though the breakfast he had consumed was now a mere illusion. Indeed, this woman's cunning surpassed that of his previous life. Rong Yao observed that the entire wild boar had been meticulously divided, nodding in satisfaction. Despite Xiao Mohan's delicate appearance, he performed admirably. "All right, you may go and rest now," Rong Yao declared, waving her hand to grant him leave. Exhausted, Xiao Mohan panted heavily, splashed his face with fresh water, and gritted his teeth, insisting, "I am the one who killed the pig. I want to eat pork." This time, Rong Yao did not oppose him and promptly agreed. "Very well, we shall have pig dishes for lunch." Although he was unfamiliar with what pig dishes entailed, Xiao Mohan remained silent, instinctively believing that the culinary creations of this woman would not disappoint. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Mohan felt a slight rise in his fever, and his energy was swiftly depleting. He sat at the edge of the bed, exerting willpower to suppress the agitation coursing through his veins. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, intensifying his thirst. Spotting the tea on the table, he hastily grabbed it and drank until the cup was empty. This brew had been prepared in the morning by that venomous woman, and he had initially refrained from drinking it, as there was no other water available. Fetching water from the nearby stream and boiling it over a fire would be a cumbersome task, and he was uneasy about leaving the little star alone at home. So he had endured without drinking. However, the discomfort had become unbearable. As the unknown tea slid down his throat, he surprisingly felt a wave of relief wash over him. The burning sensation within his veins seemed to be soothed, granting him a momentary sense of comfort. Xiao Mohan, both incredulous and intrigued, poured himself another cup, savoring it sip by sip. While this second experience did not yield quite the same profound effect, he could indeed sense that the tea had a calming influence on his body. Clutching the bamboo cup tightly in his hand, he gazed out the window at the busy and malicious woman below, his eyes betraying a hint of danger and shadow. Did she truly comprehend the effects of this tea? Was it intentional or merely accidental? Why, in this new life, was he unable to see her clearly? Chapter 42. For Gluttons, a Father and His Sons. Rong Yao paid no heed to what Xiao Mohan was contemplating. Before her lay a substantial quantity of meticulously prepared meat, leading her to realize that this gluttonous fellow was indeed worth the effort of raising. She first suspended the 4 pig legs and the pork ribs, then categorized the remaining cuts. The pork belly was gathered into one pile, the front leg meat into another, and the hind leg meat into yet another, along with the tenderloin and other selections. Today, she intended to prepare a traditional pig slaughter dish. The leftover meats could be cured and smoked to create some sausages, which could be stored for an extended period, allowing the little ones to savor them at their leisure. Rong Yao prepared a large pot of boiling water to cleanse the pork and its offal. She also gathered an assortment of wild vegetables, as there were no cabbages available at the moment, and thus had to rely on the wild greens instead. The discarded pork bones were simmered to create a rich broth, into which she added the meticulously prepared cuts of pork belly, ham, pig intestines, and pig blood, along with a variety of seasonings that Rong Yao discreetly retrieved from her storage. After approximately half an hour, the tantalizing aroma of the meat broth wafted from the earthen pot beside the stove. Having run out of white flour, Rong Yao cooked a pot of rice for lunch, mixing in some brown rice. Once the pork dish was ready, she garnished it with a layer of wild greens resembling cilantro, which further enhanced the already delectable bone broth. The dish, adorned with a touch of green, was visually appealing and whetted one's appetite. The wild boar was substantial, yielding plenty of offal, so Rong Yao prepared a large quantity. Even if Xiao Mohan and Little Star could eat a great deal, this would undoubtedly suffice for them. The 2 little ones stood by the stove, assisting her, and when the pork dish was completed, Rong Yao offered each of them a piece of meat. As it was time to serve the meal, she instructed the little ones to fetch Xiao Mohan. He had been waiting in his room for the pork dish, and as the enticing scent of the broth drifted in, he found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. When the little ones came to summon him, he promptly followed them out. The weather resembled autumn, with warm days and cooler nights, making it perfect to dine in the spacious courtyard. Rong Yao set the large pot of pig slaughter dish on a nearby wooden stump, and then served each person a generous bowl of rice, a mixture of brown and white grains. These meals prepared by Rong Yao for the children were unparalleled, even surpassing those of the village chief's family and her own. As Xiao Mohan took his seat, he uttered not a word, nor did he cast a glance at Rong Yao. Instead, he simply lifted his bowl and began to eat the pig slaughter dish from the pot. As Rong Yao observed, although this fellow's manner of eating appeared refined, the speed at which he wielded his chopsticks surpassed that of anyone else. In no time, the rice in his bowl was nearly depleted. Yet, he did not set down his chopsticks. Instead, he ladled some soup into his bowl, sipping the broth while savoring the diverse dishes from the clay pot. By the time the entire family had laid down their utensils, an ample pot of pig slaughtering cuisine had astonishingly been consumed. Rong Yao felt a slight embarrassment. Ever since she began cooking, it seemed that the appetites of her family had notably increased. Even the 2 little ones were not exempt, let alone Xiao Mohan. Today, during the pork stew, he had consumed at least 4 or 5 bowls. Fortunately, she had her own space, or else she would have been driven to financial ruin by these 4 voracious eaters. As Xiao Mohan rose from the table, his handsome face remained cold. Yet he could not suppress a hearty belch. A fleeting moment of awkwardness crossed his features, but he swiftly masked it. Regardless, it appeared that he and the little ones were finally indulging in a true feast, their bellies filled to satisfaction. The two children, displaying their understanding, took the initiative to assist Rong Yao in washing the dishes after lunch. Rong Yao took the opportunity to instruct them on how to preserve the remaining pork for an extended period. Thus, the days passed in a tranquil manner. And autumn ushered in the rainy season, with intermittent showers causing the dilapidated house to become even less habitable. Rong Yao found herself confined to a single room with Xiao and Han and the little ones. Given the circumstances of their prior encounters, she decided to have the little ones sleep between herself and Xiao and Han, with him nestled closest to the wall and she positioned closest to the door, facilitating her ease of movement should any matters arise. Yet, even this arrangement proved to be a considerable torment for Xiao and Han. As the duration of his estrus lengthened, he became increasingly sensitive to the scent that emanated from Rong Yao. Despite the little ones acting as a barrier during the night, they could not quell his surging impulses. With no alternative, Xiao and Han resorted to stealthily departing the room in the dead of night, seeking solace beneath the eaves or in the courtyard until the alluring scent dissipated, allowing him to gradually rein in his desires, until the tumult of his bloodline's frenzy passed. This was the only course available to him. Each night, as he quietly rose to slip away, Rong Yao was acutely aware of his absence. However, she refrained from intervening, perhaps fearing that his aversion towards her had reached a point where he no longer wished for even the companionship of a roommate. Yet, due to the presence of the little ones, he found it awkward to express this sentiment openly, thus opting to venture out alone under the cover of night, returning only before the dawn's light broke. In her heart, Rong Yao scoffed, her anticipation growing ever more fervent. Once she amassed a fortune of copper coins in the black market, she would swiftly repair the adjacent room. She had no desire to continue sharing a bed with Xiao Han, enduring the discomfort of each other's presence. At the opportune moment, she would clarify their situation. If Xiao Han preferred to endure the cold outside rather than sleep soundly, then let him suffer alone. At worst, she could take the children and live independently. Without him as their father, she was confident in providing them a good life. In a mere 5 days, Rong Yao had gathered 20 wild rabbits and 15 mountain chickens. Given the rabbits' lean meat, the children were better suited to consume the mountain chickens. Thus, she planned to sell 20 rabbits and 10 mountain chickens at the black market, reserving 5 chickens for her little ones. Each day before dawn, Rong Yao rose early to set her plans in motion. 20 rabbits and 10 mountain chickens were indeed a considerable number. She would smoke 10 of the rabbits, while the remainder needed to be roasted beforehand for sale at the black market. Preparing such a quantity of rabbits and chickens was no small task, necessitating her early start. As Rong Yao had just gathered the rabbit fur and pheasant feathers into her backpack, 2 little ones suddenly appeared by her side. Rong Yao was slightly taken aback as she gently caressed the chubby cheeks of her 2 little ones, saying, "It is still early. Xianjing and Xianhan can return to sleep." The 2 little ones promptly shook their heads, declaring, "We went to bed early last night and have had sufficient rest. We are here to assist." Seeing their determination, Rong Yao smiled and allowed them to help gather firewood for the fire. It was indeed a good idea, as this time they would likely be busy for about 3 hours. Having the little ones accompany her made the task feel less solitary. As Rong Yao roasted rabbits and mountain chickens, she recounted tales of Sun Wukong to the little ones. Time passed swiftly, and before dawn, her roasted delicacies were ready. The 2 little ones, feeling uneasy about Rong Yao carrying so many items to the black market, insisted on accompanying her. Rong Yao gently patted the heads of the 2 little ones, showing no signs of refusal. Since the little ones were so precocious, she decided to introduce them to society at an early stage, allowing them to understand the intricacies of human interactions. With ample observation and by setting a commendable example, she was confident that the little ones would not grow up askew as depicted in the original narrative, nor would their personalities become extreme. Rong Yao carried a small basket for each of the 2 little ones, filled with rabbit skins and mountain chicken feathers. As the first light of dawn broke in the east, she led the children towards the black market. Unbeknownst to her, before she even arrived at the black market, the pig tribe vendor from her previous visit had already reserved a spot for her, and the regular patrons awaited her arrival. Chapter 43. A new flavor of roasted chicken. This was not her first visit. Rong Yao, well acquainted with the route, guided the 2 little ones to the vicinity of the black market. The guards at the entrance were the same soldier-like beastmen she had encountered during her last visit. Fortunately, there were still 3 beastman copper coins remaining from her previous trip, which would be just sufficient for her transactions at the black market. With a smile, Rong Yao placed 3 copper coins into the hand of the orc soldier, expressing her gratitude for his efforts as she entered the black market. The half-orc soldier, adorned with 2 leopard ears, paused momentarily, casting a fleeting glance at Rong Yao's retreating figure. He pressed his lips together, stowing away the coins, and resumed his silent vigil. Nearby, a proud Tiger Clan soldier, having witnessed this exchange, let out a haughty snort. This regressive orc displayed commendable discernment, recognizing the necessity of offering the full amount of copper coins. Without our presence in this black market, these ordinary orcs would undoubtedly be subjected to relentless bullying, while onlookers merely perceived them as greedy coin collectors at the entrance of the black market. They remained oblivious to the fact that the gathering served as a veiled protection for the ordinary orcs venturing into the market. Typically, 1 coin sufficed for entry, however. Many orcs, burdened with families, often sought to evade this fee. Frequently, adult orcs accompanied by several young ones would only be willing to part with coins intended for adults. When questioned, they would lament that their offspring were still too young to be charged. Should they be forced to pay, it would be tantamount to condemning their entire family. Yet, if no fees were collected, would it be fair to expect the leaders of the gathering to work without compensation? These soldiers too required copper coins to support their families. Rong Yao was the first to hand over the requisite copper coins for entry into the black market without uttering a single word. Furthermore, she also presented the coins for her 2 young cubs. A soldier from the leopard tribe shot a glance at his companion from the tiger tribe and murmured, "Enough of that. When it is our turn to patrol, we must be vigilant. It is a rare occurrence to encounter someone with a sense of conscience. We ought to keep a close watch." The tiger tribe soldier shook his head with a wry smile. Little did Rong Yao know of the conversation among the gatekeeping orc soldiers after her departure. From her previous visit, she had discerned that the orderly conduct of the black market, devoid of significant turmoil, was fundamentally reliant on the soldiers from the encampment. It was their governance that allowed the black market to operate every 5 days. Otherwise, it would have long devolved into a mere instrument for the wealthy to amass fortune, denying ordinary orcs the benefits the market could provide. With effective management in place, it was only reasonable to collect a modest fee, a mere copper coin from each individual. This arrangement not only benefited the soldiers, but also regulated the flow of patrons. Having had a pleasant experience setting up her stall during her last visit to the black market, Rong Yao chose not to explore other areas this time, but rather made her way directly to the same spot. Today, the black market appeared even more vibrant than before, likely due to her early arrival. With orcs bustling in every direction, jostling for space, Rong Yao, fearful of her 2 little ones getting lost, clutched their tiny hands tightly, ensuring they remained close by her side. For the first time, the 2 children found themselves in the bustling black market, where everything they beheld was a marvel, filled with sights they had never encountered before. For instance, nearby, an elderly fox woman was selling dried magical flowers, while a youthful cat boy amused a snake with his flute, delighting onlookers who tossed him copper coins in appreciation. Despite the vibrant spectacle surrounding them, the 2 little ones exercised remarkable restraint, stealing only fleeting glances before gripping Rong Yao's hand even more firmly, anxious not to lose her amidst the throng. To them, no matter how lively the scene around them, the woman at their side was of paramount importance. As they traversed from the most bustling part of the market to its quieter edges, the number of orc shoppers gradually dwindled. Upon nearing the stall of the pig tribe merchant, they noticed that only a few pedestrians remained. Just before reaching the pig merchant's stall, Zhu Zong spotted Rong Yao. Seeing her with her large basket on her back, he waved eagerly and hastily left his stall to greet her, exclaiming, "Sister, I've finally been able to wait for you. Come quickly, I've saved a spot for you at the stall." Rong Yao glanced over, noticing that Zhu Zong had taken the spot where she had previously set up her stall, while he had relinquished his original stall nearby for her use. Rong Yao expressed her gratitude to Zhu Zong without any pretense. She grasped her 2 little ones and approached, setting down the woven basket to commence her stall. The agile children took the coarse cloth from Rong Yao's hands and spread it upon the ground. Zhu Zong, the stall owner, had already prepared a clean bed of straw at the designated spot for Rong Yao. The coarse cloth was laid over the straw, and fresh leaves were placed atop it, ensuring that the food never touched the ground, presenting a more hygienic and appetizing appearance. Rong Yao observed the little ones bustling about without her prompting, and she smiled as she affectionately patted their heads. Allowing them to engage in their activities, she occasionally offered explanations about why certain items should be arranged in specific ways. The stall owner, Zhu Zong, chuckled at the industriousness of the 2 young ones. Noticing their lack of distinctive beastman traits, he quickly deduced that, like Rong Yao, they were both regressed beastmen, which stirred within him a deeper sense of pity and affection. While Rong Yao set up her stall, Zhu Zong took the opportunity to assist and inquired, "Miss, are these two little ones your brothers?" Upon hearing this question, Xian Jing and Xian Han stiffened, instinctively glancing at Rong Yao. They recalled how, on rare occasions when they stealthily accompanied this woman outside, she would introduce them as her brothers to others, insisting they call her sister. She never acknowledged them as her children in the presence of outsiders, leading them to eventually refrain from calling her mother. In their eyes, she had become that inconsequential woman. Now, as the scene unfolded once more, the two little ones lowered their heads in a tinge of disappointment. Rong Yao placed the freshly roasted mountain chicken upon the leaves, shaking her head in disbelief. What Brother Zhu Zong had said was far from the truth. They were her offspring, the fruits of her arduous 10-month gestation. The two little ones had already braced themselves for disappointment. Yet they were taken aback when this woman boldly acknowledged them as her children. The once dim eyes of Xian Jing and Xian Han sparkled with newfound brightness. Although their mother was a devolved beast man, and so were they had never contemplated forsaking her, nor did they wish for her to abandon them. Zhu Zong, the stall owner, was momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly apologized, having presumed that such a young lady would not have offspring of this age without a partner. Upon the mention of a partner, Rong Yao fell silent, and Zhu Zong instantly grasped her implication, refraining from further inquiries. Observing that Rong Yao had set up her stall, he noted that this time her offerings of roasted rabbits and chickens were several times greater than before, and it appeared that the chickens were available in two distinct flavors, one slightly redder, the other more charred. Having gone 5 days without sustenance, Zhu Zong had longed for this taste. He had come prepared with copper coins and, with a smile, inquired, "Sister, have you introduced new flavors for your roasted chicken?" Rong Yao nodded, praising the discerning eye of the stall owner, Zhu Zong, for introducing the New Orleans flavor. The seasoning for the New Orleans style was a reward she had drawn from her Space's sign-in, and she effortlessly prepared 3 roasted chickens, uncertain of the public's response. The other roasted rabbits and chickens remained as they had always been, seasoned with the traditional 5-spice flavor. Although she was unfamiliar with what New Orleans entailed, it did not deter Zhu Zong from trying something new. He promptly exclaimed, "Hurry up, young lady. I would like half of the new flavor roasted chicken, half of the old flavor as well, and also half a roasted rabbit." As he spoke, he handed Rong Yao 8 copper coins. With a smile, Rong Yao expertly wrapped up roasted chicken and rabbit for Zhu Zong, the vendor. As soon as he received it, Zhu Zong eagerly sampled the new flavor. Upon the first bite, his eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 44. Who dares to tarnish the reputation of the Yuan family's business? This New Orleans flavor surpasses all previous ones. It is a delightful collision of sweet and spicy. The mountain chicken, prepared by that young lady, is both tender and fragrant, especially the outer layer of skin, which boasts a tantalizing hue of yellow and orange that stirs one's appetite. Zhu Zong quickly declared the New Orleans flavor his favorite. Not only did he indulge himself, but he also eagerly encouraged the neighboring vendors to come and taste the young lady's new offering, proclaiming it even more delicious than before. He warned that the supply of this new flavor was limited, and those who delayed might miss out. For those operating in the black market, 3 copper coins were still manageable. Zhu Zong's reputation was impeccable, and since the surrounding vendors had already tasted the roasted chicken and rabbit Rong Yao previously sold, they had initially planned to purchase a piece to take home. However, upon Zhu Zong's enthusiastic recommendation, they swiftly changed their minds to buy the new flavor. The 3 New Orleans-style roasted mountain chickens prepared by Rong Yao were instantly snatched up by the vendors. This was the first time the 2 little ones accompanied Rong Yao to the market, and witnessing the rapid sales at the stall, she could not help but feel a surge of joy as she continuously collected copper coins. In that moment, the seemingly inconsequential Rong Yao shone like buried gold, glimmering with newfound brilliance. Surrounding vendors flocked to purchase the roasted chickens, and even the orc who had previously bought Rong Yao's roasted rabbit and chicken returned to patronize her stall. What had initially been a rather quiet end of the black market suddenly transformed into a bustling hub. The increased customer traffic also benefited the surrounding vendors, with Zhu Zong's stall selling 7 or 8 more pairs of straw sandals than usual. Observing the continuous stream of customers at Rong Yao's stall, everyone shared in her happiness. Good wine needs no bush, and although the black market was lively, it consisted of just a single street. News of events at the end of the street spread quickly. As more people began to gather, curiosity piqued. What was happening at the end? Why were they all flocking there? It was said that a new stall selling roasted rabbits and chickens had opened, renowned for its exquisite flavors, and everyone wanted to rush over to buy. No matter how good the flavor, can it possibly surpass the meat stall? The stall offered half a roasted rabbit for merely 2 copper coins and half a mountain chicken for 3, setting aside the question of flavor. Those prices were undeniably much cheaper than the meat stall. What? So cheap? Make way. I need to get half a portion. My little ones are craving it. Who wouldn't he want to purchase something of great quality at a low price? Moreover, Rong Yao's roasted chicken and rabbit truly surpassed the offerings of the sole meat stall in the black market. Once her reputation spread, it would be surprising if business didn't thrive. In no time, a long queue formed for the roasted rabbit and chicken. With 2 little ones assisting in counting and collecting copper coins, Rong Yao barely managed to keep up with the demand. In the largest meat stall in the center of the black market, a worker observed the throng of customers outside with a puzzled expression. He muttered, "It's still early today. Why does it seem like there are far fewer people in the black market than before? How strange." At a corner of the black market, a girl clad in orange stared intently at the bustling Rong Yao stall. Indeed, Rong Yao had returned. Not only had she come herself, but she had also brought along 2 similarly devolved children. Her brow furrowed as she watched Rong Yao, amidst the crowd, tirelessly collecting money for her roasted rabbit and chicken. In no time, Rong Yao must have already earned over 100 copper coins, even though she was the young lady of the Rong family. Her parents and brother only provided her with 50 copper coins each month. In a single morning, Rong Yao, a regress beast man, earned more copper coins than she had in several months. Reflecting on the past, when Rong Yao could barely obtain 3 or 4 copper coins a month, often having to humbly borrow from her, Rong Jean felt a tumult of emotions within her. It seemed as though their fortunes had completely reversed. How could it be that Rong Yao, a being devoid of merit, could possibly compare to her? Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but she had also awakened a unique ability. Why then did Rong Yao appear to surpass her? Rong Jean bit her delicate red lips and beckoned a passing orc, whispering a few words into his ear before placing 10 copper coins into his hand. The orc accepted the coins and swiftly melded into the crowd. In a short while, he emerged from the throng, having purchased half a roasted chicken from Rong Yao's stall, and swaggered towards the central barbecue stand in the black market. At this moment, the crowd had coalesced at the end of the black market street, leaving the street and its center relatively sparse, with few patrons at the barbecue stand. The Fox tribe orc entered the barbecue stand, taking a seat at a table beside it. With so few customers, the attendant arrived promptly. "Good sir, what would you like? We have both roasted meat and rice porridge, and I assure you, the taste is exquisite." The Fox tribe orc scoffed, declaring that he would forego the roasted meat today, having acquired something superior instead. "Bring me a bowl of rice porridge." The attendant, witnessing the Fox tribe patron seated at the table, immediately unwrapped the roasted chicken encased in leaves and began to indulge, his eyes gleaming with delight. The aroma of the roasted chicken wafted throughout the barbecue stand, instantly overshadowing the scent of the grilled meat. A few scattered customers within the stand were drawn to the Fox tribe patron, swiftly approaching to inquire where the chicken had been purchased. As the Fox tribe patron shared the price, the onlookers, upon witnessing his enthusiastic consumption, hastily abandoned their porridge and departed from the barbecue stand. Given the roasted chicken's significantly lower price and superior taste, it was a folly to choose otherwise when presented with such an option. The attendant was taken aback, realizing that a formidable competitor had emerged in the black market without their prior knowledge. After serving the Fox tribe patron a bowl of porridge, the attendant hurried to find the young owner of the stand. This young owner was none other than Yuan Ping, the eldest son of the village chief of Duwakan. The Yuan family was a prominent clan in the village, boasting even more members than the Rong family. Village chief Yuan-She had 5 sons, most of whom were in their 30s or 40s, already married with children, making the Yuan family quite numerous, not to mention the extended relatives. Typically, this lucrative barbecue stand was managed by the eldest son, Yuan Ping. The attendants were all male members of the extended family, sharing both name and interests. Upon relaying the situation to Yuan Pong, he sprang up from his reclining chair, anger coursing through him. "Who dares to tarnish the reputation of our Yuan family business?" he exclaimed. Standing beside him were his 2 sons, both in their 20s and tall in stature, named Yuan-She and Yuan-Len. The elder, Yuan-She, said, "Father, you need not intervene. My brother and I will take a group to smash that audacious stand. Yes, let us destroy his stall and see if he dares to compete with us again." Yuan Ping regarded his sons with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Waving them off, "Go swiftly and return quickly. I await your good news." With the consent of their father, Yuan-She and Yuan-Lin, accompanied by 3 or 4 of the Yuan family's attendants, strode fiercely towards Rong Yao's stall at the end of the street. Chapter 45. The Arrogance of the Yuan Family. Today, Rong Yao brought 20 roasted rabbits and 10 roasted chickens to sell. After merely half an hour at her stall, she had already sold a substantial portion. At this moment, a long line of eager customers awaited their turn. It seemed that the remaining items might not suffice. The bustling nature of Rong Yao's stall attracted a throng of orc patrons, which in turn elevated the business of the neighboring stalls significantly. At this juncture, Zhu Zong had already sold over 10 pairs of straw sandals. During the quieter moments, Zhu Zong assisted Rong Yao. Suddenly, the crowd began to murmur restlessly, and shortly thereafter, a group of individuals pushed through the throng. Leading the procession were 2 young members of the ape tribe, followed closely by 4 similarly aged orc companions. This intimidating group forcefully approached Rong Yao's stall, casting disdainful glances at her modest setup, which was a mere fraction of the size of their own meat stall. How dare such a small stall offer food in this vicinity? As this rowdy party drew nearer, the ordinary orcs nearby instinctively took a step back. It was evident to all that this group was here to cause trouble, and the orc female selling roasted rabbits and chickens was likely to face misfortune today. Rong Yao raised her head and furrowed her brow slightly as she gazed at the group of individuals before her. With a calm demeanor, she inquired, "Are you here to purchase roasted chicken or roasted rabbit? I must apologize, but regardless of your numbers, you will have to queue." Though her words conveyed a sense of indifference, she was acutely aware that this group had come seeking trouble. She instinctively shielded her 2 young ones behind her. Zhu Zong, having sold straw sandals in the black market for several years, recognized the newcomers immediately. His complexion paled slightly, and he quietly warned Rong Yao, "Sister, these are the people from the barbecue stall in the heart of the black market. Exercise caution. Do not accept anything from the stall. If possible, take the children and flee as far as you can." Zhu Zong failed to discern any signs of beastly traits in Rong Yao and her children, which indicated that the 3 of them were regressed orcs. In the realm of orcs, being a regressed orc signified a lack of strength and the absence of awakened abilities, relegating them to the lowest echelon of society. Should they fall into the hands of these individuals, it could very well cost them their lives. Rong Yao was accompanied by her 2 innocent children. Upon the reminder from the vendor Zhu Zong, Rong Yao couldn't help but scoff internally. It turned out this group was associated with the village chief Yuan's family from Daohua village, which explained their arrogance. Yuan-She, overhearing Rong Yao's words, burst into laughter. "Do we appear to be here for food? You wretched creature, hand over the copper coins you earned today and vacate your stall at once. Take your children and leave. Do not return to the black market to peddle your wares, or we shall show no mercy." Standing behind the crowd, Rong Jin observed the scene unfolding at Rong Yao's stall, unable to suppress a smile. She clapped her hands and turned to depart. Since Rong Yao could profit from grilling meat, she would ensure that she could no longer engage in this trade. A regressed beastman was only deserving of remaining at the bottom, foolishly yearning for brother Yunza. This would serve as her punishment. As Rong Yao rose from behind the stall, her previously solemn gaze transformed into one of icy detachment. The sudden chill of her demeanor momentarily stunned Yuan-She and Yuan-Lin, leaving them astonished as they found themselves unexpectedly intimidated by this seemingly regressed female. Rong Yao inquired, "Is this black market under your control? Have you purchased this territory?" Yuan-She was momentarily taken aback by Rong Yao's question, but soon his annoyance intensified. How dare a mere degraded beastman exhibit such arrogance? If they did not teach her a lesson today, they would not be worthy of the Yuan family name. Defensively, Yuan-She retorted, "So what if it isn't ours? If we want you to set up your stall, you may. If we don't, you won't even have entry to this black market." Yuan-She's already brazen demeanor was further provoked by Rong Yao's inquiry, inciting the surrounding beastmen and stall owners to rally in support of her. Indeed, the young lady is right. If this is not yours, what right do you have to dictate what others can sell? A bunch of shameless ruffians, bullying the vulnerable with sheer numbers. If these scoundrels succeed today, it will certainly be our turn next, and our businesses will falter, leaving our families with no means to survive. Seizing the moment, Rong Yao signaled to Xian Han behind her. The astute young boy immediately grasped her intention. Being small in stature, he deftly maneuvered through the crowd and sprinted in a specific direction. Zhu Zong, the stall owner, mistook Rong Yao's gesture as a signal for Xian Han to leave first, instinctively moving to shield Rong Yao from Xian Jing. Although he knew he could not protect her, he could at least safeguard her child. Xianjing had no intention of leaving Rong Yao's side, yet she offered him a reassuring glance and quietly urged, "If chaos ensues, stay close to Uncle Zhuzong. I will be fine." Despite her words, Xianjing's eyes remained filled with concern. He and his brother had faced bullying from the youths of Daohua village since childhood and understood the nature of these beastmen. Though the crowd was currently subdued by the onlookers' words, it was only a matter of time before their anger would boil over, leading them to recklessly destroy their stalls or even confront this woman. When the time came to act, these ordinary beastmen, who feared the strong and preyed upon the weak, would not come to her aid. She would have to rely solely on herself. Moreover, these individuals belonged to the Yuan family, not the sort of brutish force that could be easily contended with. It was rumored that the direct descendants of the Yuan family possessed special abilities. Particularly, the eldest grandson of the third generation was said to be exceptionally formidable. Xianjing could only hope that the leading young man was not the Yuan family's eldest grandson. Yuan-She and Yuan-Lin, incensed by the surrounding beastmen's insults, bellowed in rage, "What did you say? Repeat that, and I will smash your stalls." Instantly, the crowd fell silent. After all, they were merely ordinary beastmen, voicing their sense of justice. If they truly provoked these brutal individuals, their lives would become unbearable. As the atmosphere grew quiet, Yuan-She and Yuan-Lin erupted into mocking laughter. "What a bunch of cowards. Why are you all silent now?" Yuan-She cast a disdainful glance at the ordinary beastmen surrounding him, then turned his gaze towards Rong Yao behind the stall, his expression twisting into a menacing snarl. "You insolent wretch, choosing punishment over respect," he growled. "Brothers, let us wreak havoc." No sooner had he spoken than the Yuan family surged forward, mercilessly shattering Rong Yao's stall in mere moments. Not only that, but the stalls flanking hers also suffered collateral damage, with the stall of Zhuzong bearing the brunt of it, leaving straw sandals strewn across the ground. The once tidy end of the black market street was now a scene of utter disarray. The onlooking beastmen, taken aback by the sheer brutality of the assault, instinctively recoiled. Falling silent in fear, Yuan-She stepped upon a roasted chicken that lay among the debris of Rong Yao's stall. Pressing down with force until it was flattened beneath his foot, he bent down to pick up the soiled chicken, now tainted with grime. Holding the filthy poultry before Rong Yao, he mockingly taunted, "You claimed your roasted chicken was delectable, did you not? Eat this in front of all these witnesses, and we shall spare you." As he spoke, Yuan-She prepared to thrust the contaminated chicken towards Rong Yao's mouth. Though the surrounding beastmen felt sympathy for her plight, none dared to intervene or utter a word of support. Rong Yao cast a cold glare at Yuan-She. Just as he attempted to force her to eat the roasted chicken that had been trampled upon, she deftly sidestepped his advance. Yuan-She was taken aback. Who would have anticipated that she would dare to evade him at this juncture? It appeared that this insolent woman truly needed a lesson, and today she would stand to return home. He spat contemptuously, his gaze at Rong Yao twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. With a swift motion, he hurled the chicken to the ground and called to his companions, urging them to act. "What are you waiting for? Come on, I'll take responsibility for whatever happens." Upon Yuan-She's command, his followers surged forward, intent on overwhelming Rong Yao. Nearby, Zhuzong, the stall owner, gripped Xianjing tightly, his face paling with anxiety. He wished to counsel Rong Yao, but with the throng charging forward, his voice would be drowned out. Speaking now would only expose Xianjing. And he trusted that Rong Yao, even if beaten to a pulp, would not want her child to suffer alongside her. As the fists and feet of the crowd descended upon Rong Yao, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted from outside the mob. "What is happening here? Stop this at once." At the sound of this commanding voice, Rong Yao seized the opportunity created by the distraction, nimbly evading the onslaught of blows. The crowd, drawn by the voice, turned to see two armored orc soldiers approaching, those who had collected market fees that morning. These orc soldiers were tasked not only with gathering fees, but also with maintaining order in the black market. They were sent from the gathering area, and few dared to provoke them. However, they rarely intervened in the affairs of the black market. Most matters were settled privately among the orcs. Consequently, the soldiers had come to seem ineffectual over time, leading everyone to believe they were merely there to collect money without regard for the happenings around them. This allowed the barbecue stall to flourish, with the Yuan family exploiting their influence to monopolize the meat trade, selling it at exorbitant prices without fear of dissent. Now that these soldiers had appeared and were concerned with the matter at hand, curiosity sparked among the onlookers. They parted ways, allowing the two orc soldiers to advance. Historically, these soldiers had seldom interfered in black market affairs, resulting in little interaction with the Yuan family. Yet here they stood. Yuan-Shi furrowed his brow as he approached, eyeing the two soldiers from the leopard and tiger clans, issuing a subtle warning. I am from the Yuan family of Daohua village. I advise you both to focus solely on your fee collection and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, you may find yourselves in a predicament. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Bao Wei and Hu Qi had only just been assigned to duty in this black market, and they had grown weary of the local bullies who preyed on the weak. Now, with Yuan-Shi's veiled taunts igniting their tempers, one of them retorted, "Oh, today. I am most eager to see how you intend to bring me to such a predicament." Yuan-Shi had not anticipated that these soldiers would exhibit such backbone. Nevertheless, he thought, no matter how firm they appeared, a powerful dragon could not overpower the local serpent. The gathering place is quite distant from here, but Daohua village is nearby. Yuan-Shi signaled to a clansman behind him, and in an instant, the clansman departed. Before long, the departing member of the Yuan family returned, accompanied by 5 or 6 others. Now, there were about 10 members of the Yuan family present, all of whom were formidable adult beastmen. Bao Wei and Hu Qi exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity of the situation in the other's eyes. Although they were soldiers from the gathering place, far superior to ordinary beastmen, they could not withstand overwhelming odds. While they could manage against 4 or 5, facing 10 was indeed quite daunting, especially considering the possibility that some among them might possess unique abilities. Bao Wei's gaze shifted to Rong Yao, who was positioned behind the group of Yuan family members. He silently lamented, "Does this regressed beast woman possess any sense? Why provoke the Yuan family of all people? Even if she has already done so, they have now attracted the attention of the Yuan family. Why doesn't she seize this opportunity to flee instead of standing there in a daze? Preserving one's life is paramount. Once life is lost, the chance for vengeance evaporates." As the Beastman soldiers and the Yuan family members began to tense up, it seemed that a confrontation was imminent. Suddenly, Rong Yao, hidden amongst the crowd, called out loudly, "Wait, I demand a duel." Having observed the scene, she realized that although the 2 summoned Beastman soldiers were decent individuals, they might not stand a chance against so many from the Yuan family in a real fight. At this moment, she could no longer remain passive. She had to step forward to alter the current dynamics. Originally, she had sent Xian Han to summon the Beastman soldiers not to assist in combat, but to serve as impartial witnesses. Dueling is a unique method of resolving conflicts in this world of beastmen. Here, might is revered, and strength is paramount. If faced with an insurmountable issue, one resorts to a contest of strength, the victor dictates the terms, and the loser must comply. Even the humble Daohua village and the black market feature dueling arenas. Once one steps onto the dueling platform, even if life is lost, no one will intercede on your behalf. For on the dueling platform, life and death are dictated by fate. As soon as Rong Yao uttered those words, everyone present was rendered speechless. Some onlooking beastmen even cupped their hands around their ears, questioning whether they had misheard due to any auditory impairment. Bao Wei and Hu Qi, who already regarded Rong Yao as somewhat foolish, were now left wondering if there was something amiss with her mental faculties. Bao Wei, attempting to salvage the situation, inquired, "What did you just say? Did we hear incorrectly?" He discreetly nudged Rong Yao with a knowing glance, urging her to retract her statement. At that moment, to suggest a duel seemed tantamount to courting disaster. Which beastman present was not far superior to her, a mere regressed beast? Rong Yao smiled amicably at Bao Wei before stepping into the center of the crowd. She cast a sweeping glance over the assembly and solemnly reiterated her previous declaration, "I demand a duel." The onlookers were taken aback. Bao Wei and Hu Qi were nearly exasperated to the point of despair. How could this diminutive and seemingly regressive female possibly contend with anyone from the Yuan family? A duel? At that moment, both regretted involving themselves in such a trivial affair. The members of the Yuan family, upon hearing Rong Yao's proclamation, could not help but erupt in laughter. This woman was clearly courting her own demise, inviting humiliation upon herself. "Very well, a duel it shall be. We consent. However, should you lose and meet your end on the arena, we shall bear no responsibility." Rong Yao fixed her gaze upon the speaker, Yuan-Shi, and with a stern expression declared, "Should I emerge victorious, I demand that you bow before me thrice and compensate for all the damage incurred here." Yuan-Shi grinned, thinking to himself how foolish she was to still indulge in fantasies, unaware that her life might soon be forfeit. Such grandiose claims could only be uttered before the King of Hell. Chapter 47. The duel begins. Xian Han stood in stunned silence, watching as Rong Yao walked towards the dueling platform alongside the members of the Yuan family. He had initially believed that her request for mercenaries from the black market was intended to deter the Yuan clan. Those warriors hailed from the gathering place. And despite the Yuan family's arrogance, they would not dare to completely disregard the power of the community. With these individuals backing them, even if they could not retreat unscathed, their safety would be assured. Little did he foresee that it would escalate to a duel. Xianhan clenched his small fists at his sides, feeling a deep sense of frustration and disappointment at this woman's recklessness. Never had he felt such disdain for his own identity as a devolved beast man. At such a critical moment, he was utterly helpless, merely a hindrance. Zhu Zong, tightly holding on to Xianjing, noticed Xianhan and quickly approached them. He took Xianhan's hand and whispered, "Little one, is there anyone at home who could assist your sister?" Both Xianjing and Xianhan hung their heads in shame at Zhu Zong's inquiry. Had their father not been in a state of bloodline frenzy, they might have sought his help. However, in his current condition, he could barely contend with the parents of Lu Shan, let alone face off against the Yuan family. Moreover, the distance from their home to the black market was considerable. Even if they managed to summon their father, it would be too late. Xianhan considered the Rong family. But since they had abandoned Rong Yao, would they come to her aid now? They had already offended the village head's family. Zhu Zong was not a man of significant influence. He could only pull the two boys closer and say quietly, "Let us stand at a distance from the dueling platform and observe. If the situation deteriorates, I will ensure you two are safely taken away." Though Zhu Zong spoke with such assurance, he was internally convinced that Rong Yao would face defeat. How could a devolved female possibly stand against the Yuan family? He could only hope that the Yuan clan would show some mercy and spare Rong Yao's life, preventing the two boys from losing their only remaining family member at such a tender age. Leading the two boys, Zhu Zong noticed Xianjing and Xianhan exchanging glances, each reflecting deep concern for the other. Despite their previous disdain for the woman, they now found themselves unwilling to contemplate losing her in her moment of peril. The Yuan family had firmly established themselves in the village of Jiaohua and had become a prestigious lineage. They were far from simpletons. Although they faced what appeared to be a frail, devolved beastman female, they would not underestimate her. The mere fact that she had the audacity to speak of a duel suggested that she possessed some form of confidence. Yuan-She stepped forward to accept the challenge. As the eldest grandson of the village chief, he was the most gifted descendant of the third generation of the Yuan family and possessed abilities that surpassed even those of the village chief, Yuan-She. It is precisely for this reason that the village chief entrusted the most lucrative business to the eldest son. Soon, the arena became encircled, with the orc soldiers Bao Wei and Hu Qi standing as witnesses on either side, weapons in hand. Surrounding them were vendors from the black market and villagers, while the members of the Yuan family gathered in one area. As Yuan-She prepared to ascend the stage, Yuan Lin coldly remarked, "Elder brother, take that wretched woman's life right there on the platform. Let everyone know that the Yuan family is not to be trifled with." Yuan-She patted Yuan Lin's shoulder and reassured him, "Rest assured, that wretched woman will not leave the arena alive." As Rong Yao approached the staircase leading to the arena, Hu Qi, not far away, admonished her with irritation, "Have you made up your mind? Once you step onto that platform, even if we wish to assist you, we will be powerless to do so." Rong Yao graciously acknowledged Hu Qi's goodwill, affirming that she would bear the consequences of her own decisions, and expressed her gratitude for their reminders. This woman, she truly possesses the ability to infuriate others. A devolved beast man, yet her temperament remains remarkably obstinate. They all questioned how she had managed to survive thus far. Rong Yao stood first upon the arena, which was slightly larger than a basketball court. Standing at approximately 1.6 meters tall, her height could be considered average among humans, yet among the orc population, she appeared diminutive and slender. Typically, ordinary female orcs stand around 1.7 meters, while those possessing exceptional bloodlines tend to be even taller. Rong Yao stood alone on the vast martial arts platform, appearing diminutive and frail, like a mere speck of dust in this world. To everyone's surprise, Rong Yao ascended the stage first, prompting Yuan-She to scoff derisively. With a slight exertion of his legs, he leaped onto the platform. Surveying Rong Yao with a condescending gaze, his disdain deepened. The stark contrast between the two only accentuated the bleak prospects for Rong Yao. Yuan-She towered over her by a full head, his distinctive simian brow accentuated by well-defined muscles, suggesting that a single punch could send the fragile Rong Yao flying. As both competitors took their positions on the stage, Hu Qi raised his hand, calling for silence, before striking a bronze drum that signified the commencement of the match. With a resounding thud, the contest began. The crowd fell into a hush, their eyes fixated on the platform. Yuan-She was not known for his benevolence. Rather, he possessed a ruthless disposition, employing every conceivable tactic to achieve victory. As the drum echoed, his expression darkened, and he launched a kick towards Rong Yao. The bloodline of the Simian tribe surpassed that of ordinary beast men, granting them superior innate abilities. With a favorable upbringing, Yuan-She had been trained in martial arts from a young age under the guidance of the village chief, making his techniques more cunning than those of typical beastmen. However, to Rong Yao, even the most intricate of his moves appeared no more sophisticated than those of a kindergarten child. After all, her repertoire comprised techniques honed over 5 millennia, each passed down through generations, embodying the essence of excellence far beyond the crude methods of the beastmen. Yuan-She's leg, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, was evidently more potent than the previous attack from Lu Shan's father. Just as the spectators braced for Rong Yao to be sent flying by this forceful kick, she unexpectedly sidestepped, narrowly evading Yuan-She's assault. The crowd's collective anxiety surged and then plummeted, akin to a roller coaster ride. Yet, Yuan-She was not easily dissuaded. He had not anticipated Rong Yao's evasion. This kick had been infused with the power of his bloodline. Any beastman suppressed by his lineage would typically experience a decrease in agility, rendering their movements sluggish and vulnerable to his strikes. A devolved beastman, like Rong Yao, was presumed to be the lowest tier within the hierarchy of bloodlines, logically expected to be subdued by all others. Was it mere luck that allowed her to evade his blow? Without further contemplation, Yuan-She launched another strike, this time swifter and more vicious than before. As Rong Yao narrowly evaded the incoming kick, she felt another one hurtling towards her. This kick, accompanied by a piercing sound, was evidently more potent than the last. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, maintaining an air of serene solemnity. This time, instead of dodging as she had previously, she stood her ground, seemingly poised for the imminent moment when onlookers would witness Rong Yao being mercilessly struck by Yuan-She, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Chapter 48. The unique abilities of the Yuan family. Just as everyone's hearts raced with anticipation, Rong Yao suddenly stepped forward, her hands gracefully assuming a stance as she directly confronted Yuan-She's approaching kick. Rong Yao possessed slender arms and legs, causing those around her to avert their gazes, fearful that her delicate limbs might be shattered by Yuan-She's kick. In a moment of utmost tension, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone in disbelief. As Rong Yao gazed at the seemingly harmless slender arms making contact with Yuan-She's powerful legs, she instinctively recoiled slightly before summoning her strength to not only block Yuan-She's leg but also to push it back, causing him to lose his balance and stagger several steps backward. In that moment, all onlookers were left in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief at the astonishing scene unfolding before them. How could this be possible? Rong Yao was a regressed beastman, while Yuan-She was a paragon among beastmen. How could the strength of a regressed beastman possibly surpass that of a distinguished beastman? Even the beastman soldiers, Hu Qi and Bao Wei, who had come from the gathering place, were taken aback. They had previously heard the captain mention that even among regressed beastmen, there could be anomalies. Though they were exceedingly rare, they had not believed it until now, and were filled with astonishment. Could this regressed female truly be one of those rare anomalies? The most incredulous were the members of the Yuan family, as Yuan-She was the most exceptional among the third generation. Yet, what they had just witnessed clearly indicated that Yuan-She's kick was no match for this regressed female. The two young ones, clenching their fists, observed the duel and felt their small hands loosen slightly. If this continued, there was indeed hope for this woman to emerge victorious. The greatest shock was felt by Yuan-She himself on the dueling platform. He could scarcely believe what had just transpired. His kick, infused with bloodline power and executed with 30% more force than his initial attempt, had not only been blocked by this woman but had also been redirected back at him, forcing him to retreat several steps. The disdain that had once adorned Yuan-She's face was now replaced with a serious expression, tinged with a newfound malice. Rong Yao humiliated him on the martial arts stage. And not only did he desire her life, but he also wished for her to perish in the most tragic manner. Rong Yao fixed her gaze intently upon Yuan-She, maintaining her composure. Even though she had temporarily repelled him, not a trace of joy graced her countenance. Just moments ago, she had employed the principles of Tai Chi, utilizing the force of her opponent against him, skillfully redirecting the energy that was intended for her back onto Yuan-She, resulting in a counterattack. It was evident that Yuan-She was not an inexperienced beastman. This technique would likely serve her only once against him. She would need to tread carefully in their future encounters. Yuan-She focused intently on Rong Yao, silently channeling his inner energy. Seizing an opportunity when no one was paying attention, he launched a swift punch toward her. His fist moved with remarkable speed, his right hand striking out while his left remained coiled at his abdomen, poised to respond at a moment's notice. The punch he unleashed was so rapid that ordinary beast men could only perceive an afterimage. Rong Yao's clear, almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she braced herself to receive She's formidable punch. In her previous life, Rong Yao underwent specialized training that significantly enhanced her dynamic vision compared to the average person, while others perceived She's fist as merely a blur. It appeared to her in slow motion, allowing her to anticipate the subsequent movements of his hand. She coiled her right hand, transforming her fist into an open palm to meet his strike. Just as She's colossal fist was about to collide with her palm, it suddenly seemed to swell to twice its size before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Simultaneously, the normal fist radiated with an electric purple luminescence, resembling lightning. The crowd gasped in disbelief, questioning the bizarre phenomenon. How could a punch morph in such a manner? Recognizing the extraordinary, Qi and Bao Wei exclaimed in astonishment. A special ability of the lightning element. Nearby, members of the Yuan family erupted into triumphant laughter, one boasting, "At least you have discerning eyes." She possesses the lightning special ability and ranks among the top in the Yuan clan's younger generation. If it weren't for this, the village chief would never have entrusted the barbecue stall to the Yuan family. Initially, Qi and Bao Wei believed that Rong Yao had a chance of victory after witnessing her display of skill. Little did they anticipate that She harbored such a unique power. Even though they were soldiers dispatched from the gathering point, they lacked any special abilities. Otherwise, they would have been placed in elite battalions rather than sent out for menial tasks. In a world inhabited by various beast men, special abilities varied widely, with many proving to be rather trivial. However, the lightning special ability was exceedingly rare, and those possessing it typically exhibited combat prowess that was exponentially enhanced. With such a formidable capability, the Yuan family wielded considerable influence locally. Once it became apparent that She had revealed his extraordinary skill, the crowd's earlier belief that Rong Yao might still have a chance dissipated. It seemed she was destined for defeat. Anyone present, including Qi and Bao Wei, would find themselves outmatched by She. The two young ones, having just relaxed, tensed once again upon witnessing She's special ability and clenched their fists anxiously. Zhu Zong, the stall owner, could hardly bear to witness their worried expressions. On the competition stage, Rong Yao's previously composed demeanor faltered as her delicate brows knitted together. Having read the original text, she was acutely aware that the village chief's direct descendants possessed special abilities, specifically the lightning element. Prior to stepping onto the stage, she had prepared herself. If she could not withstand She's lightning powers, she would resort to donning insulated gloves. Yet, she had not anticipated that She would wield his lightning ability with such mastery, even infusing it into his punch. Rong Yao's expression turned stern. Yet she resolved to take on She's electrifying punch, seeking to gauge his true strength. However, to onlookers, her decision appeared akin to courting death. In an instant, the martial arena resonated with the clash of fist and palm, as the air shimmered with electric ripples, brilliant sparks erupting in all directions. Yet, after the sparks dissipated, the crowd beheld Rong Yao standing unscathed, her palm seemingly unaffected, remaining as fair and delicate as ever. The surrounding beastmen were left in disbelief. The members of the Yuan family exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? That is lightning, their family's unique skill." In that moment, She's worldview seemed to shatter. His formidable lightning ability had proven utterly ineffective against this seemingly inferior beastwoman. How could this be? He had relied on this power countless times in past battles, always emerging victorious with his electrifying prowess. As Rong Yao made contact with She's fist, she had anticipated a tingling sensation akin to being electrified. Yet, upon actual contact, she felt nothing but a slight numbness in her palm, akin to the pinch of an ant. Even Rong Yao, well-versed in the ways of combat, found herself perplexed. Was her body non-conductive? She, clearly unwilling to concede, unleashed another electrifying punch towards Rong Yao. This time, she abandoned her tentative approach and took the initiative, catching She's fist to thwart his assault. With a swift kick, she struck his abdomen, sending him flying backward. Chapter 49. Victory in the First Duel. As She's body thudded against the martial arena, the spectators were rendered incredulous. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? They would scarcely believe that a seemingly inept beast woman could topple the distinguished heir of the Yuan family, endowed with special abilities. The first instance of his lightning failing could be dismissed as mere chance, but what of the second? Gazing at Rong Yao, Yuan-Chi's eyes quivered with disbelief. Since awakening his powers in childhood, his lightning had never faltered. He had never anticipated encountering such a scenario, especially against a female beastman who appeared utterly unremarkable. Raised with the pride of the Yuan family, he had never experienced such humiliation and would not easily concede defeat. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he scrambled to his feet. This time, he summoned the full force of his bloodline energy to awaken his special abilities. In an instant, a dark cloud, roughly a square meter in size, materialized above Rong Yao, crackling with lightning as if poised to unleash a bolt at any moment. The onlookers gasped, astonished that Yuan-Chi's lightning ability could conjure such a thundercloud. Though it is said that the direct descendants of the Yuan family possess extraordinary abilities, none have ever summoned the thunderclouds. This marks a profound communion with the heavens and signifies an advancement to a higher realm. This time, Yuan-Chi exhibited prudence, refraining from rushing towards Rong Yao immediately. Instead, he maintained a certain distance, intent on striking her down with the fury of the thunderclouds. Rong Yao swiftly discerned Yuan-Chi's intentions. The storm clouds above her head were stirring restlessly, as if on the verge of transforming into lightning, poised to unleash tremendous energy. Recalling the moment when her fist made contact with Yuan-Chi's, imbued with thunder, Rong Yao immediately resolved to act. The spectators on the arena beheld a slender figure darting swiftly towards Yuan-Chi. As the storm clouds overhead thickened, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, erupted from the clouds, aimed directly at Rong Yao. At that very instant, she grasped Yuan-Chi's arm. Rong Yao's palm gripped Yuan-Chi's arm like a vice, rendering him momentarily unable to shake free. In that instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the stormy clouds, striking Rong Yao and igniting a brilliant flash. The onlooking orcs instinctively shielded their eyes from the blinding light. Moments later, an unpleasant scent of charred flesh wafted from the arena. As the billowing smoke dissipated, the spectators beheld the scene on the combat platform. The devolved orc, Rong Yao, appeared largely unscathed, standing beside a charred mass, her gaze fixed coldly upon it. Upon closer inspection, only her exposed neck bore a slight reddening, while the rest of her remained intact. The crowd was perplexed as to why Rong Yao emerged unscathed while Yuan-Chi, who had summoned the lightning, was nowhere to be seen. After searching in vain, Hu Qi, standing closest to the platform, swallowed hard and declared, "Stop looking. That blackened heap is Yuan-Chi." The orcs gasped in disbelief. What? Wasn't the lightning directed at Rong Yao? How is it that she is unharmed while Yuan-Chi has been charred? A murmur of shock erupted around the arena, as if it had been set ablaze by the explosive discussions of the onlookers. The Yuan family, caught off guard by this turn of events, rushed to the platform to inspect the ashen figure. Yuan-Chi's hair was frizzed into a wild halo, his body reeked of burnt flesh, and his face was scorched black. His clothing had been reduced to tatters by the electrical surge, leaving his skin marred with patches of gray and black. Checking for breath, they were relieved to find he still drew a faint breath, though he had lost consciousness. Fortunately, the orc's robust physique had spared him from a fate that might have befallen a lesser being. Yuan Lin hastily removed his own clothing to drape over Yuan-Chi's charred form. He glared menacingly at Rong Yao, seething with rage. "You vile wretch! How dare you inflict such harm upon my brother?" Rong Yao cast a frigid gaze upon Yuan Lin, asserting that this was the arena of combat, where life and death were dictated by fate. Moreover, it was not I who summoned the tempest, it was he who invoked it himself, thereby courting his own misfortune. At that moment, Hu Qi, serving as the witness to the duel, swiftly grasped the situation and interjected, stating, "The rules of the arena are inviolable. Any transgression shall invoke divine retribution. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuan-Chi is no longer capable of fighting. Will you concede?" The Yuan family, despite their local dominance, must adhere to the regulations of the arena. They cannot defy the established norms of the entire Beastman world. Yuan Lin glanced at his nearly lifeless elder brother, gritting his teeth in reluctant acknowledgement, and declared, "We concede." Rong Yao stood before Yuan Lin, demanding the fulfillment of their prior agreement. At this moment, rescuing Yuan-Chi was of utmost importance, and Yuan Lin dared not delay. He exchanged a knowing glance with the members of the Yuan family, prompting one of their aides to retrieve a small burlap sack filled with copper coins, which was then handed to Yuan Lin. With a spiteful glare directed at Rong Yao, He bowed 3 times in reverence on behalf of his brother, before swiftly departing with his kin, carrying the nearly charred Yuan-She. Once the Yuan family had vacated the scene, the onlooking beastmen erupted in jubilant cheers, congratulating Rong Yao for her triumph over the Yuan family's prodigy on the arena. Rong Yao, the victor, remained remarkably composed, even more so than the onlooking orcs. After expressing her gratitude to the crowd, she gracefully descended from the arena. As the excitement dwindled, the gathered orcs swiftly dispersed to discuss this remarkable event with their family and friends. The 2 little ones, their hearts racing with anxiety, had never anticipated that this woman would emerge unscathed from the arena, compelling the Yuan family to honor their promise. Breaking free from Zhu Zong's grasp, the 2 youngsters hurriedly made their way towards Rong Yao. Rong Yao enveloped them in her embrace, gently caressing their backs as if to soothe the fright they had just endured. Xin Jing, with urgency, inquired, "You were struck by lightning. Are you injured?" It was only in the presence of the 2 little ones that Rong Yao allowed herself a faint smile, reassuring them, "Fear not, I am unharmed." However, the observant Xian Han noticed that the skin on her neck appeared more reddened than before. He furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing his concerns to Rong Yao at that moment. Hu Qi and Bao Wei cast their eyes upon Rong Yao and the 2 little ones, approaching to remind her, "Though emerging victorious on the arena is commendable, you have severely offended the Yuan family this time. Exercise caution upon your return. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out in the black market." Rong Yao stood up and solemnly remarked, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both of you today." Hu Qi and Bao Wei exchanged names with Rong Yao, nodded in acknowledgement, and then took their leave. Rong Yao understood that the promise made by the 2 was merely a reflection of their admiration for her prowess on the martial arts platform. However, she remained entirely unaware of the power dynamics within the gathering, and thus, approaching these individuals impulsively would likely yield unfavorable consequences. During her initial encounter with Yuan-Chi's electrifying fist on the martial arena, a seed of doubt had been sown within her mind. Subsequently, she intentionally came into contact with Yuan-Chi, channeling the lightning towards him while emerging relatively unscathed herself. It was now evident to her that her physical constitution had been subtly transformed by the spiritual spring water within the space. Having experienced it firsthand, Rong Yao realized that her body was not impervious to electricity. Rather, it was simply more resilient than that of an average beast man. The electricity harnessed by Yuan-Chi merely reddened her skin. With her physical prowess enhanced by the spring water, she pondered the condition of the little ones. Chapter 50. Exploring the black market with the little ones. If the little ones had also experienced an improvement in their physical capabilities, their potential for the future would be significantly greater. The stall owner, Zhu Zong, stood nearby, observing with a smile as Rong Yao comforted the 2 little ones. Rong Yao led the little ones toward Zhu Zong's stall, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Zhu Zong, for taking care of the children." Zhu Zong quickly waved his hand in denial. "Not at all, my dear sister. It is my duty to assist." Regardless of how the Yuan family may fare in the future, the immediate turmoil had subsided. Rong Yao returned to the end of the street with the little ones to tidy up their stall. The stalls at the street's end had suffered the most damage, particularly Rong Yao's and Zhu Zong's. The other stalls nearby fared better, yet still incurred their fair share of losses. Rong Yao compensated the nearby stall owners with the copper coins she had obtained from the Yuan family. In the end, only Zhu Zong's stall remained. Fortunately, he sold straw sandals, although his stall was in disarray and several pairs of shoes were lost amidst the chaos. He managed to recover some that were still in good condition after a thorough cleaning. Compared to Rong Yao, his losses were relatively modest. However, this incident had nonetheless affected Zhu Zong, prompting Rong Yao to compensate him for the shoes that went missing from his stall. Zhu Zong initially hesitated to accept, but ultimately could not refuse her insistence. To do so further would be to take advantage of her kindness. Today, he had sold most of the roasted chicken and rabbit he brought to the black market, but the remainder had been spoiled by Yuan's people. As Rong Yao tidied up the stall, she realized that the rabbit pelts and chicken feathers she had brought along remained unsold. Having just endured the earlier turmoil, she felt a distinct lack of motivation to continue her stall. Glancing at Zhu Zong's stall, she inquired, "Brother Zhu Zong, will you be setting up your stall today?" Zhu Zong nodded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Sister, you know I rely on selling straw sandals for my livelihood. Whatever I sell is what I earn. The black market only occurs once every 5 days, and I want to return until the market has concluded." Rong Yao nodded, presenting the rabbit pelts and chicken feathers from her backpack to Zhu Zong. "I intend to return with the little ones. Yet there are still some rabbit pelts and chicken feathers unsold. I wonder if I could leave them at your stall for sale. We could split the copper coins equally, and you can give me my share at the next black market gathering. Zhu Zong examined the items and noted that the rabbit pelts and wild chicken feathers in Rong Yao's basket were of exquisite quality. The rabbit pelts had been initially processed by Rong Yao, rendering them fluffy and soft, requiring no further treatment before use. Having run a business in the black market for some time, Zhu Zong was far from foolish. In fact, he possessed a keen acumen for commerce. With autumn already upon them and winter looming just 2 months away, the biting cold would render even the stoutest of beastmen inadequate in mere straw sandals for warmth. The rabbit pelts possessed by Rong Yao are perfectly suitable for crafting straw sandals, enhancing their warmth, while the chicken feathers could serve as exquisite adornments, sure to delight the female orcs. Contemplating this, Zhu Zong remarked, "Sister, why not sell these rabbit furs and chicken feathers directly to me? I shall take them home to fashion straw sandals. Name your price. If it falls short, I can make up the difference during our next venture to the black market." Rong Yao believed that Zhu Zong possessed quite a keen business acumen, as the rabbit fur and chicken feathers were indeed suitable for making shoes. Today, Zhu Zong had rendered her considerable assistance, and since these materials held little value for her, she decided to bestow them upon him. Thus, she resolved to gift these rabbit furs and chicken feathers to her elder brother Zhu Zong. Rong Yao began to transfer the items from her basket into Zhu Zong's. However, Zhu Zong promptly declined, exclaiming, "This cannot be. How could I possibly take advantage of such a generous young lady? I must insist on offering you some copper coins in return. If you refuse to accept them, I would feel too hesitant to utilize them." When Rong Yao smiles, she adds, "How about this? Brother Zhu Zong, please set aside 4 pairs of shoes for me while you're crafting them. I shall collect them during my next visit to the black market. Should you refuse again, it would seem you no longer regard me as a friend." Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, Zhu Zong finally acquiesced, and thus I have undoubtedly reaped significant benefits from this opportunity with the young lady. Rong Yao greeted Zhu Zong and bid farewell to the nearby vendors before departing with her 2 little ones in tow. This time, she brought 20 roasted rabbits and 10 roasted chickens to sell at the black market. If sold in their entirety, she could earn 140 copper coins. With the addition of rabbit fur and chicken feathers, her total income would approximate 180 copper coins. Previously, she had already garnered 100 copper coins from selling roasted rabbits and chickens, and with the compensation of another 100 coins from the Yuan family. Rong Yao now possessed a total of 200 copper coins, a weighty little pouch. It was the first time, for both the original owner and the reincarnated Rong Yao in this world, to possess such a substantial amount of copper coins. When she shared this news with her little ones, their eyes widened in astonishment. They had never seen so many copper coins in their young lives. Earning copper coins is meant for spending, and Rong Yao first took her little ones to the black market to order materials for repairing roofs. The vendor was a brother from the Bull clan, and she spent a total of 30 copper coins, which covered both materials and labor. She paid a deposit of 2 coins, with the remainder to be settled upon completion of the roof, though it would take 2 days to be finished. With time still on their side, and not yet approaching noon, Rong Yao thought it a splendid opportunity to explore the black market with her little companions, especially since they had earned some coins. Thus, after an hour of wandering, she led them through the market, purchasing an array of items. Among these were rice, flour, and various seasonings unique to the orc world, along with 2 substantial pieces of burlap, which could be used for making bed linens or clothing and shoes for her little ones. However, the finer Orcish fur blankets and winter garments were prohibitively expensive, and Rong Yao could not afford them at present. This was the first time the little ones had roamed the black market, and even more so, the first time they had purchased so many items. They were thoroughly content with their experience. Rong Yao purchased a cup of sweet water for each of the 2, a liquid derived from a plant in the orc world, reminiscent of a blend between coconut water and syrup, much adored by the young orcs. Xian Jing took a sip and quietly remarked, "This sweet water pales in comparison to the soup you make." Xian Han concurred, "Indeed, it leaves much to be desired. Let us return to enjoy your mountain chicken soup. There's no need to buy this again, as it is a waste of copper coins. Just 1 bamboo cup of this sweet water costs a copper coin, and the Fox clan's elderly woman selling it is quite unscrupulous. Furthermore, this woman foolishly purchased 3 cups, intending to bring 1 back for Little Star. Had this been in earlier times, before Rong Yao's arrival, the 2 little ones would have considered such sweet water a rare delicacy. Rong Yao took a sip from Xian Han's bamboo cup, and the taste was decidedly unimpressive. Both the texture and flavor were a far cry from the myriad beverages one might encounter in the modern world. She recalled that her space still housed a variety of drinks, such as cola, Sprite, milk, and milk tea, and resolved to bring some out for the little ones to sample at the earliest opportunity. Now that she had assumed the role of their nurturing mother, it was imperative that their lives be enriched. While she did not expect them to rival modern children, she was determined that they would undoubtedly fare better than the offspring of the Beastman world. Having spent rather lavishly, Rong Yao found herself with 133 copper coins remaining. Of these, 28 were earmarked for the Bull Tribe Beastmen tasked with repairing her house, leaving her with a practical sum of 105 copper coins. Carrying such a weighty amount felt insecure, so she took the children to a designated exchange in the black market, where she traded 100 copper coins for a single silver coin. With the children in tow, she returned home, her arms laden with treasures. By the time they reached their doorstep, it was already past noon. As she approached the entrance, she spotted two familiar figures seated at the gate, an elderly and a young horseman, unmistakably Ji-shan and Ji-gua, the very one she had rescued on her journey. Rong Yao was taken aback to discover that the grandfather and grandson had found their way to her home. She hurriedly took the hands of the two little ones and approached them swiftly. At that moment, Ji-shan and Ji-gua, who were seated outside the courtyard, also spotted Rong Yao, their faces brimming with delight as they quickly made their way toward her. "What a surprise to see you here," Rong Yao exclaimed, promptly supporting the elderly Ji-shan as she guided the duo into the courtyard. Ji-shan cheerfully remarked, "If it weren't for your daughter saving us on the road before, our family of 3 would not have survived. We promised to come and express our gratitude. We cannot break our word." Beside him, Ji-gua added, "Sister, thank you for extending your helping hand last time. My grandmother is feeling much better now and can already get out of bed and walk around." Rong Yao gently caressed Ji-gua's head. Perhaps the young girl from the horse tribe had not gone hungry in recent days, for her complexion had improved significantly since Rong Yao last saw her, and her demeanor had brightened as well. "That is good. Remember to let your grandmother take care of you more. It will prevent future ailments," she advised. Ji-gua nodded vigorously, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, sister. Now I can go to the black market with grandfather to sell fodder, allowing grandmother to rest at home." Trailing behind Rong Yao, the two little ones exchanged glances filled with both surprise and caution. They were astonished that this pair of elderly and young seemed sincere. Recalling that the last time this woman visited the black market, she had indeed delayed her return while rescuing someone. Yet, they were wary. Could this elderly duo genuinely be expressing gratitude? Or were they perhaps seeking to take advantage of them? Having endured hardship since birth, the two little ones had grown accustomed to the caprices of human kindness and cruelty alike. Before Rong Yao's arrival, they had only felt the malice of this world, which led them to instinctively assume the worst about strangers. Rong Yao beckoned two little ones over, introducing them to Ji-shan and Ji-gua. "These are my two children. The elder is Xian Jing and the younger is Xian Han." Ji-gua was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Rong Yao, so youthful, would already have children. Being 6 years her junior, Ji-gua was a remarkably sensible young girl. Rong Yao's children possessed exquisite features, their large eyes gazing at her, their round faces resembling two adorable dumplings. However, their appearance bore little resemblance to that of their mother, which led Ji-gua to conclude that their father must be extraordinarily handsome. One of the rooms in the courtyard was occupied by Xiao Han, and his current circumstances were unknown, making it inappropriate to take Ji-shan and Ji-gua inside. The other room was in a dilapidated state, so Rong Yao could only lead them to sit beneath the large tree in the yard, where she had placed several bamboo stools and a bamboo table. Before Ji-shan brought his granddaughter, he had assumed that Rong Yao hailed from a well-to-do family. During their last encounter, she had appeared clean and tidy, displaying a demeanor that was quite pleasant, even offering rice to alleviate their immediate plight. However, upon arriving with his granddaughter today, he found himself in the most poorly situated courtyard at the outskirts of Daohua village. The courtyard appeared tidy at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed signs of neglect, with one room's roof in disrepair. It was uncommon for a household to leave a damaged roof unrepaired if such a situation persisted. It was likely due to a lack of funds for repairs rather than a lack of desire to fix it. Recent rains had caused leaks, and Ji-shan knew well how uncomfortable it was to reside in such conditions. In this light, it seemed that Rong Yao's living conditions were even less favorable than those of Ji-shan's family. The fact that she was still willing to assist his entire family moved Ji-shan deeply. Rong Yao set down the backpack and poured warm water for the elderly man and his grandson. Ji-shan hurriedly declined, saying, "No need, my daughter. We have come today solely to express our gratitude in person." We have nothing of value to offer, but we have brought some firewood. And we hope it is not looked down upon. Rong Yao would never disdain Jishan for bringing firewood. She smiled and said, the weather has been quite inclement lately. And I was just lamenting the lack of firewood, and here you are, bringing some. Upon hearing that Rong Yao was in need of the firewood, both Jishan and his grandson felt a surge of delight. Jishan then retrieved a coarse cloth bundle from his pocket and placed it on the bamboo table, saying, my dear daughter, this is a token of gratitude, an heirloom passed down through our Ma lineage. I am unsure of its practical use, but its beauty is undeniable. And I believe your family would appreciate it. Rong Yao cautiously accepted the parcel, unwrapping the coarse cloth to reveal a somewhat antiquated wooden box. The box bore numerous scratches, testament to the passage of time. Upon opening it, she discovered a small wooden sculpture in the shape of a horse, no larger than a palm. This rotund, equine figure exuded an endearing charm, sure to captivate the hearts of young girls. Aside from its age, everything else appeared quite ordinary, prompting Rong Yao to graciously accept the gratitude offered by Jishan. It was just past midday, and it seemed the elderly pair must have set out early that morning. By this time, they had undoubtedly yet to dine. The journey back to Yinshan village would take at least another hour and a half, and enduring it on an empty stomach would be quite trying. Rong Yao invited her grandparents and grandchildren to dine together. Jishan initially had no intention of staying, but upon noticing that the fence surrounding Rong Yao's courtyard had long been neglected, he decided to assist her in restoring it, accompanied by Jigua. Observing that Rong Yao had young ones to care for, Jishan earnestly advised, prepare any food you wish, but please do not waste anything. Rong Yao said, rest assured. My elder. The two, young and old, could hardly find a moment's respite. Seizing the opportunity, they began to mend the fence. Jigua, though but a child, diligently cleared the weeds surrounding the enclosure, while Jishan neatly stacked the firewood he had brought beside the stove. Observing Jigua laboring to assist their family, the two little ones could not resist joining in after a brief moment of contemplation. Rong Yao, busy preparing the meal, couldn't help but smile at their actions. It was essential for the little ones to interact more with children like Jigua to mitigate their extreme notions. Jigua, understanding and patient, grew up with siblings among her playmates, while she was raised solely by her grandparents, feeling the solitude of being an only child. She longed for a younger brother or sister, and now, accompanied by the two little ones, she was even more patient, imparting her valuable skills to them. Although the little ones feigned disdain for the rudimentary skills Jigua taught them, they absorbed the lessons with earnestness. This was the first time they encountered a youthful beast man who exhibited such patience towards them. It seemed that the woman allowing this pair of grandparents and grandchildren to share a meal was of little consequence. During this time, Xiao Mohan remained ensconced in his room, and Rong Yao allowed him that space. At this moment, she had no time to indulge in a quarrel with him. Rong Yao, deft and efficient, quickly prepared a steaming pot of rice accompanied by a simple dish of braised pork ribs, enriched with an assortment of mushrooms and wild vegetables. The ingredients, simmered together, absorbed the savory essence of the ribs, rendering them even more delectable than the meat itself. Each person received a bowl of rice, generously topped with a ladle of the rich braised ribs and stewed vegetables, their aromas intertwining delightfully, making it all too easy to finish a bowl in no time. In his room, Xiao Mohan could no longer resist the tantalizing fragrance of the braised ribs wafting through the air. Chapter 52. The secrets of this venomous woman continue to multiply. Having consumed the tea brewed with the spiritual spring water that Rong Yao had thoughtfully prepared during the day, Xiao Mohan found that the fury of his bloodline no longer rendered him unconscious, yet he lacked the strength for other endeavors. He could only occasionally rise from his bed to move about a little, taking the opportunity to care for the little star still nestled within her egg. When Jishan arrived in the vicinity of their home with his granddaughter, Jigua, Xiao Mohan was already aware of their presence. He had been quietly observing the pair from the window, noting that they lingered at the entrance of the courtyard without entering, and he chose not to intervene. He had not anticipated that this duo was indeed the very ones Rong Yao had saved. Previously, he had suspected that the venomous woman had fabricated her tale, only to discover that it was, in fact, true, and they had come seeking her out. Dressed and ready, Xiao Mohan whispered a few instructions to the little star on the bed, urging her to remain quietly in the room. He intended to bring her something to eat shortly, for he remained unaware of the true identities of the grandfather and granddaughter outside, and it would be wise to keep the little star hidden from prying eyes. As Rong Yao had just finished serving the meal and set it on the table, Xiao Mohan emerged from his room. The two little ones immediately joyfully called out to their father. However, Rong Yao furrowed her brow slightly, clearly taken aback by Xiao Mohan's unexpected appearance at this moment. Upon seeing him, Ji Shan and Ji Guo, the grandfather and grandson duo, exhibited mild astonishment. They had presumed Rong Yao to be alone with her offsprings, never anticipating the presence of a male beastman in the room. Uncertain of the circumstances surrounding Rong Yao's household, the duo refrained from further inquiries and exchanged greetings with Xiao Mohan, only to be directed by Rong Yao to take a seat at the table. Xiao Mohan then settled down as well, initiating a conversation with Ji Shan, in an effort to spare the dignity of the young ones. Rong Yao deftly served Xiao Mohan a bowl as well. As the meal progressed, Xiao Mohan had gleaned nearly all there was to know about Ji Shan's family, while adeptly using his injuries as an excuse to deflect further discussion. Although Rong Yao's cooking was undeniably exquisite, Ji Shan and Ji Guo felt too bashful to request another serving. After finishing their meal, the grandfather and grandson bid farewell to Rong Yao and departed. Without much contemplation, Rong Yao noticed Xiao Mohan standing at the doorway, fixated on the retreating figures of Ji Shan and Ji Guo, his profound gaze imbued with an enigmatic brilliance that was difficult to decipher. Rong Yao found today's Xiao Mohan somewhat peculiar. The Ji Shan family was merely an ordinary clan of beastmen, their circumstances quite unfavorable. Why then did Xiao Mohan seem so intrigued by them? Subtly probing into the affairs of the Ji Shan household, the conclusion drawn was that the Ji Shan family bore no distinction from other typical beastmen families. In fact, due to the early demise of Ji Guo's father, their situation was even more arduous than that of the average beastman household. Rong Yao, indifferent to him, filled a bowl to the brim and went to her room to dine with the little star. In the courtyard, only Xiao Mohan and the two little ones remained. Xianjing was assisting Rong Yao in arranging the clean dishes, while Xianhan was fiddling with a toy beside his brother. Xiao Mohan sat down beside the two children, inquiring about Xianjing and Xianhan's morning escapade to the black market, trusting their father implicitly. Xianjing and Xianhan recounted the incident where Rong Yao had engaged in a duel with Yuan-Chi from the Yuan family at the black market without reservation. Xiao Mohan, he began to doubt whether he and that venomous woman, along with the children, belonged to the same realm. That toxic woman took the little ones to the black market and stirred up such significant trouble. Yuan-Chi was the most gifted descendant of the Yuan family and was destined to shine in the gathering place, becoming a notable leader and further elevating the Yuan family status in Daohua village. How could it be that such a Yuan-Chi lost in the black market duel? Moreover, he lost to that venomous woman. How could that be possible? Xiao Mohan rubbed his forehead, incredulous as he asked the children once more if Yuan-Chi, possessing special abilities, truly lost to that woman. Are you certain you didn't misjudge? Xianjing tilted his head, explaining, my brother and I were right below the duel stage. Yuan-Chi's unique power is lightning, and in the end, he rendered himself unconscious with his own lightning, hence she naturally won the duel. Xiao Mohan, why does it seem that the children's accounts are growing increasingly peculiar? True, the Yuan family's direct lineage possesses the ability of lightning. But how could Yuan-Chi be harmed by his own lightning, while that venomous woman remained unscathed? If both were struck by lightning, shouldn't they both sustain injuries? The little ones are still young and know little, but Xiao Mohan was not easily deceived. It seemed that since his rebirth, the secrets surrounding that venomous woman were multiplying. Suddenly, Xiao Mohan's gaze fell upon the object in Xianhan's hands. He froze, staring intently at the item. Sensing his father's gaze, Xianhan curiously asked, Father, what is it? Returning to his senses, Xiao Mohan controlled his emotions and inquired, Xianhan, where did you acquire that? Xianhan raised the horse-shaped sculpture in his hand. Father, is it this? Xiao Mohan nodded. It was just brought by Grandpa Ji Shan. He gave it to that woman as a token of gratitude, and she then gifted it to my brother and me as a toy. The horse sculpture was plump and adorable, smoothly polished, making it perfectly suited as a toy for the little ones. This was the first toy Xianjing and Xianhan had received, and they treasured it dearly. Playing with toys? If the two little ones were aware of what was concealed within that wooden horse, they might not harbor such thoughts. The venomous woman likely remains oblivious to the true nature of this rotund wooden horse, which she carelessly bestows upon the children as a mere toy. Yet, in this lifetime, how did this object come to be in their possession? It was not so in the previous life. A flicker of profundity passed through Xiao Mohan's deep-set gaze as his thoughts began to drift. During this period in his past life, Rong Jinshin often accompanied a young girl from the horse clan, whom he had only glimpsed from afar once, bearing a striking resemblance to the girl, Ji Guo, who had come today. How Rong Jinshin had come to know this girl remained a mystery, but it was said that she treated her with great affection, akin to that of sisters. Every time she crafted garments, she would make 2 sets, one for herself and another for the girl from the horse clan. Later, Xiao Yunze unexpectedly acquired an ancient advancement elixir, yet there was only a single pill. When he returned home to inform his parents, he happened to overhear and witnessed Xiao Yunze cracking open the plump wooden horse, retrieving a brown pill from within. Originally, Xiao Yunze had still been 3 to 5 years away from advancement, but after consuming the pill, he ascended to dragon form within a month, his power surging, leading to his oppression of Xiao Mohan within the family. Driven by self-interest, Xiao Yunze expelled him from the family, severely injuring him and breaking his newly sprouted dragon horns, condemning him to a path of self-detrimental cultivation. This method was both perverse and incomplete, resulting in greater backlash from his body as his power grew, ultimately leading to self-destruction. The children mentioned that this wooden horse was a gift from Jigua's family, implying that it originally belonged to them. Could it be that in the previous life, Rong Jinxin had also received it from Jigua's family? No wonder she had been so kind to Jigua back then. Furthermore, Jigua's father was not dead at all. Chapter 53. The slightly frightening children Xianjing and Xianhan quickly discerned the somber expression on Xiao Mohan's face. The 2 children realized that their father harbored even greater disdain for that woman than they did. It seemed he was irked by their play with the toy given by her. Thus far, it appeared he did not wish for them to grow too close to her. However, that woman seemed to have genuinely improved, as they had not disliked her during this period. Yet, the children dared not voice such thoughts in their father's presence. Suddenly, Xiao Mohan addressed Xianjing and Xianhan. This wooden horse is a token of gratitude from Jigua's family, a gesture of goodwill from others. Therefore, it would be best to store it properly. If you desire any toys, your father will carve something for you tomorrow, guaranteed to be more exquisite and charming than this wooden horse. Really? Xianjing and Xianhan exclaimed with delight. In their entire lives, their father had never crafted a toy for them. The prospect of possessing a toy made by their father's own hands, even more beautiful than this wooden horse, rendered the wooden horse far less desirable. Indeed, their father had never deceived them. Xiao Mohan gently addressed the 2 little ones, prompting an immediate cheer from Xianjing and Xianhan. As he cast a glance at the wooden horse held by Xianhan, he recalled that in his previous life, he would have resorted to any means necessary to obtain the pill concealed within the wooden carving. Indeed, he had done just that. However, after enduring countless trials, he came to realize that all external possessions are ephemeral. Only his own breakthroughs and cultivation are substantial, serving as the most solid foundation. Now, the ancient medicinal elixir contained within the wooden horse no longer held any allure for him. Thus, even upon seeing it, Xiao Mohan never contemplated snatching it from his son's grasp for his own gain. He preferred the wooden horse to remain merely a toy in the hands of his child. Yet, with so many watchful eyes around, he hoped the little ones would refrain from displaying it too openly and handling it excessively, which prompted his conversation with them. After Rong Yao finished feeding the little star, she stepped out of the room and was greeted by the sight of Xiao Mohan conversing with the 2 little ones. Shortly thereafter, she observed Xiao Mohan rise to his feet and return to the room, not even offering her a greeting. Rong Yao felt a twinge of anger. She had fed him and offered him her drink, yet he did not even utter a word of gratitude. With such behavior, had he not been the father of her children, she would have long since shown him the door. Rong Yao resolved to forego preparing dinner for Xiao Mohan that evening. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than her 2 little ones scampered over. Xianhan extended the wooden horse he held to Rong Yao, saying, "Please keep this wooden horse." Rong Yao was slightly taken aback. When she presented the wooden horse to the 2 little ones, they had clearly taken a liking to it. Why then, were they asking her to put it away now? Was it that they no longer fancied it? In a gentle tone, she inquired. Xianjing and Xianhan promptly shook their heads. Xianhan explained, "Father said this is someone else's token of gratitude, and it would not be appropriate for us to use it as a toy. He promised to carve us some toys himself tomorrow." It was yet again Xiao Mohan. It seemed he was concocting this excuse to prevent her from growing too close to the little ones. However, at that moment, she felt it inappropriate to expose his ruse in front of the children. Given their evident sense of propriety, she decided to set the wooden horse aside. Gently ruffling their hair, "Then let us look forward to seeing your father's craftsmanship together tomorrow." Xianjing and Xianhan immediately nodded vigorously. "Father can do everything. His carvings will surely be more handsome and beautiful than the wooden horse we just had." However, Rong Yao tugged at the corner of her mouth. She was uncertain of Xiao Mohan's skills, yet if the carving turned out to be a chaotic mess, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. After finishing their meal, Rong Yao began to tidy up the items she had purchased, while Xianjing ventured alone to squat in a horse stance beneath the grand tree in the courtyard. Xianhan sat nearby, keeping his brother company while playfully teasing the caterpillars that fell from the tree above. Rong Yao stood by the stove, not far from the two boys. With inherently good eyesight and enhanced by the ethereal spring water of this realm, her physical stamina and senses had become remarkably acute. From her vantage point, she could clearly observe the actions of the two little ones. Xianjing, with a serious expression etched on his small face, was diligently practicing his horse stance, beads of fine sweat already forming on his forehead. Though he appeared to be struggling, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He was a child with an innate resilience. In contrast, Xianhan did not emulate his brother's fervor after merely squatting beside him for a while. He chose to sit down. He began to pluck small insects from the branches with a slender twig, blocking their escape routes, and ultimately, he cruelly severed the insects in two, a smile playing on his lips. It seemed as if he were not merely dispatching a bug, but enacting vengeance upon those who had previously tormented them. Rong Yao furrowed her brows, recalling the depictions of the offspring within the original narrative. The arch-villain had two sons. The elder was devoid of emotion, while the younger was merciless. On one occasion, the younger son, Xianhan, led his subordinates to ruthlessly massacre a gathering, leaving the orc corpses in a state of dismemberment. Numerous bodies from various tribes were displayed upon the walls of the stronghold, exposed for over a month. Not only did Xiao Xianhan inflict suffering upon ordinary orcs, but his cruelty towards orc females was particularly heinous. Those female orcs presented to him by the minor leaders seldom survived beyond 6 months. Rong Yao found it truly difficult to fathom how such adorable little ones would eventually transform into their future selves. For the moment, Xianjing seemed relatively untroubled. Yet Xianhan required closer attention. The wooden horse, which the little ones had returned, was carefully placed back into the antique wooden box by Rong Yao and subsequently stored in her space. Unbeknownst to her, once the box made contact with the space, it began to float within it. The wooden horse emerged from the box, hovering above the spiritual spring water. It continuously radiated a golden light, which was absorbed by the spring until the horse lost its smooth luster, becoming as dull and marred as the ancient box itself. Eventually, the wooden horse returned to the box, resting quietly in an inconspicuous corner of the space. The spiritual spring water, having absorbed the medicinal essence from the wooden horse, became even clearer and more refreshing. The small pond shimmered, yet from the outside, no changes were discernible. That evening, Rong Yao felt a surge of excitement. As the clock struck midnight, it would mark the 7th day of her space signing. The thought of the 7th day's reward being a planting space filled her with anticipation. With a planting space at her disposal, she could cultivate whatever she desired. Previously, she had received a variety of seeds, rice, wheat, and an array of vegetables and fruits. Once planted, she could harvest whatever she wished from her space, an immense convenience. She would also have immediate access to the freshest produce. Imagining her space filled with endless orchards and flourishing crops, Rong Yao couldn't help but feel uplifted. Later that night, not long after she entered her room and lay down, Xiao Mohan quietly rose and made his way to the courtyard. Rong Yao pretended not to hear, especially since Xiao Mohan was absent this evening, alleviating any suspicion. After enduring until just past midnight, she promptly sank her consciousness into the space. Upon entering, she noticed that the sign-in button for the 7th day had illuminated, ready to be activated. As she touched the sign-in button enveloped in white mist with her consciousness, it transformed into a hooked symbol with a gentle tap. Subsequently, the entire space was once again shrouded in white mist. After a brief moment, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a remarkable transformation of the space. Initially, it was merely a storage area, comparable in size to an ordinary room of about 10 square meters. Later, a spiritual spring emerged within, encircled by a faintly visible wall amidst the white mist, but it appeared larger than before. Now, the space had expanded even further, as one wall of the space cleared. Retreating significantly, a quaint fenced courtyard came into view. Within the courtyard lay approximately an acre of farmland, adjacent to the original spiritual spring, which now occupied a more extensive area due to the newly established farmland. Whether it was merely Rong Yao's illusion, she felt that the spiritual spring appeared more vibrant than ever. The once enclosed white mist that surrounded the 4 walls had now spread entirely, enveloping both her original space and the fenced courtyard. Rong Yao gazed in astonishment at the changes before her, her eyes wide with disbelief. After surveying her surroundings, she made her way towards the nearby farmland. Although the field was modest in size, falling considerably short of the vast expanse she had envisioned. She felt a sense of contentment simply to possess a plot of land within this space. She reached out to touch the soil, which was dark and rich, reminiscent of the most fertile black earth found in modern-day northeast China. The acre of farmland had already been tilled, as if it were eagerly awaiting the sowing of seeds. With such excellent soil, the quality of the crops produced would undoubtedly be exceptional. With her spirits suddenly lifted, Rong Yao eagerly rummaged through a variety of seeds. Standing at the edge of the farmland, she began to devise her plan. First, she allocated 1/5 of the seeds for an assortment of vegetables, which she had stored in her modern-day space. The remaining 4/5 were divided equally between rice and wheat, while the nooks and crannies of the farmland could accommodate some watermelons and fruit trees. If the crops flourished swiftly in the available space, she and her little ones would soon enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits and amass a substantial supply of rice and wheat. Delightfully lost in these thoughts, Rong Yao gathered the seeds to head to the fields for planting. As she poured out a selection of seeds, she decided to start with those that required no prior treatment. Just as she scattered a handful of vegetable and radish seeds into the soil, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Insufficient affection. Planting cannot proceed. Rong Yao, what on earth? What is this notion of favorability? Does she really need a sense of favorability to tend to her fields? Rong Yao initially thought she was imagining things as she continued to sow the potato and tomato seeds. However, upon hearing the same notification of insufficient affinity and the inability to plant for the second time, she could no longer dismiss it as mere illusion. The repetition of such alerts could only indicate that it was indeed a tangible reality. Rong Yao hastily stowed away the seeds and began to survey the farmland enclosed by the fence. To her surprise, amidst the white mist hovering above the spiritual spring, she discerned a progress bar of affection, adorned with a pink heart. At present, the pink heart was barely filled at its base, amounting to no more than 1/10 of its entirety. Rong Yao's lips twitched slightly. Was her favorability so dismally low? The critical question was, what kind of favorability was this? Was it her affection for others, or the affection others held for her? If it pertained to the latter, who was the individual in question? With merely a solitary pink heart, nothing more was revealed, leaving Rong Yao to embark on a quest of discovery. With a sense of resignation, Rong Yao decided that there was no choice but to leave things as they were for the time being. Cultivating crops in the beast world proved to be no simple task. The weather was harsh, scorching in summer and frigid in winter, even as autumn, typically the most temperate season, settled in. Violent storms and torrential rains were not uncommon. Such adverse conditions rendered the growth of vegetables and fruits nearly impossible. Many orcs' harvests of rice and wheat often succumbed to the whims of a single rainstorm or gust of wind, which was why the variety of food in the orc realm was so limited and costly. In light of this, it was unbearable for Rong Yao to leave this fertile land fallow. Though her favorability rating was low, it was not entirely non-existent. She resolved to take all the seeds she possessed and experiment with each one. After half an hour of diligent effort, she finally discovered a viable crop, the most ordinary of rice. As she scattered the seeds across the field, she was relieved to find that she no longer received the notification of insufficient favorability. Rong Yao finally exhaled with relief, realizing that the current plot of land could only be cultivated with rice. According to conventional rice planting methods, seedlings must first be nurtured before transplantation, requiring a paddy field. However, transforming this plot into a paddy field instantaneously was evidently impossible. Rong Yao could only temporarily focus on nurturing the seedlings before transplantation, leaving the outcome to be seen in a few days. Fortunately, the operation of consciousness proved to be significantly simpler than physical actions. Within just over an hour, Rong Yao scattered the rice seeds across the field. Prior to scattering, the seeds were soaked in spiritual spring water for half an hour, and after sowing, she watered them again with the same water. The planting technique was rather rudimentary, leaving her uncertain whether sprouts would emerge in the coming days. She had not fully collected the seeds she had scattered earlier, retaining a small portion to check back in a few days to see if they truly yielded no results. What if they were to sprout? Once these tasks were completed, Rong Yao withdrew her consciousness from the space. At this moment, 3 hours had already passed since midnight, and it was now well past 3 in the early morning. Rong Yao cast a glance towards the outermost edge of the bed, only to find it still devoid of any presence, clearly indicating that Xiao Mohan had not returned at all. As Rong Yao intended to seize a moment's respite, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the room, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Before long, the rain began to pour down in torrents. The autumn season, often characterized by its dampness and frequent showers, saw the temperature plummet several degrees with the onset of this rain. Unlike the fleeting downpours of summer, autumn rains are prolonged and chilling, often lasting throughout the night. Although this rain was not as fierce as the one from that fateful evening, the combination of thunder and rain rendered Rong Yao unable to find solace in sleep. Her thoughts wandered to Xiao Mohan, who was still outside alone. Enduring the tumultuous period of bloodline frenzy, she could only imagine the potential troubles he might encounter should he succumb to unconsciousness in the courtyard. It would be she who bore the brunt of the consequences when the little ones discovered him the following day, necessitating a greater effort on her part to care for him. It would be far wiser to summon him back now, thereby preventing him from falling ill due to the rain. With this thought, Rong Yao cursed Xiao Mohan 1,000 times in her mind. Yet she still rose from her bed, donned her clothes, and took the oiled paper umbrella from beside her as she ventured outside. Xiao Mohan sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the waning crescent moon, unaware that a dark cloud had obscured its glow, unleashing a bone-chilling autumn rain. The courtyard offered no shelter save for the eaves, and he was reluctant to seek refuge there, fearing he would disturb the children. He was also disinclined to enter the house, where the intoxicating scent of Rong Yao awaited. Thus, he took refuge beneath the lone grand tree in the courtyard, attempting to shield himself from the rain. As Rong Yao opened the door, she was met with the sight of Xiao Mohan, drenched like a drowned rat, standing under the tree amidst the tempest. Chapter 55. You call me fat, and yet you're out of breath. Rong Yao stood beneath the eaves at the entrance, gazing at the slender silhouette of Xiao Mohan for a moment. Then, her brow furrowed as she opened her umbrella and strode towards him, irate. If it were merely a light drizzle, seeking refuge under the tree would have provided some solace. However, the downpour was relentless. Rainwater drenched the leaves before cascading down in torrents. Outside the shelter of the tree, the rain poured heavily, and even beneath its canopy, the deluge was scarcely diminished. The rain had long saturated his garments, and his long hair clung damply to his scalp and face. The chill of the dampness seeped through his wet clothes into his body, igniting a fever within him. While the frigid rain might provide a temporary reprieve from the heat coursing through his body, once the rain ceased, he would be confronted with an even more ferocious fever and the consequent repercussions on his health. At this moment, his body felt both scorching and feverish, dulling Xiao Mohan's senses until a sudden umbrella was raised above his head, shielding him from the incessant drips of rain. Only then did he begin to react, albeit sluggishly. He paused, momentarily taken aback, and gradually turned to see that the person holding the umbrella was none other than that venomous woman. Instantly, a frown creased his forehead, as if the fiery red flames of his irritation had flared even brighter. His lips pressed together slightly, while his long fingers, clasped behind his back, tightened. He spoke coldly. What brings you here? Rong Yao truly wished to roll her eyes at him. Had it not been for the concern of the little ones feeling sorrow the following day, she would not have subjected herself to this discomfort. I am aware that you do not wish to share a room with me. Bear with it for these 2 days, and once the adjacent room is repaired, I shall move there. Xiao Mohan's lips pressed into an even tighter line, his handsome visage growing increasingly austere. He spoke in a low, somber tone. At least you possess some self-awareness. Rong Yao, to call you fat, and yet hear you gasp. Even if such thoughts linger in your mind, is it truly appropriate to articulate them before others? Regardless of possessing a visage that evokes envy with such a tongue. Finding a partner in this modern age remains an unattainable dream. It is no wonder one ultimately becomes the villain in their own tale. Rong Yao, infuriated, thrust the umbrella into Xiao Mohan's hands before turning to dash towards the room. She felt it was a frivolous endeavor to concern herself with Xiao Mohan's affairs. He should be left to the rain's merciless embrace. After indulging in his moment of irritation, Xiao Mohan felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, a sudden gust of wind from Rong Yao's direction swept towards him, drawing in her intoxicating essence. Confronted directly by Rong Yao's aura, Xiao Mohan froze, his body tensing involuntarily. Had he not been drenched, he might have possessed the strength to resist her alluring presence. Yet, the tempestuous weather had already sapped his meager defenses, leaving him in a state of vulnerability. Now, assaulted by her scent and aura, he felt akin to a soldier stripped of his weapons, wholly at her mercy with no means of resistance. Furthermore, the two stood beneath a large tree, which provided a degree of shelter, with Rong Yao unintentionally positioned at the upwind, catching him off guard. Once his body succumbed to instinct, Xiao Mohan's consciousness faltered, relinquishing control over himself. Unbeknownst to the departing Rong Yao, who remained unaware of the shift in Xiao Mohan's demeanor, She was about to take a step away when suddenly, strong, powerful arms encircled her waist, followed by the searing warmth of a masculine form pressing against her. Xiao, though appearing slender, boasted a narrow waist and perfectly defined muscles when stripped of his clothing, embodying the ideal physique that was slim in attire yet robust beneath. In that moment, as he enveloped Rong Yao from behind, her entire being was cocooned within his broad embrace. She could even hear the thunderous rhythm of his heart. Just as she intended to leave, Rong Yao found herself ensnared in Xiao's hold. Was he unwell? Mere moments ago, his face had been contorted with disdain. As if he wished to avoid her entirely, how could he now cling to her so shamelessly? Rong Yao's complexion instantly flushed with a deep crimson. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, Xiao, release me. Yet, instead of complying, Xiao leaned in closer, tightening his embrace around her. The oil paper umbrella that Rong Yao had been nestled within his arms had long since fallen to the ground, now drenched by the rain. Suddenly, Xiao lowered his head, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and with a contented sigh, he found himself wholly consumed by her essence and scent. He bent down, his cool, delicate lips brushing against the nape of Rong Yao's neck in a tender kiss. Where could Rong Yao have anticipated that the usually aloof Xiao, who preferred to maintain a distance of 10 zhang from her, would suddenly engage in such intimate actions? When his cool lips brushed against the delicate skin of her nape, a shiver coursed through her entire being. Her face, already flushed, was instantly enveloped in a rosy hue. In her flustered state, Rong Yao deftly turned within Xiao's embrace, and in that moment, they stood face to face, illuminated by the fleeting flashes of lightning. She discerned the expression on his countenance. His once profound eyes were now clouded with a beguiling allure, his chiseled features imbued with a hint of wicked charm. As if he had noticed Rong Yao gazing up at him, the corners of his lips curled slightly, and he reached out to caress her soft, supple lips. Rong Yao furrowed her brows and coldly admonished Xiao, what is wrong with you? Wake up. If you continue like this, I shall not hold back. Xiao, with one arm wrapped around Rong Yao's slender waist, used his other hand to caress her face and lips, pressing firmly against her soft mouth. What could you possibly do to me? He replied, before unhesitatingly descending upon her lips with a kiss. In that moment, Rong Yao felt as though Xiao had transformed into a completely different person. As their lips met, she rose onto her toes, stealthily lifting her hand behind him to deliver a swift strike to the nape of his neck. The once vibrant and fragrant Xiao instantly slumped, collapsing atop Rong Yao. It was only then that she allowed her tense body to relax. Casting a glance at the limp figure resting against her shoulder, her brow furrowed in concern. What could possibly be the matter with Xiao? Had his usual aloof demeanor merely been a fade? Regardless, her immediate priority was to get him inside. As Rong Yao made her move, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky once more, prompting her to hasten her actions. If this continued, it was highly likely that they would be struck. Perhaps due to her frequent consumption of spiritual spring water, Rong Yao felt that her strength had noticeably increased. Previously, when she had to drag Xiao home, she needed assistance from tools. However, with a shorter distance now, she was able to carry him alone to their room. Upon entering, both of them were covered in mud and rain. To avoid soiling the bed and disturbing the little ones, Rong Yao decided to remove her and Xiao's outer garments before gently laying him down on the bed. After arranging the unconscious Xiao comfortably, she sighed in relief and leaned back against the headboard to rest. After such a tiring day, coupled with farming in the spatial realm, Rong Yao soon drifted into a deep slumber, while both Rong Yao and Xiao were fast asleep. The small star in the corner began to stir within its shell, as if it were experiencing a frightful nightmare. It trembled in fear until, after a moment, it finally settled down. The next day, as dawn broke, the two little ones rose early. Xianjing and Xianhan exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing their father tightly embracing their mother in sleep. Their father often spoke ill of this woman in their presence. Why then did he hold her so closely at night? Could it be that he was insincere in his words? Regardless, their parents' good relationship was beneficial to them. The two little ones smiled slightly and tiptoed outside to practice their skills. A quarter of an hour later, after finishing his set of 5 animal exercises, Xianhan, unwilling to maintain his horse stance any longer, sat down to rest. Xianjing wiped the sweat from his brow, furrowing his brows as he approached his brother and inquired, Xianhan, what's wrong? Why have you stopped practicing after such a short while? Xianhan cast a glance at his brother with his dark eyes and replied, what is the point of continuing? We cannot transform into beasts. Even if we grow stronger, we would still be mere fodder against true beast-transforming experts. Although that woman performed brilliantly on the arena yesterday, It was only because Yuan-Chi placed too much faith in his unique abilities. He ended up harming himself instead of others. Had he utilized his beastly form in time, the outcome would have been uncertain. No matter how hard you strive, brother, our starting point is fundamentally different. Others may reach heights we can never attain. Upon understanding his brother's thoughts, Xianjing's brows knitted even tighter. He said, "Xianhan, have you noticed any changes in our bodies lately?" Xianhan looked at his brother in confusion. Xianjing stood up and urged, "Come, Xianhan, punch me." Xianhan understood that his brother did not genuinely wish to inflict pain upon himself. There was a rationale behind his words. Complying with his brother's request, he landed a gentle punch on his brother's slender arm. Remarkably, this seemingly trivial blow left no mark, whereas under normal circumstances, his brother's arm would have surely turned red and swollen. Xianjing lifted his garment to reveal the area where he had been struck, and to Xuanhan's astonishment, his brother's delicate arm remained unblemished, devoid of any redness. With a perplexed expression, Xianhan gazed at his brother, incredulous. "I exerted force." He then invited his brother to strike him again. The force of Xuanjing's punch nearly sent him sprawling. Xianhan shot a bemused glance at his brother, thinking, "I am your own flesh and blood. Why strike so fiercely?" Ignoring Xuanhan's reproachful look, Xianjing inquired, "So, do you think my strength has increased compared to before?" Prompted by his brother's words, Xianhan quickly realized that in the past, even with all his might, Xianjing could never have knocked him down. Yet it was evident that his brother's strength had indeed grown considerably. Xianjing continued, "I did not strike with my full force, merely half of it." Xianhan, astonished, rolled up his sleeve and discovered that his arm bore no marks, mirroring his brother's pristine skin. The lingering soreness from the earlier blow had dissipated. Xianjing stated candidly, "Xianhan, our bodies are improving. I have been diligently exercising daily, practicing the 5 animal play and basic stances taught by that woman. Thus the changes are palpable." Recalling his first outing with her, unburdened by any belongings, he had returned drenched in sweat and breathless after inspecting the traps. Yet now, even after a trick carrying a small basket filled to the brim, he felt invigorated, as if he could undertake another journey. Xianhan paused. Reflecting on the recent events and his brother's remarks, he too experienced a sudden sense of transformation. Moreover, in recent days, thanks to their improved diet, the brothers had gained some weight, no longer resembling the emaciated figures they once were, devoid of energy to even move. Turning his gaze towards the room, he bit his lip, pondering, is this truly her doing? Xianjing patted his brother's arm, affirming, "It was her arrival that brought about our change, was it not?" Although reluctant to acknowledge it, Xianhan recognized the truth in his brother's words. Despite her previous indifference towards them, a noticeable shift had occurred. Xianjing fixed his gaze on his brother, choosing not to elaborate further. Deep down, he understood that his brother harbored even greater resentment towards that woman. Xianhan believed that had they not emerged from her womb, they could have at least become ordinary beast men, even if it meant being like their father, who had degenerated into a lesser form of beast man, which would be preferable to their current predicament of being unable to transform. His brother would rather endure the torment of their father's bloodline frenzy. Yet, birth is a matter beyond choice. They were gradually improving, and Xianjing held firmly to the conviction that with perseverance, he would surely become even better. Xianjing helped his younger brother to his feet, encouraging him to join in their exercise. This time, Xianhan did not succumb to laziness, following his elder brother as they both assumed the horse stance. However, Xuanhan's physique and endurance proved inferior to those of his brother, and before Xianjing took a break, he was the first to falter and cease. Xianjing observed silently, choosing not to utter a word this time. Rong Yao was roused from her slumber by the heat. As she opened her eyes, she noticed that the 2 little ones had already left the room. Lowering her gaze, she found a large hand firmly clasped around her waist. Xiao Mohan lay beside her, cradling her from behind, while his other arm was nestled beneath her neck. The 2 of them were entwined closely, and the intense heat emanating from Xiao Mohan's masculine presence overwhelmed Rong Yao's senses, pulling her abruptly from her haze into a state of alertness. What on earth happened? They had clearly slept apart last night. She had nestled inside with the little stars, while the 2 children rested between them. How had she ended up in this position? Unsure if Xiao Mohan might lose his composure again, Rong Yao quickly extricated herself from his embrace. Standing at the edge of the bed, she gently nudged the still sleeping Xiao Mohan. Rong Yao furrowed her brows, determined to inquire about his sudden change in demeanor. Despite his apparent disdain for her, why had he suddenly become so desirous? Xiao Mohan gradually awakened due to Rong Yao's movements. As his consciousness returned, he first felt a throbbing pain in the nape of his neck, followed by an excruciating ache in his head, as if it were about to split open. He rubbed his temples and then realized that the venomous woman was standing right beside him. Upon this realization, Xiao Mo Han caught the sweet scent emanating from Rong Yao. His expression darkened, and his demeanor turned icy as he swiftly retreated, pressing himself into the corner of the wall, maintaining the greatest possible distance from Rong Yao. Rong Yao's complexion was already rather poor, and upon encountering Xiao Mo Han, who wore a frosty demeanor and kept his distance from her, her expression soured even further. With a darkened face, she scoffed, "Xiao Mo Han, you weren't like this when I brought you an umbrella last night." It was as if he wished to dissolve her into his very bones. Xiao Mo Han, as memories flooded back. Those moments when he was under Rong Yao's influence resurfaced as well. Instantly, his countenance darkened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise his controlled self. His profound gaze shifted away from Rong Yao, as if he found her sight distasteful, and he retorted stubbornly, "Could it be that you were mistaken?" Chapter 57. The Warning of the Little Star. Rong Yao. How could he possibly have the audacity to utter such words? Rong Yao let out a derisive laugh, turning her back on Xiao Mo Han as she swept her long hair aside, revealing the crimson mark on the nape of her neck. Am I mistaken? Can such a mark be misinterpreted? In an instant, memories surged into his mind, and he could almost savor the tender warmth of her lips upon that delicate skin. Xiao Mo Han, though eager to deny it, found himself at a loss for words in that moment. Rong Yao furrowed her delicate brows and continued, "Xiao Mo Han, what on earth is wrong with you? To love is to love, to dislike is to dislike. There is no need for you to engage in these petty antics. I acknowledge my past mistakes and am striving to make amends. I hope you can reflect upon your own feelings as well." Xiao Mo Han wished to express that this was not his fault. It was Rong Yao's scent that ensnared him, leading him into a state of oblivion. However, in truth, he was the one who acted upon these impulses, and such an explanation would hardly persuade anyone. Furthermore, when their relationship first unfolded, he had found her fragrance repulsive. Yet now to claim that it held a fatal allure for him would be nothing short of self-contradictory. Moreover, he could hardly voice such sentiments. While scent plays a significant role among beastmen mates, it is rare for a male to be genuinely dominated by a female's aroma. It merely serves as a means of modulation between the sexes. Should he truly be affected to such a degree? The elders would only conclude that they were a destined pair. Having endured his past life, he harbored nothing but disdain and hatred for this vile woman. How could he ever truly be with her, let alone harbor feelings of affection? It was inconceivable. Xiao Mo Han's dignity and sense of shame forbade him from revealing the truth to Rong Yao. Thus, after her words, he remained silent, his countenance increasingly cold and foreboding. At that moment, Rong Yao couldn't help but wonder if this villain was mentally deranged, were it not for his handsome appearance. She would have considered expelling him without a second thought. Not only was he a glutton, but he was also a veritable imbecile. In her heart, Rong Yao exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating the moment when Xiao Mo Han's bloodline frenzy would subside. At that juncture, she intended to discuss with him the possibility of living separately. She would allow their offspring the freedom to choose whom they wished to accompany, ensuring that her children would not feel compelled to follow her. She promised to visit them regularly, ensuring they would never be deprived of maternal affection. Since Xiao Mo Han harbored disdain for her, it would be more prudent to maintain a respectful distance, allowing them to coexist without interference. Rong Yao glared at Xiao Mo Han with indignation, poised to leave when she suddenly heard the frightened and trembling voice of Xiao Xingxing. "Mother, mother, I'm so scared." Rong Yao initially believed that her recent conversation with Xiao Mo Han had disturbed the little star. She hurried over to embrace the little star, gently soothing her. "Do not be afraid, my dear, mother is right here with you. What troubles you?" The little star, sensing the warmth of her mother, began to calm down. Nestling closer in Rong Yao's arms, she murmured, "Mother, I had a dream, and it frightened me." Rong Yao furrowed her brow slightly. During this period, the little star had been well fed and well cared for, with both her and Xiao Mo Han by her side, bringing her joy each day. Even her fragile shell had become notably more supple than before. She slept soundly and ate heartily, never having experienced a nightmare. Why, then, was she like this today? Rong Yao cast a glance in the direction of Xiao Mo Han. It was evident that Xiao Mo Han was also aware of their daughter's recent condition. As a look of perplexity appeared on his handsome face, Rong Yao gently caressed the shell of the little star, wondering what dreams it might be weaving. "Share your dreams with me, dear one," she encouraged, "for once you speak of them, the fear shall dissipate." The little star murmured softly, I cannot recall." Rong Yao was momentarily at a loss, feeling both amused and perplexed. It was perhaps for the best that the memories had faded. Today, her mother had prepared maltose for the little star, and after indulging in the sweet treat, the little star felt no fear or sorrow whatsoever. The little star responded with a subdued humph, revealing her low spirits. Just when Rong Yao assumed that the little star had merely experienced a typical nightmare. The little star spoke again. "Mother, I sense that something ominous may be on the horizon." This sudden declaration captured Rong Yao's attention. Did the little star possess other feelings? After a brief pause, the little star replied, "Just a hint, but I cannot quite discern it yet." Rong Yao covered her face, pondering what to do. Although the little star possessed 2 golden stripes, her words were rather vague. Even if Rong Yao were a master of divination, it would be impossible to predict what might occur. However, Rong Yao did not dismiss the little star's comments. Instead, she patiently replied, "Thank you for your reminder, little star. Mother will be cautious in the coming days." Upon hearing this, the little star seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and became cheerful once more. "Will mother still make malt sugar for me?" she inquired. Though she was unaware of what malt sugar was, she had cleverly remembered the name. Rong Yao could not help but laugh. Of course she would do it, even more so, inviting her brothers to partake. "All right, mother shall join as well. Father is an adult and does not fancy the food meant for little ones." Beside them, Xiao Han mused, "Is there truly such a troublesome daughter? Why is it that he cannot eat, while that venomous woman can?" He too yearned to taste that malt sugar, for it sounded undeniably sweet in the world of beastmen. Acquiring sweetness was no simple task. Throughout this lifetime, he had yet to savor confectionery. Subsequently, Rong Yao cradled the little star and positioned her beneath the eaves to bask in the gentle morning sunlight. Meanwhile, Xiao Han pondered deeply upon his daughter, who was still but an egg beneath the eaves. Though in his previous life, his daughter's eggshell bore no golden lines and her frail body was incapable of venturing outside, she still possessed a unique ability to perceive the emotions and thoughts of others. Suddenly, the little star proclaimed that something ominous was afoot. Could this be yet another manifestation of her extraordinary ability? In his past life, Xiao Han too was enveloped in the throes of bloodline frenzy at this very moment, enduring far greater agony than in this life. Back then, he had hidden with the little ones in a cave. And by the time they finally emerged after 3 arduous months of the frenzy, he remained oblivious to the happenings in Rice Flower Village. Now, he found himself filled with regret. Why had he not inquired about the events that transpired during their time in seclusion? Yet, regrets were futile now, as there was no turning back. Since the little star had spoken, he resolved to remain vigilant, for the source of danger might very well be that malevolent woman. Who knows when she might no longer be able to conceal her true nature? Rong Yao did not entirely dismiss the words of the little star. Although she had perused the original book, her attention had not been particularly meticulous. Numerous plot lines had merely grazed her consciousness, and she had not even encountered the conclusion. Furthermore, the narrative was presented from the perspective of the protagonist, Rong Jin, a character she held little affection for. Had it not been for the malevolent supporting character sharing her name, she would not have persevered beyond the halfway mark. Now, when tasked with recalling the recent experiences of the original character, her mind remained a blank slate. With a resigned shrug, Rong Yao endeavored to remain vigilant of the recent changes in her surroundings. Should any peril truly arise, she would undoubtedly do her utmost to steer her little ones away from harm. What Rong Yao and Xiao Han were unaware of was that on that fateful night, under the cover of darkness, the village chief Yuan-Shi, accompanied by the elders, stealthily made his way to the Rong residence. Chapter 58. The Grim News from the Gathering Place. The Rong family is one of the prominent clans in Daohua village. The majority of its members belong to the Niu clan, exemplified by the family head, Rong Bingqian. However, the lineage of the Rong family is not merely that of an ordinary Niu clan, but rather a branch descended from the ancient divine bull, Kuei-Niu. Whenever a member of the clan exhibits ancestral traits, they are destined to possess the extraordinary abilities associated with Kuei-Niu. Lady Rong belongs to the aquatic dragon clan, part of the illustrious Jiao lineage. Their offspring would either belong to the Niu clan or the Jiao clan. The initial misidentification of Rong Yao stemmed from her being a devolved beastman, lacking any of the distinguishing traits of a typical beastman. Rong Jin was discovered, and Mrs. Rong recognized her at a glance, not only because Rong Jin bore a 5-part resemblance to her, but also due to the fact that Rong Jin was a mutated koi of the Jiao clan, unless one possesses the bloodline of the Jiao or Dragon clan. Such mutated koi would not manifest in the offspring. The Rong family comprises several branches, with Rong Bingqian, the head of the family, being the third in line. He and his wife, Madame Rong, are blessed with 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Rong Jin, the second child, has an elder brother named Rong Kuan and a younger brother named Rong Yao. It was Rong Kuan, the eldest, who had previously expelled Rong Yao from their home during the last incident involving the ox horns. As soon as the village chief's family arrived at the Rong residence, Rong Jin received the news. She slightly furrowed her brow and muttered to herself, "Why has village chief Yuan come to the Rong family at this hour? Could it be regarding Rong Yao?" In Rong Jin's eyes, Rong Yao was merely a burdensome individual, incapable of defeating the family's legitimate heir, Yuan-She. Hence, after leaving the black market, she had no interest in inquiring about the events on the martial arts platform. In her heart, Rong Jin felt a surge of disdain, fearing that the village head might trouble the Rong family due to Rong Yao. With this thought in mind, she hastened to the front courtyard, eager to discern the purpose of the village head's visit. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hall, she encountered her elder brother, Rong Kuan. Upon seeing her sister's arrival, Rong Kuan expressed no surprise and said, "Jiner, hurry inside. I hear it is a matter of great significance." "A matter of great significance? That surely cannot pertain to Rong Yao," Jiner pondered. "Elder brother, shall I summon brother Yunza as well?" Rong Kuan nodded slightly. Before long, the majority of the Rong family had taken their seats in the hall, facing the villagers led by the village head, Yuan-She, along with the elders of the village. Yunza and Rong Jin sat behind the head of the Rong family and Madame Rong. Upon seeing her daughter arrive, Madame Rong hurriedly expressed her affectionate concern, saying, "Jiner, this matter does not pertain to you, so do not let it weigh on your heart. You have your father, mother, and brothers by your side. Simply listen and take it in stride." Her daughter, who was commendable in every aspect and bore the bloodline of a Khoi, despite having been lost in her youth and taken in by others, had managed to retain a sense of innocence and kindness. She could hardly bear to witness the suffering of others, a quality that Madame Rong cherished most about her daughter. Rong Jin nodded obediently. "Mother, I shall heed your words." Madame Rong then felt reassured as she gently patted her daughter's delicate little hand, before turning to discuss matters with her husband and the village chief. The chief, casting a glance at the elders who nodded in agreement, finally spoke up with a tone imbued with urgency. "Brother Rong, I have just received news that a horde of magical beasts is expected to attack our village in the coming days. This group is larger and more numerous than any we have encountered before, and it poses a significant threat. The nearest magical beasts reside deep within the Great Pan Forest, which is not far from Daohua Village. Should a riot of magical beasts occur, Daohua Village would be among the first to suffer the consequences. In recent years, the military presence in the area has increased, regularly patrolling the fringes of the Great Pan Forest and successfully hunting numerous magical beasts. Thus, the surrounding villages have remained safe, and for years, there have been no attacks from the forest." The sudden news caught everyone off guard. To prevent panic among the villagers upon hearing the news, the chief had no choice but to convene the elders to deliberate with the Rong family. As the chief's words echoed in the hall, a stunned silence enveloped the room. No one had anticipated that an attack by magical beasts was imminent. Memories of previous years when magical beasts ravaged orc villages surged forth, each assault leaving a substantial number of ordinary orcs dead and the villages in disrepair. It would take at least a year or two to restore them to their former state. Rong Jin cast a glance filled with unease at the side of Yunza, who promptly embraced her delicate shoulders, whispering words of comfort. "Do not be afraid, Jiner. Your elder brother Yunza shall safeguard you." Although Rong Bingqian has entered middle age, his elegant demeanor enhances the allure of a mature man. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired of the village chief whether the information was delivered from the gathering place. Village Chief Yuan-She nodded in affirmation. "Do not rush, Chief," he said. "Tonight I shall send the Rong family to the gathering place to ascertain the details. Let us keep this information confidential for now. I will make a thorough arrangement once I have clarified everything." Madame Rong hails from the very heart of the settlement, sharing a familial bond with the Yunza clan, and maintaining intricate ties with several leaders of the locality. Should she choose to leverage her connections, discerning the truth behind this information would pose no challenge. Subsequently, Village Chief Yuan and the elders conferred with Rong Bingqian regarding matters of defense before hastily departing. While awaiting updates from Rong Bingqian, it is imperative to take preliminary precautions. Thus, the families associated with the elders were instructed to implement fundamental protective measures as a precautionary step. Naturally, the ordinary beastmen shall remain oblivious to these developments for the time being, as they will be the last to receive notification. After the village chief and the elders departed, the hall was left with members of the Rong family. Rong Bingqian instructed, "Boss, You should set off for the gathering place immediately and use my identity badge to ascertain the situation there. Rong Kuan was about to depart when Xiao Yunze abruptly stood up. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Rong Bingxian and said, "Uncle, I shall accompany my elder brother. It would be prudent to have someone watch over him this evening." Upon contemplating the family of Xiao Yunze, who resided in the settlement, Rong Bingxian realized that his presence would indeed facilitate matters for Rong Kuan. Consequently, he readily acquiesced. Nodding, he remarked, "Once this matter is resolved, it will be time to prepare for your union with Jiner." Standing behind Rong Bingxian, Rong Jin instantly blushed and exclaimed, "Father, yes, thank you, uncle, for your support." Xiao Yunze cast a fond glance at Rong Jin before departing with Rong Kuan under the cover of night towards the settlement. Upon assigning several tasks, Rong Bingxian allowed the members of the Rong family to disperse. While the others had departed, the third son of the Rong family, Rong Yu, remained standing in the hall. Madame Rong furrowed her brows and inquired, "Third son, what troubles you? Is there something amiss?" Rong Yu parted his lips, ultimately gritting his teeth as he stated, "A magical beast is approaching. Should we inform second sister?" Before Rong Jin returned to the Rong family, Rong Yao held the position of second in the family hierarchy. From a young age, Rong Yu had referred to Rong Yao as second sister. Even after Rong Jin's return, he did not alter this habit and continues to call Rong Yao second sister, while addressing Rong Jin by her given name instead. Rong Yao currently resides on the outskirts of Daohua village, and should a beast attack occur, it is her family that would bear the brunt of the assault. As Rong Yu uttered his words, Mrs. Rong's brow furrowed into a deep frown, her tone turning icy. "Rong Yu, how many times must I remind you? Rong Yao is not your second sister, Jean Heiress." Chapter 59. Let Father Sleep Alone. Upon hearing his mother's words, Rong Yu bowed his head, neither opposing nor agreeing. When Rong Yu still resided at home, although his relationship with his siblings was not particularly strong, he remained the youngest in the family. His mother always showed him a bit more affection, and his father was more lenient towards him than he is now. When Rong Yao is in good spirits, she often takes him along to play and generously shares her delectable treats. She embodies the essence of an elder sister. However, ever since Rong Jin's return, their parents' attention has been entirely captivated by him. A significant portion of their mother's care and concern is devoted to Rong Jin. She even inquires daily about the female orc tasked with looking after him, ensuring that he is not fed anything of poor quality. Among the three siblings, Rong Jin receives the most pocket money. Their father, convinced of Rong Jin's exceptional talent, has engaged the finest teacher in Daohua village for him, leaving him to gradually fade into the background, as if he has become invisible within the family. Rong Yu felt that Rong Jin's return was less favorable than when Rong Yao was present. At least during that time, their parents' eyes were filled with affection for him. Rong Bingxian cast a glance at his wife, silently urging her to temper her anger. He then addressed Rong Yu with an air of authority. "My son, I understand your concern for your second sister, but the predicament she finds herself in is of her own making. This matter is of utmost significance, and until we ascertain the facts, it must not be carelessly divulged. As a member of the Rong family, you must shoulder the responsibilities that accompany it." After patting Rong Yu on the shoulder, he departed swiftly. Being his biological son, Mrs. Rong could not bring herself to chastise him too harshly. She gently advised, "Listen to your father and learn from Jiner. Be good, and spare your parents the worry." With that, she followed her husband and left the hall, leaving Rong Yu alone. He lifted his gaze towards their retreating figures and scoffed. "Learn from Rong Jin? Her unique abilities are not something I can acquire. They are innate. How can I be blamed for how I was born?" They forbade him from informing his second sister, but he resolved to go himself. However, Mrs. Rong knew her son well. Once outside the hall, she instructed those around to keep a close watch on Rong Yu, preventing him from going anywhere. While the prominent families in Daohua village grew increasingly anxious behind the scenes, the ordinary beastmen continued their daily lives, and the village exhibited no outward signs of turmoil. The following morning, the roofing materials that Rong Yao had arranged for in the black market were delivered by two brothers from the Ox clan. The two beastmen worked efficiently, completing the repairs by noon. They assured her that unless faced with particularly severe storms, the roof would not leak again. Should any issues arise, she could find them at their stall in the black market for free repairs. The surplus timber they brought was generously used by the Ox clan brothers to reinforce the fence surrounding her yard. When it came time to settle the payment, Rong Yao presented them with a smoked rabbit as a token of gratitude. In the afternoon, Rong Yao began moving her belongings to the adjacent room. Xiao Mohan observed the clutter that once filled the space being gradually removed, and while he ought to have felt pleased, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within him. It was as if, with each item taken away, a piece of his own heart was emptied as well. He frowned, promptly dismissing this sudden sentiment and attributing it to the effects of the mating season and Rong Yao's presence, convinced that it was merely her essence that had bewitched him into feeling this strange way. Fortunately, Rong Yao's possessions were not numerous, and before long, she had finished moving. She tidied up the room, organizing everything within. With her own warm space now established, she finally looked forward to a peaceful night's sleep, free from Xiao Mohan's disturbances. Clearly in high spirits, Rong Yao went through the trouble of preparing malt sugar for her two little ones and the little star. She gave a portion directly to the children while carefully wrapping the rest in dried leaves for later, allowing them to savor it slowly. That evening, she made steamed buns for the first time, using wild boar meat she had caught previously. The flour was a blend of what she had purchased from the black market and the flour stored in her space. Although the buns were not particularly visually appealing, the ingredients were entirely natural and fresh, surpassing even the tastiest modern meat buns in flavor. Lifting the lid of the pot revealed a steamer filled with plump white meat buns, neatly arranged and emanating an irresistible aroma. Each bun was as large as Rong Yao's two fists, and when torn apart, rich juices flowed forth, delighting the little ones. Even Xianjing, usually restrained at mealtimes, devoured 3 of the large buns in one go, while the little star managed to eat 4. Rong Yao herself could not resist indulging in 2 big buns. It was a pity, however, that they lacked an iron pan. Otherwise, they could have enjoyed pan-fried buns or dumplings, another delightful treat. The family feasted joyfully and heartily, with the exception of Xiao Mohan. The meat buns prepared that day were truly exceptional. In his past life, even after achieving great success, he had never tasted anything so delectable. Given his gluttonous nature, he should have been the one to eat the most, yet he astonishingly had no appetite whatsoever. The reason for his lack of appetite was not due to the discomfort of being in a bloodline frenzy, but rather a deep-seated melancholy that rendered food tasteless. Ever since the brothers from the cattle tribe had left after repairing the roof, Xiao Mohan had been discreetly observing Rong Yao. This cunning woman had maintained a smile since moving next door. Now that they did not share a room, she appeared genuinely happy, even indulging in twice her usual portion at dinner. Wasn't she the same woman who had once desired him? How could a woman change so swiftly? In any case, Xiao Mohan felt neither pleased nor comfortable. With that woman not resting in his room tonight, he could return to his quarters early for a good night's sleep, no longer needing to wake in the middle of the night to evade the unmistakable aura of Rong Yao. Tonight, he could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Despite this attempt to numb himself, Xiao Mohan could not shake off his growing discontent. Noticing his mood was off, Rong Yao chose not to comment, finding little interest in his brooding. A grown man, a future antagonist at that, behaving so oddly was less than commendable compared to her own demeanor. Aside from the little star sensing her father's discontent, the other 2 children remained engrossed in the buns before them, completely unaware of their father's inner turmoil. The little star was accustomed to feeling the fluctuations of her father's emotions, having learned that he often experienced 3, 4, or even 6 bouts of unhappiness daily. Attending to him was no easy task. It was far more enjoyable to eat their fill and snuggle up with their mother for a good night's sleep. In an unprecedented turn of events, the 2 little ones, after escorting their sister to Rong Yao's room, surprisingly lingered and refused to leave. Xianjing and Xianhan gazed up at Rong Yao with hopeful eyes, yet their little lips were pursed, hesitant to express their desire to stay and share her bed. After all, they were boys, and it felt rather embarrassing to voice such a wish to their mother. With a keen insight, Rong Yao discerned their intentions at a glance. She smiled and offered a ladder to the 2 little ones, suggesting that since the house had just been renovated and the quilts had been aired, they should spend the night together to help her assess the quality of the room. Xianjing and Xianhan promptly nodded in agreement, with Xianjing assuring her, "Rest assured, we shall take care of it." He then went next door to retrieve their small blankets, eagerly volunteering to sleep on the outer edge. Thus, that night, Rong Yao nestled in the middle, with the little star sleeping inside and the 2 youngsters outside. The 3 children, lulled by the sweet and fragrant scent emanating from Rong Yao, soon drifted into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, where it had once been crowded, Xiao Mohan found himself alone. The absence of distractions should have afforded him a peaceful night's sleep. However, he found himself restless and unable to find repose. Casting a glance at the empty expanse of the large bed beside him, he silently cursed the 2 little ones for abandoning their father at such a moment. As he closed his eyes, he finally succumbed to slumber, only to be beset by dreams filled with tantalizing visions dominated by Rong Yao's presence. which left him feeling increasingly heated as the night wore on. In the depths of the night, when darkness enveloped the world, the ground suddenly trembled beneath him. Chapter 60. Rest assured, I will not abandon your father. In her previous life, Rong Yao was a member of a professional rescue team, inherently alert even in slumber. Now, with 3 little ones beside her, her vigilance heightened even further. Just as the earth trembled, she roused from sleep. Within 3 seconds of awakening, her gaze regained its clarity. The tremors ceased momentarily before resuming. Sensing the quaking earth, Rong Yao's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Such tremors could either be caused by artillery fire or an earthquake, or perhaps by the mass migration of a large herd of animals. In this world of beastmen, artillery fire was not yet a reality. Thus, it could only be one of the latter 2 possibilities. Regardless of which it was, danger loomed ominously. Rong Yao lay on the floor, listening for 2 seconds, and in an instant, her complexion worsened, as if the tremors were drawing ever closer to them. Rong Yao hastily roused the 2 slumbering cubs and tenderly enveloped the little star in a blanket, securing it in her backpack. The 2 cubs, still in a daze from being awakened, were met with Rong Yao's serious demeanor as she crouched down to inform them. We are in danger and must leave this place immediately. Startled by her words, Xianjing jolted awake and vigorously shook his still drowsy brother. Seeing that Xianhan had fully shaken off his slumber, Rong Yao felt a slight sense of relief as she led the 2 cubs out the door and into the corridor. The corridor was elevated above the yard, and although the walls and fences had been mended by Grandpa Ji Gua and the brothers of the Niu tribe, they were still not very high, reaching only to Rong Yao's thighs. Standing on the corridor, she peered over the fence into the distance. As she stepped out of the room and slightly lifted herself on tiptoe to gaze far away, she noticed a swirling cloud of dust several hundred meters ahead, interspersed with various hues of glowing lights. From afar, they resembled the beams emitted by modern smartphones, but upon closer inspection, these points of light were actually pairs of ferocious eyes. The ground beneath her seemed to tremble more violently. In that moment, Rong Yao was struck with realization, her expression growing increasingly grave, though she had not personally experienced it, having read about it in the beastly world literature. If she failed to recognize what was happening at this juncture, it would indeed render her reading futile. They were on the brink of encountering a horde of magical beasts. Every orc village possessed basic defensive structures, yet no fortification could extend its protection to those outside the village. And the area where she resided with the cubs was on the outskirts of Daohua village, where the defenses could not reach. Rong Yao promptly conveyed the truth to the 2 little ones. It is a beast tide, and we must depart from this place post-haste. Rong Yao hurried to the center of the courtyard, surveying the environment surrounding her, although she had previously explored every corner of the yard. Finding a refuge in this moment proved to be rather challenging. As her gaze swept across the scene, the night was at its darkest, making it difficult to discern directions and terrain with merely the orc's limited night vision. With little time to ponder, Rong Yao promptly retrieved a flashlight from her spatial dimension. With the illumination of the outdoor flashlight, she discerned that to the south of the courtyard lay an elevated area, backed by a small hill approximately 500 meters away. Now, it was too late to flee to Daohua village. Her only option was to seek sanctuary on that small hill. After Rong Yao memorized the direction, she swiftly returned to the 2 little ones and conveyed her message. Once she finished speaking, the 2 youngsters nodded earnestly, indicating they had taken note. Only then did Rong Yao cast a glance towards Xiao Mohan's room. Her brows knitted together in a frown, she expressed her concealed ire. What is happening? With such a commotion, has their father not yet awakened? Rong Yao could only suppress her fury as she hurried to Xiao Mohan's room to check on him. The 2 little ones, concerned for their father, trailed closely behind her. The door was still secured from the inside, after knocking firmly twice without receiving a response. Rong Yao resorted to the window. With a swift motion, she swept everything from the windowsill onto the floor, then forcefully flung open the window and climbed into the room. Upon discovering Xiao Mohan still sprawled on the bed, Rong Yao felt a mix of anger and slight relief. After all, it was preferable for him to be there rather than having run off alone, disregarding the little ones. At that moment, she set aside any thoughts of whether Xiao Mohan harbored feelings for her. She swiftly approached his bedside and gave him a vigorous shake, attempting to rouse him. Hey, Xiao Mohan, wake up. The beast tide is upon us. We must leave at once. Yet, the moment her fingers made contact with his arm, she instinctively recoiled. His skin was alarmingly hot, akin to a brand. Rong Yao instantly realized that Xiao Mohan had once again succumbed to the frenzy of his bloodline. Curse it. Rong Yao vented her frustration, lamenting how, of all times, he had to succumb to a high fever during such a critical moment. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have managed to fashion a makeshift stretcher to assist Xiao Mo Han in his slow journey. However, in this race against time, to carry him along would undoubtedly place the little ones in jeopardy. Rong Yao quietly retrieved some fever-reducing medicine from her spatial realm and gently placed it into Xiao Mo Han's mouth, following this with a nourishing infusion of spiritual spring water. These past few days had demonstrated the efficacy of both the medicine and the water in alleviating Xiao Mo Han's condition, though their effects were not immediate. The healing properties required time to gradually manifest. After administering these remedies, Rong Yao shook Xiao Mo Han vigorously, yet the man displayed no signs of awakening. His face contorted in discomfort, revealing only the struggle against the torment his body endured during this state of unconsciousness. Rong Yao cast a glance out of the window and observed that the beast tide was drawing perilously close to their courtyard. If they did not depart soon, they risked being engulfed by the oncoming horde. Once the little ones were swept away by the torrent of beasts, where would they find the means to survive? Rong Yao struggled intensely within herself. Xian Jing and Xian Han trailed behind her, witnessing their father in such a state, while observing the expression on the woman's face. An unsettling turmoil surged within them. If they were to abandon their father in this moment, he would surely perish beneath the onslaught of the beast tide. Without hesitation, Xian Jing grasped Rong Yao's hand, pleading earnestly, "I implore you, save our father. We cannot leave him here alone." The two children, who had never shed a tear even when tormented by the beastly youths of Daohua village, were now filled with tears as they beseeched Rong Yao. Their dark, grape-like eyes brimmed with sorrow, and with a mere blink, tears cascaded down their cheeks, evoking profound sympathy. Rong Yao could not bear to leave any regrets for her two little ones. Gritting her teeth, she readily agreed, reassuringly declaring, "Do not worry, Xian Jing and Xian Han. I shall not abandon your father." What other choice did she have? She would do everything within her power to take him away. For she was now the rightful owner of this body, the beloved mother of these precious children. Rong Yao is a person of decisive action, unencumbered by hesitation. At this moment, engaging in any activity, such as preparing a makeshift stretcher, would be far too late. She gently assisted Xiao Mo Han to rise from the bed, positioning him at its edge, while the two little ones hurried over to offer their help. Rong Yao then crouched before Xiao Mo Han, allowing him to lean his entire weight upon her back. Rong Yao took a deep breath and rose to her feet, supporting Xiao Mo Han's sturdy thighs. Unexpectedly, though Xiao Mo Han appeared slender, he was surprisingly heavy. When Rong Yao stood up, she nearly lost her balance. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself just in time. Within mere seconds of standing, Rong Yao began to feel that Xiao Mo Han was a burden she could scarcely bear. Had she not been consuming spiritual spring water and engaging in rigorous training with the little ones over the past few days, her physique would not have been significantly enhanced, and she would have struggled to carry Xiao Mo Han at all. Gritting her teeth, she hoisted Xiao Mo Han out of the room. His height exceeded hers by more than a head, causing his feet to drag along the ground. Rong Yao, bearing Xiao Mo Han, resembled a snail awkwardly carrying an enormous shell, both comical and endearing. As she carried him, she could not also manage the basket filled with little stars, but fortunately, the two little ones had not been idle during their training. They could take turns carrying the little stars. Descending from the eaves, Rong Yao noticed a cloud of dust rising not far away, realizing that the beast tide was now only about 100 meters from them. Leading the charge was a beast resembling a bull, armed with a single horn. Its size surpassed that of an ordinary water buffalo, and its horn was sharper than that of a rhinoceros. Should one be gored by such a creature, it would likely result in a fatal wound. With beads of sweat adorning her brow, Rong Yao urged her two little ones to hasten towards the small hill to the south. Yet, how could their two legs possibly outrun the frenzied beasts that possessed four? Moreover, Rong Yao and her little ones bore the burden of their loads. Before they could traverse even halfway to the southern hill, they were overtaken by the onslaught of monstrous creatures. Chapter 61. Has the taste of defeat prompted a call for help? This time, the beast tide was unquantifiable. A dense cloud of dust billowed forth, obscuring all sight and leaving one in utter uncertainty regarding the multitude and variety of the beasts that surged forth. As Rong Yao carried Xiao Mo Han on her back, her speed had diminished by more than half. The two little ones were not faring much better either, at their age. Bearing a backpack adorned with little stars was no trifling matter. The leading beast drew ever closer to them. As Rong Yao turned around, she found herself locking eyes with a bull-like beast. The creatures had drawn closer, appearing even more colossal, their size twice that of an ordinary water buffalo. pairs of eyes, aglow with a sinister red light, brimmed with malevolence, and their cavernous maws seemed poised to rend the orcs to shreds in an instant. Their bodies were adorned with peculiar, multicolored runes, a stark departure from ordinary animals. It was said that these runes manifested at the moment of the beast's birth, intricately woven into their very lineage. Upon sighting the orcs, the monsters would launch an assault, often to the death. The ominous roars of the approaching beasts grew louder, now less than 50 meters away. Meanwhile, they were still nearly 300 meters from the small hill to the south, though it seemed a short distance. There was no way to reach it before the onslaught of the beasts. Beads of sweat dotted Rong Yao's forehead as she glanced to her sides, surveying the terrain. Soon, she spotted a prominent boulder, approximately the height of a person. With resolute determination, Rong Yao instructed the two little ones, "Look to the left. We shall make our way to that boulder." With this stone as their refuge, they would at least be shielded from being attacked from both sides. In the past, the two little ones had never easily trusted anyone. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, at this critical juncture of life and death, they found themselves placing unwavering faith in Rong Yao. Without a moment's hesitation, the two small figures hurried towards the large rock by the roadside. Rong Yao followed closely behind. The stone was not far away, yet it was not particularly large, barely sufficient to conceal a few individuals. But Xiao Mohan's towering stature meant that one of his feet remained exposed. Xian Han promptly covered his father's foot with some wild grass. However, the magical beasts were not foolish. The leading few, resembling oxen, had already set their sights on Rong Yao and the others. Rong Yao leaned Xiao Mohan against a large rock, placing the backpack filled with little stars beside him. Subsequently, she gently nudged the two little ones to stand behind her, leaning against Xiao Mohan. Holding a long spear with both hands, Rong Yao stood at the outermost edge, her right wrist adorned with a seemingly delicate yet formidable crossbow. The space around her was devoid of firearms, housing only the collection of cold weapons she had amassed over time. The disparity in size between her and the monstrous beasts was staggering. Daggers, swords, and tang knives appeared diminutive in comparison. Only the crimson-tasseled spear felt appropriate, complemented by a small crossbow for surprise assaults. It was fortunate that the beasts had yet to detect their presence, for once they did, she could only brace herself to fend them off. Any attempt to harm her precious cubs would have to go through her first. The tremors beneath her feet intensified, and a careful observation of the ground would reveal tiny particles of dust quivering. This was a clear indication that the beasts were drawing near. About to close in on them, Rong Yao cautiously leaned forward, casting her gaze towards the tide of beasts. In that moment, she locked eyes with one of the foremost creatures, a formidable, bull-like demon. The terrifying crimson gaze of such a creature instilled an undeniable sense of dread within her heart. No matter how resilient Rong Yao may be, she is still human, and it is impossible for her to be devoid of fear. Yet, despite this trepidation, she bravely suppresses her apprehension and does not retreat in fear. Rong Yao was acutely aware that they had long been targeted by the formidable beast leader, whose senses were sharper than anyone else's. Unless they vanished from this place in an instant, even if they buried themselves beneath the earth, the creature would unearth them with ease. Although she possessed a spatial ability, it could only accommodate objects in consciousness. It was utterly incapable of sheltering living beings, rendering it an unsuitable refuge in this dire moment. The lead bovine beast, accompanied by a throng of various other creatures, charged directly toward the direction where Rong Yao sought to hide. It seemed that a confrontation with the beast was inevitable. Evasion was no longer an option. With a grave tone, Rong Yao warned the two little ones behind her that the magical beasts were approaching. "If I cannot withstand them, you must take the little star and flee as far as you can, running in the opposite direction of Dawa village." Although she was uncertain whether this would suffice to evade the beasts, there was no alternative. At this moment, her life and Xiao Mohan's were of little consequence. The paramount concern was to ensure the safety of the little ones. Xianhan opened his mouth to speak, but Xianjing firmly grasped him, nodding emphatically, "We understand." Rong Yao turned around and smiled softly at the two little ones. In the dimness of the night, their vision was obscured, rendering her expression indistinct. In her hurried escape, her face and clothes were stained with dirt. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, the two little ones perceived her, the woman they had always detested, feared, and scorned, as beautiful, more so than their imagined notion of a mother. They did not wish to behold merely this final smile. They yearned to witness her laughter for a lifetime. Rong Yao comforted her two little ones, but as she turned around, a sound resembling neither the bellow of a bull nor the roar of a tiger erupted forth. Suddenly, a colossal beast, resembling a bull, lunged directly towards Rong Yao. Its entire body was adorned with menacing runes, emanating an eerie blue glow, and its gaze was ferocious. Upon spotting Rong Yao and her family concealed behind a large rock, it let out a sinister cackle, as if mocking them. Subsequently, it raised its forelegs, preparing to trample towards Rong Yao. Rong Yao had never encountered such ferocious beasts before. Her two young ones had never even laid eyes on anything like it since their birth, nor had any elders provided guidance or instruction. Despite the three of them wearing solemn expressions, not a hint of fear flickered in their eyes. In moments of crisis, Rong Yao found herself growing increasingly composed. As the monstrous creature advanced with its fearsome forehoofs, she deftly twirled her spear, positioning it at a precise angle to pierce the abdomen of the bovine beast. Generally, the abdomen is the most vulnerable area of most animals. A wound there could severely diminish their fighting capability, leading to excessive bleeding or even exposing vital organs, which might result in immediate death. However, when Rong Yao's spear struck the creature's belly, it did not slow its advance. Rather, its eyes glinted with even greater ferocity. In that critical moment, as her spear made contact, Rong Yao hesitated, but quickly retracted her weapon, raising her right arm to activate the mechanism on her wrist. A crossbow bolt was instantly released, aimed directly at the beast's blood-red eyes. It was only then that she discerned a flicker of panic on the creature's face. Just before the bolt struck, the beast recoiled its forehooves in fear, attempting to shield itself, but the angle of Rong Yao's shot was too unconventional to easily deflect, resulting in the bolt piercing one of its eyes. The bovine monster let out a furious roar in response to the pain. Its remaining eye now filled with venomous hatred as it fixed its gaze upon Rong Yao. With a deafening bellow, it summoned forth a horde of beasts from the tide. Various types they had never seen, some even more terrifying and fierce than the bovine creature itself. Rong Yao, is this when one starts to rally support after suffering a loss? Rong Yao swallowed hard. If there were only one bovine beast, she might have managed to cope, but now, surrounded by a dozen such beasts, how could she possibly contend with them? At that moment, Xiaomo Han, in the throes of bloodline frenzy, regained consciousness. Chapter 62, The Majestic Serpent Manifestation. Previously, he had felt as if his consciousness was on the verge of being incinerated, his entire being trapped in a furnace. Suddenly, a stream of refreshing essence flowed into his scorched heart, extinguishing the flames in an instant. His awareness gradually revived, and as he struggled to open his eyes, he was met with an astonishing sight. Beasts, and he sensed that there was more than just the one before him. They were surrounded. Then, Xiaomo Han saw Rong Yao standing at the forefront, wielding a spear in one hand and a crossbow in the other, bravely facing the bovine beast. Witnessing such a scene, his mind became entirely alert. A quick glance revealed that their three cubs were nearby, and his previously anxious heart finally found some solace. The bovine beast lifted its foreleg, poised to crush Rong Yao. Xiaomo Han involuntarily clenched the ground, his nails digging into the earth, his heartstrings taut with tension. Based on his past life experiences, he feared that this selfish woman would, in the next moment, abandon her cubs and flee without a trace. Moreover, this beast appeared exceptionally fierce, even if she possessed some minor skills. As a regressed beastman, she could not transform and was inherently no match for the beast. Xiaomo Han had prepared himself for Rong Yao to evade the attack while he and the cubs faced the beast head-on. Yet, his anticipations did not materialize. The slender, frail woman, after her initial strike with the spear failing, resorted to her mechanisms, striking the beast's vulnerable eye, inflicting a grievous injury upon it. Xiaomo Han's expression momentarily froze, astonished not only by Rong Yao's swift identification of the beast's weakness but also by her refusal to dodge the beast's onslaught, instead resolutely standing before him and the cubs. How could this be? She was the same malicious woman from his past life, her appearance unchanged. Even the small mole on her ear remained the same. Could it be that she was aware of everything that transpired later? That she knew of their future status and abilities? Was she deliberately performing for their benefit? At that moment, Xiaomo Han's mind was a tempest of confusion. Yet, this was not merely a singular beast attack, but a tidal wave of beasts. Once the injured beast had been severely wounded, it summoned more companions, swiftly encircling their family, leaving no avenue of escape. Beasts harbor grudges. If they failed to deliver a fatal blow, they often retaliated with tenfold vengeance. Now, a look of panic surfaced on the face of that treacherous woman. From the moment he awakened and opened his eyes, Xiaomo Han had witnessed it all unfold. The two cubs tightly shielded their sister, the still encased little star, their expressions filled with concern as they gazed at the malicious woman. It was only at this moment that Xiaomo Han spoke. Xianjing, Xin Han, this situation is untenable. She cannot defeat these beasts. The two little ones suddenly heard their father's hoarse voice and were filled with joy. Father, you've awakened. Please help her. Xiao Mohan's handsome face was as cold as ice. Despite being awake, he remained pallid, indicating that his health was not in the best condition. Although he had little interest in aiding this venomous woman, he could not disregard the sentiments of the little ones. After all, this poisonous woman had yet to reveal her true nature before them. And if he did not intervene at this moment, the little ones might very well distance themselves from him. Xiao Mohan turned his gaze towards Rong Yao, who happened to look back at him. Rong Yao took the initiative to inquire, in this life-and-death predicament, I am willing to set aside my pride. Xiao Mohan, do you possess any solutions? Xiao Mohan replied in a low, serious tone, when the magical beasts approach, I will transform into my beast form. You must sit upon my back with the little ones, and I shall carry you away. However, I remain in the bloodline frenzy stage, and I cannot ascertain how long my beast form will endure. This too is Xiao Mohan's trump card, ordinarily. One should not transform into beast form during the bloodline frenzy stage, as it would consume even more energy and could result in backlash. The nature of this backlash was not disclosed in the original text, and naturally, Rong Yao was unaware of it at this moment. Rong Yao nodded, finding Xia Mohan's proposal quite feasible. She directed him toward a small mountain to the south, believing that if he could not withstand the pressure, that mountain could serve as their refuge. Based on the terrain, she could devise a means of holding off their pursuers for a time. Should Xia Mohan manage to lead them to safety, it would be all the more splendid. In that fleeting moment, the bull-shaped magical beast and its companions encircled them. A cacophony of roars echoing as the horde of magical beasts joined in a thunderous chorus. The sound reverberated, sending grass and debris flying. With a mere glance from the bull-shaped beast, several magical creatures charged forward, their claws raised as if to reduce Rong Yao to mere pulp. At that critical juncture, Xia Mohan and Rong Yao's eyes met, instantly conveying their mutual understanding. Xia Mohan immediately summoned all his strength, a brief glimmer illuminating his form as he transformed into a dark serpent, coiling protectively around Rong Yao and the young ones. This serpent, cloaked in ebony scales adorned with enigmatic patterns, possessed a cool touch and measured the girth of a typical male orc, stretching approximately 5 meters in length. A vivid red flame pattern adorned its dark forehead, exuding an aura of majesty and power. This was Xia Mohan's true form, and it was Rong Yao's first encounter with it. With little time to marvel, she took the satchel containing the little stars and urged the two young ones to climb onto Xia Mohan's back, following suit herself. No sooner had they settled than Xia Mohan soared into the air, his speed akin to that of lightning as he darted away from the massive stone that had sheltered them. As a member of the Orc Dragon clan, he had the ability to fly, and though he had regressed to a serpentine form, he could still ascend temporarily, albeit at a greater energy cost. During the bloodline frenzy stage, his body was already severely weakened. Thus, taking flight would expend several times more energy than usual, which was why he had warned Rong Yao that he could not sustain it for long. As they departed, the magical beasts surrounding them descended, their hooves crashing down, obliterating the very stone that had concealed them, reducing it to dust, and creating a pit of half a person's height. It was evident that had they remained there, they would have been reduced to mere flesh. Perched upon Xia Mohan, Rong Yao turned slightly to glance back at the place they had just occupied, her hand resting on her chest as she exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Xia Mohan had awakened in time. Below, the bull-shaped magical beast, wounded by Rong Yao, had noticed their escape and roared at the shadow of Xia Mohan in the sky, as if to vent the hatred swelling within its chest. In the heavens, Xia Mohan's true form felt refreshingly cool. He soared swiftly yet steadily, the autumn breeze tousling her hair. This sensation of flying through the sky was a novel experience, entirely distinct from that of sitting in a helicopter. The two young ones were also experiencing such exhilaration for the first time, their dark eyes wide with wonder and awe. Xian Han's expression dimmed slightly as he pondered when he might transform like his father and glide through the skies. However, such an experience did not endure for long. The cool breeze carried the anguished and intensely restrained voice of Xiao Mohan. Attention, little ones, I can no longer maintain my beastly form. Chapter 63, Xiao Mohan is truly lacking in endurance. Rong Yao, 3 seconds of a true man? How could it be so brief? Xiao Mohan is truly lacking in endurance. Although Rong Yao internally scoffed, she immediately prepared herself for the impending situation. After all, she certainly could not fly, and the prospect of her precious little ones plummeting from the skies was no laughing matter. Without hesitation, She called out to the children, Xianjing, Xianhan. Quickly hold on to me. Having just witnessed the recent ordeal with the magical beast, the children evidently held a greater trust in Rong Yao. As soon as her words left her lips, Xianjing and Xianhan obediently wrapped their arms around her waist, securing themselves to her clothing. Rong Yao clutched the basket filled with tiny stars, resembling a protective hen sheltering her chicks. Suddenly, the serpentine form of Xiao Mohan diminished to half its size, transforming from a body as thick as a man's arm to one akin to that of a common wooden pole. Fortunately, Rong Yao had anticipated this change and steadied herself. Otherwise, she would have surely tumbled off due to this abrupt transformation. In that moment, Xiao Mohan could hardly concern himself with stability, propelling himself directly towards the southern hill that Rong Yao had previously indicated. Within mere minutes, his true form had shrunk several times over. As they approached the southern peak, he had already assumed the dimensions of an ordinary python. His body, measuring just over a meter in length, could hardly bear the weight of Rong Yao and the little ones, causing him to bend in the middle, nearly forming a U-shape. Upon reaching the southern hill, approximately 3 meters above the ground, Xiao Mohan finally exhausted his last drop of energy and plummeted from the sky. As Rong Yao descended with her 3 little ones, it felt as if they were suddenly weightless, on the brink of plummeting to the ground. Fortunately, Rong Yao reacted swiftly, grasping a sturdy branch of a nearby tree. This provided a much-needed cushion before she leapt down. Had she miscalculated, even a mere 3 meters could have resulted in a severe injury, especially with 3 little ones in her care. Allowing them to fall would have been no trivial matter. Xianjing and Xianhan obediently clung to Rong Yao's waist, holding on tightly. The 2 youngsters only bore a few red scratches on their faces from the branches. With no other injuries to speak of, Rong Yao conducted a thorough inspection and, finding no issues, let out a sigh of relief. She adjusted the basket containing the little star on her back and began to search for the figure of Xiao Mohan. Previously, there had been a formidable black serpent, so majestic that it could have served as a statue in a public square. How could it have vanished so suddenly, leaving not even a trace behind? Rong Yao was utterly perplexed. Could it be that Xiao Mohan's beast form could no longer sustain itself and had reverted to his human shape? Yet, as she scanned the surrounding area, she found nothing. Neither the lengthy dark serpent measuring 4 or 5 meters, nor the imposing black python of 1 or 2 meters, nor a trace of a large man. Surely, they could not have simply vanished into thin air. Just as she pondered whether to continue her search, she suddenly felt an itch at her ankle. Looking down, she noticed a slender black line, about the width of a bracelet, encircling her ankle. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a delicate little black snake. With a large head and a slender body, it bore a flame-like pattern on its head, resembling a chibi version. Rong Yao struggled to swallow, lowering her head to gently lift the small black snake from her ankle and into her palm. With an awkward smile, she said, "Xiao Mohan, please tell me this isn't you?" The little black snake featured a pair of adorable, oversized eyes that occupied a third of its head, glistening with moisture and appearing somewhat misty. It blinked its large eyes and then rested its substantial head on Rong Yao's thumb, weakly nodding in response. If it weren't for the presence of the little ones nearby, Rong Yao would have unleashed a torrent of expletives. Indeed, it was Xiao Mohan. The thought of the future antagonist being reduced to such an innocuous and adorable pet snake left Rong Yao in a state of bemusement, unsure whether to laugh or remain speechless. "Can you speak?" Rong Yao inquired. The little black snake merely shook its head in response. "Rong Yao, at last. I have been utterly reduced to a mere pet. Now that I have found him and he is alive," Rong Yao casually tucked Xiao Mohan into her pocket. And then she urged the little ones to dash up the hill. Although Xiao Mohan had just transformed back into his original form to bring them here, he had not escaped the clutches of the beast tide. With the encroaching danger of the beast tide looming, Rong Yao needed to swiftly find a hiding place. Fortunately, she was quite familiar with the small hill to the south, and before long, she discovered a suitable cave. This cave, presumably excavated by some creature, was modest in size. Yet it was ample enough to conceal Rong Yao and her 3 little ones. Rong Yao, cradling her little ones, sought refuge at the mouth of the cave. Peering down from the cave's entrance, she observed that some magical beasts were beginning their ascent. However, the majority still seemed to be headed toward the direction of Rice Flower Village. Unbeknownst to her, the little black snake, transformed from Xiao Mohan, had somehow slithered out of her pocket and made its way to her wrist. Its slender, jet-black body coiled twice around Rong Yao's wrist before resting its large head upon her thumb, resembling a delicate serpent-shaped bracelet. As Rong Yao was lost in thought, The small black snake's tongue unexpectedly brushed against her fingertip. Noticing that Rong Yao remained unresponsive, it gently tapped her wrist with its tail. Rong Yao regained her composure and, following the direction of the small black snake's flickering tongue, beheld 5 or 6 beasts ascending the mountain. As the creatures drew nearer, she quickly discerned their peculiarities. Leading the pack was a bull-like beast, which, while advancing, lowered its head to sniff at something. Suddenly, it raised its head. And Rong Yao was seized by a chilling shock. This bull-like creature bore a single blood-red eye, the very one she had previously injured. They had indeed come in pursuit. At that moment, Rong Yao remained oblivious to the fact that these beasts could remember the scent of a beast man for a short duration, allowing them to track their quarry and seek vengeance based on that scent. The speed of these beasts was formidable, and in no time, they were merely 20 to 30 meters away from her and the little ones. Rong Yao's mind raced swiftly as she turned to the 2 little ones behind her. The magical beasts are approaching. No matter what transpires, you must remain hidden in the cave with your sister and not emerge. I shall stand at the entrance and hold them back for a while. Then I will do my utmost to divert all the magical beasts away. Only come out when it is safe. Xianjing clenched his tiny fists and gazed up at Rong Yao, tears welling in his eyes, yet he dared not blink, fearing that a single flutter would cause them to spill over. This woman had once told them that a true man does not shed tears lightly. Rest assured, I will take good care of my little brother and sister. Rong Yao gently stroked the heads of the 2 little ones and cast a glance at the still sleeping little star nestled in the backpack. Fortunately, once little star fell into a deep slumber, it was not easily disturbed. Otherwise, the little creature would surely be frightened by the events of the night. Rong Yao detached the small black serpent from her wrist and placed it into Xianjing's hands, regardless of whether the serpent could recover. She earnestly implored Xiao Mohan to ensure the safety of the cubs, urging him to lead them to a secure location if he regained his strength. Even if he could not, she held unwavering faith in his ability to protect them. After delivering her words, she disregarded the serpent's expression, rose to her feet, and gazed down the mountain, resolutely stepping out of the cave. As she turned, Rong Yao took care to obscure the cave entrance with branches, concealing it entirely. Positioned in a slightly concealed spot, Rong Yao swiftly retrieved her bow and arrows from her spatial pouch, deftly binding her arms with the crossbow. Finally, she slung a long spear onto her back, donned professional gloves, and secured a water pouch filled with spiritual spring water at her waist. Her eyes gleamed with fierce determination, and her upright figure resembled that of a guardian goddess. Chapter 64. Battle with the demon beasts. The bull-shaped demon beasts, accompanied by their comrades, approached rapidly. Rong Yao knocked an arrow to her bow, the string vibrating with a sharp sound as she released it towards the beasts. Without pausing, she swiftly drew another arrow from her quiver, this time not 1, but 3. With 3 arrows knocked, she pulled the bowstring taut, and in the next instant, they flew forth in unison, their piercing sound merging into a singular note, aimed directly at the demon beasts. The first arrow struck the left eye of a crocodile-like beast, followed by 3 more that found their mark, 2 in the creature's eyes and 1 in its forehead. Regrettably, the demon beast's tough hide absorbed the impact, and the arrow that struck its forehead was snapped in 2. Though 3 of the 4 arrows inflicted damage upon the beasts, weakening them considerably, it only served to infuriate them further. The bull-shaped demon beast charged forward, leading its companions in a fierce assault towards Rong Yao. As Rong Yao furrowed her brow, her hands swiftly retrieved arrows from the quiver behind her, releasing 3 projectiles in quick succession. With each passing shot, the distance between her and the beast diminished. However, having learned from their previous encounters, the magical creatures continually shifted their bodies, thwarting Rong Yao's attempts to find a moment's respite to aim. Rong Yao subtly shifted her body, skillfully adjusting her aim as she released arrow after arrow. Despite the relentless efforts of the magical beasts to evade her projectiles, several still found themselves struck. By the time 7 or 8 of these creatures approached, each bore the marks of her arrows, with none retaining unscathed eyes. Some even had arrows embedded in both orbs. The injury to their vision significantly diminished their combat effectiveness, yet it did not render them lifeless. Their acute sense of smell remained intact, enabling them to discern Rong Yao's location and direction through scent. As Rong Yao reached for another arrow from her quiver, she was dismayed to find it empty. Astonishingly, she had exhausted her entire supply of arrows in such a brief span. The bull-shaped beast roared ferociously as it charged toward her, now merely 5 or 6 meters away. Its visage was grotesque, made all the more fearsome by the blood streaming from its single, wounded eye. Rong Yao decisively discarded her bow and arrow, drawing a spear from behind her as she charged forward. Merely wounding this horde of beasts with arrows was insufficient. After all, they had only sustained injuries to their eyes. While the rest of their bodies remained intact, it was imperative to inflict severe damage upon them, instilling a deep-seated hatred that would compel the creatures to retreat. Only then could she ensure the safety of the cubs, allowing them to evade the cave unharmed. Rong Yao has already discerned that the abdomen of the beast is not its vulnerable point due to its formidable hardness. Thus, the spear must not target the creature's abdomen for an assault. Rong Yao lifted her weapon, the spear spinning gracefully in her grasp. With a swift turn of her body, she thrust both hands forward, aiming the spear directly at the face of the bovine-shaped beast. The creature, having sustained an injury to one of its eyes, was particularly protective of its remaining eye, exercising great caution. It would rather endure a strike to another part of its face than expose its intact eye to Rong Yao's assault. As she leaped, Rong Yao firmly gripped the spear with her left hand while her right hand held the tail end, drawing back with force. In rapid succession, she delivered a flurry of precise thrusts to the beast's face. Within mere seconds, her spear had pierced the creature's visage a dozen times. Enraged and humiliated, the bovine beast retaliated with a mighty swipe of its paw. In an instant, Rong Yao retracted her long spear, executed a swift turn, and rolled twice on the ground, evading the combined assault of the bull-shaped beast and several other magical creatures. With remarkable agility, she sprang to her feet. Once upright, her expression grew grave. The numerous probing thrusts she had earlier delivered with her spear were merely tests, aimed at discerning the weaknesses of the beasts. Regrettably, aside from its eyes, the face of the creature before her revealed no vulnerabilities. Her sharp spear had only drawn a trickle of blood from the bull-shaped monster, inflicting little damage. It appeared that their critical points were not located on their faces. Given this, she resolved to continue her probing. However, these beasts were not to be underestimated. Particularly the bull-shaped monster, which harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Rong Yao. As one of the minor leaders of the beast tide, it possessed abilities that surpassed those of ordinary monsters. With a thunderous roar, the bull-shaped creature's massive claws sprouted numerous sharp spines, their tips gleaming with a chilling light, appearing sharper than the finest blades. As Rong Yao furrowed her brows, she was taken aback to discover that this magical beast possessed a second form. The bull-like creature charged directly towards her, its foremost horn sharp and glistening like that of a rhinoceros. Rong Yao's gaze turned icy as she observed the patterns and techniques of the bull-shaped beast's attacks. Just as she prepared to counter their onslaught, the remaining creatures unexpectedly launched a coordinated assault against her. With a flicker of surprise, Rong Yao found herself astounded by the fact that this group of beasts could engage in coordinated combat, exhibiting a fundamental understanding of tactics. At that moment, she was thoroughly at a disadvantage. If she wished to evade the assaults of the bull-shaped beast, she would be unable to guard against the attacks from the other creatures. Conversely, if she focused on dodging the others, she would inevitably fall victim to the bull beast's onslaught. In a critical moment, Rong Yao thrust her spear towards the remaining eye of the bull-shaped beast, twisting her body to the side and spinning several times to maintain a distance from the other beasts. Simultaneously, she activated the crossbows strapped to her forearms, releasing 4 bolts that struck 3 of the beasts. However, despite her careful calculations, she was unaware that the claws of the evolved bull beast could extend. Just as it realized its original claws could not reach her, it transformed its attack, swiping at her with its newly elongated claws. As the once sharp claws approached her back, they were initially too short to make contact. Yet, in a crucial instant, the claws unexpectedly elongated by several inches, just enough to graze her back. After Rong Yao had released her bolts, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through her back, causing her to stifle a groan and her complexion to pale instantly. Upon inspection, her back bore 3 long, bloodied claw marks, the vicious wounds having torn through her clothing, exposing her flesh. The stark contrast between the vivid crimson of her blood and the pallor of her skin rendered the injuries all the more horrifying. In an instant, her garments were thoroughly soaked with blood. 2 small creatures, hidden at the entrance of a cave, gazed intently at the battle unfolding outside. Initially, they maintained their composure, their tiny fists clenched tightly. However, upon witnessing Rong Yao's injury, their lips, those of Xian Jing and Xian Han, could not help but press together, their nails nearly piercing their palms. Rong Yao felt an unbearable pain seizing her back, aware that her injuries were surely severe. Enduring the excruciating agony, she hastily retrieved the water pouch from her waist and took a swig of the spring water. This elixir possessed slight healing properties, and she hoped it would prove beneficial. As the spring water coursed through her, she could distinctly sense a reduction in the pain radiating from her back. She cast a fleeting glance at the beast before her, but chose not to reveal this change in her condition. Her face remained etched with gravity and suffering, as if she were at the brink of collapse. The bull-like creature, noticing the crimson stains on its claws, shot a glance at Rong Yao, aware that it had inflicted a grievous wound upon this loathsome orc female, and it let out a sinister cackle. Seizing the moment, Rong Yao darted towards the adjacent thicket. The bull-like beast would not allow its nearly vanquished orc prey to escape, promptly rallying its brethren to pursue her relentlessly. As Rong Yao glanced back, she noticed the magical beasts had followed her closely, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She realized they had fallen into her trap, and her objective had been achieved. Although she was acutely aware of her insufficient capacity to confront this group of beasts, the safety of the little ones was assured. Chapter 65, The Fierce Battle. While leading the beast away, Rong Yao intentionally ventured into the intricate terrain of the forest, knowing that if she faltered, it would not be easy for the beasts to track her down. The vengeful nature of these beasts was palpable. As she navigated through the woods, they pursued her relentlessly, showing no signs of losing ground. In the midst of their chase, they even seized opportunities to attack her. For instance, one beast launched sharp spines in her direction, and she could not fathom the nature of these spines, which struck the forest floor and rendered the soil a deep, ominous black. Surely, those spines were laced with venom. Upon realizing this, Rong Yao became increasingly cautious. The magical beasts were not to be trifled with. Upon discovering the complexities of the forest, their massive size hindered their agility. And when they found themselves unable to catch her, they roared in frustration and altered their tactics. 8 or so beasts divided into 3 groups, encircling Rong Yao from various directions. Despite Rong Yao's remarkable intelligence, she found herself utterly alone, facing the encroaching threat of the beastly trio. After a little more than a moment, she was cornered by the monsters at the edge of the forest on the southern hillside. Though the beasts were incapable of speech, their expressions bore a semblance of humanity. As Rong Yao once again found herself ensnared by the creatures, the leader of the bovine beasts emitted a series of strange, low roars, seemingly mocking her. Holding her spear firmly, Rong Yao remained vigilant against the horde of monstrous beasts. Unlike the orcs, who often engaged in taunts and banter before battle, these creatures wasted no time. They charged forth without hesitation, with a thunderous roar from a bull-like beast. Several monsters lunged at Rong Yao in unison. Some attacked with their forehooves, others with wings as hard as steel, and some with sharp, elongated beaks. An onslaught of attacks rained down upon her, and even with her extensive combat experience, Rong Yao furrowed her brow, preparing herself for the impending clash. With a sweeping motion of her spear, she deflected a beast's claw and a wing simultaneously. In a quick maneuver, she spun around, delivering a powerful kick that sent another monster's beak askew. Raising her left hand, she unleashed a crossbow bolt that struck true, piercing the remaining eye of one beast. To protect its lone eye from harm, the creature hastily withdrew its assault. Despite the coordinated assault of 4 or 5 beasts, none managed to inflict even a scratch on Rong Yao. Although the scent of blood lingered on her back, she appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina, defying the injuries she had recently sustained. The bull-like beast squinted its solitary eye, suddenly realizing it had been outmaneuvered. Yet, monsters are known for their grudges. Rong Yao's actions only intensified their hatred towards her. With a furious roar directed at the darkened sky, the bull-like beast charged at Rong Yao once more. Rong Yao found herself struggling to contend with 5 or 6 magical beasts simultaneously. Although she managed to avoid injury, the toll on her stamina was exponentially increasing. Furthermore, she was alone, while her adversaries numbered 7 or 8, capable of wearing her down in turns. To make matters worse, the leader, the bull-shaped beast, had yet to join the fray. In an instant, the bull-shaped beast launched its attack, shattering the precarious balance Rong Yao had fought so hard to maintain. As she defended against the powerful hind hooves of one beast, her peripheral vision caught sight of a claw armed with a razor-sharp blade hurtling toward her. A chill ran through her as she immediately recognized the claw's owner, still stained with her own blood. However, she was entangled with 2 other beasts, unable to free herself to confront the menacing claw, and could only muster her strength to evade it. Having previously learned that this claw could extend, Rong Yao had prepared accordingly, allowing herself a wider margin for escape. Yet, despite her precautions, the claw's tip still grazed her arm and thigh. Instantly, the fabric of her clothing was shredded, leaving behind 2 deep gashes that oozed blood, the flesh around them torn and grotesquely exposed. Alarmingly, the wounds had begun to darken, a foreboding sign. Recalling the poisonous stingers from earlier, a shadow crossed Rong Yao's face. It seemed the bull-shaped beast had unveiled yet another deadly tactic. The first encounter had been devoid of poison, but now it employed it, seeking to incapacitate her defenses. Though it had not crushed her outright, it had tainted her with its venom, a vicious toxin that would prove fatal to ordinary creatures and would leave even a robust orc like her with only days to live. Even if this female orc survived the day, she would undoubtedly succumb to the poison's effects in the coming days. Rong Yao swiftly retrieved her water pouch, pouring half of its precious spring water onto her arms and legs, while the remainder was hastily consumed. She then tore a strip from her garment, binding her arm and thigh to slow the flow of blood. Following this urgent treatment, the poison in her wounds eased somewhat. The once darkened injuries appeared less ominous under the influence of the spring water. Yet, in the presence of the formidable bull-shaped beast, she had to exercise utmost caution. The beast seemed to sense her attempt to hinder the spread of the toxin, and in a fit of rage, it charged forward, launching a relentless assault upon her. Meanwhile, other creatures, wary of the poison on the beast's claws, kept their distance during the struggle, only daring to strike at her in the fleeting moments of combat. Rong Yao spared no effort in her battle against the bull-shaped beast, remaining ever vigilant. She intermittently summoned various weapons from her spatial realm to launch surprise attacks on the creature. The bull-shaped beast was taken aback by Rong Yao's ability to conjure additional weapons seemingly out of thin air. After a prolonged engagement of over a minute, both Rong Yao and the beast bore numerous wounds. However, Rong Yao had an inexhaustible supply of spirit spring water to heal and alleviate her injuries, while the bull-shaped beast did not. As the fierce battle raged on, the beast appeared to be in a more dire state than Rong Yao. Its back was marred with gashes and cuts inflicted by her saber, and its remaining uninjured eye was partially damaged. One of its sharp claws had been severed by Rong Yao, with venom intermingling with its blood, staining the ground and eroding a significant patch of soil. The bull-shaped beast huffed and puffed, glaring venomously at Rong Yao, wishing fervently to devour her whole. Through the course of this fierce confrontation, Rong Yao discerned the beast's Achilles heel lay along its spine. If only she could have 5 more minutes to find an opportunity to scale its back, she could deliver a fatal blow with the longsword from her spatial realm. Yet, the beast proved to be cunning, retreating just in time to regroup with other monsters. Although Rong Yao had the spirit spring water to sustain her, her condition was not significantly improved. The bull-shaped beast's attacks were far more astute than those of the other creatures, resulting in fresh wounds on her shoulder, calf, and abdomen. The spirit spring water required time to heal, and if she continued to sustain injuries at this rate, she would not last much longer. The bull-shaped beast stealthily hid behind its companions to recuperate, but Rong Yao could not allow it such respite. She had to keep it engaged. Just as she prepared to advance, she was ensnared by 5 or 6 other beasts. Each creature possessed distinct vulnerabilities, and in her haste to vanquish them, she needed to ascertain their weaknesses, a luxury of time she did not have. Her breath came in sharp gasps, despite exerting all her strength. She felt her energy dwindling bit by bit. Juggling so many adversaries kept her nerves taut, and there was a limit to human potential. Ultimately, a claw struck her down, sending her crashing against a large tree with a resounding thud, followed by her falling from it, with her body already riddled with wounds. The impact forced a mouthful of blood from her lips. In that moment, Rong Yao appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a figure drenched in blood. Seizing the opportunity, the bull-shaped beast lunged forward with its razor-sharp claws aimed at Rong Yao. Just then, 2 arrows sliced through the air towards the beast. Following the arrows were the unhesitating cries of 2 little ones calling out for their mother. The emotions that Rong Yao was on the verge of relinquishing were instantly awakened by the voices of the little ones. The little ones. How could they possibly arrive at this moment? Yet, upon hearing their heartfelt calls for mother, a wave of contentment and bittersweetness surged within Rong Yao. Having entered this world, she devoted her days to nurturing and educating these children, hoping to steer them away from the tragic paths laid out in the original narrative. Understanding the hardships they had endured, she felt a profound sense of injustice on their behalf. She was acutely aware of their aversion and fear towards the original owner of this body, and she knew that erasing the remnants of that past would be a formidable challenge. Thus, she patiently awaited the day when they would truly open their hearts to her. She believed that as long as she remained sincere, the little ones would inevitably sense her genuine intentions, eventually dissipating their animosity and fully embracing her. However, she never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly and under such dire circumstances. Numerous readers of the original text remarked upon the villainous offspring of the antagonist, describing them as malicious and ruthless, devoid of any humanity, mercilessly slaughtering entire cities of beast men without a flicker of remorse, akin to savage beasts. The author seemed intent on ensuring their demise was anything but peaceful. Even in death, their torment was to be prolonged. Not only would their corpses be left unrecognizable, but they were also destined to be displayed atop the city walls, to be feasted upon by vultures, rendering them the pariahs of the entire beastman realm. To her astonishment, the author even liked this comment and obliged the reader's dark wish. Upon encountering this comment, Rong Yao's brow furrowed in deep concern. Could it truly be said that these two little ones were inherently malevolent? If they were nurtured properly from a young age, would they have committed such heinous acts? They were gifted with intelligence. Even as devolved beastmen, they cultivated extraordinary abilities through immense effort. When compared, their diligence was no less than that of the protagonist Rong Jin and the male lead Xiao Yunzi. Were they not superior to Rong Jin and Xiao Yunzi, who relied solely on fortuitous luck and inherited advantages? The echoes of mother seemed to imbue Rong Yao with renewed strength. Since the two little ones risked their lives to save her, she would not allow them to perish at the hands of these ferocious beasts, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Since Rong Yao began instructing Xianjing and Xianhan in horse stances, archery, and the 5-animal play, Xianjing practiced diligently whenever he had the opportunity. The small bows Rong Yao had purchased for him and Xianhan were now polished to a fine sheen. His archery skills surpassed those of Xianhan. While they could not yet shoot 3 arrows simultaneously like Rong Yao, hitting a single target was well within their capabilities. Particularly for Xianjing, whose innate talent for archery, coupled with his hard work, enabled him to shoot with greater accuracy than many seasoned archers who had practiced for years, all within just over a week. Moreover, with the specialized techniques Rong Yao imparted, even though he was still young and lacked strength, the arrows he loosed could rival the force of an average beastman. Xianhan was keenly aware that his brother's archery was superior to his own. Nevertheless, he was astute and proposed a strategy to his brother. He would shoot first to distract the opponent, while his brother would follow closely behind, delivering the true lethal blow. The two brothers, being identical twins and having grown up together, shared an unspoken bond and coordinated seamlessly. At the moment when Rong Yao was on the brink of being severely injured by the bovine beast, the 2 arrows were released, just as Xianhan had anticipated. The beast quickly realized that the first arrow was aimed precisely at the one eye that was not completely blind. If it did not evade, the arrow would strike straight into its blood-red pupil. The remaining eye, already injured by Rong Yao, retained some ability to perceive its surroundings. If it were to be harmed again, it would be plunged into total darkness, in a desperate bid to preserve its sight. The bovine beast had no choice but to dodge, retracting its sharp claws that had been aimed at Rong Yao. However, as it shifted its body, it soon discovered that while it had evaded one arrow, another was already in flight. This one, infused with even greater force, was aimed directly at its newly exposed eye. The archer seemed to have anticipated its evasive maneuvers, lying in wait for its arrival. Yet, having already shifted position to avoid the first arrow, the beast found itself with neither the time nor the opportunity to move again. It could only watch helplessly as the arrow sped toward its partially blind eye. Infuriatingly, these beastmen were cunning beyond measure. The bovine beast tightly shut its eyes, but the sharp arrow still pierced through its eyelid, striking true into its crimson iris. It had been rendered completely blind. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Rong Yao rolled away from beneath the claws of the ferocious beasts and hurriedly approached her 2 little ones. She embraced them tightly and anxiously inquired, "Xianjing, Xianhan, what brings you here? Where are your father and little star?" Xianjing, with unwavering focus, continuously drew arrows from the diminutive quiver at his back, skillfully shooting towards the throng of beasts to provide cover for Rong Yao and Xianhan. His aim was remarkably precise, each arrow targeting the eyes of the creatures. Although he could not completely repel them, his efforts afforded Rong Yao a brief respite. Initially, the 2 little ones had thought they would never utter the words mother again, preferring to forget such a mother altogether. However, over time, they discovered that when they genuinely desired to call out, it was not as difficult as they had imagined. Perhaps those 2 words had long resided in their hearts, having called out to Rong Yao countless times already, which made their eventual utterance feel so familiar. After calling out once, repeating it became effortless and natural, as if they had always addressed Rong Yao in that manner during their interactions. Xianhan quickly explained, "Dear mother, father and little star remain at the original location. We were worried about you, so we decided to follow." After speaking, he seemed somewhat apprehensive, lowering his head as if fearing a reprimand from Rong Yao for their actions. How could Rong Yao bear to reprimand the two little ones? They now genuinely regard her as their mother, risking danger to come to her side. How could she betray their heartfelt intentions? It seems that the two little ones are also aware of the perilous nature of this journey, which is why they have left their sister and their father, who suffers from the backlash of their bloodline, in a place of safety. Rong Yao gently patted Xianhan's head, her gaze filled with encouragement as she said, "Now you must join your mother in confronting the magical beasts. Are you afraid?" Rong Yao did not blame them. The eyes of the two little ones immediately sparkled with determination as they proclaimed, "We are not afraid, even if it means facing death. We shall not falter." They silently reassured themselves. Fortunately, their father had transformed into a foolish little black snake. Otherwise, had he obstructed their path, they would never have arrived in time to rescue their beloved mother. Xiao Mohan was bound by ropes and confined within a backpack containing small stars. Hoping that their father was safe, Rong Yao raised the sharp Tang Dao in her hand, while the two young ones lifted their bows, forming a standoff against the 7 or 8 magical beasts before them. Despite the fact that Rong Yao was accompanied only by the two young ones and was severely injured, their resolve did not waver in the face of the beasts. The bull-like creature, now blinded in both eyes, entered a frenzied state and charged recklessly towards Rong Yao and her children. Chapter 67. The biological parents of the original owner. Rong Yao commanded the two young ones to shoot arrows at the creature's back. Without hesitation, they drew their bows and followed Rong Yao's instructions. Xianjing's archery skills had significantly improved, despite his small stature. Targeting the towering beast proved particularly challenging, yet he managed to hit it with one of his 3 arrows. Xianhan, though slightly less skilled, adeptly shielded his brother's arrows, making it easier for Xianjing to strike the monster. The brothers' coordination was flawless, their arrows successfully slowing the bull-like beast's assault. When the first arrow struck its back, a flicker of panic crossed the creature's face. It seemed incredulous that these few orcs had discovered its true vulnerability, and its previously unyielding fury and confidence were momentarily shattered. Instantly, it contemplated retreating, wishing to allow its companions to take the lead. However, Rong Yao had not granted such an opportunity. She brandished her tang knife and charged toward the beast. Using a nearby large rock as leverage, she leaped onto the creature's back. Realizing that Rong Yao had ascended to its back, the beast thrashed wildly in an attempt to dislodge her. As she landed atop the bull-like monster, the two young ones swiftly redirected their arrows toward other approaching beasts that sought to assist. Rong Yao seized the bristling mane on the back of the bull-shaped beast to steady herself, and then she raised her tang knife, poised to plunge it into the creature's most vulnerable spine. At that moment, the bull-shaped beast seemed to sense the impending peril, and its movements became increasingly frantic. Just as Rong Yao lifted the tang knife, its mane transformed into glistening silver needles, which shot towards her in an instant. Rong Yao's expression hardened as she finally discerned the source of the poison needles that had been aimed at her. They originated from the spine of the bull-shaped beast. In that fleeting moment, had she not evaded the attack, she would have been struck not by a single needle, but by several. Yet, if she chose to dodge, she would forfeit the optimal opportunity to slay the beast with a single stroke. Below, 2 cubs struggled valiantly against other monstrous foes, leaving no room for Rong Yao to consider alternative options. Ignoring the incoming poison needles aimed at her, she resolutely raised her broadsword, unwavering in its trajectory as it plunged forcefully towards the beast's spine. The dull thuds echoed as the poison needles pierced Rong Yao's body, followed by the thunderous crash of the bull-shaped beast collapsing to the ground. Upon the beast's demise, Rong Yao fell from its back, her entire body aflame with pain. Yet, disregarding her injuries, her immediate concern shifted to the cubs. What she beheld made her heart shatter. 2 beasts were mercilessly raising their feet to stomp on the cubs. The little ones, with their limited abilities, stood no chance of evading such a perilous assault. Ignoring everything else, Rong Yao cast aside her tang sword and dashed towards the little ones. Upon reaching them, she spread her arms wide, encircling one child with each arm, and rolled forcefully to the side. The massive foot of the beast narrowly grazed past her, leaving a deep imprint in the ground beside her. Before she could exhale in relief, another claw from a different beast lunged toward her. However, having already exhausted her strength and succumbing to the effects of the poison needle, she found herself utterly incapable of lifting even a fraction of her strength to evade with the children. In desperation, Rong Yao gritted her teeth, using her own body to shield the small forms of her children, becoming a barrier against the impending pain, providing them with her final protection. The little ones witnessed the entire scene, their dark eyes widening in shock, instantly brimming with tears, and together they cried out, "Mother, no." Rong Yao gently touched their soiled faces, saying nothing, yet offering them a warm smile. In that moment, she wished for the little ones to be spared a future filled with suffering and regret. She softly closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending agony. However, after a brief pause, tranquility enveloped her, as if the peril she had just envisioned was merely a figment of her imagination. Rong Yao quickly opened her eyes and turned to the side, only to witness the formidable beast that had been clawing at her being overturned by a robust middle-aged orc in a single motion. Behind the strong male orc, several young male orcs followed closely, dividing themselves into 3 groups to confront the remaining beasts. These creatures, already severely weakened by Rong Yao's previous assault and rendered blind, found themselves at a disadvantage. The sudden appearance of these vigorous orcs, armed with spears, revealed their exceptional strength that surpassed that of ordinary orcs. Moreover, their extensive battle experience and seamless cooperation allowed them to swiftly dispatch 4 of the remaining beasts. In the ensuing chaos, the last 2 beasts, overwhelmed and disoriented, fled in panic. The skirmish concluded in just over a minute. Rong Yao sheltered the 2 young ones behind a grand tree, clandestinely observing the battle until its conclusion. Uncertain of the identities of these individuals, she deemed it prudent to minimize her presence to avoid any potential trouble. She instructed the 2 young ones to remain silent and wait for the group's next move. As the conflict subsided, the group began to search the vicinity. And to her dismay, one of the female orcs approached her directly. At this juncture, any thoughts of hiding or fleeing were futile. Rong Yao could only watch helplessly as the female orc advanced towards her. As Rong Yao gazed at the female beastman, her eyes were filled with wariness and detachment, instinctively drawing her 2 young ones protectively behind her. The female beastman, upon seeing Rong Yao, was momentarily taken aback, her previously stern visage softening instantly. She lunged towards Rong Yao, her gaze fixed intently upon her, tears welling in her eyes as she tenderly inquired, "Yao Yao, how are you? Is your injury severe?" Upon noticing the 2 young ones cowering behind Rong Yao, their expressions one of vigilance, the middle-aged female beastman felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, the little ones were safe. She had been truly fearful that in the face of such adversity, Rong Yao might have abandoned them. Such an act would have forged an irrevocable enmity between her and her own flesh and blood. However, Rong Yao furrowed her brow, fixating on the middle-aged female orc before her, and then glanced at the middle-aged male orc and several younger male orcs standing not far away. In that fleeting moment, she felt an uncanny familiarity, yet she struggled to comprehend their identities. It was the 2 little ones who reacted swiftly, whispering to Rong Yao, "Mother, who are they?" The middle-aged female orc recalled that they had yet to meet Rong Yao's children, and perhaps Rong Yao was reluctant to mention them, prompting her to introduce herself warmly. "Xianjing, Xin Han, is it? I am your grandmother." Xianjing and Xin Han. Rong Yao. Yongyu was momentarily taken aback, as she recalled that it was her biological parents who had come to her rescue in this dire situation. Chapter 68, The 5 Canine Brothers. The original owner. Enamored by vanity and having grown up in the Rong family, despite being a regressed beastman, had not been treated poorly by Madame Rong until the return of Rong Jin. This was due to Madame Rong's sense of indebtedness towards the original owner for her regressed beastman status, which fostered the original owner's selfish disposition. However, upon the return of Rong Jin, the original owner found herself relegated to the status of a useless and inept counterfeit daughter within the Rong household. At this juncture, her biological parents sought her out, bearing gifts to the Rong family, wishing to take the original owner back. Yet, accustomed to the comforts of the Rong household and driven by her inherently selfish nature, she was unwilling to return to the mundane life of an ordinary beastman with her biological parents. Not only did she reject her biological parents, but she also proclaimed that she had been raised by Madame Rong and would forever be a member of the Rong family. She asserted that her biological parents had abandoned her at birth and were thus unworthy of being called her parents, severing all ties with them. The original owner's callousness only deepened the disdain the Rong family held for her, while simultaneously highlighting Rong Jin's gratitude and filial piety, which led Madame Rong to develop a distaste for the original owner. With no recourse, the original owner's biological parents departed, leaving behind their gifts. Fearing her disdain, they would only dare to steal a glance at her from afar, never uttering a word. Her biological parents resided in a village near Rice Flower Village, living in conditions typical of ordinary beastmen. Her father, Dan Tianqing, belonged to the Wolf clan, while her mother, Fong Lanhua, hailed from the Canine clan. Together, they had 6 children, with the original owner being the youngest sister among 5 brothers, 2 of whom, Dan San and Dan Si, were twins. None of the 5 sons took after their father. All followed their mother Fong Lanhua's canine lineage. After much anticipation for a daughter, they were disheartened to find that she was a regressed beast man, lacking in desirable traits. However, there was solace in her appearance, as Rong Yao inherited the best features from both Dan Tianqing and Fong Lanhua, surpassing her brothers in beauty. Initially, Fong Lanhua endured significant distress after giving birth to 5 sons in quick succession, often taking her frustrations out on her husband, Dan Tianqing. Finally, when she bore a daughter, albeit one of lesser pedigree, it was still the daughter she had longed for, only to lose her unexpectedly. This incident nearly cost Fong Lanhua her life, and her health remained fragile until they found the original owner, which gradually improved her condition. Upon reflecting that this family ultimately perished for the original owner's sake, a sense of unease enveloped Rong Yao. Fong Lanhua, under the impression that her daughter harbored lingering grievances, cautiously observed Rong Yao's expression before softening her tone. Yao Yao, your injuries are quite severe. Allow me to examine your wounds and tend to them. Fearing her daughter's reluctance, she hastily assured her, I shall be gentle and will not cause you any pain. Beside her, Shan Tianqing gazed at Rong Yao with a mixture of concern and tenderness. However, as a father, he felt it inappropriate to interject while his wife spoke. Rong Yao gazed into the distance and beheld 5 youthful orcs standing nearby, each robust and vigorous. Adorning their heads were pairs of adorable, white canine ears reminiscent of Samoyeds, all of which drooped languidly at that moment. Their bodies bore various wounds, remnants of a recent skirmish with magical beasts, yet they appeared utterly indifferent to their injuries, fixating instead on Rong Yao with a gaze that was both tender and pitiful. As she was gazed upon by the 5 pairs of such pitiable and innocent canine eyes, she found herself quite unable to withstand the overwhelming sentiment. Rong Yao hastily averted her gaze and nodded towards Fong Lanhua. Instantly, Fong Lanhua's face blossomed with joy, a mix of excitement and happiness, as tears began to well up in her eyes. She quickly directed her husband, Old man, what are you still standing there for? First, take the little one away. And you, the eldest, stop dawdling. Take your younger brothers and clean up the battlefield. These are all Yao Yao's spoils, so let us bring them home. Rong Yao's lips twitched. It was bewildering to comprehend why the original owner was so intent on severing ties with a mother who was so fiercely protective. Shan Tianqing intended to take the little ones aside, fearing that witnessing the injuries might instill fear in their tender hearts and lead to nightmares. Yet, to his surprise, the 2 children stubbornly refused to leave, determined to remain by Rong Yao's side. Rong Yao gently caressed the heads of the 2 little ones and said, It's all right. Let them stay. With such words from his precious daughter, how could Dan Tianqing possibly refuse? He urged his wife, quickly, show Yao Yao. If it's serious, we must take her to the elder at once. Each village had elders skilled in healing, some possessing extraordinary abilities to cure ailments. However, seeking treatment from such elders came at a steep price, and typically, families of beastmen endured their afflictions as best they could, including the Dan family. Yet, despite their ordinary circumstances, the Dan family was resolute in sending their daughter to the elder for treatment, with nary a dissenting voice among them. Fong Lanhua waved dismissively at Dan Tianqing. You old fool, I know. Just go away. Reluctantly, Dan Tianqing stepped away from Rong Yao, his face still etched with worry. Once it was just the mother and daughter along with the 2 little ones, Fong Lanhua hurriedly said, Let me see your wounds. With trembling hands, she began to unfasten Rong Yao's clothing, revealing her once pristine skin now marred by scratches from magical beasts and bruises from their skirmishes. Among the injuries, the most severe were those on her back, where she had been clawed by a bull-like beast, along with lacerations on her upper arm and thigh inflicted by poisonous talons. Particularly alarming was the wound on her back, which was so deep it nearly exposed bone. These injuries had already begun to heal somewhat, thanks to the spirit spring water. But they had been far worse immediately after the incident. Even so, as Fong Lanhua tended to her daughter's wounds, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. When had her delicate daughter ever endured such pain? The 2 little ones nearby were equally distressed, blowing gently on Rong Yao's injuries, convinced that their breath could alleviate her suffering. Despite their anguish, Fong Lanhua understood that the sooner the wounds were treated, the less pain Rong Yao would endure. With deft hands, she removed the poisonous thorns from her daughter's body and bandaged the wounds with medicine and cloth. Although there was no anesthetic, the spirit spring water provided some relief, and to her surprise, Rong Yao did not utter a single cry of pain throughout the process. Even as she bit down on a piece of cloth, This stoic demeanor from her daughter only deepened Fong Lanhua's heartache. She turned away to wipe the tears threatening to spill from her eyes and helped Rong Yao to her feet, resolutely declaring, "Come. Your father and I will take you to the elder for treatment. Once the elder uses their healing abilities, the pain will soon subside." Rong Yao was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Dan family. It was unlikely they would truly take her to the elder. Furthermore, having consumed the spirit spring water, she knew that the elder's unique healing abilities might not be as effective as her own. Should the elder discover that her recovery was swifter than that of others, it could potentially expose her secret, akin to inviting a wolf into her home. Rong Yao hastily shook her head, insisting that there was no need to seek the elders. Although she had been poisoned, the venom was not lethal and could gradually be expelled from her body. She had already bandaged her wound and believed that a few days of rest would suffice for her recovery, aware that her parents would likely not easily accept her words. She quickly added, "Little Star is still hidden in the cave nearby. I must go retrieve her swiftly." Chapter 69. The malicious supporting character becomes the beloved one upon hearing that Little Star was still in the nearby cave. The parents of the Shan family promptly took Rong Yao to the location. Meanwhile, her 5 brothers remained behind to continue cleaning the battlefield. As the slain magical beasts were of great utility and should not be wasted, they planned to transport every last one back home. In ordinary circumstances for the beastmen, hunting magical beasts was no easy feat. They often had to form teams and venture deep into the Great Pan Forest, where they faced numerous dangers. With many perishing in the depths of the forest, Shan Tianqing squatted before Rong Yao, his voice tender as he said, "Darling, come up. Let me carry you." In her modern life, Rong Yao had lost her parents in a car accident during her childhood, leaving her a fortune that she inherited. She was raised by her grandmother, who also succumbed to illness before she could graduate from university, leaving her utterly alone. This solitude spurred her to become a professional rescue team member, traversing far and wide, responding to those in need without the constraints of family, living a life of freedom yet profound loneliness. Apart from the faint memories of her early years, she had scarcely experienced the warmth and affection of parental love. Now, being so cherished by the Shan couple, Rong Yao felt a wave of emotion, her eyes welling with tears. In her moment of hesitation, her body acted before her mind, and she found herself resting on Shan Tianqing's sturdy back. As he carefully supported his daughter's legs and stood up, he suddenly realized just how light she had become. Being a wolf tribe beastman, tall and robust, he noted that Rong Yao, as a regressive beastman, was somewhat smaller than the average female beastman and, combined with her slender frame, felt almost weightless on his back. A pang of realization struck him, and he felt an ache in his heart. His precious daughter must have been suffering from lack of nourishment and rest, leading to her frail condition. As a father, the guilt of not providing for his only daughter weighed heavily upon him. With great strength, Shan Tianqing found it effortless to carry Rong Yao, yet to ensure her comfort, he deliberately moderated his pace, avoiding any jostling. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones were held by Fong Lanhua, one in each hand. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of the cave. As they approached the entrance, they heard Little Star's muffled voice, tinged with a hint of tears. "Daddy, you mustn't run away. Little Star promised to Gua and Air Gua that she would take good care of you. Right now, you are a little snake. You must rest well to recover quickly. Once you are well, Mother and Gua and Air Gua will return." The Little Star was unaware of when it had awakened. Upon hearing its voice, Rong Yao quickly urged Shan Tianqing to set her down. The 2 little ones glanced back at Rong Yao, then proceeded to remove the barrier and ventured inside. Perhaps alerted by the footsteps outside, the Little Star's voice abruptly ceased. As Mother had said, when a young child is home alone, it is imperative to ascertain whether the person at the door is a foe before opening it. If it is indeed a villain, one must remain utterly silent. Xianjing seemed to grasp the Little Star's thoughts and promptly reassured, "Little Star, it's your elder brother and second brother." Upon hearing their voices, the Little Star, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Did Big Pot and Second Pot bring Mother back? I want Mother." Meanwhile, the stout little black snake bound in the Little Star's bamboo basket raised its head, gazing anxiously in the direction of Xianjing's voice, its eyes filled with worry and expectation. In that moment, Xiao Mohan would never admit that he secretly wished for the return of that wicked woman from his past. Hearing the Little Star's words, Rong Yao struggled to take a couple of steps forward, responding, "Little Star, Mother has returned." Elated by the sound of Rong Yao's voice, the Little Star joyfully cried, "Mother! Mother! How wonderful!" Fong Lanhua assisted the 2 little ones in retrieving the basket that held the Little Star, and soon, Rong Yu beheld the small black snake bound within. The little black snake lifted its large head to stare at Rong Yao, its eyes glistening with moisture. Rong Yao couldn't help but feel that there was nothing inherently wrong with Xiao Mo Han's current state. At least he could not speak, and even if she teased him, he was unable to retort. Considering that Xiao Mo Han had contributed in his own way this evening, Rong Yao casually untied the rope that bound him. What Rong Yao remained unaware of was that when Xiao Mo Han was extracted from the cave, his gaze fell upon the middle-aged beastman couple before him, a myriad of emotions swirling within his eyes. Alas, in his current form as an adorable little black snake, the intricacies of his expression manifested themselves to others as merely a pitiful, watery-eyed look. In his previous life, this couple had opposed him and his offspring for the sake of their daughter, ultimately meeting their demise at his own hands. In truth, the middle-aged beastman couple was not inherently malevolent. They had merely been manipulated by their daughter. In this new life, Xiao Mohan had no intention of crossing paths with them again, yet fate had other plans, leading to this unexpected encounter. Momentarily taken aback, he soon realized that he had instinctively coiled around Rong Yao's right wrist. Rong Yao remarked, "How was I unaware of Xiao Mo Han's conscientiousness before?" Fang Lanhua and Shan Tianqing, upon noticing the small serpent coiling around Rong Yao's wrist, furrowed their brows and advised, "Nuan, there is a snake on your wrist. You must cast it aside immediately, for it may be venomous." Rong Yao cast a glance at the chibi black snake, her lips twitching slightly as she remarked, "He is Xiao Mohan, the father of the little ones." Fang Lanhua and Dan Tianqing acknowledged this. Although they dared not confront their daughter directly, they were well aware that she had borne offspring and that the father was indeed Xiao Mohan. While many believed that a being like Rong Yao, a devolved beast man, was fortunate to find a mate, the fact that she had attracted a devolved dragon was seen as an exceptional achievement. However, the couple, Dan Tianqing and his wife, held a different perspective. It was evident that their daughter harbored a strong aversion towards Xiao Mohan, treating him with marked indifference. Were it not for the child she carried, which was undoubtedly Xiao Mohan's, their daughter would not have felt such a sense of grievance. Consequently, the couple harbored a distinct dislike for this unwelcome son-in-law. Now, upon hearing of Xiao Mohan's current condition, their brows furrowed even more deeply. Rong Yao elucidated that Xiao Mohan had transformed in this manner due to the backlash experienced from his own beastly essence while endeavoring to protect the three of them during the regression of their bloodline. He would require a period of recuperation to revert to his original state. Upon hearing Rong Yao's explanation, Dan Tianqing and his spouse felt their aversion towards Xiao Mohan slightly diminish. It was commendable that Xiao Mohan, possessing a semblance of conscience, had not abandoned their children to flee alone. With the safety of the little ones assured, the couple finally found a measure of relief. Dan Tianqing dispatched his eldest to gather intelligence near Daohua village, while he accompanied Rong Yao and the others to rest temporarily atop the mountain. Once seated, Rong Yao found the opportunity to inquire about the circumstances of the Fang and Shan families. Rong Yao took a moment to gather her thoughts, rehearsing in her mind before finally uttering the word mother. "Mother, how is it that you, father, and my brothers have come at this hour?" Fang Lanhua, who had long been at a loss for how to compensate her daughter, felt her eyes well up with tears upon hearing that tender address. The tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of pearls that had come undone. Chapter 70. Is this malicious woman toying with him? Shan Tianqing, standing nearby, yearned to interject and wish for his daughter to call him father as well, yet the weight of years of neglect rendered him speechless, leaving him in a state of anxious turmoil. Fang Lanhua quickly wiped her tears away and cast a reproachful glance at her husband before softly explaining to Rong Yao, "There are relatives of your father gathering at the encampment, and we received news from there indicating that a beast tide is imminent in Daohua village. Your residence on the outskirts of Daohua village is particularly perilous. Fearing for your safety, your father and I, along with your brothers, set out a few days early to deliver this warning. Little did we know that the beast tide would arrive sooner than anticipated. Before we even reached the vicinity of Daohua village, it had already commenced. We had no choice but to rush here in haste. Thankfully, we arrived in time. Otherwise, we might not have had the chance to see you and our granddaughter one last time." This thought sent a shiver of dread through both Shan Tianqing and Fang Lanhua. As Rong Yao listened to Fang Lanhua's words, her eyes narrowed in the darkness. News had circulated from the gathering place. In this world of orcs, the gathering place is akin to modern districts. Since the reports of the beast tide had emerged several days prior, and even the original's biological parents were aware, it was implausible that no one from the villagers of Daohua had any inkling. Setting aside the ordinary orcs, what of the Yuan and Rong families? They are the prominent clans of Daohua. Could they truly be oblivious to such critical information? Had anyone been aware? A simple messenger could have been dispatched to inform her, thereby sparing her and her little ones from impending danger. Had it been the original owner instead of her tonight, not only would the outcome have been fatal, but at the very least, she would have sustained severe injuries, leaving her offspring to endure untold suffering. The mere act of sending a message was too trivial for the Rong family, which speaks volumes. It indicates that they had grown to despise the original owner to the extent of wishing for her demise, shunning any connection with her. While Rong Yao found much of the original's conduct objectionable, one truth remained. The original bore no malice towards the Rong family or her brothers. Though selfish and lacking in restraint, it appears the Rong family shared a similarly cold-hearted disposition, devoid of compassion and solely driven by self-interest. The original's malevolent nature, having been nurtured within the Rong household, reflects poorly on the family's values and the elder's moral compass. By now, it was well into the late hours of the night, and the autumn air was crisp, particularly as Rong Yao found herself in a disheveled state. Fong Lanhua kindly shed her outer garment to drape it around her daughter. Shan Tianqing, accompanied by a few sons, had gathered soft grass nearby to lay in the cave, and he too removed his coat to place atop the grass, ensuring that Rong Yao and her little ones could rest comfortably. With her parents and brothers present, and given the severity of her injuries requiring ample rest, she graciously accepted their kindness. Rong Yao gently lifted Xiao Mo Han from her wrist and placed him into the hands of the little ones. Then, seizing a moment when others were distracted, she summoned emergency medicine and a pouch of spirit spring water from the space within her consciousness, swallowing them with haste. The medication, possessing hypnotic and calming properties, soon lulled Rong Yao into a deep slumber. This body had never before endured such severe trauma. Although her recent training had slightly altered her constitution, it remained inherently frail, and fortifying it would require time. The body's self-repair mechanisms allowed Rong Yao to sleep even more soundly. The two little ones also experienced their first night of such peril, drifting into sweet slumber without a single nightmare, for amidst the thrilling and dangerous reality, a petite yet resilient figure stood steadfast to shield them from harm. In the latter half of the night, only Xiao Mo Han, transformed into a small black snake due to bloodline backlash, remained awake. Seizing the opportunity while Shan Tianqing and his wife were inattentive, he stealthily slithered to Rong Yao's side, easily coiling around her right wrist, resting his large head upon her thumb, and gazing intently at the Shan family guarding the cave entrance. Fragments of their conversation floated over on the cool autumn breeze. It seems that Nuan is no longer averse to us. Shall we take her back home? No matter how humble our circumstances, they are far superior to her being with Xiao Mo Han. Just look at the dilapidated house they reside in, leaking and crumbling, situated outside the village. Had we not arrived in time, we might never see our Nuan again. The little black snake internally scoffed, as if to say that they could not simply claim their precious Nuan as they wished. He had no desire to be associated with that malicious woman. Yet, despite these thoughts, the little black snake tightened his grip around Rong Yao's wrist, terrified that if he loosened his hold, she might inadvertently shake him off. Soon, the dawn broke with a faint light, and the eldest son of the Shan family, Shan Jing'an, returned, weary from his mission to investigate the situation in Diaohua village. As soon as he stood before his parents, having not yet taken a sip of water, Shan Tianqing urgently inquired, "What is the situation?" Shan Jing'an gasped for breath, explaining. The beast tide struck unexpectedly, devastating Diaohua village. Half of the ordinary beastmen on the outskirts suffered losses, but at a critical moment, Xiao Yunza, alongside the members of the Rong and Yuan families, thwarted the main force of the beast tide. Rong Jin seized the opportunity to guide the villagers to a temporary refuge, ensuring the survival of the remaining beastmen in Diaohua village. When I returned, the beast tide had just receded. Shan Tianqing furrowed his brow. So the beast tide was repelled by Xiao Yunza and his group? Shan Jing'an considered for a moment, then shook his head. I was standing far off and could not see clearly, but from my observations, it did not seem so. As dawn approached, the magical beasts appeared to respond to some kind of summoning, all turning and retreating. Those that survived swiftly withdrew, and Xiao Yunza and the others did not pursue. Shan Tianqing nodded, instructing his second and third sons to continue monitoring the situation. Be cautious. Shan Jing'an glanced at his younger brothers, who understood the unspoken command and departed. Rong Yu was naturally vigilant while sleeping. Had it not been for the severity of her injuries last night, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to succumb to slumber in such an environment. She had already awakened when Shan Jing'an returned, and she listened intently to the conversation between him and his parents. Rong Yao's expression turned slightly cold. Xiao Yunjia and Rong Jinjin certainly knew how to embellish their own worth. In truth, as soon as the news from the gathering place reached them, the Yuan and Rong families promptly informed the beastmen of Jiaohua village. The lives of half the beastmen from Jiaohua village would not be lost in vain. With adequate preparation, the beastmen settlement possessed its own strategies to resist the impending beast tide, thus minimizing their losses. Now that the beast tide has arrived, with half of the beastmen lost, it is indeed absurd that the remaining half would still regard the concealed Yuan and Rong families as deities. As Rong Yao moved her arms, the small black snake coiled around her wrist immediately lifted its head to gaze at her. Its pair of sparkling eyes were far more endearing than the originally narrow and profound eyes of Xiao Mohan. Tilting its head curiously, it exuded an adorable charm that instantly brightened Rong Yao's previously heavy heart. This delightful little creature brought a subtle smile to her lips, and she couldn't help but gently tap its head, causing it to sway back and forth. Meanwhile, Xiao Mohan thought, even though he was now a small black snake, he still remained Xiao Mohan. What was that malicious woman up to? Was she provoking him? Toying with him? Chapter 71. The home is lost. Rong Yao propped herself up slightly, her arms raised. The injuries on her back were the most severe, compelling her to sleep on her side throughout the night. As she lay down, the pain from her numerous wounds occasionally surged, but after taking medication and sipping the spring water, the discomfort, though still present, was now bearable compared to the previous night. While she could not see the wounds on her back, the injuries on her legs and arms were visible. Cautiously unwrapping the bandages from her arms and legs, Rong Yao beheld the wounds from the previous night. Both injuries had been inflicted by the toxic claws of a bull-shaped beast, their edges distinctly darkened. However, after a night's rest, the surrounding blackness had faded, leaving only a faint gray hue, with the skin around it taking on a yellowish tint, an indication of the toxin's diminishing effect. Thanks to the spring water and medication, and a restful half-night, her wounds had healed by 1/5. Such a remarkable rate of recovery was truly astonishing. Rong Yao meticulously rebandaged her wound and took a sip from the nearby water pouch. The slender bracelet of Xiao Mohan encircled her wrist, and she felt it inappropriate to casually retrieve anything from her spatial realm at that moment. At the entrance of the cave, the couple Shan Tianqing seemed to have heard the commotion within as Feng Lanhua rose and entered. Upon stepping inside, she was greeted by the sight of Rong Yao sitting upright. Rushing over, she placed her palm against Rong Yao's forehead, and, upon realizing that there was no fever, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Wan, it's still early. Why are you awake now? How do you feel about your wounds? Do they still hurt? Rong Yao shook her head, indicating that her injuries were not too severe. After a night of rest, she had already improved significantly. Last night, she had tended to her wounds under the cover of darkness, and while Feng Lanhua was bandaging her, Rong Yao had consumed some spiritual spring water, which had aided her recovery to some extent. Though her body still bore numerous external injuries, they were far less alarming than immediately following the incident. Furthermore, given the resilience and robust vitality of many orcs in this world, Rong Yao's reassurances prompted Feng Lanhua to refrain from further inquiries. Is Wan hungry? I shall send your father to hunt at once. Rong Yao hastily grasped Feng Lanhua's arm, her tone tinged with urgency as she inquired, Mother, has the beast tide receded? Feng Lanhua nodded affirmatively. Yes, it has all retreated. You need not worry. Then let us return home for a visit. After all, the roof of that courtyard has recently been repaired, and the rooms arranged to her modest satisfaction. I wonder if the beast tide has affected the abode where they once resided. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Feng Lanhua instinctively assumed that her daughter was referring to her own home, and a momentary joy surged within her. Yet, as a fleeting thought crossed her mind, she quickly realized her misunderstanding. With the onset of the beast tide, not merely a single house, but even dozens of them could easily be obliterated by the savage beasts. The wooden and earthen structures would be rendered no different from mere rubble in the face of such overwhelming force, leaving desolation in their wake. It was likely that nothing remained of the home her daughter had previously occupied. However, at that moment, she refrained from directly disclosing this grim reality to her daughter, fearing that Rong Yao might perceive it as deceit. It would be far better for her to accompany her daughter back, allowing her to witness the devastation firsthand. When confronted with the ruins, it would be entirely natural for her to suggest that her daughter and her children return to stay with them. Feng Lanhua nodded in agreement. Rong Yao gently roused the two little ones, and with the assistance of Feng Lanhua, she emerged from the cave. Meanwhile, The three other cubs were cradled in the arms of the brothers from the Shan family as the group made their way toward home. Rong Yao, bearing injuries and moving slowly, took half an hour to reach her doorstep. Standing outside the fence of her home, she found it hard to believe. The once well-maintained house and garden now lay in ruins, nearly reduced to rubble. The structure was left with only a few uneven remnants of its foundation. While the solitary survivor of this devastation appeared to be the small earthen stove nestled within the garden, perhaps it had been spared due to the protection of the large tree nearby, but that very tree had been felled by a beast, now lying across the yard. Its branches and leaves strewn chaotically about, rendering the garden an even more disheveled sight. Rong Yao stood in a daze, gazing at the small courtyard she had once called home. She had contemplated relocating with the children, but never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the quaint abode had vanished, reduced to a mere ruin. The little ones, cradled in the arms of the brothers from the Shan family, were equally stunned. As they beheld the house that had disappeared before their eyes, their cherubic faces grew solemn in unison, filled with a sense of loss and sorrow. They mourned the disappearance of a dwelling that, no matter how chaotic or imperfect, had been their sanctuary, the only place they could call home. In time, their mother had transformed, and the courtyard had been tidied to perfection. She had even repaired the roof and arranged the rooms with care. Their small haven had been gradually improving. They had believed they could grow up peacefully within these walls, reaching an age as strong as their father. Little did they know that in the span of a single night, all of this would be lost. The two children struggled free from the embrace of the Shan brothers and hurried to Rong Yao's side. Each grasped one of her hands, gazing up at her with tear-filled, listening eyes, valiantly attempting to stifle their tears. Xianjing declared, "Mother, do not be sad. In the future, Xianhan and I will build you a grand house, one that is many times larger than this one." The faint sorrow that surged within Rong Yao was instantly dispelled by the comforting words of the little ones. She reached out to gently stroke the heads of Xianjing and Xianhan. The two children must have felt even deeper sadness, as they had been born here and had relied on these two humble rooms for shelter throughout their lives. She had merely inherited the body of the original owner and had resided here for less than a month. Despite this, the two little ones still selflessly prioritized comforting her. Rong Yao smiled gently at the two little ones, saying, "Very well, my dear children, when you grow up, you shall provide me with a grander home. However, do not underestimate your mother. I will always ensure that you live even better than before," perhaps comforted by the affection of their beloved mother. The tears that the two little ones had been bravely holding back began to flow uncontrollably. Rong Yao hurriedly reached out to wipe their tears, and the two little ones soon realized that shedding tears at such a moment was somewhat embarrassing, promptly stifling their cries. Fang Lanhua and Shan Tianqing gazed at their daughter, whom they had not seen for several days. This time, they had arrived just in time to rescue her and noticed that her temperament had changed significantly compared to before. The couple did not find this strange. Rather, they felt that the hardships of life had refined their daughter, causing her to mature instantaneously and become a capable mother. Their hearts swelled with even greater affection for their only daughter, wishing they could present her with all their finest possessions. The house had turned into a ruin, and with the looming threat of wild beasts, it was evident that remaining there was not a wise choice. Rong Yao made a swift decision and conferred with Fang Lanhua beside her. "Mother, we cannot stay here any longer. Please help me pack up our belongings along with father and my brothers." Fang Lanhua nodded eagerly. "Of course, we will assist you right away. Once everything is packed, you can return home with the children." Hearing these words, Rong Yao merely smiled faintly and did not respond. Fang Lanhua assumed that her daughter was simply shy and took her silence as acquiescence. Thus, the family immediately set to work. Chapter 72. Unexpected Value and Truth. There was little of worth to be found amidst the ruins. Only a few tools for repairing beast blankets remained salvageable, while anything else was beyond hope. A portion of the cured meat Rong Yao had stored previously had been spoiled, and she was uncertain whether the passing magical beasts carried toxins. Even if she encountered seemingly intact items in the ruins, she dared not claim them. Fortunately, the majority of the meat from a wild boar she had hunted earlier was preserved in her storage and had not been wasted. Additionally, some utensils hidden beside the earthen stove were relatively intact. Gathering these items together filled barely a bamboo basket. With the area reduced to ruins, there was not much to salvage. Dan Tianqing took his sons to transport the magical beasts that Rong Yao and they had slain the previous night to the courtyard of the ruins, where they began sorting through the spoils. The beast tide had both advantages and disadvantages. Otherwise, The gathering place would not annually organize hunting expeditions deep into the Great Panchon Forest. After a fierce battle the night before, Rong Yao had decisively slain the leader of the bovine magical beasts and severely injured the remaining ones. Dan Tianqing and his sons arrived just in time to finish off the wounded creatures. Altogether, they had harvested 5 magical beasts. A remarkable achievement even by the standards of organized hunting activities in the gathering place. Some of the magical beast meat was consumable by the orcs, such as the porcupine-like creature that was roughly the size of a cow. But the bovine magical beast that Rong Yao had killed was toxic and could not be eaten by the orcs. However, the poisonous quills and claws of the bovine beast could fetch a handsome price in various black markets. The orcs could use these materials to forge sharper, more lethal weapons and armor. Rough estimates suggested that the 5 magical beasts could yield around 100 orc silver coins, a sum sufficient for Rong Yao to establish a home. It was prudent to process the magical beast carcasses promptly. Otherwise, if word got out that they had slain 5 magical beasts, it would not bode well for them. Therefore, Dan Tianqing and the brothers acted swiftly. With a strong male orc presence in the Dan family, and Dan Tianqing's considerable skill, he had channels for handling such magical beasts. Once they had severed the useful parts of the beasts and set them aside, the unusable portions were buried. What had once been a small mountain of 5 magical beasts in the courtyard was now reduced to just 1 porcupine-like beast and a few components from the others. Dan Tianqing approached Rong Yao somewhat awkwardly and inquired, "Daughter, the materials from these magical beasts can fetch a good price while they are still fresh. In a few days, the value will have. Shall I first take your brothers to sell the items obtained from these magical beasts? What do you think?" Of course, Rong Yao nodded. Apart from the bovine-shaped beast that she had slain, the others had been dispatched by Shan Tianqing and his companions, who possessed the authority to manage them as well. Furthermore, she was utterly oblivious to the proper channels for disposing of the beast corpses. It was far more expedient to leave such matters to the adept Shan Tianqing. Rong Yao rose from the heap of beast carcasses and extracted several venomous spines from a bovine-like creature. "I wish to keep a few of these spines. You may decide how to handle the rest," she stated. Sun Tianqing observed the items his daughter had selected, secretly nodding in approval, and replied with a smile. "These spines are indeed valuable. Keeping some is wise. Once we finish dealing with these remains, I shall find someone to forge a sharp dagger from these spines for your protection. When the time comes, the dagger will bear the venom. Should anyone wish you harm, they shall experience the sting of the poisoned blade." The more he spoke, the more his spirits lifted. If it were not for the fact that his daughter was already the mother of 3 cubs, he would have been tempted to ruffle her hair affectionately. The worth of these 5 magical beasts was considerable. In the past, his daughter had been rather selfish, hoarding any fine treasures for herself, even forbidding her own offspring from touching them. Yet now, she willingly entrusted these items to him for management, filling Sun Tianqing with a profound sense of satisfaction in his daughter's trust. Having initially felt fatigued after processing the beasts, he suddenly found renewed vigor. With swift motions, he led his 3 sons to carry the harvested parts to suitable individuals for further handling. In the abandoned courtyard, only Fong Lanhua, Rong Yao, and a few cubs remained. Oh, and there was the rather inconspicuous little black snake, Xiao Mohan. They had gone the entire night without food, and now everyone's stomachs were growling in unison. Fortunately, there was a porcupine-like magical beast left. Fong Lanhua picked up a knife and approached it. The entire beast had already been disassembled by Sun Tianqing and his sons, and Fong Lanhua selected the most tender piece of meat from the porcupine's leg, kindling a fire to roast it over the flames. Rong Yao wished to assist, yet was relegated by Fong Lanhua to the sidelines for a respite. Fong Lanhua possessed commendable culinary skills. However, in the absence of the diverse seasonings that Rong Yao typically employed, even the finest quality meat of the porcupine beast rendered a rather unpalatable dry roast. Rong Yao and her 2 little ones possessed rather modest appetites, managing to consume merely half a piece of meat before feeling completely satiated. In stark contrast, Xiao Mohan, transformed into a small black snake, showed even less interest, taking only a couple of bites before languidly draping himself over Rong Yao's wrist. However, Fong Lanhua and the 2 brothers from the Shan family, who had returned with news, relished the meal heartily. Together, the 3 of them devoured more than 10 sizable pieces of meat. Xian Jing and Xian Han observed their grandmother and uncles in bemusement. Such dry and flavorless meat seemed to have satisfied them so thoroughly. If they were to taste the roasted meat prepared by their mother, would they not consume at least 20 pieces, if not more? The two little ones suddenly felt that their father and the little star were not quite the gluttons they had previously thought. The porcupine beast was quite substantial, weighing at least 500 or 600 pounds. Even with hearty consumption, it would suffice for the Shan family and Rong Yao's family for 6 or 7 days. So there was no fear of running short. After the meal, Rong Yao assisted Fong Lanhua in roasting more meat, as Shan Tianqing and his 3 brothers would soon return for supper. The old connections that Shan Tianqing had relied upon took merely 3 hours for the transaction of the beast parts. By the time they returned, it was only mid-afternoon. Despite their sweaty brows, Shan Tianqing and his 3 sons appeared even more invigorated than when they had set out. Upon entering the courtyard, Shan Tianqing, who usually handed over his earnings to his wife, instead presented the pouch filled with coins directly to Rong Yao. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he beamed with joy, stating that they had delivered nothing but quality goods. His old associates were far from blind, and this time they received a splendid price, totaling 120 silver coins. The most valuable item among them was the claw of the beast that Nanan had struck down, fetching 60 silver coins for a pair. A broad smile illuminated Shan Tianqing's face. In his lifetime, he had never earned such a sum. 120 silver coins represented a small fortune in an ordinary orc household to establish a modest courtyard in Rice Flower Village. All expenses combined would scarcely amount to 10 silver coins. As evidenced during the meal, although the Shan family consisted predominantly of male orcs who earned more, they also consumed and spent more, leading lives akin to those of ordinary orc families. No household would readily part with such a sum solely for the benefit of a single daughter. Yet, Shan Tianqing achieved just that. Rong Yao was aware that the prices of those monster parts should be quite decent, yet she never anticipated their true worth would be so substantial. Chapter 73. A plan to move to Dawa Village. She opened the cloth pouch filled with silver coins, separating half of the contents and offering the remaining portion to Fong Lanhua. Mother, please keep these silver coins. I shall retain the rest. Fong Lanhua promptly stuffed the pouch of coins into Rong Yao's embrace, exclaiming, "These are all for you. Your father and I have no need for such silver. Our family lacks neither food nor clothing." However, Rong Yao declined. She cast a glance at her brothers standing beside her, who bore no complaints and merely smiled. "Mother, you cannot allow my brothers to toil in vain. They are yet to have spouses. Let these silver coins remain with you for now. Whatever I desire, you may procure for me." Upon her daughter's mention of her 5 sons, Fong Lanhua found it difficult to refuse. She contemplated how much her sons might spend, deciding to keep the coins for her daughter, intending to lavish them upon her beloved girl in the future. Fong Lanhua hastily summoned Shan Tianqing and her other sons to partake in the meal. It had been quite some time since Shan Tianqing had enjoyed such a hearty feast of meat. The 4 of them devoured the 30-odd pieces of meat roasted by Fong Lanhua and Rong Yao with great enthusiasm. Upon finishing, the eldest, Shan Jing'an, appeared still unsated, casting a glance at the remaining beast meat, with a quarter yet untouched. No wonder the Shan family struggled financially. Any household with 5 or 6 capable eaters would find it challenging to save. During the meal, Rong Yao noticed that both Shan Tianqing and her brothers bore varying degrees of wounds upon their bodies. Perhaps she had been so focused on herself that all the medicinal supplies had been allocated to her, leaving their injuries exposed without even the most basic dressing. And they had since formed scabs. In more severe cases, their clothing had even adhered to the wounds. Rong Yao felt a twinge of reluctance. The spiritual spring water was beneficial to her, Xiao Mohan, and several cubs, yet she wondered whether it would prove effective for them as well. Rong Yao retrieved the earthenware jar that had previously held water and poured a bowl of spiritual spring water for Dan Tianqing and several of her brothers. After they finished their meal, they quenching their thirst with this bowl of water, awaiting to see its effects by evening. She hoped it would prove beneficial in some way. Once they were sufficiently nourished, Rong Yao tidied up the items they had used, including the utensils and the beast blanket. It amounted to merely 2 baskets. After everything was arranged, Fong Lanhua's face radiated with joy as she took Rong Yao's hand, exclaiming, "My dear, come, let us return home." However, when she tugged at her daughter's arm, she found herself unable to pull her along. Turning back, she looked at Rong Yao with curiosity, asking, "My dear, what is the matter?" Rong Yao smiled gently at Fong Lanhua. "Mother, I have decided to relocate to Dawa Village and will not be returning to live with you." She harbored secrets within her space. Although the San family treated her with kindness, she remained unfamiliar with them, having only interacted for a little over a day. In this unfamiliar world, she felt compelled to maintain a vigilant stance. Moreover, Living together would complicate her ability to discreetly access her space without raising suspicion. She was not yet ready to reveal her true capabilities. Should the San family genuinely invest all their efforts in her and her little ones, she would, in due course, reciprocate their kindness. Familial bonds are mutual. She was not devoid of emotions. A single utterance from Rong Yao left Shan Tianqing and Feng Lanhua utterly bewildered. At that moment, the couple was consumed by a singular thought. Their daughter did not wish to return with them. Though Nuan appeared outwardly indistinguishable from the daughters of any ordinary family, it seemed that she had yet to fully embrace them in her heart. Perhaps Nuan still longed to return to the Rong household. The Rong family is affluent and capable of fulfilling any desire their daughter may have, far surpassing the conditions of the Dan family. The Dan parents instinctively sense that Rong Yao wishes to return to the Rong household. Feng Lanhua contemplates offering some words of encouragement. Yet the words linger unspoken on her lips. Although their daughter has grown less averse to them during this visit, she does not fully trust them. In her eyes, they remain somewhat unfamiliar compared to the members of the Rong family. Nevertheless, Feng Lanhua feels content that her daughter does not reject them, believing that their relationship can be nurtured gradually over time. Once her daughter realizes their unwavering concern for her well-being, she will surely consider their advice. Sun Tianqing, eager to interject, finds himself silenced by a glare from Feng Lanhua. The sons, aware of their lack of authority in their mother's presence, refrain from speaking altogether. The remaining monster meat, though substantial in quantity, is manageable. They can divide it among themselves, placing portions into each person's backpack. Sun Tianqing and his wife lead Rong Yao and her family toward Dahua village. At this moment, Dahua village is in disarray. The sudden onslaught of beast tides last night caught the village completely unprepared, resulting in severe losses for the ordinary orcs residing on the outskirts. These peripheral inhabitants, typically devoid of power or influence, are significantly weaker than the elite orcs and possess little means for self-defense against the monstrous creatures. When the beasts arrived, lacking protection, they were akin to fish on a chopping block. This beast tide claimed half of the village's ordinary orc population, and as it receded, the village was filled with wails of despair, as if it had endured the ravages of war. Meanwhile, the influential families and elders of Dahua village have congregated in the front hall of the Yuan family. Upon learning of the beast tide, village chief Yuan gathered the elders to consult with the Rong family, and they collectively resolved to conceal the news for the time being, intending to gather more information from the gathering place before making any decisions. However, none anticipated the beast tide would strike so abruptly, resulting in such catastrophic losses for Dahua village. Once a prominent settlement near the gathering place, the village now finds itself diminished in stature, no longer ranking among the top 3. The impact of this decline inevitably affects the power dynamics of both the Yuan and Rong families. Village chief Yuan remains silent, reluctant to shoulder the blame for the losses alone. As Rong Bingxian observed the silence of the elderly patriarch of the Yuan family, he wisely refrained from uttering a word, knowing that excessive speech could lead to missteps. He was neither the village chief of Dahua village nor an elder, and thus felt no obligation to assume responsibility. The elders seated nearby, noticing the growing awkwardness as the two prominent figures remained mute, exchanged glances. The elder of the Fox clan broke the thick tension, remarking that the village had greatly benefited from Yunza and Rong Jin's contributions. Had it not been for them, the losses would have been far more severe. Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement, and a subtle smile graced Rong Bingxian's lips. The prowess of Xiao Yunza was indisputable, and he had always held high expectations for this relative of his wife. Otherwise, he would not have tacitly accepted his daughter's union with him. However, he had not anticipated that his daughter would shine even brighter amidst the recent beast tide. Upon hearing the elder's words, the already wrinkled face of village chief Yuan became even more creased. Stealing a glance at the elder of the Deer clan, who understood his intent, the latter promptly added that the young members of the Yuan family had also performed admirably. Yuan-Chi had even made the ultimate sacrifice to save the young ones. Thus, it was only fitting that the Yuan family be granted 2 places for the special training at the gathering. The assembly in the Rong family's hall was not merely to discuss post-beast tide pacification matters, but, more critically, to contend for spoils and coveted spots for the younger generation in the special training. Chapter 74. A sense of foreboding after Yuan-Chi was carried back to the Yuan household following his defeat by Rong Yao on the martial stage. He underwent an assessment by village chief Yuan. Once regarded as the most talented of the Yuan family, Yuan-Chi had suffered a backlash from his own lightning-based special ability. leading to not only a degradation of his powers, but also severe injuries. Even if he were to recover, his talents would be significantly diminished. Consequently, the Yuan family had chosen to present Yuan-Chi as their vanguard, making him a sacrificial pawn. Currently, the most gifted member of the Yuan family was his twin brother, Yuan Lin. In an instant, the hall became lively, with representatives from both the Yuan and Rong families engaging in heated debate. Yet, without the intervention of village chief Yuan and Rong Bingqian, no one could make a decisive ruling. As the arguments reached a crescendo, Rong Bingqian finally rose to his feet and gestured for silence, instantly restoring tranquility to the previously clamorous hall. With a respectful bow to the esteemed orc elders of Daohua village, Rong Bingqian then addressed the village head Yuan. It is undeniable that Yunza and Rongjin have rendered exceptional service in repelling the beast tide. Their contributions are evident to all, and it would not be unreasonable to grant them a commendation. Indeed, Xiao Yunza demonstrated remarkable combat prowess last night. He valiantly led the younger orc generation of Daohua village in a fierce defense against the main force of the beast tide. Meanwhile, Rongjin, utilizing the unique abilities of the Koi, discovered a vast cavern at the village's edge, providing refuge for half of the women and children from the onslaught. Furthermore, within that cavern, they uncovered supplies left by the village's ancestors, which were then distributed among the households, ensuring that everyone had enough to manage during this critical time. The merits of both individuals were acknowledged by all, and there was no dissent. Even head Yuan, after careful consideration, offered no objections. Rong Bingqian nodded in satisfaction and continued. This special training session at the gathering place is extraordinary. Our Daohua village has only secured 5 slots. Given that Yunza and Rongjin have performed so admirably, and considering the significant efforts made by our Rong family, I shall not hesitate to request an additional slot. Before his words had fully settled, someone was poised to voice their dissent, and village chief Yuan's expression was one of palpable discontent. Rong Bingqian pressed his hands down to calm the crowd, humbly stating, "Please, everyone, remain composed. I acknowledge that I may have been a bit presumptuous. Therefore, let us do this. My family will take 3 slots. And in the distribution of the spoils, we shall generously relinquish a portion for everyone's benefit. Our Rong family is a prominent clan in Daohua village, and the sudden beast tide has inflicted severe losses upon our village. We must shoulder our responsibilities without hesitation." After speaking, Rong Bingqian turned his gaze towards village chief Yuan. Village chief Yuan stroked his graying beard, understanding Rong Bingqian's intent. He sought an extra slot for himself while offering a share of the spoils to appease the others. The corpses of the slain magical beasts held considerable value, appealing to many elders. Furthermore, Rong Bingqian proposed to jointly bear the village's losses alongside the Yuan family as a further compensation. Had Yuan-Chi still been alive, village chief Yuan would undoubtedly have resisted such a concession. However, given Yuan-Chi's unique abilities were now rendered useless, and it was he who had sanctioned Yuan-Chi as sacrifice during the beast tide, the Yuan family, despite possessing 3 slots, lacked suitable successors. Thus, it seemed more prudent to cede 1 slot to the Rong family in exchange for immediate benefits. Cunning and calculating, village chief Yuan weighed the pros and cons before readily agreeing to Rong Bingqian's proposal. Once he acquiesced, the atmosphere in the hall transformed into one of harmony and lively discourse, contrasting sharply with the mournful cries of those outside grieving their lost kin. With the agreement in place, there was no need for the gathering to linger at the Yuan residence. The slain magical beast required processing, and the unfortunate villagers who had perished needed proper burial. Soon enough, the Rong family's hall was cleared of guests. With the outsiders gone, Rong Bingqian summoned his wife and several children. Mr. Rong Bingqian and his wife, Madame Rong, occupied the seats of honor, while standing below were Xiao Yunza, Rongjin, Rong Kuan, and Rong Yao. Rong Bingqian cast a glance at Xiao Yunza and smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to Yunza last night, or else our village would have suffered even greater losses. Xiao Yunza cupped his hands in respect towards Rong Bingqian, replying, "Uncle, you flatter me. I merely did my utmost. If we are to discuss merits, it is Jina who deserves the most credit." After receiving praise from Xiao Yunza, Rongjin shyly cast a glance at him. Rong Bingqian kindly remarked to Rongjin, "Jina has also performed exceptionally well, ever since the return of their biological daughter." The couple found their desires coming to fruition and their endeavors flourishing, often accompanied by delightful surprises and unexpected windfalls. Initially, they were unaware, but as time passed, They discerned that it was their daughter's extraordinary talent akin to that of a koi fish. She brought prosperity to those she favored. With such a remarkable gift, how could their daughter not thrive? Thank you for your praise, father. Rong Jin replied with a sweet smile directed at her parents. Rong Bingxian could not help but caress his daughter's hair. This time, the special training camp was said to feature a significant figure dispatch from above, presenting a rare opportunity that occurs once in a century. If you capture the attention of such an esteemed individual, your path to advancement could be smooth and unimpeded for the rest of your lives. The resources possessed by these influential figures are beyond our wildest imaginations, and our Yuan family could potentially rise to become a dominant clan. Upon hearing Rong Bingxian's words, the others' eyes gleamed with excitement. Sensing their enthusiasm, Rong Bingxian nodded in satisfaction. This time, there are a total of 5 spots available for Daohua Village, and I have secured 3 for you. He then turned his gaze to his youngest son, Rong Yu, who stood at the far right. Rong Yu pressed his lips together, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment as the light within them flickered out. Unable to meet his father's gaze, he lowered his head. Rong Bingxian furrowed his brow slightly. For the 3 spots, I intend to select Yunze, Jiner, and Kuiner. What are your thoughts, Yu? Rong Yu scoffed inwardly. His father had already made the decision, so why bother asking him? Rong Yu forced an awkward smile, and his son expressed no objections. Upon hearing Rong Yu's words, Rong Kun felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, he was the elder brother, and a twinge of compassion stirred within him as he gently placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder in a gesture of solace. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunzhe and Rong Jin exchanged glances filled with joy. A weight had been lifted from Xiao Yunzhe's heart. His visit to his aunt's residence in the side courtyard had been for the purpose of seeking an opportunity for specialized training at the gathering site, and to his astonishment, he had indeed stumbled upon it. As he gazed at Rong Jin, he couldn't help but think of her as his very own lucky charm. Following the notification, Rong Bingxian instructed Xiao Yunzhe and the others to disperse and attend to their own matters. Upon hearing his father's words, Rong Yu remained motionless, prompting the Rong couple to cast their gaze towards him. Within the depths of Rong Yu's heart, there was no true contentment or joy. As a biological child of his parents, he felt a profound sense of injustice. His elder siblings had secured 2 spots, leaving him with none, while an outsider like Xiao Yunzhe was favored instead. Although his sister was involved with Xiao Yunzhe, they had not formally become spouses. Thus, Xiao Yunzhe was not even a member of the Rong family. It was disheartening to witness his parents place greater importance on this outsider than on their own flesh and blood. Consequently, at this moment, Rong Yu felt an overwhelming urge to provoke those around him. It was intolerable for him to endure dissatisfaction alone. He yearned to share this discomfort with everyone else. Rong Yu spoke, expressing concern for his second sister's family living outside the village, wondering how they were faring at this moment. Father, mother, could you send someone to inquire? Aside from Rong Yu, the entire Rong family harbored a dislike for Rong Yao, and none could have anticipated that Rong Yu would bring her up at such a moment. It truly felt like an ill omen. Madame Rong's brows furrowed instantly, capable of crushing a fly with their intensity. The originally pleasant mood of Rong Bingxian was abruptly shattered. He impatiently remarked, I shall instruct someone to venture outside the village shortly, but given the ferocity of the beast tide last night, I fear for Yaoer's safety. Before Rong Bingxian's words had fully escaped his lips, a servant hurriedly entered the hall, reporting with an anxious tone, Master, Madam, Miss Yaoer has returned to the village. The crowd responded, Mother, do you intend for us to return to the Rong family home? Is it possible that Rong Yao has survived? Her ability to enter the village indicates that she is indeed well. Not only the Rong couple, but even Rong Yu was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had mentioned his second sister deliberately to provoke his parents, as they showed favoritism and denied him the opportunity for special training. Consequently, he was entirely unaware of Rong Yao's fate. Although he did not harbor any animosity towards her, and even found her to be more amiable than Rong Jin, he was acutely aware of her limitations. She was a regressive beastman, her abilities inferior to those of a regular beastman, let alone his own. Had it not been for the protection of his parents and elder brother the previous night, he feared he might not have escaped the beast tide unscathed. Yet his second sister had endured. She resided on the outskirts of Daohua village, which was the first to face the onslaught. Just as Rong Jin and Xiao Yunzhe were about to step out, they too heard the report from the servants. The elation on Rong Jin's face abruptly froze, the smile vanishing in an instant. Is it possible that Rong Yao is not dead? It seems inconceivable. Last time, She specifically sent someone to the barbecue restaurant of the Yuan family to leak information and was aware that Rong Yao, heedless of her own safety, had ascended the dueling platform with She. Based on her understanding of Rong Yao, there is no way she could match She. To be maimed would be a mild fate. Consequently, after leaving, she did not even inquire about the outcome. When she saw She being pushed out by the Yuan family last night, she found it peculiar, and upon learning of She's demise, she felt something was amiss. Reflecting on it now, Rong Jin's expression darkens as an implausible conjecture emerges in her mind. Could it be that during the duel on the platform, Rong Yao emerged victorious while She was defeated? The fact that She was presented by the Yuan family suggests that his loss was not merely severe, but catastrophic enough to render him worthless in their eyes. Then what transpired last night? How did Rong Yao escape from the beast tide? Could she have withstood the onslaught of the magical beasts? How could that be possible? Only she and Xiao Yunze were privy to the true circumstances of last night. Even if all the formidable beastmen from Dao village had joined forces, they would not necessarily have been able to contend with the beast tide. Their survival was solely due to the beast retreating in the end, rather than a failure on the part of the beastmen from Dao village to combat them. Even if Rong Yao conceals her true abilities, it is inconceivable that she could rival all the formidable beastmen of Dao village. Could it be that fortune favored her, allowing her to be absent from the outskirts of the village last night and thus evade this calamity? Upon contemplating this, Rong Jin found this conjecture to be the most plausible. However, upon hearing that Rong Yao is unharmed and had even ventured into the village, a sense of indignation and resentment welled up within her. Beside her, Xiao Yunze furrowed his brows, his mood decidedly sour. The recollection of his previous experience during the mating season filled him with an aversion towards Rong Yao. Upon witnessing the expression of Xiao Yunze, Rong Jin's mood improved somewhat. For after all, it was she whom Brother Yunze had always cherished, while he scarcely deigned to cast a glance at Rong Yao. Rong Bingxian suppressed her astonishment. How did she arrive here? Was she unscathed from last night's ordeal? Madame Rong tugged gently at Rong Bingxian's sleeve and whispered, "My dear husband, although our Rong family is large, we unfortunately have no spare rooms available." Rong Bingxian cast a fleeting glance at his wife, urging her to remain calm for the moment. Women are often prone to confusion, even if she harbored reservations about Rong Yao returning to the Rong family. She ought not to dismiss her so brazenly in front of the servants. Such behavior, if made public, would tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Rong household. After receiving a glance from her husband, Lady Rong pursed her lips. A servant reported that Miss Yu had sustained some injuries, yet she was still able to walk. Suggesting that her wounds were not severe, she was accompanied by her 2 children. As for the few individuals trailing behind Rong Yao from the Dan family, the servants of the Rong household did not recognize them and thus refrained from commenting. Madame Rong Yao not only yearns to return to the Rong family home, but also desires to bring her child along with her. The Rong family has shown her boundless kindness. Could they possibly anticipate that she would expect to be supported by them while raising her children? To consume and benefit from the Rong family's generosity? Absolutely not. The words of the servants captured the attention of Rong Jinxiao and Yunze. They exchanged glances and halted their steps, preparing to observe how Rong Bingxian would handle the situation. If the Rong family steadfastly refused to allow Rong Yao entry into their home, and she were to create a scene at the entrance with her children, it would undoubtedly attract the villagers' attention in an unfavorable manner. Rong Bingxian's expression grew solemn as he turned to look at his wife. Yao is, after all, our own child. Although she may lack talent, we cannot stand idly by. My dear, I recall there are 2 rooms in the backyard. As soon as Rong Bingxian's words fell, Madame Rong's eyes immediately brightened. The 2 rooms in the backyard, mentioned by the master, were the Rong family's firewood storage. Long neglected and in disrepair, not only were they filthy and chaotic, but they also leaked rain and wind, making them uninhabitable even for the servants. If Rong Yao were to return to the Rong family, granting her those 2 rooms would not only silence the gossip but also subject Rong Yao to hardship. When she found her living conditions unsatisfactory, she would inevitably take her child and leave. Indeed, what a splendid idea. The master is truly benevolent. I understand now. If Yao requires assistance, I will make the necessary arrangements. Madame Rong, being sensible, acknowledged this. Then I shall trouble you, madam. With that, Rong Bingxian chuckled and took his leave. Upon overhearing her parents' conversation, Rong Jin couldn't help but smile. She was well aware that the 2 houses of the Rong family paled in comparison to the quaint courtyard where Rong Yao resided outside the village. Rong Jin gently shook Xiao Yunzhe's arm and said, "Brother Yunzhe, let us venture to the front courtyard. Should Rong Yao dare to cause a ruckus at home, I shall ensure she faces the consequences. Xiao Yunjia nodded in agreement, unwilling to sully his hands on such a brazen female as Rong Yao. It was a matter best left for him to address. Thus, Lady Rong led her children to the front courtyard. Yongyu walked at the rear, fully aware of his parents' sentiments. His second sister, though somewhat willful and possessing a rather flawed temperament, was nonetheless relatable to him. She merely yearned for a bit more attention from their parents. Much like himself, at that moment, all he could do was seek an opportunity to gently remind her that residing in those 2 rooms at the Rong family home was far less favorable than borrowing a place to stay in a villager's home for a few copper coins. By the time the Rong family reached the front courtyard, Rong Yao had already made her way to the center of the village. A mere 50 meters from the gates of the Rong residence, Madame Rong, accompanied by her children, arrived at the entrance, awaiting Rong Yao to bring the little ones to the door. Madame Rong had already contemplated her words before even laying eyes on Rong Yao for the first time. Rong Yao held the hands of her 2 little ones, while behind her trailed her single-parent father and brothers, burdened with luggage. As they approached the door of the Rong family home, the 2 children glanced up at their mother, their lips parted as if to speak, yet words eluded them. Yong Yao discerned the situation and remarked with a smile, "What does Xianjing and Xianhan wish to convey?" The 2 little ones were acutely aware of how desperately the original owner longed to remain within the Rong family. Whenever she faced adversity, she would lament, "I wish to return to the Rong family. There would be far fewer troubles there." This time, when their mother suddenly declared her intention to return to Dawa village, it seemed she intended to seize this opportunity to reside back in the Rong household. Xianjing pressed his lips together, mirroring the resemblance he bore to Xiao Mohan, and cast a glance at the members of the Shan family, inquiring, "Mother, do you wish to take us back to the Rong family?" Upon hearing this question from the little one, the members of the Shan family immediately perked up, particularly Shan Tianqing and Fong Lanhua, whose bodies stiffened at the implication. Chapter 76. In disarray amidst the wind transformed into a small black snake, Xiao Mohan coiled around Yong Yao's wrist, languidly flicking his tail a few times. His large, expressive eyes lacked their usual brilliance, as if to convey that he had anticipated her actions long in advance. Rong Yao never anticipated that her child would pose such a question. She shook her head, about to respond, when her gaze was drawn to the entrance of the Rong family's expansive courtyard, where a considerable number of individuals stood. Leading the group was Madame Rong, followed closely by the offspring of the Rong family, among whom Xiao Yunjia stood protectively beside Rong Jin. These individuals regarded her with a mixture of disdain, rejection, and astonishment, their scrutinizing glances seeming to penetrate her very essence in those fleeting moments. Rong Yao, what are these people up to? Could it be that the Rong family is expecting some significant dignitary? Rong Yao remained blissfully unaware of the attention surrounding her, believing that her expulsion from the Rong family had severed all ties. Consequently, she felt that this gathering of people was certainly not waiting for her. The original host was so overlooked that even after Rong Jin was retrieved, she was marginalized by the various factions of the Rong family, clearly indicating that she was not regarded as a valued descendant. Thus, it was evident that the individuals from the Rong family were not there to welcome her. Interrupted by this scene, Rong Yao had no desire to explain herself in front of the members of the Rong family, so she simply pressed her lips together, intending to discuss matters further once they had passed through the gates of the Rong residence. However, to the eyes of the Shan family, couples and siblings alike, this silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Shan Tianqing and Fong Lanhua felt as if a heavy stone had suddenly crushed them, leaving them drained and devoid of spirit. No matter how they yearned to connect with their daughter and make amends in her heart, they could never compare to the Rong family that had raised her. Fong Lanhua's eyes brimmed with tears, as sending their daughter to the Rong family felt akin to ripping a piece of flesh from her heart. As the group drew closer to the gates of the Rong family, despite Fong Lanhua's sorrow, she endeavored to maintain her composure, unwilling to show any weakness before the Rong family. Initially distant and unable to discern clearly, as they approached, Madame Rong recognized the individuals accompanying Rong Yao. To her astonishment, it was the entire Shan family. Madame Rong furrowed her brow, perplexed by the appearance of this family at such a moment. Noticing that each member of the Shan family bore wounds, she suddenly realized that the reason Rong Yao had managed to survive the beast tide was likely due to the desperate efforts of the Shan family to protect her. Madame Rong could not help but scoff internally. Despite the single family's desperate efforts to protect Rong Yao, what of it? Just look at the present. She is still solely preoccupied with returning to the Rong family. Madame Rong felt a tinge of pity for the Dan family. When Rong Jin Standing behind her, caught sight of Rong Yao, she noticed only a few bandaged areas on her body and that she could walk normally. However, upon observing the group of Dan family members trailing behind Rong Yao, her expression immediately darkened. Madame Rong awaited with an air of arrogance for Rong Yao to approach her, anticipating the moment when she would declare her intention to return to the Rong family. However, as Rong Yao drew nearer, her gaze never once settled upon Madame Rong's face. Since the return of her biological daughter, Madame Rong's disdain for Rong Yao had only intensified, yet Rong Yao seemed increasingly obedient, yearning for her approval, wherever she was. As long as Rong Yao remained beside Madame Rong, she would always shower her with adoration. Yet, upon this reunion, Madame Rong felt as though they were strangers, receiving not even a glance from Rong Yao. Despite her aversion, being disregarded by Rong Yao left Madame Rong feeling quite displeased. Her dissatisfaction, which had previously hovered around 50 to 60%, surged to a staggering 90%. She even began to contemplate whether to allow Rong Yao to reside in the storage room. This marked Rong Yao's first encounter with Madame Rong in this orc world. Aware of Madame Rong's disdain for the original owner of her identity, she harbored no desire to remain entangled with the Rong family. The original owner had indeed committed many misdeeds within the family, yet the Rong family, upon discovering that she was not the true heiress, had also played their share of deceitful games. They were hardly sincere individuals. In Rong Yao's view, the grievances between them could be reconciled. Neither party owed anything to the other, and they could simply coexist without interference. Thus, Rong Yao's indifference towards Madame Rong was entirely justifiable. In Rong Yao's eyes, Madame Rong had become a stranger. She no longer cared about Madame Rong's feelings or thoughts. Rong Yao held the hands of her two little ones, no more than 5 or 6 meters away from the crowd of the Rong family. Madame Rong deliberately cleared her throat twice, her face brimming with haughty pride. Today, if Rong Yao did not kneel and plead for her forgiveness, she would be barred from entering the Rong family's gates ever again. She was eagerly anticipating this moment. And Rong Yao was not dawdling either. With each step, she drew closer to the members of the Rong family, until only 3 or 2 meters remained. 3 meters. 2 meters, 1 meter. She was about to stand before Madame Rong. Madame Rong had already prepared her expression, but in the next moment, Rong Yao brushed past her. With her two little ones in tow, she strode directly past the entrance of the Rong residence and continued onward with purpose. Madame Rong, Rong Jinxiao, and Yunza, the remaining members of the Rong family, the Shan family, Shan Tianqing, is this daughter lost in a daze? Overwhelmed by the prospect of returning to the Rong family? The Rong family. Has Rong Yao lost her sight? Did she inadvertently walk past? The two little ones could not have anticipated that their mother would merely pass by Madame Rong and the Rong family. They exchanged glances, then quickly lifted their heads to gaze at their mother, only to see her expression calm and composed, showing no signs of distraction. In fact, she even cast a puzzled look back at them, silently inquiring what was amiss. The two little ones longed to ask their mother why she did not stop at the Rong residence, yet wisely refrained from voicing their curiosity at that moment. Nevertheless, since their mother chose to pass by the Rong family, they felt a sense of joy. Even if she resided in a leaky thatched cottage, they would gladly accompany her. With their mother by their side, they felt unafraid. They could also protect their mother and sister. The little black snake coiled around Rong Yao's wrist suddenly perked up after they passed the Rong residence. It raised its large black head to gaze at Rong Yao's face, its big eyes blinking, as if trying to discern the thoughts within her heart. Rong Yao had little interest in concerning herself with Xiao Han. However, as she walked, the absence of footsteps behind her piqued her curiosity. She turned to glance back, only to find the biological parents and elder brother of the original owner halted not far from the entrance of the Rong residence, exchanging bewildered looks with the Rong family. Rong Yao, speechless, turned to the Shan family behind her and exclaimed, "Father, Mother, hurry up. Why are you stopping?" This remark from Rong Yao thoroughly awakened both parties. Madame Rong instinctively intended to respond, but Fang Lanhua was quicker. With a bright and cheerful tone, she exclaimed, "All right, dear. Your father and I will catch up with you right away." After saying this, she turned back and shot a stern glance at her sons, urging them to hasten. Although she was unaware of the reason her daughter did not greet the members of the Rong family upon seeing them at that moment, Fang Lanhua felt a sweetness in her heart that surpassed even honey. Yongya refrained from exchanging a word with her family, and it was even less likely for the Song family to do so. The entire family hurriedly pursued Yao, leaving the Yong family standing at the entrance, disheveled by the wind. Chapter 77. The humiliated Yong family. What transpired? Was it not said that Rong Yao intended to shamelessly return to live with the Yong family? They had prepared their seats and snacks, eagerly awaiting to witness how Madame Yong would humiliate Rong Yao. Yet, how was it that Rong Yao passed by the Yong family without so much as a greeting? In Rong Yao's eyes, the Rong family had become mere phantoms. And this included both Xiao Yunzi and Rong Jin. Xiao Yunzi gazed at Rong Yao's slender figure, with two little ones in tow, and furrowed his brow. In the past, whenever Rong Yao encountered him, her gaze would invariably gravitate towards him. However, this time, she did not spare him even a glance. Rong Jin bit her delicate lips, feeling that the Rong Yao, who had just been so oblivious to her surroundings, was even more detestable than the Rong Yao who always competed with her in the past. Rong Kuan pressed her lips together, saying nothing at all. Rong Yu, with his mouth agape, found his second sister utterly remarkable at that moment. After glancing around at the expressions of his mother and siblings, he suddenly felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Madame Rong's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, ultimately turning a shade of green. She harbored a desire for Rong Yao to refrain from returning to the Rong household. Now that Rong Yao had passed her by without a glance, her mood soured considerably, akin to receiving a stinging slap in front of an audience, leaving her face ablaze with embarrassment. Madame Rong could not help but take a few steps towards the entrance, and then, in a fit of exasperation, called out to Rong Yao's retreating figure, "Rong Yao, stop." Hearing Madame Rong's voice behind her, Rong Yao halted in her tracks and turned to look back. The members of the Rong family have emerged, standing behind Madame Rong, yet their expressions seem rather grim, with a smile gracing her face. Rong Yao inclined her head respectfully towards Madame Rong, and, maintaining a courteous yet distant demeanor, inquired, "Madame Rong, may I ask what brings you here?" "Madame Rong?" Upon hearing this address, Madame Rong's composure faltered even more. Yet, she could not reproach Rong Yao, for it was she who had previously forbidden Rong Yao from calling her mother, insisting instead on the title of Madame Rong. It was simply that the original owner of this identity had stubbornly continued to refer to her as mother. Suddenly, it was Madame Rong who found herself unaccustomed to this change in address. Madame Rong's lips tightened, and upon hearing Rong Yao's words, she found herself at a loss for words. What could she possibly say? To suggest that Rong Yao remain in the Rong family? That was out of the question, as it contradicted her true feelings. If Rong Yao were to take advantage of her kindness, it would only lead to her own downfall. Yet, what else was there to say? In that moment, Madame Rong felt a twinge of regret. She ought not to have impulsively called out to Rong Yao. With this thought, she gradually regained her composure, her demeanor returning to its usual aloofness. Her tone became more tranquil, as she remarked nonchalantly, "It is merely that I haven't seen you in quite some time. I called you to a halt for a moment, just to take a look." The smile on Rong Yao's face not only remained but became even more radiant. "So it was. I had thought that Mrs. Rong intended for me and the children to reside at the Rong household." As soon as Rong Yao uttered these words, the members of the Rong family fell into a stunned silence. Madame Rong promptly replied, "Seeing you in good health reassures me. Do what you must swiftly, for time is of the essence, lest we delay." Having said this, she hurriedly turned and retreated through the grand entrance of the Rong residence, as if pursued by a ravenous wolf. Rong Yao observed the expressions of the Rong family members, rolled her eyes at their retreating figures, and then continued to lead her two little ones onward. Upon witnessing Madame Rong's entrance, the other members of the Rong family gradually came to a realization. Although Rong Yao had ventured into the village with the children, her intentions were not to seek out the Rong household, nor to remain with them. Their preconceived notions had led them astray, misinterpreting her arrival. Eager to witness the misfortunes of others, they instead found themselves the subject of ridicule. The expressions on the faces of the Rong family were far from pleasant, and as they crossed the threshold of their home, they dispersed in silence. Perhaps only Rong Yu felt a sense of relief in his heart, yet, at that moment, he dared not provoke the ire of his parents or siblings. On Rong Yao's side, the two little ones wore smiles on their faces. "Mother, are you not going to the Rong family?" Rong Yao found it perplexing as to why she should visit the Rong family. Lord Rong and Lady Rong were not her parents. They had their own biological children. With a single statement, Rong Yu brought immense joy to the hearts of Shan Tianqing and his wife. Shan Tianqing promptly responded, "Wan is absolutely right. Master Rong and his lady have their own children, and naturally, they cherish them dearly. Our Wan is equally deserving of our affection." With a helpless smile, Rong Yao remarked that their parents and brothers were still present, and the brothers also needed their parents. Fong Lanhua cheerfully interjected, "Just a few troublesome boys, all grown now." If you desire something, go earn it yourselves, but do remember to set aside a portion for your younger sister. The little girl had not grown up beside them, and all her belongings had been divided among them. Now, it was time for them to compensate her. Rather than contradicting Fong Lanhua, the brothers nodded earnestly, their faces breaking into hearty smiles, agreeing with their mother's words. Rong Yao covered her face, feeling exasperated by the family's obsession with daughters and her younger sister. How had the original owner been so blind as to cling to the Rong family, forsaking a father, a mother, and a brother, insisting on being a daughter of the Rong household? Knowing that Rong Yao had no intention of returning to the Rong family, Sang Tianqing and his wife felt a wave of relief wash over them, invigorated by the moment. Sang Tianqing inquired, Nuan, since you do not wish to return to the Rong family, where do you intend to reside? Perhaps you should come back with your father and me. It would be beneficial for us all to care for one another as a family, and it would bring us peace of mind to see you daily, allowing us to assist in looking after the little ones. With a gentle smile, Rong Yao addressed the couple from the Dan family, saying, Dear parents, I understand your concern for my well-being. However, there comes a time when children must grow up and become independent. I am no longer alone. I have my child in Xiao Mohan. As a daughter, I have established my own household, and it is no longer feasible for me to reside with my parents. If you harbor any worries about my situation, do feel free to visit me more often. As she spoke, Rong Yao raised her wrist, showcasing the small black snake that coiled around it. At that moment, Xiao Mohan, having been brought forth as a shield, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He was somewhat relieved that the bloodline backlash had rendered him a mute little black snake. Otherwise, he would surely feel utterly embarrassed in this situation. Noting the small black snake on her daughter's wrist, Fong Lanhua curled her lips in mild disdain, yet she acknowledged the validity of her daughter's words. Ultimately, since her daughter was resolute in her decision not to live with them, they would not press the matter further. Their relationship had improved, and they could simply visit her every few days. If necessary, she could consider moving closer to her daughter's home with her husband and son, so that she could be near her child. Very well, dear girl, your parents shall respect your wishes. Having persuaded the couple, Rong Yu breathed a sigh of relief and added, I have entered the village to seek Elder Xiong. It is only with his consent that we may reside in Daohua village. It is not a place where anyone can simply settle. Outsiders must make a corresponding contribution to the community. Originally, my family would have had no opportunity to dwell in Daohua village. But given the recent devastation from the beast tide, I can seize this occasion to apply for residency. Having grown up in Daohua village, I am, after all, considered one of its own and possess this qualification. Among the many elders, Elder Xiong is known for his understanding nature, as long as the compensation is appropriate. He should not refuse. Chapter 78. The Yuan and Rong families arrived. The group made their way to Elder Xiong's residence. His courtyard was not far from the Rong family home, situated along the village's sole main thoroughfare. Upon reaching Elder Xiong's doorstep, Rong Yao stepped forward and knocked on the gate. Soon, a voice belonging to an elderly female beast man echoed from within, and moments later, the door swung open. Upon seeing Rong Yao and the members of the Dan family at the entrance, the elder beast man paused momentarily before inquiring, May I ask what brings you here? With a polite demeanor, Rong Yao inquired, May I ask if Elder Xiong is at home? The elderly female moved aside, allowing her entry. Shortly thereafter, Rong Yao and her companions were escorted to the sitting room, where a young girl of about 10, adorned with fluffy bear ears, served them warm water. As soon as the girl departed, slow yet steady footsteps echoed at the entrance. Moments later, an elderly bear orc, leaning on a cane, entered the room. This venerable figure bore 2 gray bear ears and a beard streaked with white. Despite the multitude of wrinkles etched upon his face, his physique remained robust, a testament to his formidable strength in his youth. This was the elder of the bear clan from Daohua village. Rong Yao rose to pay her respects to Elder Xiong, who gestured for her to be seated. Elder Xiong took his place at the head of the table, casting a glance at Rong Yao, who was accompanied by her 2 young ones. He then surveyed the room filled with members of the Dan family and inquired leisurely, Rong Yao, what brings you here today? Rong Yao spoke candidly, expressing her desire for the elder's approval to allow her family to reside in Daohua village. Upon hearing her words, Elder Xiong exhibited a slight surprise. He was well aware that Rong Yao was the false daughter of the Rong family, and given the proximity of the Xiong and Rong families, he was not only informed but also cognizant of how fervently the previous Rong Yao wished to remain within her family. It struck him as peculiar that she would suddenly harbor such a notion. However, this matter pertained solely to Rong Yao, and as they were not related, he felt no obligation to intervene. Previously, her aspiration to move into Daohua village may have faced challenges. Yet following the devastating loss of nearly one-third of the population among the Beastmen villagers the previous night, her request to enter the village now seemed feasible. Contingent upon the approval of the elders, Elder Xiong, possessing a benevolent heart, was about to grant his consent when a young male bear-eared beastman hurriedly entered. He cast a glance at the assembly in the living room and respectfully addressed Elder Xiong, saying, "Grandfather, I urgently need to speak with you." Noticing his grandson's furrowed brow and understanding that he wished to converse privately, Elder Xiong, leaning on his cane, rose and apologized. "There are pressing matters at hand. I ask for your patience for a moment." Rong Yao slightly furrowed her brow, nodding as she watched Elder Xiong being assisted away from the village. In the adjacent room, leaning on his cane, Elder Xiong gazed sternly at his grandson and inquired, "What matter requires such clandestine discussion?" The young orc of the Xiong clan, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "Grandfather, the Yuan family has come, claiming they oppose Rong Yao's residence in the village, and you must not acquiesce." Upon hearing his grandson's words, Elder Xiong's brow furrowed deeply. He fixed a serious gaze upon him. "How did you come to know of this matter that Rong Yao just mentioned? And how could the Yuan family be aware?" Faced with his grandfather's questioning, the young orc shrank back, lowering his head in shame. Elder Xiong huffed. "And where are the Yuan family members?" The young orc replied softly, "In the backyard." "When did they arrive?" "Not long ago." "They were aware as soon as Rong Yao entered the village." "Was our conversation in the parlor relayed by he?" The young orc pressed his lips together in silence, tacitly confirming the suspicion. "You truly infuriate me." The young orc immediately lifted his head, arguing, "Grandfather, Rong Yao has been expelled by the Rong family and has offended the Yuan family. Assisting her now is akin to courting disaster. Your unique ability has not been awakened in my father, let alone in my generation. Elder Xiong's special ability, known as Rainfall, possesses no offensive capability but is invaluable for ensuring crop yields. It is this very skill that has secured the Xiong family's esteemed position in Rice Flower Village. However, none of Elder Xiong's descendants have yet awakened this ability, and once he departs from this world, the Xiong family will likely fall to the status of an ordinary orc family. Consequently, the Xiong lineage has always acted with utmost caution, wary of inciting any enmity." As their conversation unfolded, a young female orc, anxious and in her teens, rushed in. She was the one who had just served tea to Rong Yao and her companions. "Grandfather, brother, the Rong family has sent someone. They oppose Rong Yao's residence in the village." Elder Xiong frowned as he looked at his granddaughter. "Which member of the Rong family has come?" The young orc lowered her head slightly. "It is Miss Rong Jin." "No wonder." Elder Xiong scoffed coldly. Even if the Rong couple disapproved, they would not be so brazen as to express it so overtly. Upon noticing the troubled expression on Elder Xiong's face, the young orc and his sister quickly grasped his arm. "Grandfather, we understand that your disapproval is justified, but you must also consider us. If you were to pass, how could our family navigate the aftermath of offending both the Yuan and Rong families? Could we continue to live safely in Rice Flower Village?" Elder Xiong gazed at his young grandson and granddaughter. Although both were capable and good-looking, none had awakened his special ability. Yet, they were undeniably his bloodline, and he could not disregard their future. "Grandfather." Elder Xiong's eyes flickered with indecision, yet he could not withstand the earnest pleas of his grandchildren, ultimately nodding in resignation. "Rest assured, even in my absence, the Xiong family shall endure," he assured them. The siblings exchanged a glance, silently exhaling their relief. In the living room, Rong Yao and the others awaited, yet Elder Xiong's arrival was delayed. Fang Lanhua, possessing a rather impatient disposition, voiced her concern. "What is taking Elder Xiong so long? He leaves and doesn't return. Surely he could offer an explanation. What does it mean to leave us here like this?" Meanwhile, Shan Tianqing furrowed his brows, frequently glancing toward the entrance of the living room. He attempted to comfort Rong Yao, saying, "Do not fear, my dear. Should Elder Xiong fail to adhere to the proper protocols, your father and brothers will ensure he is dealt with accordingly. When he finally arrives, I will stand up for you." Rong Yao nodded, though her heart held little hope for the matter at hand. The sudden arrival of the grandson from the Xiong family, seeking to summon Elder Xiong, suggested that external forces were meddling in her affairs. In Daohua village, the only families likely to involve themselves were the Yuan and Rong families. The Lushan clan, by contrast, was hardly worthy of stepping into Elder Xiong's abode. Just as Rong Yao and the Shan family began to grow impatient, Elder Xiong, leaning on his cane, finally made his entrance. He ambled slowly to the main seat and, casting a glance at Rong Yao, awkwardly stated, "Rong Yao, I fear I cannot acquiesce to your request. As anticipated, Elder Xiong had been summoned by his grandson, likely regarding the matter of her relocation to Daohua village. With this foreknowledge, Rong Yao displayed no overt anger. Instead, it was the two little ones and the Shan family who exhibited greater agitation and frustration. The two children fixed their gaze intently on Elder Xiong, their fists clenched tightly at their sides. Shan Tianqing abruptly rose, exclaiming with indignation, "Elder, why is it impossible? My daughter has grown up in Daohua village. Why can she not reside there?" Elder Xiong regarded Shan Tianqing with a sense of resignation, replying, "Indeed. Rong Yao was raised in Daohua village, yet she has already wed Xiao Moken, whose family does not reside in Daohua village. Thus, she cannot dwell there. I am merely adhering to the established customs." Shan Tianqing found himself at a loss for words. Elder Xiong's adherence to such customs was indisputable, leaving him momentarily unable to formulate a rebuttal. At that moment, Fong Lanhua shot an exasperated glare at the small black snake coiled around Rong Yao's wrist. A completely ineffective male, now merely serving as an ornament upon her delicate wrist. As Rong Yao was about to offer some words of comfort to Dan Jia's father, Dan Tianqing interjected with a cold laugh, "Elder Xiong, if my memory serves me right, one can reside in any orc village by contributing sufficient merit points." Elder Xiong frowned slightly, acknowledging, "You are correct. There is indeed such a regulation in orc villages. In our Daohua village, one needs 5 merit points to remain. These points can be acquired through various means. For instance, every time Elder Xiong uses his rain-calling skill to aid the village's fields, he earns a merit point. Similarly, the head of the Rong family, Rong Bingqian, contributed several hundred orc silver coins to fund the construction of the village shrine, thus earning a merit point. Although there are many methods to earn points, they are not easily attainable for the average orc. Over the years, Elder Xiong has only managed to accumulate a few dozen merit points for Daohua village. 5 merit points may not seem like a substantial amount, but for the average orc, it is quite a challenge. The quickest way for an ordinary orc to earn merit points is by hunting magical beasts. One ordinary magical beast yields 1 merit point. A 1-star beast grants 5 points, while a 2-star beast bestows a staggering 100 points. Unfortunately, opportunities to hunt magical beasts are scarce, and ordinary orcs struggle to defeat even the most basic magical beasts, let alone those of 1-star or higher. During the recent beast tide, the most successful hunters in Daohua village were Xiao Yunzi and Yuan Lin, who each killed 5 magical beasts, with Xiao Yunzi even slaying a 1-star beast. At this moment, Elder Xiong dared to acknowledge this regulation, confident that Rong Yao and her companions could not meet the requirement. Despite the recent beast tide, even with the addition of Dan Jia's family, Elder Xiong did not believe they could earn 5 merit points. Although Dan Jia's family was strong, they lacked any special abilities and could not possibly compete with Xiao Yunzi and Yuan Lin. Did they think merit points in Daohua village were as plentiful as cabbages? Dan Tianqing mockingly regarded Elder Xiong. "Elder, those were your own words." Elder Xiong nodded in agreement with Dan Tianqing's statement. In the next moment, Dan Tianqing retrieved a burlap-wrapped object from his bosom and tossed it onto the table. Elder Xiong frowned as he observed the burlap sack, which bore traces of dried blood. His wrinkled hand reached for the sack, and upon opening it, his eyes widened in shock, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. A 1-star magical beast. Within the burlap bag lies a small fragment of a beast's core, scarcely larger than a pinky finger. The hue and the faint luminescence of the core unmistakably identify it as belonging to a 1-star beast. Any beast of notable caliber possesses a core within its being. The 1-star cores are the smallest. While the beast remains alive, the core serves as a source of energy, akin to other internal organs. Upon the beast's demise, however, the core solidifies, transforming into a hard, colorful orb. The cores of magical beasts are precious, and even a 1-star core holds considerable value. It was precisely because the beast slain by Rong Yao was a 1-star that it fetched such a hefty sum of silver coins. When selling the various parts of the beast, San Tianqing had the foresight to retain a small fragment of the core. Although this piece is minuscule and would yield no more than a copper coin, it can substantiate many claims. Little did he anticipate that it would be needed so soon. Elder Xiong examined the fragment of the 1-star beast's core, noting that its edges were still somewhat pliable, indicating that the creature had not long departed this world. It could not possibly be from a beast killed earlier. San Tianqing fixed a cold stare upon Elder Xiong, silently urging him to discern the truth. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, the evidence laid bare before him left no room for evasion. Elder Xiong conceded, stating, "This is indeed a fragment of a one-star beast's core, and it has not been dead for more than 2 days. It likely belongs to the beasts from last night's tide." Although Elder Xiong harbored some biases, his discerning eye was nonetheless sharp. It was indeed a one-star beast that Yao Ao had hunted last night, perhaps worth 5 contribution points for your village, Dawakan? Elder Xiong lifted his gaze to San Tianqing and his 5 robust sons standing behind him, then glanced at the slender and delicate Rong Yao on the other side. Rumors had long circulated that the San family sought to reclaim this daughter, yet they had not anticipated that this San could achieve such a feat. The 6 men had exerted themselves to ensure Rong Yao remained in Dawakan, even to the extent of hunting a one-star beast for her. Observing the injuries on San Tianqing and his sons only solidified Elder Xiong's suspicions. Though he suspected that it was unlikely Rong Yao had been the one to slay the beast, Elder Xiong found himself without evidence. Should San Tianqing maintain his stance, this one-star beast would inevitably be attributed to Rong Yao. Elder Xiong resignedly stated, "The core is undeniably that of a one-star beast, and most certainly warrants 5 contribution points. Thus, my daughter is eligible to reside in Dawakan." Elder Xiong nodded. With these 5 contribution points, the threats from the Xiong and Yuan families could be alleviated. Certainly. 5 contribution points are sufficient for residents in Dawakan. Elder Xiong retrieved a peachwood token from a nearby box, the household registration emblem of Peach Blossom Village. Just as he was about to present the token to Rong Yao, a figure burst through the door. This individual hurriedly entered, snatched the token from Elder Xiong's grasp, and with a menacing glare directed at Rong Yao, declared, "As long as my Yuan family objects, no one shall remain in Dawakan." Yuan Lin, the brother of Yuan-Chi, the adversary from the previous black market tournament. Elder Xiong did not anticipate Yuan Lin's sudden appearance. Just as he intended to reclaim the household registration certificate from Yuan Lin's grasp, he was halted by the intervention of his grandchildren. "Grandfather." Elder Xiong cast a glance at his grandchildren and muttered in a low, angry voice, "You are being foolish." Yuan Lin regarded the aged Elder Xiong, who was noticeably stooped with age. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Elder Xiong, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. How much longer do you think you can endure? If you wish to spare the Xiong family from misfortune, speak less and focus more on your health." Elder Xiong, seething with indignation, puffed up his cheeks and glared, but upon noticing the pleading expressions of his grandchildren, he forcefully tapped his cane and turned away, exiting the living room. Elder Xiong's grandson exchanged a knowing glance with his sister, urging her to follow after their grandfather and keep an eye on him. Yuan Lin's words bore truth. Only with their grandfather in good health could the Xiong family be preserved. They could not afford any harm to befall him. Once Elder Xiong had departed, Yuan Lin grew even more audacious. He cast a disdainful gaze at Rong Yao, declaring, "Rong Yao, be wise and leave Jiaohua village at once." Chapter 80. Rong Yao's fatal error. With a furrowed brow, Rong Yao was about to step forward to intervene when she was stopped by San Tianqing. It dawned upon him that his daughter had been enduring such a tormenting existence in Daohua village, constantly bullied by others. As a father, how could he refrain from standing up for his daughter? Once he had imparted a lesson to this arrogant young man before him, he would take his daughter away from Daohua village. No matter how charming the village might be, he could not bear to leave his family residing there. As Rong Yao observed San Tianqing stepping forward, she felt it inappropriate to undermine her biological father's dignity at that moment. Yuan Lin, exhibiting such arrogance and audacity, found himself confronted by San Tianqing, who had already discerned his identity. With a cold sneer, San Tianqing appraised Yuan Lin and remarked, "So, the one barking in our presence is merely the brother of my daughter's defeated opponent. I had expected a figure of greater significance." The last encounter at the black market arena had been a sensitive sore spot for Yuan Lin. Who could have anticipated that the most promising scion of the Yuan family would be vanquished by a regressed beastman, and moreover, a female one at that? This incident had brought tremendous shame upon the Yuan family. Fortunately, as it had transpired in the black market and Rong Yao no longer resided in Dao Flower Village, the news had not spread widely. Otherwise, for the past few months, Yuan Lin would have been too humiliated to show his face outside. Yuan Lin steadfastly believed that it was not his brother's inadequacy that led to his loss to Rong Yao, but rather her cunning manipulation of his brother's unique abilities that resulted in such a devastating defeat. Were he in his brother's position, he would have reduced Rong Yao to a state of utter disarray. Today presented the perfect opportunity. He could not let it slip away. Initially, he had intended to toy with Rong Yao, to torment her gradually, but a single remark from San Tianqing had ignited his fury, provoking him to a boiling point. Who are you, an outsider, to speak here? With that, Yuan Lin charged directly at Shan Tianqing. His expression twisted with rage, yet his strikes were merciless. As his palm neared Shan Tianqing's chest, before Shan could retaliate, Shan Jing'an leapt forward to intercept Yuan Lin's blow. Yuan Lin's strike, infused with internal energy, was formidable. The Yuan family was already in a more advantageous position than the Shan family, bolstered by their unique abilities, connections, and resources. Having been exposed to various martial arts from a young age, Yuan Lin had far more experience than Shan Jing'an. Despite Shan Jing'an's robust physique and considerable strength, he was no match for Yuan Lin, especially considering Yuan Lin's special abilities. With one powerful strike, Yuan Lin forced Shan Jing'an back several steps. Had it not been for the support of Shan Jing'an's brothers, he might have stumbled due to the force of Yuan Lin's attack. Yuan Lin was taken aback by Shan Jing'an's feeble response and laughed derisively. With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me. This is not the arena. If you value your lives, kneel and bow to me. Speak a few flattering words, and perhaps I shall allow you to leave Daoflower Village alive. Shan Jing'an, his expression grave after being helped to his feet by his brothers, whispered urgently. He conceals his internal energy. None of you can contend with him, not even our father. And he has yet to unleash his special abilities. Instantly, the atmosphere among the Shan family shifted to one of gravity and concern. Feng Lanhua swiftly pulled Rong Yao and her two children behind her for protection. Observing the Shan family's anxious demeanor only fueled Yuan Lin's exhilaration. Weren't you all quite boastful just a moment ago? Why the silence now? A bunch of worthless fools. Today I shall ensure that you meet your end without a trace. Upon finishing his words, Yuan Lin approached the members of the Shan family with a sinister expression. Noticing that his target was Rong Yao, Shan Tianqing swiftly intervened. Delivering a kick towards Yuan Lin while simultaneously blocking his outstretched hand aimed at Rong Yao. Yuan Lin, seeing the old man daring to interfere, evaded Shan Tianqing's kick and countered with a forceful push. This strike not only carried internal energy but also crackled with electric power. As his hand made contact with Shan Tianqing, the latter managed to dodge the internal force but could not escape the searing electricity. In an instant, the electric shock coursed through Shan Tianqing's body, rendering him paralyzed with a tingling sensation, followed by uncontrollable tremors. Seizing this moment, Yuan Lin kicked Shan Tianqing from the living room into the courtyard. Crashing to the ground, Shan Tianqing felt a sharp pain radiating through his internal organs. This was the formidable power of the lightning attribute. No matter how skilled Shan Tianqing was, he was utterly defenseless. Struck by the lightning, multiple areas of his body were charred, and such injuries would take significantly longer to heal, requiring twice the usual recovery time. Witnessing Shan Tianqing being so severely harmed by just two of Yuan Lin's moves, the five brothers of the Shan family could hardly contain their fury. As Yuan Lin sought to strike while the iron was hot, they unitedly launched an attack against him. Yuan Lin sneered, declaring that even together, they were futile. A bunch of insignificant pests. Today I shall send you to meet the king of hell. As his sons charged, Feng Lanhua hurried to assist her husband, asking, "How are you, my dear?" Shan Tianqing swallowed a mouthful of blood, forcing himself to shake his head. "I am fine, Wan. You must take the children and leave. We will hold off this Yuan fellow. Depart from Daohua village and seek refuge in another orc settlement. We will catch up with you soon." At this moment, Rong Yao is being pulled by Feng Lanhua, which is why she was unable to act directly earlier. Now, upon hearing Shan Tianqing's words, Feng Lanhua is desperately pushing her towards the entrance of the courtyard. How could Rong Yao possibly leave the Dan family behind? Clearly, the Dan family is no match for the formidable Yuan Lin, who possesses extraordinary abilities. Even if they were to stay and resist, they would not be able to hold out for long, ultimately sacrificing themselves in vain, as Yuan Lin would inevitably seek his vengeance upon her. Given that the outcome would remain unchanged, it would be more prudent for her to confront Yuan Lin directly, sparing the Dan family from further harm. Feng Lanhua pushed Rong Yao with all her might, but to no avail. In desperation, she exclaimed, Nuan, hurry and leave. Do not concern yourself with us. With your father and your five brothers, surely we can contend with just one foe. No sooner had Feng Lanhua finished speaking than Yuan Lin let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the five brothers of the Dan family were sent flying, some crashing against the walls, others colliding with trees, each bearing injuries and scorch marks from the lightning. Feng Lanhua's complexion paled as she glared fiercely at Yuan Lin. You wretched boy, how dare you harm my husband and my son? With that, she charged forward, only to be restrained by Rong Yao, who urgently handed her two little ones. Mother, please take care of the children, she implored. Turning to the two little ones, she said earnestly, Xianjing, Xianhan, stay close to your grandmother and listen to her. You must trust your mother. Xianjing and Xianhan nodded vigorously, gazing intently at their mother. Without waiting for Feng Lanhua to speak, Rong Yao swiftly charged forward. Upon seeing Rong Yao's approach, Yuan Lin let out a cold sneer, squeezing out two sinister words between his teeth, seeking death. Observing from the shadows, Rong Jin couldn't help but smirk. She thought to herself, do you believe that with the support of the Shan family, you can remain unscathed? Whoever aids you shall share in your misfortune. Rong Yao, prepare to meet your doom. Yuan Lin's unique ability had advanced during last night's confrontation with the magical beasts. Chapter 81. Recharging. Rong Yao dashed before Yuan Lin, delivering a strike, while simultaneously launching an attack with her right leg aimed at his lower body. The ferocity of her moves was unprecedented, targeting vital points with precision. This was a refined form of military boxing she had learned from a combat master during her training in the Special Forces. Unlike conventional military boxing, which is broad and sweeping, this technique is specifically designed to strike at critical vulnerabilities, making it ideally suited for special operations troops. Given the unpredictable nature of rescue missions, the team dedicates a month each year to this training, and among them, Rong Yao excelled in the refined military boxing. However, she never anticipated the need to employ it at this moment. Yuan Lin observed a diminutive female palm hurtling towards his face, followed by a slender leg that appeared soft and lacked any lethal force, not even generating a gust of wind. He scoffed inwardly, momentarily doubting whether his brother had truly been focused during their sparring match, as this level of skill seemed inadequate, especially compared to the earlier prowess displayed by the Dan family brothers. Yet, Yuan Lin had no intention of holding back. He stepped back and retaliated with a strike of his own. His leg, propelled forward, carried a fierce wind that seemed capable of shattering stone columns, enhanced by threads of purple lightning coursing through his limbs. From a distance, Feng Lanhua and Dan Tianqing, who were watching intently, almost braced themselves for the moment when Rong Yao would be sent flying. Anxiety etched across their faces, they longed to rush forward and absorb the blow on her behalf. However, no matter how fast they were, it was too late, especially since Dan Tianqing lay injured on the ground, and Feng Lanhua had to ensure the safety of their two children. The 5 Dan brothers were equally tormented. The remnants of Yuan Lin's lightning power continued to ravage their wounds, draining their strength to the point where rising was a struggle. The thought of their younger sister soon enduring the same suffering filled them with reluctance and worry. In the shadows, Rongjin's smile widened uncontrollably, as if Yuan Lin's lightning power was already tormenting Rong Yao. In that critical moment, the palm Rong Yao had thrust out suddenly clenched into a fist, and her kick, veering at an unusual angle, unexpectedly accelerated, perfectly targeting a gap in Yuan Lin's defense. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, Yuan Lin, though unacquainted with modern fighting styles, had absorbed the basics from his lineage. He quickly recognized the potential of Rong Yao's strike, but it was regrettably too late. In a panic, he could only retract his leg to stabilize his stance, leaving him vulnerable to her punch. Yet, as he withdrew his leg, there was no hint of despair on his face. Instead, a glimmer of luck shone through. Little did he know that his special ability had unexpectedly advanced during last night's battle with the beast, expanding the range of his lightning attacks by double. Even if his punch was evaded by Rong Yao, given their current distance, he could still unleash the electric power from his fist to directly strike her. In the next moment, a brilliant violet light surged between Rong Yao and Yuan Lin. It seemed as though everyone had anticipated Rong Yao's tragic fate. Yet, a heartbeat later, it was Yuan Lin's anguished cry that echoed. Subsequently, he hastily distanced himself from Rong Yao, retreating several steps before barely stabilizing himself. The exchange of blows transpired in an instant. Only the two combatants grasped the situation, while onlookers could only speculate based on their appearances. Yuan Lin was slightly alarmed. He promptly retracted his leg to defend himself, but Rong Yao's kick still struck his shin, nearly causing him to stumble in pain. The punch aimed at his upper body was even more ferocious, transforming from a palm strike into a fist, directly targeting his heart. The female orc's physique was inherently more fragile than that of her male counterpart, and as a devolved orc, Rong Yao was even smaller and more delicate than the average female orc. The smaller surface area of her fist concentrated the pain. Yuan Lin felt as if the flesh and blood around his heart were splitting apart. Fortunately, he was a normal orc, not a devolved one, and his resilient body offered high defense. Otherwise, that single blow could have left him severely injured or worse. It was at this moment that he truly began to take Rong Yao seriously, His brother's words held truth. This devolved orc was far more formidable than she appeared. Previously, he had underestimated her. However, having just utilized his advanced lightning ability, he was convinced that Rong Yao must have been injured. If she was wounded, then no matter how skilled she was, it would be futile. He could employ his electrical powers to torment her mercilessly, gradually depleting her strength until her life was extinguished. Yuan Lin lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Rong Yao. At the outset of their confrontation, Rong Yao's intention had been to avoid any contact with Yuan Lin. Aware that he possessed the same lightning-based ability as Yuan-She. During her previous encounter with Yuan-She, when they had not come into contact and he had not summoned his storm clouds and lightning, his electrical power had not directly affected her. This implied that Yuan-She's lightning required a medium to act upon his opponent. Yet, during their actual fight, despite her not having touched Yuan Lin, his electrical power had still struck her. If Yuan-She, the most powerful descendant of the Yuan family, could not achieve this, and his brother could, what did that signify? It merely indicated that Yuan Lin's special ability had advanced. Moreover, this progression had occurred within the last few days. No wonder Yuan Lin dares to appear so arrogantly at Elder Xiong's residence, speaking to him with such condescension. Elder Xiong, filled with fury yet powerless to act, ultimately feigns ignorance and chooses to disregard the matter. When the power of lightning impacted Rong Yao, she was already bracing herself to endure the ensuing agony. Previously, she had been struck by Yuan-She's lightning, and although she appeared unscathed, her bloodline had endured excruciating pain. Had it not been for her exceptional resilience, she might have been left writhing in torment at that moment. This time, Yuan Lin's lightning energy was transmitted through the air via his right hand, instantly coursing through her entire being. The power of lightning was domineering. Her body tingled with pain and numbness, yet it was a pain she could tolerate. Far less severe than what she had experienced during her confrontation with Yuan-She. Moreover, her body seemed to possess a newfound resistance. As the discomfort induced by the lightning swiftly subsided, leaving her without a trace of injury, her exposed skin at the wrist and neck showed no signs of redness whatsoever. On the contrary, she felt invigorated, as if brimming with latent energy akin to a fully charged battery. Chapter 82. Yuan Lin's Ascension Strategy. While others grow weary in battle, Rong Yao found herself increasingly energized. When Yuan Lin lifted his gaze to behold Rong Yao's state, disbelief and astonishment filled his eyes. Rong Yao was not, as he had imagined, a pitiful figure covered in wounds and agony. Instead, she appeared invigorated, her gaze sharp and brilliant, devoid of any signs of injury. In fact, she seemed to be in an even better state than before. At that moment, Yuan Lin felt an urge to rub his eyes, questioning whether he was seeing things. Could it be that Rong Yao had not been struck by his lightning power after all? Suppressing the impulse to clutch his chest, Yuan Lin charged towards Rong Yao once more. Before Rong Yao could comprehend the condition of her body, Yuan Lin struck again, compelling her to muster her focus and brace for the impact. The recent demeanor of Rong Yao provoked Yuan Lin, who, this time, showed no restraint and even unveiled his trump card. With a resounding shout, the living room of the Xiang family was enveloped in dark clouds, and soon, thunder rumbled ominously, as though this courtyard had been transformed into a realm of its own. Within the ominous clouds, flashes of lightning danced, seemingly brewing a terrifying storm. As Rong Yao gazed at the ominous thunderclouds above, her brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, Yuan Lin's exceptional abilities had undergone a significant evolution. The thundercloud loomed larger than the one she had observed previously at the arena, its magnitude surpassing expectations. One could only ponder the sheer force of the lightning that would descend. Yuan Lin let out a sinister laugh, channeling all the electric power within his body into the thundercloud. Transformed by his advancement, he was no longer like his brother, who could merely manipulate a single bolt of lightning. Today, he intended to reduce Rong Yao to cinders, to see her perish in unbearable agony. Even Rong Jin, who lurked in the shadows, was taken aback by Yuan Lin's prowess. She had been aware of his enhanced abilities, yet remained oblivious to the terrifying and tyrannical nature of his newfound electrical power. Rong Jin furrowed her brow. If it were solely a matter of strength, it seemed that currently Brother Yunze could only match Yuan Lin. If such a Yuan Lin were allowed to develop unchecked, it might adversely affect her and Brother Yunze. In that moment, Rong Jin suddenly contemplated the prospect of both Rong Yao and Yuan Lin suffering mutual destruction. Yuan Lin had discerned that Rong Yao excelled in close combat. Although she possessed no special abilities, he wielded the formidable power of lightning. As long as he maintained a safe distance from Rong Yao, preventing her from closing in, he could exploit his advantages and would be unlikely to suffer any harm from her. Above, the storm clouds continued to gather ominously. Rong Yao was unaware of the nature of Yuan Lin's lightning power following his advancement, yet she could not simply stand by and watch him continue unabated. Rong Yu swiftly charged towards Yuan Lin, her entire being infused with vigor, her condition surpassing that of before. Upon nearing Yuan Lin, she engaged without hesitation. She launched a powerful kick aimed directly at his abdomen. However, Yuan Lin refrained from countering, instead evading with remarkable agility. It was far simpler to dodge than to retaliate. In the end, Rong Yao merely grazed the corner of Yuan Lin's garment. Yet, undeterred, she relentlessly pursued him, employing a variety of techniques against him. Yuan Lin, while evading and retreating, still found himself struck by several of Rong Yao's punches and kicks, and he sensed that his body was undoubtedly covered in bruises. As soon as Rong Yao seized the opportunity, she unleashed her full fury upon him. What had begun as a mere confrontation had now transformed into a relentless game of cat and mouse. With Yuan Lin evading her every attack while she pursued him with unwavering determination, inflicting minor wounds whenever the chance arose. The onlookers from the Shan family, along with Rong Jin, stood in astonishment at a distance, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Such a clash was far from the typical portrayal of a devolved beastman versus a formidable beastman endowed with extraordinary abilities. After receiving a swift kick from Rong Yao to his lower back, Yuan Lin's previously composed demeanor finally cracked, revealing a sinister grin. Inwardly, he rejoiced, thinking, it worked. Almost instantly, he leapt to a higher vantage point, and a bolt of lightning descended from the brooding clouds, not to strike him down, but to envelop him entirely. He became shrouded in the electrifying energy, resembling a being capable of unleashing thunder, his body encased in a natural barrier of lightning that shielded him from harm. This was yet another advantage of his advanced lightning abilities. The electric forces within the storm could manifest as a protective layer, serving as a formidable shield. Unlike his brother Yuan-Shi, who had suffered from a backlash, he would not tread the same perilous path. At that moment, Yuan Lin appeared as though clad in a suit of lightning armor, his form devoid of any vulnerabilities, an impregnable defense. With the lightning armor adorning him, Yuan Lin turned, his head held high, and regarded Rong Yao with a cold, mocking smile. He taunted, "Come on, let us see how long you can keep this up." Although Rong Yao possesses remarkable skills, her attacks require a considerable expenditure of stamina. As a devolved beastman, her physical endurance is significantly inferior to that of an ordinary beastman, not to mention that of a beastman with unique abilities such as hers. As soon as Rong Yao engages, he will expend energy, while the power of lightning serves as his formidable armor. Rong Yao's attacks merely bounce off this armor, rendering her efforts ineffective and allowing him to methodically wear down her stamina. Coupled with his lightning prowess, he is confident that this time, Rong Yao will not emerge unscathed. The lightning he wields now is far superior to that which he had merely infused into his fists earlier. The electric energy summoned from the thundercloud is exponentially more potent. The onlookers from the Shan family suddenly turned pale, and upon witnessing the situation, Shan Tianqing was about to rush forward to assist Rong Yao, but was restrained by Xian Jing and Xian Han. The two young ones gazed intently at Rong Yao, enveloped by the thundercloud, and urged, "Grandfather, Mother said we must have faith in her." Hearing their words, Shan Tianqing gritted his teeth and halted his advance, though his fists remained tightly clenched. Elder Xiong, observing the thundercloud from the courtyard, leaned on his cane to move toward the front yard but was stopped by his granddaughter. "Grandfather, that is Yuan Lin's unique ability. Not only you, but even Brother Xiao, who resides in the Rong family, may not be able to withstand it. If you go now, do you wish to abandon your grandchildren?" Elder Xiong's steps faltered, and he sighed as he gazed at the thundercloud. "Go inform your brother, if anything occurs. Send Rong Yao's little ones back to the Rong family. We must at least safeguard their lives, for they are still so young." His granddaughter paused in surprise, but ultimately nodded and hurried toward the front yard. In a shadowed corner of the living room, Rong Jin's expression shifted slightly. It appeared Yuan Lin still had a hidden card up his sleeve. His lightning-based special ability was likely on par with that of the current village chief, Yuan. Regardless of the adversary's capabilities, Rong Yao could not evade this battle. Since evasion was not an option, she could only charge forward with unwavering resolve. With a powerful punch, Rong Yao struck Yuan Lin's left chest. Had Yuan Lin been defenseless, merely flesh and blood, this blow would have been fatal. However, at this moment, Yuan Lin was enveloped in an aura of lightning. As Rong Yao's fist made contact with his chest, it felt as though an invisible barrier thwarted her strike. dissipating her strength and rendering her blow as ineffective as striking cotton. Furthermore, the electrical force surrounding Yuan Lin retaliated, launching a surge of numbing and formidable energy into Rong Yao. This jolt coursed through her arm, electrifying her entire being. This time, the lightning seemed to possess a will of its own, eluding Rong Yao's attempts to absorb it, leaving her trembling, her blood congealed, and her body racked with excruciating pain. Chapter 83. The stronger the adversity, the greater the strength. Although from Yuan Lin's perspective, the impact appeared minimal, he recognized it as a sign of progress. A glimmer of hope. For the first time, under the protection of the lightning, Rong Yao not only failed to harm Yuan Lin, but was instead subjected to the consequences of the electrical force. Unwilling to concede defeat, she launched several more attacks. Yet each one met the same fate, unable to inflict damage on Yuan Lin while the lightning retaliated against her. Before long, her hands had become red and swollen from the shocks, with patches of skin beginning to char and darken. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead as she fixed her gaze on Yuan Lin. He observed her closely and, upon noticing her condition, erupted into triumphant laughter. "Rong Yao, your demise is imminent," he declared, convinced that she could not evade her fate this time. With that, Yuan Lin raised his hand skyward and then forcefully pulled them down. The ominous clouds above seemed to awaken, with fierce lightning flickering within. In the next moment, a bolt as thick as an arm descended with deadly intent towards Rong Yao. Rong Yao reacted swiftly. Upon witnessing the lightning strike barreling towards her, she deftly rolled aside. Instantly, the bolt struck the very spot where she had stood moments before. The yard erupted into a cacophony of sparks, and as the flames subsided, an astonishing pit of half a person's depth remained. This vividly illustrated the immense power of the lightning. Observing Rong Yao evade the bolts from the stormy clouds, Yuan Lin's expression contorted momentarily. Shortly thereafter, he let out a shout, and two bolts of lightning, each as thick as a wrist, surged once more towards Rong Yao. Rong Yao had been intently observing Yuan Lin and the ominous thundercloud above him. Thus, she sensed any movement he made. She intended to replicate her previous actions, ready to swiftly evade when the lightning struck. However, to her astonishment, this time two bolts of lightning descended. Rong Yao's expression was grave as she swiftly searched for a safe angle. Once she identified it, her movements were as agile as a nimble rabbit. After darting to the side, she turned her head to glance back, and in that instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. The two bolts of lightning controlled by Yuan Lin seemed to possess a life of their own, relentlessly pursuing her. Rong Yao pressed her lips together and quickened her pace. She glanced at Yuan Lin, only to find his face flushed, clearly indicating that controlling two bolts of lightning alongside her had drained much of his energy. This was likely his limit. A fleeting thought flashed through her mind, and without a moment's hesitation, Rong Yao dashed forward, not daring to pause even for an instant. Yuan Lin glared at her in frustration, astonished by the swiftness of her reaction. Utilizing special abilities necessitates a considerable expenditure of both energy and stamina, not to mention the challenge of summoning thunderclouds and controlling the two bolts of lightning beneath them. In that moment, Yuan Lin acutely felt his strength waning rapidly. Like a reservoir with its gates wide open, he clung tightly to the two bolts of lightning, veins bulging on his forehead. This was his final opportunity. Should he fail to strike Rong Yao this time, he would lack the stamina to conjure another bolt, especially since his special ability had only recently advanced. To master it to this extent was a rare talent indeed. With a mighty roar, he maneuvered his wrists, causing the two bolts of lightning to blaze with renewed brilliance. Blindingly bright. In the next heartbeat, the bolts encircled Rong Yao, seizing the moment to erupt violently. In that critical instant, driven by instinct, Rong Yao managed to evade one bolt, but the other struck true. The bolt of lightning descended mercilessly upon her flesh. Nearby, the Shan couple watched in horror, their hearts nearly shattering. Wan, the five brothers of the Shan family stared wide-eyed, fists clenched tightly. Little sister. The two younger siblings pressed their lips together, their unwavering gazes fixed upon Rong Yao, as if their resolve depended on her presence. At the heart of the thundercloud, after being inescapably struck by the lightning, Rong Yao felt a surge of numbness coursing through her body, as if her senses had abruptly vanished. Once the surrounding lightning dissipated, the pain surged throughout her being, far more intense than the previous strike from Yuan-Chi, causing her to cry out involuntarily. The once pristine garments of Rong Yao, now tattered and torn from being struck by a formidable bolt of lightning, hung loosely about her, while her long hair cascaded chaotically around her, rendering her an image of utter disarray. Nevertheless, she stood resolutely in place, despite the ground beneath her transforming into a pit that reached up to her thighs. Yuan, upon witnessing Rong Yao's disheveled state within the deep pit, momentarily froze before bursting into raucous laughter. "You wretched girl, let us see how arrogant you remain," he guffawed, reveling in an unparalleled sense of exhilaration, a feeling more intoxicating than the bliss of a wedding night. In the shadows, Rong Jin squinted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he mused. Having been struck by Yuanlin's lightning, he doubted Rong Yao possessed the capacity to continue the fight. Even if she survived, she would scarcely endure for much longer. Rong Jin chose not to linger any longer and swiftly turned to leave, intent on informing Xiao Yunzi about Yuanlin's advancement. In a few days, they were set to gather for specialized training, and knowing more about Yuanlin's situation would undoubtedly benefit them. Shortly after Rong Jin departed, a sudden movement stirred within the deep pit, and Rong Yao lifted her head, casting a piercing glance towards Yuanlin, who was not far away. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with intensity. Under the scrutiny of such sharp gaze, even the self-satisfied Yuanlin could not help but shiver. Those eyes were clear and bright, with a stark distinction between black and white, a far cry from the gaze of someone grievously injured. In the next instant, Rong Yao sprang forth from the pit with remarkable agility, charging directly towards him. Yuanlin was struck with fear, his eyes wide with shock as if they were the size of bronze bells. How could this be possible? Rong Yao had been struck by his lightning. How could she still possess the strength to fight, let alone be unscathed? Yet, she appeared rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. Impossible. At that moment, Yuanlin's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Utilizing his special abilities consumed an immense amount of physical strength and energy after that last powerful maneuver. He had barely 1/10 of his strength remaining, and summoning lightning again was beyond his capability. The protective lightning surrounding him was on the verge of dissipating. With Rong Yao charging at him, if she was indeed full of energy, he would be left with no choice but to endure her assault once his strength was exhausted. Yuanlin had never felt such despair before. Suddenly, a fierce determination flickered in his brow at this juncture. He had no choice but to resort to the item bestowed upon him by his grandfather. As Rong Yao approached, she felt an unprecedented surge of energy coursing through her body. After enduring the intense pain from the lightning strike moments before, it was as if she had been recharged. Her spirit revitalized. Not only that, but she also sensed an enhancement in her physical resilience. In the blink of an eye, Rong Yao was upon Yuanlin. She leapt and delivered a powerful kick aimed at him. The thin layer of lightning protection surrounding Yuanlin remained intact, and as her foot impacted, the lightning surged forth, momentarily overwhelming her. However, having previously endured a tremendous lightning strike akin to a thick arm, this lesser strike felt merely like the sting of a mosquito, utterly insignificant. Dismissing the minor discomfort, she began to unleash a flurry of alternating punches and kicks upon Yuanlin. Rong Yao's techniques were as diverse as they were intricate, leaving Yuanlin utterly defenseless as he was forced to retreat step by step. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Rong Yao perceptibly sensed the diminishing electric power enveloping Yuanlin's body. What was once a thick layer of violet had now faded to a mere pale hue. Seizing the moment, Rong Yao executed a deft maneuver, directing a palm strike towards the most vulnerable point of Yuanlin's shoulder, where an acupoint lay. With the right technique, this strike could render Yuanlin's right arm achingly numb, stripping him of any opportunity to retaliate. The gust from her palm surged forth like a fierce wind. Yuanlin's eyes widened, filled with dread and regret. At this juncture, his stamina had waned significantly, and should Rong Yao's strike connect, he feared he would be left with no further chances. A flicker of resoluteness flashed in Yuanlin's gaze as Rong Yao's palm descended upon him. He seemed to resign himself to fate, choosing not to evade or escape, but to allow Rong Yao to execute her will. Rong Yao furrowed her brow slightly, uncertain whether it was merely her illusion, but she felt that Yuanlin seemed somewhat amiss at this moment. Nevertheless, she knew she must seize the opportunity. She would not grant him mercy simply because he appeared dazed or resigned. She was no saint. As her palms surged toward him, Yuanlin remained stationary, as if his spirit had momentarily vacated his body, rendering him utterly dazed. In the next instant, Rong Yao's hand struck a vital point on Yuanlin's right shoulder. And indeed, the electric armor that had encased it vanished. A surge of tingling pain assailed him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead in an instant. At that moment, Yuanlin's left hand, which had been concealed behind him, suddenly sprang into action, disregarding the pain and discomfort in his right shoulder and arm as it moved swiftly. In his left hand, he grasped a sharp object glinting ominously, aimed directly at Rong Yao's heart. However, having committed to her attack, Rong Yao found herself unable to retreat in time. The cold gleam of the weapon drew closer to her chest, threatening to pierce her heart and extinguish her life in the next heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, Rong Yao realized that Yuan Lin was orchestrating a trap to lure her in, willing to inflict harm upon himself in the process. Her mind raced. Yet before she could devise a countermeasure, the cold light seemed poised to penetrate her heart. She pondered, with a touch of self-deprecating humor, whether the spirit water could mend her heart's wound. Just as the dire moment approached, a slender black figure suddenly darted from Rong Yao's wrist, intercepting the cold gleam. A faint muffled sound echoed, audible only to Rong Yao and Yuan Lin. In disbelief, Yuan Lin widened his eyes as his strike failed, promptly discarding the weapon and retreating rapidly, distancing himself from Rong Yao. Once he had created space between them, he dashed toward the courtyard gate, not daring to glance back at Rong Yao, desperate to escape the premises as swiftly as possible. With a swift motion, Rong Yao caught the dark line that shielded her from the chilling ray. This was no mere shadow, but rather the small black serpent, Xiaomohan, which had been entwined around her wrist. In that moment, the serpent lay limply in Rong Yao's palm, its usually vibrant eyes now dulled with fatigue. A gaping wound, the size of half a finger joint, marred the center of its body, oozing crimson blood that quickly stained the palm of Rong Yao. Rong Yao never anticipated that at a critical moment, Xiaomohan would intervene to shield her from a fatal blow. Rong Yao hastily removed the water pouch from her waist, pouring the spiritual spring water onto the wound of Xiaomohan. Subsequently, she tore a strip of cloth from her arm to temporarily bandage his injury. Ignoring the hidden weapons that Yuan Lin had carelessly discarded on the ground, Rong Yao wrapped the little black serpent around her wrist once more and pursued Yuan Lin. With his strength nearly depleted, Yuan Lin could not match the swiftness of the now determined Rong Yao before he could even reach the courtyard gate. She had already caught up with him. With a swift kick, Rong Yao advanced, and Yuan Lin, relying on the scant remnants of his electric power for protection, barely managed to withstand her assault. It was evident that he was beginning to succumb to fatigue. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Lin threatened, "Rong Yao, do not overstep your bounds. If you harm me, my grandfather will not spare you or the Shan family." Rong Yao paid no heed to Yuan Lin's threats, her attacks growing ever more rapid. Before long, the lightning power surrounding Yuan Lin dissipated entirely, and he found himself on the brink of collapse. At last, he softened his tone, saying, "Rong Yao, I acknowledge my faults. Shall we reach an understanding? You have long desired to return to the Rong family. I can persuade my grandfather to speak favorably of you in front of Rong Bingqian. What do you say?" Rong Yao let out a cold snort, stopping just short of elaboration. How could he have thought that Shan Tianqing and the Shan brothers would simply let it slide after being assaulted by Yuan Lin? Were the wounds inflicted upon Xiaomohan to be disregarded? Were the fears and anxieties of the children to be overlooked? Yuan Lin. She vowed that all the terror inflicted upon her companions today would be repaid in kind. Without a care for Yuan Lin's protests, Rong Yao delivered a powerful punch to his nose. Bereft of the protective force of lightning, he felt an excruciating pain, and in the next moment, 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. Simultaneously, as Rong Yao struck, Xiaomohan, transformed into a small black snake, sank its fangs into Yuan Lin's face, instantly injecting venom. By the time Rong Yao withdrew her fist, half of Yuan Lin's cheek had already turned black. The small black snake that was Xiaomohan was indeed laced with potent poison. Yuan Lin felt the effects, clutching his agonized face and screaming in accusation, "Rong Yao, you treacherous fiend!" Casting a glance at Xiaomohan, who had bitten Yuan Lin, Rong Yao felt a vain throb on her forehead. Even in this form, Xiaomohan was not one to suffer in silence. Truly, he was destined to become a formidable antagonist. Rong Yao cast a glance at Yuan Lin and let out a cold scoff. It was merely an eye for an eye. Before Yuan Lin could utter the words that lingered on his lips, he found himself sent sprawling to the ground by a swift kick from Rong Yao. At that moment, he was utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. With one foot firmly planted on Yuan Lin's chest, Rong Yao gazed down at him with an icy demeanor. The arrogance that once characterized Yuan Lin now lay in utter disarray. The onlookers from the Shan family stood petrified, as they had always perceived their daughter and sister as a feeble and submissive being, an inferior beast of burden. However, witnessing Rong Yao's triumph over Yuan Lin shattered their illusions, leaving them in a state of disbelief. It was the 2 little ones who first regained their composure. They hurried to stand beside Rong Yao, fixating their gaze on Yuan Lin, who lay defeated beneath her. Xianjing and Xin Han, with solemn expressions, approached and delivered 2 swift kicks to Yuan Lin. "How dare you bully our mother?" they exclaimed, though the 2 children appeared innocent and fragile. Their small arms and legs seemingly devoid of strength, the force of their kicks was astonishing, nearly causing Yuan Lin to spit blood. Gazing up at Rong Yao, who had him subdued, Yuan Lin pondered if this devolved female was truly a monster, given the formidable offspring she had produced. At that moment, Yuan Lin found himself a captive, having relinquished his pride and dignity. He implored Rong Yao, "Rong Yao, I acknowledge my faults. Please, overlook my transgressions. If you wish to remain in Daohua village, allow me to leave, and I shall immediately arrange for your accommodation in the finest place available." Rong Yao let out a cold snort. Yuan Lin truly demonstrated an admirable capacity for both submission and resilience, a trait he possessed in far greater measure than his elder brother. However, their fateful encounter on the black markets arena, where she had bested Yuan-She, had irrevocably severed ties with the Yuan family. Now, with Yuan Lin defeated once more in the shadow of Yuan-She's demise looming, her relationship with the Yuan clan was destined to remain hostile. Yuan Lin's current pleas were merely a desperate attempt for escape. Who would believe him at such a juncture? Regrettably, residing in Daohua village no longer appealed to her. Rong Yao remarked with a hint of sarcasm. She had discerned that the entirety of Daohua village was nearly under the dominion of the Yuan and Rong families, neither of which held any allure for her. The Yuan family were her sworn adversaries, and aside from the rather dim-witted original owner, she harbored an even greater disdain for the Rong family. Faced with the relentless challenges of Daohua village, surrounded by lurking wolves, what was stopping her from seeking a more comfortable milieu to amuse the formidable villain, Xiao Mohan, and nurture her little ones? Surely, such a life would be far more enjoyable than residing in Daohua village. Yuan Lin was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by her retort. Yet, under the threat of Rong Yao's blade, he dared not act recklessly. He forced a smile and shifted his approach, stating, "Regardless of where you choose to reside, currency is essential. If you spare me, I can have my family send you 100 silver coins immediately. You are aware that my family owns a profitable barbecue stall. With that wealth, you could go wherever your heart desires." "Yuan Xiaoya," Rong Yao scoffed, "is your life truly valued at a mere 100 silver coins? Is your existence so inconsequential, or are you merely attempting to deceive me? No, it shall be 200 silver coins. No, a single orc gold coin. Consider wisely. You may never earn an orc gold coin in your entire lifetime." Yuan Lin responded in a flurry of panic. Perhaps this might hold true for ordinary orcs, but it certainly did not apply to Rong Yao. At that moment, Shan Tianqing and his family regained their senses. Shan Tianqing picked up the weapon that Yuan Lin had stealthily revealed earlier, furrowing his brow in scrutiny. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback and hastily approached Rong Yao, exclaiming, "Nuan, this is a pocket dagger, imbued with the aura of a special ability user, in a critical moment. It could lead to the demise of even a robust orc." Rong Yao's gaze fell upon the pocket-sized dagger in Shan Tianqing's hand. This diminutive blade was merely 1/3 the size of an ordinary dagger, with a slender blade and hilt that could easily be concealed within a belt. At this moment, the dagger had lost its previous menacing gleam, as the vital energy within it had clearly been depleted by Yuan Lin. Now, this petite dagger was simply a dagger, incapable of withstanding the infusion of energy from a powerful individual. Upon hearing Shan Tianqing's explanation, Rong Yao could not help but cast a glance at the small black serpent coiled around her delicate wrist. The serpent, wrapped around her fair and slender arm, had its eyes shut in fatigue, appearing listless. The area of its body that had been bandaged continued to seep blood, indicating that it had sustained severe injuries from the vital energy of the dagger. Suddenly, a flicker of guilt stirred within Rong Yao's heart. Fortunately, Xiao Mohan was no ordinary beastman. Previously, in an effort to suppress his bloodline frenzy, she had given him a portion of spiritual spring water, which should have fortified his body, preventing him from succumbing to death immediately after being affected by that vital energy. Rong Yao took the seemingly ordinary dagger from Shan Tianqing's hands, and before anyone could react, she plunged it directly into Yuan Lin's heart. Yuan Lin stood there, stunned, gazing at Rong Yao as if he could hardly fathom that she would so boldly and decisively take his life without a moment's hesitation. Rong Yao did not withdraw the dagger from Yuan Lin's chest. Instead, she turned to face the 2 young ones and the Shan family. In her previous life, she was a rescue team member who encountered numerous challenging situations. On one particular mission, she was tasked with rescuing hostages, for which her department had provided them with firearms. She vividly recalled having taken the lives of 5 or 6 individuals during that operation. After the mission concluded successfully, she was haunted by nightmares for an extended period. And it took the intervention of a psychologist for her to recover over half a year. This experience had fortified her resolve. In this world of beastmen, strength was paramount, and the lives of ordinary beastmen were deemed worthless. The brutality here far surpassed that of modern society. Having already provoked the Yuan family, showing any mercy now would lead to dire consequences, so it was better to act decisively. Yuan Lin was by no means innocent. Had she not triumphed today, neither she, the Shan family, nor the young ones would have fared any better, perhaps even worse than death itself. Though the Shan family was momentarily taken aback by Rong Yao's swift actions, they felt no moral qualm regarding her execution of Yuan Lin. Yuan Lin had shown no mercy in her previous attacks. They harbored no sympathy for an enemy. Shan Tianqing felt a pang of sorrow, reflecting that if not for the hardships endured at the Rong family, his daughter, a regressed beast man, would not have been forged into the formidable individual she had become. Wan, well done in your actions, however. Leave such grim tasks to your father and brothers in the future, so you need not soil your own hands. Fang Lanhua quickly echoed. The two young ones cast a cold glance at the lifeless Yuan Lin, devoid of any fear in their eyes. They instinctively took hold of one of Rong Yao's hands, gazing at her with admiration and dependence. The once stern expression on Rong Yao's face softened, and she swallowed nervously before inquiring of her two little ones. Xin Jing and Xin Han, are you frightened? The two small children immediately shook their heads and replied, Mother, we are not afraid. They understood that at this moment, if their mother did not eliminate Yuan Lin, he would surely bring harm to them. Their mother's act of taking a life was a means of safeguarding their own existence. Henceforth, if anyone dared to threaten their mother, they would show no mercy. Rong Yao exhaled in relief, gently caressing the soft hair of her two little ones. Xiao Mohan, entwined around Rong Yao's wrist, lifted his head and cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Lin on the ground. Rong Yao, holding the child, was making her way out with the Shan family. Shan Tianqing inquired of his daughter, Wan, do you truly not wish to reside in Daohua village any longer? Rong Yao nodded, having nothing to conceal. She gazed earnestly at Shan Tianqing and declared, Father, Mother, I intend to relocate to the gathering place immediately. If we linger, the Yuan family may catch up with us, and we might not be able to leave Daohua village. Having enmity with the Yuan family, even residing in the Orc village where the Shan family dwells would only implicate them. Thus, it would be wiser to move directly to the gathering place. Yuan Lin, the current favorite grandson of the village chief, had been defeated by Rong Yao. Regardless of whether he was alive or dead, the Yuan family would intervene. Departing now was the most prudent course of action. Chapter 86, relocating to the gathering place. Shan Tianqing and Fang Lanhua were decisive individuals. Rong Yao's reasoning was indeed sound. Their village was small, and it was uncertain whether the village chief had any ties to the Yuan family of Daohua village. In that case, relocating to the power-laden gathering place would be the safest option for Rong Yao and her family. Shan Tianqing nodded, affirming, You are right, Wan. Our immediate priority is to leave Daohua village swiftly. Thus, Rong Yao and the Shan family quickly departed from Elder Xiong's residence. Elder Xiong's grandson, who had been stationed at the entrance, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Rong Yao's exit, astonished. Could it be that Yuan Lin had undergone a transformation? Had he become magnanimous enough to allow Rong Yao and her party to leave unscathed? Or had some agreement been reached between the two parties? Elder Xiong's grandson dismissed further speculation and hurried into the courtyard to ascertain the situation, preparing to inquire directly with Yuan Lin about what had transpired. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered Yuan Lin lying in a corner, surrounded by disarray and several deep pits. A sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to rush towards the prone figure of Yuan Lin. When he finally beheld Yuan Lin's condition, he nearly gasped in shock. He reached out to check Yuan Lin's breath, only to be struck with terror as he collapsed onto the ground. Yuan Lin had ceased to breathe. He was dead. Moments later, Elder Xiong's grandson regained his composure and frantically called out, Here! Upon entering, Here was taken aback by her brother's demeanor. She could scarcely bear to look at Yuan Lin's lifeless form and merely heard her brother, trembling, inquire, Here, do you have any idea what happened? Fearful, Here shook her head, replying, I don't know. I only know that Yuan Lin sought to teach Rong Yao a lesson and engaged her in a fight in the courtyard. The sky above was overcast, indicating that Yuan Lin must have employed some special ability. I was afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so I stayed hidden in the backyard. even hesitating to intervene when grandfather asked me to safeguard the few cubs of the Rong family due to my selfishness. Having learned that his sister was unaware of the circumstances, Elder Xiong's grandson could say nothing further, only urging, quickly, go summon grandfather. Xiong he responded with a hurried acknowledgement and rushed off. A quarter of an hour later, village head Yuan arrived at Elder Xiong's residence accompanied by several villagers. Upon witnessing Yuan Lin lying motionless on the ground, with half of his face already turning a ghastly shade of purple-black, village head Yuan nearly faltered. Ignoring the reactions of the Yuan family behind him, he reached out to pry open Yuan Lin's eyelids and grasped his wrist. After a thorough examination, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, after Yuan Qi's injury, he had become increasingly vigilant about the safety of his grandchildren. He had sent his aged wife back to her family to procure a talisman imbued with healing powers, which he had infused into Yuan Lin's body. This latent energy, concealed within his grandson, could safeguard his vital essence at a critical moment, preserving his life. It was precisely this force that had induced a state of apparent death in his grandson. While Yuan Lin's life was spared, the venom on his face remained unremedied. It was the most potent toxin left by the Xian snake, which could only be countered by the heart's blood of the beast master, consumed over 3 consecutive days. With the assurance that his grandson's life was intact, village head Yuan promptly instructed the Yuan family to escort Yuan Lin away. He fixed a fierce gaze on Elder Xiong, demanding, "Old Xiong, what on earth happened? How could my grandson have ended up like this?" Elder Xiong had nothing to conceal and recounted the events that transpired at home to village head Yuan. Remaining impartial and refraining from taking sides between Yuan Lin and Rong Yao, he even disclosed Rong Jin's visit to the Xiong household to village head Yuan. "Is my grandson in this state because of Rong Yao?" Village head Yuan growled. Elder Xiong shook his head. "I did not witness it with my own eyes." Village head Yuan then turned to the Yuan family members trailing behind him, exclaiming, "Yuan Peng, your only remaining son has barely escaped death. What are you still doing here? Hurry and bring him back. I shall personally interrogate Rong Yao." Yuan Ping, the eldest son of village head Yuan, had always been esteemed within the Yuan family, particularly because of his 2 sons. Now, with Yuan Shi deceased, Yuan Lin was the sole hope of the first branch. Upon receiving his father's orders, Yuan Peng immediately set off with the Yuan family to capture Rong Yao. However, at that moment, Rong Yao, accompanied by her children and the Shan family, had already departed from Daohua village. Rong Yao did not head directly to the gathering place. Instead, she took a detour to the black market, where she sought out Hu Qi and Bao Wei, the 2 beast soldiers who had aided her during the last competition on the black market's arena. The 2 were taken aback by her unexpected visit, particularly since she was accompanied by others. They inquired with curiosity, "Rong Yao, what brings you to us?" Without beating around the bush, Rong Yao directly stated, "I would like to request your assistance in acquiring a permit to the gathering place, allowing us to stay there for a while. In this world of orcs, where social hierarchies are starkly defined and the strong command respect, there exists a stringent level of control. Outsiders wishing to join Daohua village must contribute 5 points. For ordinary orcs seeking to settle in a gathering place, the requirements are even more demanding, with each leader setting their own specific standards. To frequently enter and exit a gathering place, one must possess a valid permit, which serves as proof of eligibility to remain there. The nearest gathering place to them is the Dapan Gathering Place, comparable in size to districts in modern society. The ancestral home of the Shao family, from which Shao Mohan hails, is situated within this gathering place. Hu Qi initially presumed it to be a matter of significance, only to discover that it was merely a trivial request for a permit. The gathering place is rife with various factions, each eager to profit from outsiders. Every faction can issue permits to ordinary orcs, capitalizing on the opportunity, as permits are simply temporary documents for staying in the gathering place. The quantity issued is of little consequence, provided that the residency records are meticulously maintained. Hu Qi produced a permit from his possession, swiftly unfurling a piece of parchment the size of a palm. All that was required was to inscribe the name of the individual applying for the permit. The market rate is 10 orc copper coins per permit. Observing Hu Qi hastily writing Rong Yao's name on the permit, she felt a sense of embarrassment. Such a rudimentary document, lacking sophistication, was there no concern over forgery? It appeared devoid of any technical merit. Hu Qi, catching her unspoken thoughts with a glance, smiled and elucidated. Each permit issued by a faction bears its distinct mark. Should one need assistance, they can seek out that faction. Therefore, ordinary orcs would not dare to forge such documents casually. The permit he was preparing for Rong Yao and her companions was issued by the City Defense Army of the Gathering Place. Should anyone attempt to forge this permit, it would undoubtedly place them in opposition to the city defense forces. Children under the age of 10 are exempt from needing a permit, as long as they are accompanied by their parents. Rong Yao not only secured permits for herself and Xiao Mohan, but also for the entire Dan family. The potential repercussions from the Yuan family were uncertain. Although the Dan family was numerous, their strength paled in comparison to the Yuan family. Thus, it was prudent for them to stay together temporarily within the gathering place. 9 permits amounted to 90 or copper coins. Rong Yao handed Huqi a silver coin directly, acknowledging that their clandestine sale of permits would surely yield some profit. It would be unreasonable for them to earn nothing at all. Huqi and Bao Wei accepted without hesitation, exchanging glances with Rong Yao and the Dan family, stating, "Once we arrive at the gathering place, should any issues arise, feel free to seek us out at the City Defense Army's camp." Rong Yao clasped her fists in gratitude and then took a winding path towards the gathering place. Little did anyone expect that during this journey, they would encounter familiar faces. Chapter 87. A minor incident at the city gate. The individuals in question were none other than Jigua's family. Jigua's grandfather, Jishan, was pushing a unicycle cart, while his grandmother sat atop it. Jigua, carrying a small basket on his back, trailed closely beside his grandfather, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Rong Yao. The Jigua family had not anticipated crossing paths with Rong Yao and her companions here. Jigua's eyes sparkled as he hurried to Rong Yao's side, exclaiming, "Sister Rong Yao, what a delightful surprise to find you here." Prior to their departure for the gathering place, they had passed by Rong Yao's residence only to discover it had been reduced to rubble. Upon learning about the beast tide that had besieged Daohua village, Jigua's family had feared the worst for Rong Yao, their spirits dampened ever since. Now, encountering her in good health brought them immense relief. Jigua scrutinized Rong Yao closely and, noticing several bandaged wounds upon her, inquired with concern, "Sister, are you injured? Is it serious?" "My grandmother has some herbs that might help." Jigua's grandmother, still recovering from her leg injury, could only sit in the unicycle cart while Jigua's grandfather pushed her along. Rong Yao gently patted Jigua's head and reassured him, "It is nothing serious. Merely superficial injuries. Have you forgotten? Your sister possesses some rudimentary medical skills and can tend to them herself." Jigua exhaled in relief and then noticed the numerous bags Rong Yao and her companions were carrying. Curious, he inquired, "Sister Rong Yao, where are you all headed?" Rong Yao introduced the Dan family to Jigua's household, offering a resigned smile. The thatched cottage outside Daohua village had been destroyed by the beast wave, and they were now preparing to relocate to the gathering place, hoping to find a new home there. Dan Tianxing noticed an elderly man from Jishan struggling to push a unicycle and immediately instructed his eldest son, Dan Jing'an, to lend a hand. Dan Jing'an, robust and strong, found the unicycle a trivial task, maneuvering it with far greater stability than Jishan could manage. Given Jishan's advanced age, he felt fatigued after pushing his elderly wife from their home, past Rong Yao's dwelling, and onward. Recognizing Dan Jing'an as a relative of Rong Yao's, he graciously accepted the assistance. "Thank you, young man," he said kindly. Dan Jing'an responded with a simple, warm smile. Jigua's grandmother quickly waved for Xin Jing and Xin Han to sit on the unicycle. The two little ones turned to look at Rong Yao, who nodded in affirmation, prompting their uncles to lift them and place them beside Jigua's grandmother. Meanwhile, the little star, Dan, was being carried in a backpack by Dan Tianxing. Jigua's family was taken aback by the sudden changes of recent days. Just a few days prior, Jishan had been helping Rong Yao repair the fence, and now they had lost their home. Jishan pondered this with a heavy heart, while Jigua's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister Rong Yao, you are going to the gathering place? My grandparents and I wish to go there as well. If possible, our families could become neighbors." Rong Yao was slightly taken aback, not anticipating that Jigua's family would also relocate to the settlement. In the original narrative, Jigua shared a close bond with Rong Jin, yet her role was rather minimal, with many events merely alluded to in passing. Consequently, she was unaware of whether Jigua's family had moved to the settlement or when this transition had occurred. She only vaguely recalled Jigua's fate, out of gratitude. She ultimately sacrificed herself to save the protagonist, Rong Jin, and following her demise, her grandparents did not survive for long thereafter. With this knowledge, Rong Yao could not help but feel a twinge of compassion for Jigua. As they walked and conversed, Rong Yao learned that Jigua and her grandparents were heading to the settlement in search of her father. Jigua's father, Ji Chuan, had been assigned to the city defense forces at the settlement and was dispatched on a mission while Jigwa was still in her mother's womb. Tragically, he did not return from this assignment, and Jigwa's family had long believed that he had perished during the endeavor. The stress of this loss led to complications during her mother's labor, resulting in her untimely death, leaving Jigwa to be raised solely by her grandparents. Recently, however, the city defense forces had come bearing news that Jigwa's father had returned, albeit injured and temporarily incapacitated. Upon hearing this, the Ji family could hardly contain their excitement. The very next morning, Jishan set off with his elderly wife and grandson towards the settlement. Their journey was enhanced by companionship, as the 5 robust sons of the Shan family took turns assisting Jishan with the one-wheeled cart, arriving at the settlement an hour ahead of schedule. This was Rong Yao's inaugural visit to the gathering place, and for the cubs, it marked their first excursion beyond familiar confines. Among the Shan family, only Shan Tianqing had previously ventured to the gathering place, while Fang Lanhua and her 5 sons had never set foot there. The elderly couple from Jishan had previously sent their son to the city defense army, yet this was also Jigwa's first experience at the gathering place. As they approached the Dapan gathering area, mere hundreds of meters away, Rong Yao noticed an increasing presence of orcs bustling about. Some carried burdens in woven baskets. Others pushed unicycles or carts, while many were accompanied by their families, and those with shoulder poles were predominantly orcs. The scene bore a striking resemblance to an ancient county town. Distinct from the rice flour village, the gathering place boasted dedicated city gates. The Dapan gathering area featured 2 gates, the southern and the northern. All residents resided within the city walls, as habitation was strictly prohibited within a 5-kilometer radius of the exterior. The gates were significantly sturdier than those of the rice flour village, towering several meters higher than ancient city walls, constructed entirely of stone. Atop the city towers and at the gate stood robust orc soldiers, and before them loomed the northern gate. Rong Yao cast a glance towards the city gates, where she observed a line of orcs waiting to enter. Much like the process of accessing the gathering place or the black market, the entry required the payment of orc copper coins. Rong Yao cast a glance at Shan Tianqing and Jishan behind her. Father, Grandpa Ji, let us proceed to queue. The line for entering the city consisted of 2 rows, with each orc required to pay 2 copper coins as an entry fee. The soldiers would then place these coins into 2 distinct cloth bags, one red and one black. The cost of entry at this gathering place was a copper coin more than that at the black market near Dawa village. There were 2 orc soldiers collecting the fees. One donned blue-black cloth armor, while the other wore gray-black cloth armor. The design of their armor also differed, with the blue-black attire resembling that worn by Huqi Baowei. Rong Yao furrowed her brow slightly. She had long heard from Huqi and Bao Wei that the gathering place was rife with factions. Yet she did not anticipate encountering 2 opposing forces right at the city gate. Rong Yao retrieved a cloth pouch filled with copper coins from her backpack, carefully calculating the number of individuals before preparing the coins. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. Before long, a young orc couple and their 2 small orc children were roughly pushed out from the group attempting to enter the city. An orc soldier clad in gray-black cloth armor cursed vehemently, lamenting their lack of funds to enter, declaring them undeserving of city life, destined to remain in their village forever. Beside him, an orc in blue-black cloth armor frowned disapprovingly, interjecting that there were rules regarding entry. Children under 10 were not required to pay the entrance fee. The couple had offered 4 copper coins, which was precisely the required amount. The gray-black armored soldier scoffed dismissively, retorting, "How do you know those children are not 10 years old? I say they are 10, hence they must pay." The blue-black armored orc insisted, "If that is the case, you ought to return the 4 coins they provided. These were given to honor you." The soldier in gray-black armor sneered, "What right do you have to demand their coins back? They are a token of respect given to me. If you are so bothered, let them come and ask me themselves." As soon as the words left his mouth, the couple, terrified, hurried away with their children, too frightened to turn back and reclaim their lost coins. The gray-black armored orc erupted in laughter, casting a triumphant glance at the blue-black armored orc, who, though visibly furious, chose to refrain from further argument. Chapter 88. A smooth, lustrous egg with golden veins. Understanding the rules, Rong Yao had initially not prepared the entrance fees for the children, as the 2 little ones were merely 3.5 years old, and Jigwa was just over 8. None were yet 10 years old. With their parents present, they were exempt from the fee. However, the recent incident altered Rong Yao's perspective. Upon their arrival at the Great Pan gathering site, It was clear that the Yuan family was still pursuing them, and in this unfamiliar place, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. The line ahead progressed slowly, and perhaps due to the earlier incident, the ordinary orcs entering the city spoke in hushed tones, showing increased deference to the city guards. Several orcs with small children paid the entrance fee on behalf of their offspring. The extra coins were brazenly pocketed by the gray-black armored soldier. Before long, it was Rong Yao's turn. With her group, including the Shan family and Jigua's family, totaling 13 individuals, the entrance fee amounted to 26 copper coins. Xiao Mohan, now resembling a little snake, was not counted, and Little Star, still nestled within the egg, was also exempt. The gray-black armored soldier observed Rong Yao's group, laden with various backpacks, and noted a young orc lad pushing a unicycle. His gaze finally settled on Rong Yao, who, despite her pleasing appearance, wore simple clothing and bore multiple signs of bandaging. Most strikingly, this young female orc exhibited no discernible orcish features. In the realm of beasts, the vast majority of those who lack the distinctive traits of the beastly kind are considered to be degenerate orcs, with only a minuscule fraction possessing ancient bloodlines. However, such prominent figures remain beyond the reach of the ordinary. Those degenerate orcs devoid of beastly characteristics represent the lowest echelon in the world of beasts, often subjected to disdain and bullying. Initially, the orc clad in gray-black fabric armor harbored doubts, but upon witnessing the two younglings held by Rong Yao, both of whom also bore no beastly traits, he was left with no doubt that Rong Yao herself was indeed a degenerate orc. It is a widely accepted notion that offspring of degenerate orcs are most likely to inherit the same traits. The gray-black armored orc soldier inwardly scoffed, casting a condescending gaze upon Rong Yao and her companions before extending his hand toward her. Rong Yao placed the 26 copper coins she had prepared into his hand. The gray-black clad orc glanced at the coins with mild astonishment. There were indeed 26 of them. This degraded female had even considered the entrance fees for the little ones. To produce such a sum for the toll suggested that she must possess other resources worth exploiting. After all, this female was merely a degraded orc, of low status and lacking in ability, so there were no consequences to fear from bullying her. Having paid the entrance fee, Rong Yao was about to lead the group into the city when a robust arm obstructed her path. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. With so many of you, I haven't yet tallied the amount. Who knows if you've paid enough? The gray-black-clad orc regarded Rong Yao with an unsettling gaze. It must be said, despite being a degraded orc, she was quite striking, with alluring curves and skin so fair it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. Unlike some orcs, who were covered in unsightly fur, she was a sight to behold. Within the gathering place, certain affluent individuals had a particular fondness for degraded orcs like Rong Yao. If given the opportunity to acquire this little female and then sell her on, it would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. As he leered at her with such disrespectful eyes, Rong Yao furrowed her brow in immediate discomfort, while her two offspring cast cold glares at the gray-black-clad orc. The orc, invigorated by his own thoughts, suddenly found this degraded female not only pleasing to the eye but also possessing a spirited temperament, making her even more appealing to him. Rong Yu said coldly, including the cubs. There are 13 of us, and I have given you 26 copper coins. Even if the cubs are charged the city fee, that should suffice. The blue-black armored orc soldier, noticing the situation on Rong Yao's side, attempted to intervene against the gray-black armored orc but was pulled back by a comrade. The comrade whispered in his ear, Jiyong, don't act rashly. Zhang Zigui is a minor chief of the family alliance. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking him for now. Let us observe the situation first. The captain has it tough. It is best for us not to add to his troubles if we can help it. Jiyong, the blue-black armored orc soldier, clenched his fists in frustration but ultimately heeded his comrade's advice, choosing to remain still and observe the unfolding events. Zhang Zigui, with a sinister grin, rummaged through the copper coins in his palm and declared, You have brought so many items. Who knows if there are more orcs hidden among them? Brothers, let us search. At his command, 3 gray-black armored soldiers surged forward, intent on searching the bundles and the unicycle of Rong Yao's group. Zhang Zigui's words were nothing but nonsense. A deliberate provocation. The unicycle carried only a few packages belonging to the Ji family, containing the belongings of their 3 generations. Such small packages could hardly conceal anyone. Similarly, the bundles on Rong Yao and the Dan family's backs were mere luggage, incapable of hiding orcs. These soldiers were merely seeking an excuse to search them for personal gain. Should they find copper coins among their belongings, they would undoubtedly find ways to pocket them. Observing the scene, Some orcs in line behind them hurriedly departed, fearing their coins and goods would be seized by the city guards. A small pouch of copper coins from the G family's luggage was discovered by a gray-black armored soldier, who immediately tucked it into his own garments. Although Jigwa's grandmother attempted to intervene, she was restrained by her husband. In the presence of these ravenous soldiers, any form of resistance could lead to dire consequences. After all, the elderly couple was no match for even the younger orcs, let alone these soldiers, especially with their granddaughter Jigwa to protect. It cannot be said that Jishan's choice was wrong. Everyone faces their own struggles. Witnessing the actions of Jishan and his elderly wife, the 5 brothers of the Dan family refrained from intervening, only able to clench their fists in silent indignation. The luggage of Rong Yao was thoroughly ransacked by the group of orc soldiers, yet she had discreetly concealed all valuable items within her spatial storage, including the previously mentioned silver and copper coins. Meanwhile, the silver coins belonging to the couple, Shan Tianqing and his wife, were securely kept by Feng Lanhua, a middle-aged orc female, ensuring that this band of orc soldiers would not dare to harass her for food. A burly orc soldier clad in dark gray leather armor aggressively lifted the thin cotton cover from Shan Tianqing's backpack, revealing that it contained nothing but a single, smooth and lustrous egg adorned with golden patterns. Rumors had circulated that some orcs were not born in their typical forms but rather as eggs. Though such occurrences were exceedingly rare, to possess such an egg could prove advantageous, whether for gifting or personal consumption, as it promised not only substantial nourishment, but also the potential to awaken extraordinary abilities. Chapter 89. Capture this woman. The egg, with its distinctive golden markings, was evidently extraordinary. The orc in gray armor hastily beckoned Zhang Zigua, exclaiming, "Boss, come quick and see this." Zhang Zigua approached, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the egg within Shan Tianqing's backpack, realizing that it was worth far more than the previously encountered deformed orc female. As he reached out to touch it, Shan Tianqing swiftly retracted the backpack, concealing it behind her. Zhang Zigua's hand grasped nothing but air, and his expression darkened. "I suspect you are hiding something in that backpack. Hand it over for inspection, or you shall not enter the city today." Shan Tianqing would never relinquish the backpack containing her precious little star at such a critical moment. It was clear that their intentions were malevolent. Once she surrendered it, they would seize it without hesitation, making the retrieval of Little Star exceedingly difficult. The little one within the eggshell sensed the hostility emanating from the orc soldiers in dark gray armor. Despite her fear, she dared not utter a word, having been cautioned by her mother to remain silent in the presence of outsiders. If anyone discovered that she could communicate from within the eggshell, it would place her in even greater peril. Little Star had always been obedient to her mother. She knew her mother would protect her. Seeing Shan Tianqing not only refusing to hand over the backpack, but also hiding it behind her, several young orcs positioned themselves in front of her. Zhang Zigua sneered, "You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Brothers, let us go. Seize the goods." The orc soldiers behind Zhang Zigua charged menacingly at Shan Tianqing, causing the nearby orcs queuing to enter the city to recoil in fear, clearing a significant space around Rong Yao and her companions. The Shan family was taken aback by the audacity of the city guards, who were quick to resort to violence. However, they had come to the gathering place to seek refuge from disaster, and engaging in a brawl with the guards would only offend numerous factions within the community, jeopardizing their safety. In that instant, the Shan family found themselves at a loss. After only a brief moment of stunned silence, several brothers from the Shan family were struck by the fist of the orc soldiers in dark gray armor. Although Rong Yao did not wish to stir up trouble, she was not afraid of it either. In light of the current situation, this group of insatiable individuals, regardless of their affiliations, had already forged enmity. Their attempts at retreat would prove futile. Thus, it would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to teach them a lesson, so they might understand that not all in this world are as pliable as ripe fruit. Rong Yao cast a brief glance at the orc soldiers clad in dark blue-black armor. The leader, Ji Yong, felt an overwhelming sense of unease under the penetrating gaze of Rong Yao's clear and resolute eyes. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but before he could utter a word, Rong Yao turned and sprinted towards the Shanjia family behind her, just as Zhang Zigua's fist was about to descend upon Shan Tianqing, who was shielding the basket. His massive fist, akin to a cooking pot, was unexpectedly halted by a delicate, fair hand. This petite hand, seemingly soft and fragile, possessed an astonishing strength that prevented his fist from descending. Zhang Zigua stared at Rong Yao in disbelief, attempting to retract his fist, but before he could do so, his wrist was firmly grasped by that small hand. The tiny fingers, slender and graceful, were indeed a sight to behold. Yet no one could fathom the sensation of Zhang Ziguo. That little hand clamped down on his wrist like a vice, gradually tightening its grip. The expression on his face shifted from fury to astonishment, ultimately paling into a visage of fear. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "You wretched woman, let go." How could Rong Yao possibly comply with his wishes? Not only did she refuse to let go, but the grip she exerted grew even stronger. After nearly a month of consuming the spiritual spring water, her physique had significantly improved compared to when she first arrived in this realm, and her strength had increased several-fold. Now, the power behind her punch exceeded that of a robust ordinary male orc by several times. Although Zhang Ziguo was arrogant, he was merely an average orc, lacking the prowess of other orc soldiers. He never anticipated that this seemingly harmless and delicate de-evolved orc female beside him was, in fact, a formidable force, impervious to both soft and hard tactics. At this juncture, Zhang Ziguo found himself pleading. If he did not relent soon, his arm would surely be rendered useless. However, he was not one to be easily intimidated. If she released him, he would immediately command his men to surround her and unleash a brutal attack. Convinced that she could not possibly withstand such a multitude of city guards. "Dear lady, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, have mercy and let me go. As soon as you do, you will be free to enter the city, and my brothers will not hinder you," he pleaded. Throughout the day, Rong Yao had grown weary of such duplicitous words, having heard them far too often to engage in further conversation with Zhang Ziguo. Her expression remained unchanged. Yet the arm that Rong Yao had seized suddenly emitted a sharp crack, and Zhang Ziguo's already pale visage was drenched in cold sweat, his face contorting in agony as he cried out in pain. This wretched woman had outright broken his wrist. Cursed be her name. He would kill her. Yet, the moment his cry escaped his lips, Rong Yao delivered a well-placed punch to his mouth, effectively silencing his scream. Seeing Rong Yao take action, the members of the Shan family refused to remain passive and swiftly repelled the soldiers clad in gray-black cloth armor. Countless ordinary orcs had suffered at the hands of these gray-black armored soldiers, and now, witnessing their misfortune, a crowd began to gather, cheering them on. With some even encouraging Rong Yao, the gray-black armored orc soldiers, realizing that this group was not as easily subdued as they had anticipated, hesitated, casting uncertain glances at their small leader, Zhang Ziguo. "Brother Zhang, what should we do?" At that moment, Zhang Ziguo was too preoccupied with the excruciating pain in his wrist to concern himself with his ineffectual subordinates. He bellowed in anger, "Why are you standing there? Get in there and subdue this woman." However, after Rong Yao's casual display of strength had shattered his wrist, none of them truly dared to advance. A few hesitated, shoving one another, but not a single soul stepped forward to confront Rong Yao. Zhang Ziguo, witnessing his subordinates' indecisiveness, felt an overwhelming urge to kick each of them. With a contorted face, he roared, "If you don't move now, you will regret it." Remembering the influential figures Zhang Ziguo associated with and his vindictive nature, the orc soldiers reluctantly gritted their teeth and steeled themselves to engage in a desperate struggle against Rong Yao. Rong Yao discerned the intentions of several individuals. Before the soldiers could approach, she delivered a swift kick to Zhang Ziguo's groin. In an instant, Zhang Ziguo's face turned a ghastly white, tinged with a shade of green. The orc soldiers, who were in mid-advance, felt a sudden chill upon witnessing Zhang Ziguo's predicament, instinctively clenching their groins, their legs weakening, devoid of any desire to fight. This regressed orc female was indeed a formidable adversary. Chapter 90. May I inquire, esteemed military officer, can we now enter the city? Zhang Ziguo, clutching his injury, writhed on the ground in a comical yet pitiable manner. The coldly observant Xiao Mohan, encircling Rong Yao's wrist, regarded Zhang Ziguo with disdain, deeming it fitting for such a fool to suffer at the hands of this venomous woman. The onlookers, orcs seeking entry into the city, erupted in mocking laughter, some even giving Rong Yao a thumbs up. At that moment, the brothers from the Shan family stepped forward to shield Rong Yao, wary of the orc soldiers who might attempt to pursue. However, confronted with a fierce individual like Rong Yao, the orc soldiers clad in dark gray armor dared not entertain any thoughts of confrontation, particularly since they were but a small squad at that time. Nonetheless, they had memorized Rong Yao and her companions. As long as this group remained in the gathering area, they would find ways to trouble them, ensuring their future would not be easy. With Zhang Ziguo incapacitated, he was unlikely to raise a ruckus, and seizing this opportunity, they must hasten their entry into the city. Rong Yao bent down to approach Zhang Ziguo, causing his companions to startle and hastily retreat, distancing themselves from Rong Yao by more than a meter. Rong Yao glanced at them briefly before turning her attention to Zhang Zigui. Alarmed, he immediately raised his arms to shield his head, adopting the most cowardly defensive posture. Everyone anticipated that Rong Yao would deliver another brutal blow to Zhang Zigui, but instead, she merely bent down to retrieve the pouch of coins from his waist. The copper coins he had collected for entering the city were all stored within his own pouch. The weight of Zhang Zigui's pouch was considerable, clearly indicating he had clandestinely amassed a significant sum today. However, despite the abundance of copper coins, Rong Yao remained unfazed. She extracted only 26 coins from within and then tossed the pouch back beside him. Rong Yao cast a glance at the companions of Zhang Zigui standing behind him and extended her hand towards one of the sheep tribe orc soldiers. The soldier was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Rong Yao was requesting the pouch of coins he had previously confiscated from the elderly horse tribe couple. In a flurry of panic, he swiftly retrieved the pouch from his bosom and handed it to Rong Yao with both hands. Rong Yao cast a glance at him, and the sheep-like orc soldier immediately felt a chill wash over him from head to toe. Having obtained what she sought, Rong Yao paid no further heed to the group. Instead, she approached the orc soldier clad in dark blue leather armor, accompanied by her two young ones. From the moment she had intervened to discipline Zhang Zigui, and noting that this group merely watched without offering assistance to him and his companions, Rong Yao discerned that the two factions were at odds with one another, likely harboring long-standing grievances. Rong Yao presented 26 copper coins to Ji Yong and inquired, "Might I ask this esteemed soldier, are we permitted to enter the city now?" Ji Yong surveyed the seemingly delicate, regressed orc female before him. The frustrations that had accumulated in his heart throughout the day suddenly found release at this moment. A wide grin spread across his face, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, lending him an air of simplicity and warmth. Ji Yong counted out 6 copper coins from his hand and returned them to Rong Yao, explaining that for younglings under the age of 10 accompanied by an adult orc, there was no entry fee required. "This amount suffices. You may proceed into the city." Rong Yao nodded at Ji Yong, accepting the copper coins he returned, and then led the Shan family and the Jigua family through the gates of the gathering place. Once Rong Yao's group vanished from sight, Zhang Zigui's companions dared to hasten to his side and assist him to his feet. Zhang Zigui, nearly fainting from the pain in his wrist and groin, was lifted by his companions as he cursed through clenched teeth, drenched in cold sweat. "You useless lot. Hurry and take me to the infirmary. The arm is one thing, but if I am rendered incapable below, how could I ever show my face in this gathering place again?" His companions promptly lifted him to carry him toward the infirmary. But Zhang Zigui barked again. "Ho-Si, go follow that wretched woman. Don't let them escape." Ho-Si nodded and immediately slipped into the crowd. Not far away, Ji Yong caught wind of Zhang Zigui's words, his brow furrowing slightly. He approached his own companions, instructing them to trail the group and find a safe place for them to settle temporarily. One companion expressed concern, "But De Yong, they have offended Zhang Zigui." "It's fine. I will bear the brunt of this matter. Just ensure they have a safe place to stay. If the captain inquires, I will provide the explanation," Ji Yong reassured. With that, his companion nodded and turned to carry out the task. After Zhang Zigui's departure, the entrance to the city resumed its orderly queue, without exploitation. The gate bustled with a newfound order, and the pace of entry into the city quickened significantly, presenting a scene of tranquility and harmony at the northern gate of the large gathering place. Rong Yao, accompanied by the Shan family and the Jigua family, entered the gathering place. Upon passing through the northern city gate, they were greeted by a spacious street bustling with activity. The orcs traversed the thoroughfare in great numbers, far exceeding the crowds typically seen at the black market. Orcs of various clans moved about, and occasionally, one could spot a few adorned in silks. Flanking the street were numerous storefronts, offering a greater variety of goods than those available at the black market. As they strolled, they noted 3 barbecue establishments alone. This observation suggested that the barbecue shop run by the Yuan family near Daohua village would likely struggle to attract customers if it were to open in the Grand Pan gathering place. Rong Yao returned the money pouch to Ji's grandparents, who were immediately filled with a profound sense of guilt. Unable to contain her emotions, Grandma Ji gently patted Rong Yao's hand and said with heartfelt sincerity, "My dear, we owe you a great debt of gratitude today." Rong Yao smiled gently and said, "Grandmother Ji, it is but a trifling effort. Please do not take it to heart." Although she spoke these words, in this world of beasts, how many female beasts possess the fortitude and courage that Rong Yao embodies? They remain oblivious to the condition of their son, should it be unfavorable. This sum of money represents their temporary security within the encampment. If lost, their family would find themselves in dire straits. Hence, Grandmother Ji no longer dared to place the pouch in her satchel, opting instead to keep it securely and discreetly on her person. Shanqing and Jishan had previously visited the encampment. Rong Yao inquired about the opinions of the two, father, Grandfather Ji. Is there anywhere in this vast gathering place where we might temporarily reside? Grandfather Ji had previously only visited the gathering place to escort his son, arriving and departing on the same day, never having spent a night there. He was unaware of the accommodations available, and furthermore, that was many years ago. Consequently, Grandfather Ji shook his head with an air of embarrassment. Rong Yao's gaze once again fell upon Shan Tianqing's face. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Tianqing remarked that although his father had only visited the settlement a few times and had never stayed overnight, he was aware of a tea shop not far ahead, where they could inquire with the staff. The workers at the tea shop, who were predominantly locals, were well informed and could provide valuable information for a mere copper coin. It must be said that Shan Tianqing's suggestion was quite pragmatic. Then let us make our way to the tea shop for a brief respite, he proposed. The others agreed, for they were all fatigued from their journey. The tea shop not only offered a place to rest, but also served warm water, simple tea, and modest fare to satiate their hunger. As the group proceeded towards the tea shop that resided in Shan Tianqing's memory, a sudden whisper emerged from the little starling in Rong Yao's backpack. Mother, mother, someone is watching us from the shadows. I can feel it. Chapter 91. A young female rescued me. Previously, Rong Yao had dismissed the little starling's words as mere childish chatter. However, after the ordeal with the beast tide, she was acutely aware of the starling's ability to sense danger. Instantly on guard, she whispered soothingly to the little starling, Mother knows, my dear little starling. Do not be afraid. I shall protect you. The little starling promptly responded with a soft, obedient chirp. As Rong Yao approached Shan Tianqing with her backpack, she informed him of the presence of someone following them. She refrained from mentioning that it was a warning from Little Star, simply stating that she had observed it herself. Shan Tianqing furrowed his brows and replied softly, Nuan Nuan, take good care of the little ones. Leave this matter to your father and your brothers. Rong Yao nodded, leading the little ones to the side of the Jigua family. In the event of any unusual circumstances, her presence ensured at least the safety of the Jigua family, preventing them from harm or the loss of life. Shan Tianqing gestured to his eldest son, Shan Jing'an, who promptly relayed the message to his two younger brothers. The three of them shared a tacit understanding. Aware that they were being followed, Shan Tianqing naturally refrained from heading directly to the tea shop. As they approached a narrow alley, he guided the group into it. This alley was deep, culminating in a dead end, both narrow and winding. Upon entering, Shan Jing'an and one of his brothers vanished, unnoticed by their pursuer, whose attention was primarily fixed on Rong Yao, the Shan couple, and the Jigua family, individuals with distinct characteristics. In their presence, the five brothers of the Shan family became the most inconspicuous figures. Thus, with one or two missing, their follower was unlikely to notice. As they turned a corner, Shan Tianqing deliberately glanced back, spotting half of a leather boot protruding from the corner of the wall, a remnant of the orc soldier's footwear seen earlier at the city gate. It was evident that ordinary orcs like them would never possess boots crafted from such fine leather. The group led by Rong Yao pretended as if they had noticed nothing and proceeded straight into the alley. As they neared the end of the passage, the streets were devoid of passers-by. It was then that Ho-Si, who had been following not far behind, suddenly came to a halt, realizing the situation. He turned on his heel to flee the alley, but scarcely had he taken a couple of steps when he was confronted by the towering figures of the Dan brothers, Dan Jing'an and his sibling. With skills inferior to Zhang Zigui's, Ho-Si stood no chance against the formidable Dan brothers. He was swiftly subdued and brought to the ground. Lying there with his arms wrapped around his head, Ho-Si pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, Good brothers, spare my life. I assure you, I did not act with intent. It was Zhang Ge who sent me here. I had no choice. Dan Jing'an furrowed his brow and glanced at his father, who swiftly approached, taking a few strides to reach Ho-Si. With a firm grip on the collar of Ho-Si's garment, he lifted him as one would a small chicken. Who is Zhang Ge? At that moment, Ho-Si knew he was merely a pawn in someone else's game, and dared not weave a falsehood. He replied timidly, Zhang Ge is Zhang Zigui, the beastman soldier who was injured by that beast woman at the city gate just moments ago. Rong Yao's gaze swept across Ho-Si's face, causing him to immediately retract his neck and clamp his legs together, even going so far as to force a smile. Fearful that he might share the same fate as Zhang Zigui, Sun Tianqing, holding Ho-Si, turned to Rong Yao and inquired about the fate of this young man. Let him go. There will always be others, Rong Yao replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Ho-Si breathed a sigh of relief and hastily assured her, rest assured. If you let me go, I shall never follow you again. Sun Tianqing then flung Ho-Si aside, who deftly rolled on the ground to dissipate the impact. As he departed, he even offered a courteous bow to Rong Yao and her companions, just as the group was about to exit the dim alley. Rong Yao's ears perked up slightly, and she swiftly drew a dagger from her sleeve. With a sharp sound, the dagger lodged itself into the wall of a nearby courtyard. The hilt trembling slightly, its glinting blade barely a centimeter from a soldier clad in dark blue-black cloth armor. Startled, the soldier quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "My lady, please, I am not like that rascal Ho-Si. I have come to assist you." Looking at the soldier clad in dark blue-black fabric armor, Rong Yao's expression remained unchanged, yet she refrained from taking any further action. Acknowledging that he was indeed a companion of Ji Yong, "What assistance can you provide us?" Rong Yao inquired with an air of detachment. Chu Bin carefully sidestepped the sharp dagger embedded in the courtyard wall, gingerly extracting it before approaching Rong Yao and returning the dagger to her. "Greetings, I am Chu Bin. Sent by Ji Yong, the very fellow who collected your entry fee at the city gate," he introduced himself. "We are soldiers of the city defense forces." Ji Yong noticed that Zhang Zigui had sent Monkey 4 to accompany you, and concerned for your safety, he dispatched me to follow. I did not anticipate that you would discover me so swiftly. It appears this is your first visit to the gathering place, where numerous factions vie for power. I thought it prudent to introduce you to a temporary refuge. As he spoke, he awkwardly scratched his head, having offended Zhang Zigui's faction. Who donned gray-black armor upon entering the city, Rong Yao considered the olive branch extended by Chu Bin, contemplating his suggestion. Thus, she inquired, "Could you kindly inform us about the safety of the accommodations you recommend?" Recognizing the burgeoning trust from Rong Yao and her companions, Chu Bin eagerly replied, "In the northwest of the gathering place, around Red Street, you will find suitable lodgings. This is the territory of our city defense forces." As Rong Yao was about to speak, Ji Shan, unable to contain himself, hurried over with palpable excitement and inquired, "My young brother, are you truly a member of the city defense army?" Chu Bin, taken aback by the elder orc's question, instinctively nodded. Ji Shan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Then you must know of a man named Ji Chuan in the city defense army? He is my son, Ji Chuan." Chu Bin furrowed his brow and asked, "Pardon me, elder, but how old is this Ji Chuan?" Ji Shan promptly replied, "He is 30 years old. This year marks his 30th birthday." Chu Bin scratched his head, recalling that he had indeed heard of someone with the surname Ji returning to the camp these past few days, but he could not confirm whether it was Ji Chuan. "If you wish, I can accompany you to the city defense army to investigate." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ji Shan and his wife were unwilling to relinquish the opportunity. He eagerly nodded, Yes, I will accompany you to take a look." With that, Ji Shan turned his gaze towards Rong Yao. Rong Yao and Shan Tianqing exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a silent consensus. Shan Tianqing proposed, "Since our elder brother intends to visit the city defense forces, why not split our party? Yao Yao and the elder brother can accompany him, while I take Orchid and a few of our sons to seek out lodging. Regardless of whether our elder brother is able to meet his son on this trip, we will surely find a place to rest." Ji Shan immediately recognized the thoughtfulness of Shan Tianqing's arrangement and readily agreed. Before long, Rong Yao, with a basket on her back and holding 2 little ones by her side, set off with Jigu's family. Following Chu Bin to the city defense camp at the gathering place, Shan Tianqing, however, accompanied by his wife and sons, did not head directly to the northwest where the city defense forces were located, but instead followed their initial plan to visit a tea house to gather information. Although Chu Bin did not appear to be a villain, one could not fully trust him. At that moment, Ji Chuan lay in the barracks of the gathering place, gravely injured and seemingly on the brink of death. A captain from the city defense forces sat beside his bed, softly inquiring, "Ji Chuan, do you remember how you managed to escape?" With a feeble breath, Ji Chuan struggled to reply, "It was a young female who saved me. She said her name was Rong Jane." As the captain of the city defense forces, Yuan Rinhui intended to inquire further, but Ji Chuan succumbed to weakness and fell unconscious. Before departing from the barracks, he instructed his subordinates to care for Ji Chuan, and then turned to the soldier beside him, saying, "Go and inquire whether there is a young female named Rong Jane in the gathering place or nearby villages." "Yes, Captain. I shall convey the message promptly," the soldier replied. Just as Captain Yuan Rinhui was about to lead his men away, a soldier hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Captain, urgent news." Yuan Rinhui furrowed his brow and halted, waiting for the soldier to catch his breath before asking, "What is it?" After taking a deep breath, the soldier informed him, "Ji Chuan's parents have arrived. They are at the entrance of the camp." Upon hearing this, Yuan Rinhui's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Take me there at once." The soldier, tasked with delivering the news, hurried ahead to guide Yuan Rinhui. At that moment, Rong Yao, accompanied by her young ones, was already waiting at the entrance of the city defense camp with Jigua's family. Chu Bin did not possess the authority to admit outsiders into the camp, so he requested Rong Yao and the others to wait outside while he sent a soldier to relay the message. Before long, a dignified middle-aged beast man, with a straight back, emerged from the camp, flanked by several soldiers. The soldier who had just reported followed closely beside him. Chu Bin, upon seeing the approaching figure, expressed mild surprise, murmuring, "Why has the captain come? Does he have matters to attend outside the camp?" As the captain approached the entrance, Chu Bin greeted him with a smile. "Captain, what brings you out? Are you heading out for something? If it's not of great importance, allow us to assist." Yuan Rinhui shot Chu Bin a glare. "Get out of the way, you rascal. Aren't you on duty at the city gate with Jiyong today? How did you end up here? If I find out you have neglected your responsibilities, you'll face the consequences." Chu Bin quickly pleaded for leniency, knowing full well the captain's strictness. He was aware that if the captain discovered their dereliction of duty, they would face punishment in front of their comrades, which would be far more humiliating than the physical discipline. After listening to Chu Bin, Yuan Rinhui raised an eyebrow. "Is Ji Chuan's family the one you brought back?" Chu Bin expressed mild surprise. "Captain, we indeed have a Ji Chuan in our ranks. Since he is a veteran, why have I never heard of him before?" Yuan Rinhui's expression grew grave as he sighed. He was on a classified mission and has just returned. Understanding the weight of the term classified mission, Chu Bin wisely refrained from any further inquiries and led Yuan Rinhui to Ji Shan and his wife. "Captain, these are Ji Chuan's parents, and this is his only daughter, Jigua." Yuan Rinhui promptly shook hands with Ji Shan and his wife, tenderly ruffling Jigua's hair. Ji Shan trembled, feeling a mix of affection and trepidation. In that moment, he found himself unable to inquire about his son's condition or injuries. Instead, it was Jigua who anxiously asked, "Uncle, how is my father? Can my grandparents and I go see him now?" Faced with the sight of his gravely injured companion alongside the parents and young daughter, Yuan found it impossible to refuse. He nodded affirmatively, assuring them that he would indeed assist. With that, he led the elderly couple from Jishan and Jigua into the camp. However, Jigua hesitated, glancing back at Rong Yao, grasping her hand tightly. Then turning to look at Chu Bin, who had escorted them to the camp. Chu Bin's expression was one of unease. It was known that the families of soldiers not of a certain rank were not permitted to enter the camp freely. Many soldiers only encountered their families at the camp's entrance, let alone those who had no affiliation with the camp, such as Rong Yao and the others. Noticing Chu Bin's ineffectiveness, Jigua was about to seek assistance from his grandfather to speak with Yuan, but Rong Yao interjected first. "We are friends of Grandpa Ji. Since we have brought them here, we shall take our leave now." After bowing to Jigua, she added, "Today we have settled in, and I will ask Brother Jing and to leave a message at the camp entrance. If you need anything, feel free to come find us." Jigua nodded regretfully, saying, "Sister Rong Yao, please take care. Once I see my father, I will ask him to help you." With a smile, Rong Yao waved goodbye to Jigua and his family, and without any hesitation, she took the children and left with her elder brother, Dan Jingen. Jigua gazed at Rong Yao's slender yet upright silhouette, his face etched with profound reluctance. However, their father awaited her not far away, forcing her to part ways with Sister Rong Yao, albeit temporarily. A soldier assisted in pushing Grandma Ji's unicycle, while Jigua was gently seated upon it, with Chu Bin following closely beside Yuanhui. The journey was silent, and in less than 15 minutes, they arrived at the barracks where Ji Chuan recuperated. Yuanhui briefly informed Jigua's family of Ji Chuan's injuries, allowing them to visit, but forbidding any other actions, as Ji Chuan lay in a state of unconsciousness, requiring medical attention and rest. Even before seeing their son, Ji Shan and his wife were already shedding tears. After giving his instructions, the soldier escorted Ji Shan and his wife, along with Jigua, inside. Yuanhui remained outside the barracks, and soon he heard the muffled sobs of the elderly couple within. He sighed softly before departing. Before leaving, he gestured to Chu Bin. Chu Bin swiftly approached the captain, flashing a bright smile revealing his white teeth. "Captain, did you call for me?" Yuanhui cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired about how he encountered Ji Chuan's parents today, as well as the young beastmen who had just departed. Chu Bin dared not withhold any details and recounted the events that transpired at the city gate in full. Yuren Hui raised an eyebrow. You mean that regressed female beastman struck Zhang Ziguei? Noticing the captain's good mood, Chu Bin quickly added, Zhang Ziguei is gravely injured. It remains uncertain whether he can still function. That fellow Daong, driven by a sense of justice, insisted I accompany them and let them temporarily stay within our city defense forces jurisdiction. When I followed them, I discovered that the monkey C, whom Zhang Ziguei had sent to follow, had already been dealt with by them. Later, by sheer coincidence, I learned that the elderly couple was Ji Chuan's parents. Yurenhui nodded, then proceed as Daong suggested. If they are residing within our jurisdiction, do take care of them. Understood, Captain. I shall inquire further shortly. Inquire about what? First, focus on your primary duties. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences upon your return, Yurenhui admonished, and as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bin dashed away. Rong Yao guided the young ones along with Shan Jing'an away from the camp. After traversing several hundred meters, they arrived at a narrow street. This thoroughfare bustled with numerous orcs, yet it was rare to encounter those adorned in fine attire. The majority donned coarse linen garments and grass sandals. Rong Yao chose a humble eatery by the street and ordered several bowls of congee along with some roasted meat. After swiftly finishing a bowl of congee, Dan Jing'an said, Little sister, you and the children rest here. I shall go and check the place where I arranged to meet father to see if they have arrived. Rong Yao nodded slightly. Sun Jing'an hurriedly departed. The table by the street was now left with only Rong Yao, accompanied by Xian Jing and Xian Han. Before them sat 2 bowls of plain congee and several pieces of roasted meat, delicacies that the 2 little ones had once dared not even dream of. Yet at this moment, they tasted as bland as chewing wax. The large-headed little black snake, which had been coiled around Rong Yao's wrist, slowly slithered down, its head reaching directly towards Rong Yao's bowl. Chapter 93. Xiao Mohan, when will you be able to regain your human form? Rong Yao was unable to stop him. The little black snake, with its oversized head, plunged into the bowl and greedily took a large mouthful of porridge, only to pause, stunned. With wide eyes filled with confusion and frustration, its cheeks bulged, evidently still holding the porridge in its mouth, not yet swallowed. Xiao Mohan was puzzled. Why did this porridge taste so different from that prepared by the venomous woman? Its unpalatable flavor made it rather difficult for him to swallow. Beside him, Xian Jing and Xian Han, struggling to swallow their own portions, echoed their father's earlier admonition, one must not waste food. Upon hearing this, the little black snake promptly swallowed the porridge it had intended to spit out. Yet, it harbored no desire to revisit the bowl of porridge it had just consumed. Spotting pieces of roasted meat on a small plate at the table, the black snake swiftly slithered over and opened its mouth wide, sinking its teeth into a chunk of meat. In the next moment, Xiao Mohan lamented, how could the establishment ruin perfectly good meat in such a manner? He felt utterly disheartened, forcing himself to swallow the piece he had just bitten into without chewing. Subsequently, he lethargically attempted to return to Rong Yao's wrist to feign death. However, just as he moved, Rong Yao pinned him down on the table and placed the bowl of porridge and the piece of roasted meat he had previously consumed right in front of him. The implication was clear. Having eaten, he could not waste food and must finish it. After positioning the porridge and roasted meat before Xiao Mohan, Rong Yao deliberately glanced at the 2 little ones beside her, subtly reminding Xiao Mohan that he was their father and ought to set a good example. While losing face in front of her was inconsequential, doing so in front of the little ones would be entirely unacceptable. The little black snake lifted its head, staring at the bowl and roasted meat that dwarfed its current form, instantly losing its spark. Yet, the venomous woman was right. It could not set a poor example for the little ones. Thus, passers-by witnessed a charming little black snake, its large head buried in the bowl, fervently drinking porridge, occasionally snapping at the roasted meat beside it in an apparent fit of frustration. 15 minutes later, Xiao Mohan finally finished the bowl of porridge and the piece of roasted meat. His slender body now sported a comically swollen belly, making him appear quite ridiculous. He sluggishly returned to Rong Yao's wrist, coiling around it, unwilling to move, likely due to his overindulgence. Rong Yao could not help but smile slightly at the sight of the defeated Xiao Mohan, and she found it impossible to suppress her joy. Although the little ones believed that the dishes served at this establishment paled in comparison to their mother's cooking, they still made an effort to finish their portions. Rong Yao and the little ones had just filled their bellies when the Dan family returned. Dan Tianqing, accompanied by Feng Lanhua, took a seat beside Rong Yao. In a hushed tone, Dan Tianqing confided, I have inquired on your behalf. To the northwest of the gathering place lies the territory of the City Defense Army. while the southeastern area is under the influence of the family alliance. The individual who previously caused us trouble, Zhang Zigui, is affiliated with the family alliance. The remaining regions to the southwest and northeast are fraught with overlapping powers, particularly in the southwest, where various smaller factions add to the chaos. Overall, the majority of ordinary beast men tend to favor settling under the protection of the city defense army. These insights were gleaned from several sources, not merely the opinions of a tea shop attendant, thus ensuring their reliability. This indicates that Chu Bin was not lying previously. Rong Yao cast a glance at her parents and brothers, and then decided that they would temporarily reside in the northwest of the gathering place. As Rong Yao spoke, the couple from the Dan family and the elder brothers nodded in agreement. The group then rose and departed from the eatery. This street housed an inn, where they promptly secured several rooms for their stay. As for their future accommodations, they would gradually inquire about the necessary settlement regulations of the gathering place. Since the onset of the beast tide, from Daohua village to the gathering place, Rong Yao and her companions had not enjoyed a moment of proper rest. By now, evening had approached, and the orcs venturing outside were returning home in succession. The streets outside the inn had grown increasingly hurried, and after another half hour, the number of pedestrians had dwindled significantly, with the street vendors packing up their stalls. Rong Yao advised the Shan family to rest well, emphasizing that regardless of the circumstances, they should wait until tomorrow to awaken naturally after a good night's sleep. Rong Yao entered a guest room at the inn, carrying a basket adorned with little stars and leading Xian Jing and Xian Han. Shortly thereafter, a young attendant brought in 2 buckets of hot water. Rong Yao generously offered him a copper coin as a tip, to which the attendant joyfully replied, "If the hot water is insufficient, please call upon me at any time. I shall be at your service without delay." Upon his departure, he kindly closed the door behind her. Once the attendant left, Rong Yao promptly locked the door, set down the basket, and sought out the bathing tub in the room. She mixed in cold water, adjusting it to the perfect temperature. First, she gently wiped the eggshell of little Xingxing with a warm cloth, then placed her on the windowsill to bask in the last rays of the setting sun. Afterward, she instructed the 2 little ones to remove their soiled garments. As they took off their outerwear, they were left in just their small pants, becoming momentarily still. Rong Yao cast a fleeting glance and could not help but burst into laughter. "What? Are you still shy in front of your mother?" Xian Han replied. "Father has said that as men, we must not casually reveal our bodies to females, especially to little birds." The small black snake coiled around Rong Yao's wrist wished fervently to meet its demise at that very moment. Was this truly the time for him to utter such words to his sons? He wondered if it was still possible for him to feign ignorance now. Rong Yu cast a glance at the small black serpent coiled around her wrist, patiently addressing Xian Jing and Xian Han. "You may wash yourselves. I shall fetch you some fresh clothes." Having been raised in a rather unrestrained environment, the 2 young ones exhibited commendable self-sufficiency despite their tender age, as their father, Xiao Mohan, though affectionate, was still a young man prone to oversight in various matters. Leaving them by the tub to undress and bathe, Rong Yao approached the table to organize the contents of her basket. In truth, the basket held little more than a change of clothes. She retrieved the garments for the 2 children and herself, leaving only a single set belonging to Xiao Mohan. Rong Yao gazed at the small black snake coiled around her wrist, then gently removed it with one hand. The large head of Xiao Mohan, resting on Rong Yao's thumb, was startled by her abrupt movement. He writhed in an attempt to escape, but the pain from his wounds rendered him weak, and after a few futile struggles, he resigned himself to languish in the palm of Rong Yao's hand. Rong Yao meticulously examined the wounds on the little black snake's body. The force that he had deflected for her during the day had penetrated the creature's abdomen, leaving it bloodied and battered. After administering the essence of the spiritual spring and performing makeshift bandaging, the outer skin had now formed scabs. It remained uncertain whether this was solely due to the efficacy of the spiritual spring or if Xiao Mohan possessed an exceptionally strong recovery capability. Rong Yao gently prodded Xiao Mohan's head and inquired, "When will you return to your normal form, Xiao Mohan?" The little black snake cast a languid glance at Rong Yao, then wearily shook its head. With a slight choke, Rong Yao exclaimed, "You don't know either?" Chapter 94. Have you seen enough? Rong Yao's lips twitched slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Rong Yao inquired, "When will your bloodline frenzy period come to an end?" The little black snake raised its head, tilting it slightly, exuding an endearing innocence. Had she not been aware that this seemingly adorable creature was destined to become the formidable villain Xiao Mohan, Rong Yao might have been tempted to reach out and stroke its head affectionately. A few seconds later, the little black snake shook its head once more. Rong Yao fixed her gaze upon the little black snake, her eyes narrowing slightly. Xiao Mohan, do not tell me you are unaware. The body belongs to him. How could he possibly be ignorant? She was not so easily deceived. Upon hearing Rong Yao's words, the little black snake shook its head once more. Rong Yao furrowed her brows slightly, gazing at the little black snake for a moment before speaking. Are you suggesting that after your transformation, you experienced a backlash, rendering your situation distinct from before? Therefore, you cannot ascertain when your bloodline frenzy will cease, nor when you may revert to your original half-beast form. Xiao Mohan, now transformed into a diminutive black serpent, was momentarily taken aback, then nodded his large head. At present, he was unable to articulate words, and having regressed to a juvenile state rendered him incapable of writing, making communication with Rong Yao exceedingly challenging. Yet, remarkably, this venomous woman seemed to truly grasp his thoughts. This sensation was unprecedented in his previous life, as if they shared similar inclinations in certain aspects, their minds intertwined. Contemplating this notion, the large eyes of the little black snake suddenly dimmed, and its vertical pupils contracted slightly. Rong Yao's delicate fingers instinctively tapped against the table as a thought crossed her mind. If the spirit spring water proved beneficial for Xiao Mohan's injuries, perhaps administering it to him daily would expedite his recovery. While she pondered this, the sound of 2 little footsteps reached her ears. The 2 children had completed their washing and donned fresh garments, making their way towards her. Mother, we are ready, and there's a bucket of hot water. You should go now, Xianjing said, displaying a commendable sense of understanding. As the children approached, the little black snake had once again coiled itself around Rong Yao's wrist. In recent days, Rong Yao had grown accustomed to his persistent presence, and for a moment, she hardly noticed it at all. Outside, the sky had plunged into complete darkness. Rong Yao gently lifted the little star from the windowsill and carried it back to bed, allowing her 2 little ones to climb in first. Once she had settled them comfortably, she took some clean clothes to the washroom. The 2 little ones were quite considerate. They had scooped the used bathwater into an empty bucket after their bath, leaving the tub filled with steaming, pristine water. Moreover, the tiny tots had even wiped up the water stains from the tiles beside the tub. The tiles, having been polished, could be quite slippery when wet. How could Rong Yao not feel a deep affection for such thoughtful little ones? Rong Yao tested the water temperature, finding it to be just right. She swiftly discarded her outer garment, her hand poised to reach for the pouch of her undergarments when, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a dark line on her wrist. Rong Yao was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing immediately. With one hand resting on her slender waist, her gaze fell upon her right wrist, and in a tone laced with embarrassment and irritation, she exclaimed, Xiao Mohan, do you intend to bathe with me? For the past few days, the little black snake had been coiling around Rong Yao's wrist, even during her bouts of combat, and Xiao Mohan had grown accustomed to it. Upon seeing Rong Yao rise, he instinctively slithered back, unaware that she would arrive at the bathing chamber so swiftly. Without a second thought, she began shedding her garments. And by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late for him to retreat. Xiao Mohan's expression was a mix of grievance and embarrassment. He had heard Rong Yao's words and instinctively raised his gaze to her. In the large, expressive eyes of the little black snake, Rong Yao's figure was reflected. Before him stood a female devoid of any beastly traits, her skin as smooth as jade, with almond-shaped eyes and rosy lips. Her dark hair, elegantly tied up, allowed a few stray strands to cascade down her cheeks, adding an enchanting disarray to her beauty. Her long, slightly arched eyebrows lent her an air of gentleness, while her eyes sparkled like a crystal-clear spring, capable of reflecting all that surrounded it. Her alabaster neck was graced by a single strand of black hair that fell delicately across her collarbone, enhancing the contrast of her fair skin and dark locks. The gentle caress of that strand upon her skin seemed to tug at Xiao Mohan's heartstrings. Though her figure was slender, it possessed alluring curves. Her bosom was ample, leaving one to wonder about its tactile sensation. The exposed section of her abdomen was taut yet delicate, hinting at a tantalizing strength beneath the surface, while her slender waist accentuated the proportion of her hips. Her long, fair legs appeared to radiate an ethereal glow. One could not help but concede that this femme fatale possessed an exquisite physique. As if captivated by the kaleidoscope of colors within the large eyes of the little black snake, Rong Yao lifted the corner of her mouth and teased, Xiao Mohan, have you seen enough? With that, she placed her hand upon the strap of her strapless top, as if poised to loosen it at any moment. The little black snake, roused from his reverie by Rong Yao's words, was grateful for his current serpentine form. Otherwise, he feared his face would flush as red as the fiery pattern upon his forehead. Witnessing Rong Yao's impending action, His already large eyes widened in alarm. But he quickly regained his composure and desperately attempted to avert his gaze from her, perhaps due to his overwhelming panic. The slender body of the little black snake failed to coil around Rong Yao's wrist and instead fell to the ground with a thud. Feeling the sting of the impact throughout his body, Xiao Han thought, in the presence of this wicked woman, when did I become so flustered? It must be the overwhelming events of the past few days, coupled with the backlash from my bloodline, that has dulled my wits. Damn it. This venomous woman dares to tempt me. Dressed so scantily before a male, and yet she remains so unabashed. Does she not know how to spell the word shame? After all, she was merely the venomous woman he despised in his previous life. He would not be swayed. Indeed, even after an entire lifetime. This toxic woman had not changed in certain aspects. Despite this train of thought, the little black snake still appeared quite irate, given his indifference towards Rong Yao's disdain. It was uncertain what exactly was fueling his anger. He flicked his tail and suddenly heard the sound of water being splashed from behind the bathtub. Initially inclined to turn and witness what further antics this venomous woman might conjure, the little black snake, upon hearing that noise, hurriedly slithered towards the bed. Too frightened to glance back even once, Rong Yao, leaning against the bathtub, caught a glimpse of the little black snake retreating in defeat and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Is this too much for you? My attire is rather modest, with just a pair of shorts and a strapless top, merely revealing a hint of midriff. In modern times, many young women dress like this while out shopping. If I were to don the undergarments of my past life, Xiao Han would surely have a nosebleed. He presents himself as a cold and aloof villain, yet appears so innocent. However, perhaps due to increased physical activity recently, the original owner's excess weight around her waist had vanished, revealing a delightful set of abdominal muscles. After enjoying a comforting hot bath, Rong Yao changed into clean clothes and lay down beside the bed. She pondered whether Xiao Han was merely sulking alone. That night, the little black snake did not curl up on the bed nor coil around Rong Yao's wrist. Instead, he lay coiled on the table, resting his large head upon his own body. Exhausted from the day's events, Xianjing and Xianhan quickly fell into slumber. However, Rong Yao could not fall asleep immediately. She lay on the bed, her consciousness sinking into the space. Chapter 95. It seemed she had awakened a special ability. The space appeared as it had a few days prior, enveloped in a hazy white mist, with no discernible boundaries, yet an invisible wall stood in her way. Rong Yao hastened to the edge of the fenced farmland to inspect the condition of the seeds sown previously. The rice seedlings, nourished by the essence of spiritual spring water, flourished in a neat little patch, appearing robust and healthy. Within just a few days, they had grown to the length of a small arm, necessitating their prompt transplantation. Otherwise, the confined space would hinder their growth. Rong Yao gazed once more at the vegetable seeds and radish seeds sown a few days prior. The minuscule seeds lay nestled in